Chapter 1. A Dual Blow. September 2022. The Huaxia Calendar. Huaxia Nation, Zhongzhou, outside the Tongtian Academy. A gentle drizzle fell like silken threads, draping every corner of the academy. The autumn breeze swept through, lifting the remnants of leaves from the treetops. The sounds of raindrops, cicadas, and birdsong intertwined to form a cacophonous symphony. These sounds melded together, yet evoked a sense of weariness. The chill seeped to the bone, caressing every inch of the campus, dispelling all clamor and restlessness. Boom! A thunderclap illuminated the night sky, shattering the long-held silence. Yun Ye's gaze fell upon a wooden table, where a square white envelope lay, seemingly drenched in water, tinged with a faint yellow hue. With a heart full of anticipation and trepidation, he slowly tore open the envelope. Upon revealing its contents, his expression froze, a dull ache blossoming within. It was a farewell letter. His girlfriend, Xiao Yin'er, had departed from the Tongtian Academy, leaving without a trace, offering no explanations, like a fleeting gust of wind. The brief words within read, "I have left, do not miss me, do not forget." Her handwriting was elegant and dignified, with a graceful charm that exuded an air of tranquility. Yet, the more refined her script, the more profound the pain Yun Yi felt, as if the most essential part of his life had been forcibly stripped away. A tear of anguish pierced through him, quickening his breath. Yun Yi squeezed his eyes shut, concealing the torment within. At the tender age of 5, he had entered the Tongtian Academy and met his one true love, Xiao Yin'er. That year, Xiao Yin'er was but 5, dressed in a white dress, her long, raven-black hair cascading gracefully. She appeared as a sprite gracing the mortal realm, fresh and ethereal, untouched by worldly affairs. They were childhood sweethearts at 15. They exchanged tokens of affection, a golden hairpin and a cherished keepsake. Yun Ye's right hand caressed the fragrant pouch on his left wrist, a token bestowed upon him by Xiao Yin'er. With a bittersweet smile, he trudged towards the door, each step weighed down by an incessant sigh. "Yun Yi, your letter." A flicker of a smile graced Yun Ye's face as he received the letter. "That letter must be a jest. Yin'er must have hidden it. This letter is a clue." Deep down, he knew he was deceiving himself. He understood Xiao Yin'er's nature too well, gentle and kind, innocent and carefree, devoid of scheming, but still he clung to hope. Yet, fate was unkind. As he tore open the envelope, his heart leapt to his throat. An incident has occurred in the North Border. Parents assassinated. The simple lines cut through his heart like a knife, 1,000 needles piercing his soul. His parents were gone. Yun Yi could hardly fathom it. Father is the king of the North Border, commanding 1,000,000 troops, a formidable presence at the emperor level. One of the top 10 strongest in Huaxia. How could he be easily assassinated? In this world, tears welled in his eyes, crystalline droplets tracing down his handsome cheeks, splattering onto the slightly darkened wooden floor. He continued reading. The assailants remain unidentified. The North Border is perilous. Do not return home, my second brother. Signed, Yun Miao. Yun Yi gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his gaze, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails piercing his skin, crimson blood oozing forth. Yet he felt nothing. Unconsciously, he stepped out of the room, a mere shell of himself, wandering aimlessly along the cobblestone path of the academy. The sky loomed dark, heavy clouds threatening to collapse. Raindrops mingled with his tears, soaking his exquisitely handsome face. Images of his parents' kind faces flooded his mind. In his previous life, he had been orphaned, unaware of the bonds of kinship. In this life, he was blessed with a complete family that filled him with warmth. Having left home at 5, he spent over 13 years within the academy, never truly savoring the love of a father or mother, never accompanying them as they aged, never honoring them properly, not even catching a final glimpse of their faces. He halted, closing his eyes, a dull ache in his eye sockets. Yun Yi gazed up at the heavens, allowing the raindrops to pelt against him, entirely forgetting the pain. A chill coursed through him as the rain soaked through his clothing, trickling down from his shoulders to his chest, icy and biting. He recalled the joyful memories of a happy childhood, the festive gatherings with family. But now, Those memories had turned to shadows, cruel and merciless realities. Yun Ye's throat tightened, rendering him voiceless. Suddenly, boom, boom, the thunder roared in his ears, jolting him violently. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as he crouched down, clutching his head. In the curtain of rain, Yun Yi curled into himself, his body convulsing violently. The rain ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the dim earth was illuminated by the sun. Yun Yi opened his bleary eyes, surveying his surroundings in confusion. The fresh air after the rain seemed to calm him, awakening his spirit. He would avenge his parents. Descending into despair was not an option. Hey, isn't that Yun Yi? A mocking voice rang out as two familiar figures entered his line of sight. They were his sworn enemies, the Hu brothers, Hu Hao and Hu Shan. What a waste! I didn't expect you to be such a fool. You don't even know to find shelter in the rain. Huh? I wonder why the academy retains such a useless person. Their derisive laughter echoed. Under normal circumstances, Yun Yi would have ignored them entirely. But now, rage surged within him, impossible to quell. Yun Yi straightened, his cold gaze fixated on the men before him, his teeth grinding audibly. Murderous intent flickered in his obsidian eyes. What's wrong? Not accepting? You? With no foundation whatsoever. What are you posturing for? They could not fathom why this waste had captured the affections of the campus belle, Xiao Yin'er. Hu Hao wore a smug expression, his eyes filled with disdain. Hu Shan crossed his arms, an air of contempt radiating from his dark gaze. Though Yun Yi lacked a foundational core, he was not some fool to be trifled with. Yun Yi possessed an exceptionally high level of comprehension. He began martial arts at 5 and reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of combat skills by 8. He could be deemed the most gifted in 500 years if he continued on this trajectory. He would reach the Emperor level before 30 and perhaps even break through to the Saint Emperor level in a few decades, becoming the foremost martial artist in a millennium. However, when he attempted to cultivate spiritual techniques, he discovered he lacked a core to store spiritual energy. Over the past decade, Yun Yi had been gradually surpassed by his peers, a situation that left him utterly helpless. Yun Yi remained silent, letting his actions speak for him. With a single punch, he struck toward Hu Hao's abdomen. Hu Hao did not flinch, standing firm like a mountain. Bang! The punch landed. With his earth attribute physique and defensive spiritual techniques, how could a mere martial artist easily break through? Is this the extent of your strength? Not even enough to tickle. Hu Hao smirked disdainfully, silently chanting a mantra, unleashing his spiritual energy. Bang! The shockwave from the released energy made Yun Ye's heart tremble, forcing him to retreat several steps, so powerful. Hu Hao stepped forward, his fist flying toward Yun Yi like a piercing arrow, the sound of the wind trailing behind. Yun Yi steadied himself, his eyes glinting as he sidestepped, moving with an otherworldly grace. The movement he just executed was the Yun family's advanced spiritual technique, ghostly shadow vanishing. Hu Hao clenched his fists, his arm muscles bulging like coiling dragons, channeling all of his spiritual energy. With a powerful push, he struck out swiftly, as fast as lightning, stirring up gusts of wind. The sounds of the wind echoed sporadically. Whoosh! 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 Hu Hao's attacks came in rapid succession, and Yun Yi barely managed to evade them. Utilizing ghostly shadow vanishing, he dodged dozens of strikes without Hu Hao landing a single blow. In a fit of frustration, Hu Hao spread his right palm, gathering spiritual energy into his hand, fingers forming a fist. As a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner, was he truly unable to defeat a waste of a 7th-tier martial artist? With a swift motion, Hu Hao roared, Stone-Shattering Fist. Stone-Shattering Fist, a mid-level yellow-tier spiritual technique, capable of shattering a 100-pound boulder. The punch was executed seamlessly, reaching the peak of a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner. The wind generated by the strike rustled a few fallen leaves, a faint sonic boom echoing. Bang! The speed was so great that Yun Yi had no time to evade. Bang! Yun Yi crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, but was sent flying half a zhang, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, staining the earth. Dust rose, and leaves fluttered. Hu Hao slowly retracted his fist, coldly stating, "A waste can only ever be a waste." looking down at the disheveled Yun Yi from above. His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. Yun Yi, you are destined to be a waste in this lifetime, a waste that will never rise again. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If I were you, I would have given up on life by now. Hu Shan scoffed. Ding dong. System binding in progress. Chapter 2. System binding. Ding dong. System binding in progress. Ding dong. System binding at 1%. Ding dong. System binding at 20%. Ding dong. System binding at 100%. Ding dong. System binding successful. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Yun Yi's mind. The despair etched on his face evaporated entirely, replaced by joy. After 18 years in this world, the coveted power had arrived. The system was successfully bound. Since the age of 2 or 3, as his memories gradually awakened, he had awaited the arrival of this extraordinary power. He had waited for over a decade. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received the welcome gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Yun Yi silently urged within, his heart brimming with anticipation, excitement, and exhilaration. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-hour experience card for the 5th tier Spirit Breath Realm. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Qi technique, Primordial Unity. Yun Yi slightly shook his head without a dantian. Even the finest Qi techniques would hold no value for him. Ding dong. You have obtained a juvenile divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. A wave of joy surged through Yun Yon. Of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird, the god of the south. The Vermilion Bird belongs to the fire element, wielding the south brightly fire, a force capable of incinerating all things, symbolizing the scorching summer of the seasonal cycle. Among the 10 great divine fires, the south brightly fire could be refined with the assistance of the Vermilion Bird for his own use, allowing him to consume everything in existence. The Vermilion Bird possesses the ability of rebirth. Through flames, an adult Vermilion Bird can grant the living the gift of longevity, symbolizing resilience and representing happiness and hope. Yun Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, raising his blood-stained gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing like a hawk, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he smiled faintly. The humiliations of the past could now be washed away with his newfound strength. Now, he had the power to avenge his parents. From this moment forth, his future would be determined by him. A crimson vermilion bird materialized out of thin air, circling around Yun Yi. Use the experience card. Ding dong. Usage successful. The surge of spirit energy enveloped him, filling his entire being with immense power. How exhilarating! He couldn't help but exclaim. The spirit energy radiated outward, exerting a pressure several times stronger than that of Hu Hao. The aura of spirit energy was terrifyingly potent. Is this the power of spirit energy? Yun Yi exclaimed in his heart. Ing, a melodious and crisp sound echoed through the heavens. Hu Hao and his brother were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief at a bird just appeared out of nowhere. And Yun Yi could actually release spirit energy. Wasn't that a power exclusive to spirit practitioners? Did he not like a dantian? How could he possibly release spirit energy? In an instant, Hu Hao and Hu Shan's minds were flooded with 100,000 questions. The juvenile Vermilion Bird turned its head to glare at the Hu brothers, its eyes fierce. With a swift motion, the Vermilion Bird transformed into a streak of red light, appearing before Hu Hao. So fast, Hu Hao's pupils dilated in terror, instinctively striking out with his palm. Smack! What strength could a small bird possess? What did speed matter? It was just a little creature. How much energy could it have? Ing, the juvenile Vermilion Bird let out a sharp cry, deftly dodging Hu Hao's palm. With a flick of its claws, Hu Hao's garment was instantly torn to shreds. Staring at his tattered clothes, his recently purchased new outfit, anger surged through Hu Hao. Bang! Hu Hao chanted incantations, gathering spirit energy into his right palm. This time, he exerted all his strength. He intended to eliminate this foolish bird. The Vermilion Bird unleashed a jet of pure white south brightly fire, the raging flames surging towards Hu Hao. This south brightly fire was immaculate, devoid of any impurities, yet its temperature was extraordinarily terrifying. At the moment of its release, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, and the water on the ground evaporated rapidly. Ahuhao's clothes were burned away completely, collapsing to the ground. Clearly, the juvenile vermilion bird had shown mercy otherwise. Hu Hao would have been reduced to ashes, his soul scattered. Yun Ye's eyes were fixated on the pure white flames, an inexplicable unease washing over him. So fearsome. Is this the power of divine fire? Yun Yi marveled internally. Lacking a dantian, unable to cultivate spirit energy, he had spent the past decade perusing the tomes of the Celestial Academy, acquiring some knowledge about the divine beast, the vermilion bird. Hu Shan, with a face twisted in rage, charged forward, intent on intervening. Swish! Yun Yi moved like a startled rabbit, darting past and standing before Hu Shan, his gaze laced with disdain, delivering a powerful punch. Hu Shan was horrified so fast. Breathless, Hu Shan's eyes bulged, instinctively retreating. Yun Ye's foot pushed off, leaping towards Hu Shan. Stone-shattering fist. Hu Shan clenched his right hand tightly, launching an attack as Yun Yi approached. Although Yun Yi was unskilled in offensive techniques, he relied on the ghostly shadow to slip past Hu Shan's punch effortlessly. In the next moment, Yun Yi struck with a punch. Bang! It connected with Hu Shan's chest. Hu Shan was sent flying 2 zhang away, crashing hard onto the cobbled path. Hu Shan spat out blood, promptly losing consciousness. Yun Yi turned to the juvenile vermilion bird. Let's go, little fire. The juvenile vermilion bird flew to Yun Ye's shoulder, chirping joyfully as if to take credit for their victory. Yun Yi strode away with a light step. Shortly after Yun Ye's departure, students discovered the unconscious Hu Hao and Hu Shan. Hu Hao was left completely naked, creating a large-scale social embarrassment. When the elders of the academy inquired about the incident, the two stammered, eventually revealing that it was Yun Yi who had attacked them. But who would believe such a tale? Could a martial artist without a dantian possibly overpower 2 6th-tier spirit practitioners? The evidence at the scene suggested that the one who had injured Hu Hao and Hu Shan was at least a peak 5th-tier spirit practitioner, making it impossible for Yun Yi to be the assailant. Even the spirit physician explained that the two had simply been rendered foolish. With no notable background, who would take the time to concern themselves with the two of them? More embarrassingly, they had become the laughingstock of the entire school. In Yun Ye's quarters, he brushed the feathers of the little vermilion bird. I can't keep calling you little one, let's name you little fire. Ing! The little vermilion bird chirped excitedly, pecking at Yun Ye's right hand. Yun Yi opened his palm, and the little vermilion bird transformed into a flickering flame, burrowing into his hand, forming a mark of the vermilion bird. Ding dong, temporary mission. Within a month, the host must reach the 4th-tier spirit breath realm. Reward is random. Failure to complete the mission will result in a 10-year reduction in lifespan. Martial realms. 9th to 7th-tier martial artists, 6th to 4th-tier spirit practitioners, and 3rd to 1st-tier masters. Above masters, there are realms such as the Sky Soaring Realm, the Golden Body Realm, the Qi Transformation Realm, and the Emperor Realm, among others. Yun Yi was taken aback, his mouth agape. The dantian is the lifeblood of martial cultivation. How could Yun Yi, born without one, possibly cultivate spirit energy? Thinking of this, Yun Yi cursed aloud. Damn system. Are you trying to make life difficult for honest folk? If there are any shortcomings, I hope readers will point them out in the comments as a novice writer. I seek your understanding. Chapter 3. The Celestial and Terrestrial Phenomena. Rest assured. Host, behold the Hunyuan cultivation method. As the words left his lips, a golden yellow scroll materialized before Yun Yi. The cultivation techniques and spirit skills were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the color of the scroll indicating its rank. Heaven tier scrolls were black, earth tier red, mysterious tier purple, and yellow tier white. The golden yellow scroll before him radiated a dazzling golden light, exuding an ancient and profound aura, upon which the words Hunyuan were boldly inscribed. These 2 characters resonated with power, swirling like dragons and phoenixes in flight, indicating that this object was indeed extraordinary. Yun Yi slowly unfurled the scroll with both hands, his heart brimming with anticipation. The ability to cultivate without a dantian would surely stir a tempest in the world if it were to be known. The essence of Hunyuan lies in the unity of primordial energy, a state where chaos and order coalesce, representing the very beginning of vitality. Yunyi was taken aback. This technique did not cultivate spiritual energy but instead focused on primordial energy. The purity of primordial energy far surpassed that of spiritual energy, making its cultivation 100 times more arduous. Consequently, methods for cultivating primordial energy were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent across the continent. Following the guidance of the Hunyuan technique, Yunyi silently recited the incantation while forming hand seals. The surrounding spiritual energy converged into primordial energy, entering his body through the crown of his head. The overwhelming influx of primordial energy made Yunyi break into a cold sweat, drawing in primordial energy to form the Dantian and gather a sea of spiritual energy. The atmosphere crackled with agitation, winds surged, clouds billowed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds enveloped the sky, casting a foreboding shadow over the world. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, followed by a colossal lightning strike, as thick as an arm, crashing down upon the earth. The earth-shattering sound echoed across the land, as if the world itself had been split in twain by this mighty force. More bolts of lightning, heedless of day or night, surged forth in all directions, while a tempestuous gale ravaged the surroundings, causing the earth to tremble. The elders of the Tongtian Academy raised their heads slightly to gaze at the ominous sky, their hearts racing with trepidation. Celestial phenomena? Heaven bless our Tongtian Academy! Boom! A tremendous shockwave emanated from Yunyi, causing the buildings to tremble slightly. As he slowly opened his eyes, his black irises sparkled with a brilliant light. Akin to stars in the night sky, the dark clouds dissipated, replaced by the sweet fragrance of flowers and birdsong. Above, a rainbow-hued, auspicious cloud materialized. The higher-ups of Tongtian Academy looked on in astonishment. Could it be that the venerable dean had broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? In the imperial palace of the capital, an elegant figure gazed toward the southwestern Tongtian Academy, her delicate features slightly raised. Disbelief filling her enchanting, clear eyes. Celestial phenomena? Come. A cold voice emerged from behind a screen. Yes. An elder stepped forth from the shadows, moving lightly and respectfully kneeling on the ground. Go to Tongtian Academy. The old servant obeys. In the span of nearly a day, not only had Yunyi formed his Dantian, but he had also gathered a sea of spiritual energy. The sea of spiritual energy? Yunyi exclaimed in astonishment. The abundance of spiritual energy within him rivaled that of a third-tier master, an extraordinary feat for someone at the sixth-tier spiritual energy realm, a rarity in the world. The sea of spiritual energy was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Unparalleled would be the most fitting description. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. Today marked the final day of the task deadline. Yunyi sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently practicing Hunyuan. After a month of effort, he had reached the pinnacle of the fifth-tier spiritual energy realm. Regrettably, he encountered a bottleneck, preventing him from advancing to the fourth-tier spiritual practitioner. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept in, flinging open the window, and sunlight flooded the room. Yunyi furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, only to find the temperature in the room plummeting. Who is this esteemed elder visiting? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. As the words left his mouth, a man clad in a blue robe appeared before Yunyi. The blue-robed man had striking brows and starry eyes, his deep black gaze fixed upon Yunyi, exuding an overwhelming aura of ice attribute spiritual energy. How formidable! Yunyi shuddered, feeling as if he were ensnared by a chilling presence. With a flick of his sleeve, the blue-robed man lifted Yunyi into the air. Young one, you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation. I am here to assist you. Unite your mind and spirit, sink your energy into your Dantian, and gather your spiritual energy in your abdomen. Upon hearing the blue-robed man's words, Yunyi obediently closed his eyes and focused his mind. The man gently raised his right hand, unleashing several streams of spiritual energy that flowed into Yunyi's abdomen. Boom! In an instant, a surge of pure and vigorous spiritual energy rushed into him. Yunyi's face flushed, veins throbbing at his temples. Hastily, he gathered his energy to absorb the influx of spiritual energy, stabilizing his cultivation. After what felt like the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yunyi gradually calmed down. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yunyi rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. Humph! The man haughtily snorted. You possessed decent talent. That is why I helped you. I shall take my leave now." With that, the man vanished without a trace, leaving only a pair of icy footprints behind. Emanating a chilling aura, imposing and formidable. "Esteemed elder, you have not left behind your name." Yunye's words trailed off as the blue-robed man disappeared from sight. Sigh. Yunye exhaled deeply, inadvertently fixating his gaze on the icy footprints. "Yenner, how have you been?" Yunye murmured to himself. "I miss you so much. Where are you now?" Xiao Yenner possessed an ice attribute constitution, and these footprints undoubtedly stirred a pang of heartache within Yunye. "I shall find you at once. Yenner, wait for me." Just as Yunye stood, the system's voice rang out. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task. Reward: Advanced Mysterious Tier Offensive Spiritual Skill, Destruction Fist. Ding, temporary task issued. Participate in the Tongtian Academy Inner Court Selection Competition and secure first place. Reward: Random. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment, becoming ugly." "What?" Yunye's face contorted in rage, fury boiling within him. "I must find Yenner." This system was clearly conspiring against him. If the host fails to complete the task, they shall become the ugliest creature in the world. "Even if you find Yenner, will she still like you?" The system teased mischievously. Yunye was rendered speechless with anger. If the host completes the task, the system will grant an additional clue regarding Xiao Yenner. Upon hearing this, Yunye's spirit soared. How long would it take him to find her aimlessly? This seemed a rather advantageous trait. "System, is there a dedicated training area?" Yunye inquired, wishing to practice his spiritual skills, but given his current status, he could not access the Academy's training grounds. It wasn't that he was unworthy of entering the training grounds, but rather that there were numerous complications. A month prior, the celestial phenomena had caused quite a stir. The Academy sought the individual responsible for the phenomena, and various factions were clamoring to recruit him, offering abundant training resources, yet not a single person dared to step forward. He was certain that it was he who had caused the celestial phenomena, and practicing in the training grounds would easily reveal his identity. His current strength was average, and he needed to bide his time until he could avenge his parents. At this moment, Yunye only wished to avenge his parents' murder, find Xiao Yenner, and live a peaceful life. He did not want to become a tool for some powerful faction to dominate. Yes, entering the dedicated training space. As soon as the words were spoken, Yunye was transported into the system's realm. Realm system. Combat realm, 9th tier to 7th tier combat refers to the most fundamental and easily cultivated realm. It denotes a person's proficiency with martial arts techniques, where even a basic understanding of a couple of moves qualifies one as a combat practitioner. Ordinary soldiers typically possess some combat knowledge, and mastery of combat techniques is akin to the skills needed to protect one's home. Spiritual breath realm, 6th tier to 4th tier spiritual breath refers to those who have practiced internal energy. Generally, martial arts sects study combat and spiritual breath simultaneously. However, while combat can yield results in as little as 6 months, one requires over 5 years of experience to achieve anything in the spiritual breath realm. Master realm, 3rd tier to 1st tier, attaining a natural state of mastery, where martial arts are no longer bound by techniques, and every action is instinctual. Sky soaring realm, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, the ability to float in midair without external aid. Golden body realm, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, transforming energy into armor, creating a protective barrier that renders one impervious to blades and arrows. Energy wing realm, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, transforming energy into wings. Emperor realm, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, the ability to manipulate external energies of the same attribute. Divine Emperor realm, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, capable of tearing through space and hiding within spatial rifts. Realm of all laws, early, mid, late. Pinnacle, space traversal, capable of creating spatial tunnels. Immortal, a master of martial arts at the pinnacle of achievement. A Tongtian powerhouse, capable of causing mountains to crumble and space to shatter with a mere gesture, nearly able to contend with the heavens. Saint, capable of creating habitable spaces from the void and traveling through time and space. Chapter 4. To save or not to save? Surrounded by an endless expanse, an island suspended in the void came into view. Upon this island were mountains, rivers, and trees, rich in spiritual energy, a paradise on earth. A realm beyond the mundane. As Yunye stepped onto the island, he felt a profound sense of comfort and warmth. Little fire, come forth. No more slacking off. Yunye extended his right hand. The vermilion bird Mark transformed into a young vermilion bird. Chirp, chirp, little fire rubbed against Yunye's shoulder, looking pitiful. It did not want to cultivate. Hurry up, Yunye urged. System, create a suitable training space for little fire. Understood. Host, ding, vermilion bird training space created. Xiaohua, you may rest assured and cultivate within, and you shall not indulge in laziness any longer. Otherwise, I shall gift you to another as a pet. Yunye declared solemnly. Whimper. Whimper. Xiaohua bird trembled slightly and hastily flew into the spatial system. The destruction fist scroll. Yunye extended his right hand, and the purple scroll floated in midair, radiating a blinding purple light. With a puff, it descended into Yunye's palm. Yunye unfurled the scroll. Advanced Qian-level martial technique. The spirit technique destruction fist. Master it, and a single punch can level mountains. A single punch determines life and death. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his mind, comprehending the essence of the destruction fist. The spiritual energy within Yunye's dantian surged wildly, converging into his fist. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a formidable spiritual pressure. How powerful! Yunye's lips curled into a smile. Ha ha, in less than half a day, I have mastered 1/3 to 1/4 of the destruction fist. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise crossing his gaze, better than he had anticipated. Just then, a shadow shot up and lunged at Yunye. With a loud bang, Yunye was sent flying far away. System. Is this not a dedicated training ground? How is there an assassin here? Yunye cursed inwardly. Had it not been for his extraordinary reflexes, he would have fallen today. Fearing the solitude of the host, the system specifically generated a shadow assassin for training. Listen, thank you. Yunye rolled his eyes. The shadow assassin charged fiercely at Yunye, who activated the ghostly shadow pursuit, the spiritual energy within his spiritual sea continuously surging forth. At that moment, the ghostly shadow pursuit, imbued with golden spiritual energy, was agile and unpredictable, making it difficult to gauge. The shadow unleashed its spiritual energy, launching itself like a bolt from the blue, fingers clenched into fists, aimed at Yunye with the might of a descending divine dragon, not to be trifled with. Yunye dodged to the right, countering with a left punch. The shadow's eyes swept over, retreating several meters. Yunye advanced rapidly, not allowing the shadow a moment's respite, and struck toward its head. The shadow retaliated with a palm strike. The clash of palm and fist produced a resounding boom, reverberating in the ears and causing hearts to race. Stumbling back several steps, Yunye finally steadied himself. How powerful! The shadow and Yunye exchanged dozens of blows, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, the shadow gathered spiritual energy in its right palm, a tempest raging, accompanied by a whistling sound, as the surrounding energy expanded dramatically. Yunye was both amused and solemn, his expression turning grave. This was a peak minor master. Third-grade masters are known as minor masters, second-grade masters as masters, and first-grade masters as grandmasters. System, I truly thank you. Knowing he could not evade, Yunye braced himself for the blow. He spread his palms, channeling the primordial energy from his spiritual sea, coalescing it into his 10 fingers, forming fists, and unleashed the destruction fist. Primordial energy surpasses spiritual energy, if only by a fraction. Now, only by employing primordial energy could he withstand the shadow's strike. The shadow, gathering its strength for an attack, also unleashed the destruction fist. The two fists collided, sending a massive shockwave of energy radiating outward, as both Yunye and the shadow were propelled backward. However, Yunye reacted swiftly, slapping his palm behind him to dissipate the force, and unleashed the destruction fist once more, both fists striking again. The shadow was taken aback, just regaining its footing, and with a thud, the shockwave from Yunye's punch scattered the shadow. Yunye collapsed to the ground. He had exerted all his strength in that battle, barely emerging victorious. Ha, he gasped deeply, his mind blank, and he unexpectedly drifted into unconsciousness. Whimper, whimper, the sound of birds chirping roused Yunye from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly opened them to find Xiaohua perched upon his nose, fluttering its 2 deep red wings. Yunye could distinctly sense Xiaohua's strength had reached the 3rd-tier magical beast level. The ranks of magical beasts range from 1 to 9 tiers. 1st-tier beasts possess the strength of warriors, 2nd tier the strength of spiritualists, and 3rd-tier beasts are akin to master-level warriors. Congratulations, Xiaohua, on your promotion to a third-tier magical beast." Yunyi exclaimed with a smile. He glanced at Xiaohua's feathers. The once blood-red phoenix feathers had transformed into a deeper crimson, more resplendent. Xiaohua proudly flicked its tail, flapping a few times before diving back into Yunyi's embrace. This is quite commendable." Yunyi patted Xiaohua nestled in his arms. He stepped out from the floating island, exiting the system's space. The sky had darkened, and the bright moon hung high, casting a gentle silver glow into the room, rendering it even more serene and beautiful. Closing the doors and windows, Yunyi shed his garments and lay upon the bed, preparing to rest. Whoosh! The window suddenly swung open again. Yunyi became alert. "Who is it?" he inquired. With a whoosh, a cloaked figure leaped through the window, brandishing a dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger was raised to Yunyi's throat, just as Yunyi intended to retaliate with his spiritual energy. An overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy engulfed the entire room. Another Emperor-level expert? Yunyi's expression turned cold in an instant. Today, he was truly unfortunate, encountering two Emperor-level experts in succession. "Kid, listen. I ask, you answer, understand?" the cloaked figure said coldly. The dim moonlight filtered into the room, and Yunyi cast a glance at the masked figure. The snug black attire accentuated an alluring silhouette with long, slender legs. "Beautiful lady, let us keep this amicable." Yunyi flashed a roguish smile, adopting a mischievous demeanor. Before Yunyi could finish, the masked woman tightened her grip around his throat, cutting him off. Cough, cough, cough. "Beautiful lady, spare me." Yunyi struggled with all his might. But the disparity between them was too great, and he could not break free. With a cold huff, the masked woman released her grip. Cough, cough, cough. Yunyi gasped for fresh air, but before he could react, he collapsed into unconsciousness in Yunyi's embrace, two soft, warm forms pressing against his chest, incredibly smooth. The dagger slid from Yunyi's neck, leaving a crimson mark that instantly oozed blood, a shocking sight. "What the hell?" Yunyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to find the masked woman unconscious in his arms. A hint of gravity crossed his gaze. 7-kill poison. The 7-kill poison is the ultimate poison of the 7-kill sect. Those poisoned feel no pain or discomfort, making it difficult to detect, yet it slowly erodes the organs until it becomes fatal. "You are truly fortunate to encounter me, a divine physician." Yunyi stroked his chin. Boasting. Since the age of 3, he had followed a man named Yao Wuxing to learn medicine. Although he could only study with him during the holidays, Yunyi, being exceptionally gifted, had already grasped his true teachings. As Yunyi removed the veil, an unparalleled beautiful face came into view, stunningly gorgeous, as beautiful as a celestial being. The woman before him appeared to be around 16 years old, as if a fairy had descended from a painting. With skin as fair as snow, delicate brows like willows, resembling the sleeping beauty of a fairy tale. To cure the 7-kill poison, one merely needs to apply my self-made divine ointment, the 10,000 poisons antidote. The materials for this antidote were pilfered from the Yun family's treasure vault. After all, the 10,000 poisons antidote can neutralize all poisons, and its ingredients are exceedingly rare. Where is her wound? Yunyi pondered for a moment, realizing that she had fainted. How was he to know where the wound was? If he searched for it himself, she would undoubtedly perish upon awakening. If he did not search, she would die regardless. Yunyi hesitated. Chapter 5. Life and Death Decision. Regardless, human life is paramount. Yunyi steeled himself, slowly pulling open the cloaked woman's top. The pale skin revealed itself before Yunyi's eyes. He swallowed hard, quickly regaining his composure. The waves surged, and the peaks towered into the clouds. Yunyi's gaze shifted to the other side. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. This was his first experience of such a nature. With trembling hands, he cautiously peeled away the clothing of the cloaked woman. The wound was on her abdomen, and Yunyi felt relieved, for he needn't continue searching, which would have been excruciating. Yunyi took the 10,000 poisons antidote ointment and gently applied it to the wound. Hissed the cloaked woman suddenly inhaled sharply, her eyelashes fluttering as she awakened. "What have you done to me?" The cloaked woman glared at Yunyi with fury. "It's nothing. Don't be agitated." Yunyi hurriedly reassured the cloaked woman. The cloaked woman fixed her gaze on Yunyi's hands, then at her own exposed skin. "Ah!" the cloaked woman shrieked, hastily pulling her clothing together. With a slap, Yunyi received a sharp blow to the face. "You filthy man." The cloaked woman's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, a terrifying aura radiating from her being. Yunyi was startled, feeling a jolt of fear. As a man, how could he be afraid of a woman? Although she was an emperor-level expert, only slightly stronger than him. Yes, just a fraction, you foul girl. Dare to insult me? I see you are courting death, Yunyi retorted, gripping the cloaked woman's shoulders. The cloaked woman was pinned down on the bed, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to claim her life. What do you think of me? Today, I shall make you see for yourself. Yunyi leaned in to kiss the cloaked woman's lips, but she attempted to retaliate with spiritual energy, yet found herself unable to summon it. The 7-kill poison had just begun to wane. To fully recover would take at least a week. Oh dear, Yunyi's heart softened, and he quickly consoled her, saying, all right, no more tears. I want to touch you, okay? The woman clad in black ceased her tears and lifted her gaze towards Yunyi. She was taken aback by the man before her, whose handsome visage was striking. Dressed in a flowing azure robe that danced with the wind, his ink-black hair billowed, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with an intoxicating light, complemented by a prominent nose. His demeanor was distinct, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of an aristocratic young master. Yet, recalling how he had scrutinized her form, her emotions became complicated as she choked out, "What do you truly intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Dear sister, you are injured, and I am here to save you." "What do you say?" Yunyi replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. It felt unjust to be attacked while attempting to rescue someone. "I don't wish for anything," Yunyi shrugged. "I simply desire to help you." The woman in black fell silent. To her, these were merely excuses. She blinked her clear, large eyes, shimmering like celestial stars, and said, "Thank you. My name is Yunyi. What is yours?" Lo-E lowered her head, avoiding Yunyi's gaze, as if she were telling a lie. "Oh? How did you end up here?" Yunyi inquired. Lo-E remained silent for a while. Looking down, and Yunyi understood that everyone harbored secrets they were reluctant to share. As dusk approached, he suggested, "It is getting late. We should rest." Lo-E nodded in agreement. Closing her eyes, Yunyi sat cross-legged on the floor, entering a meditative state. Yet, at such a young age, reaching the peak of the 4th tier of spiritual essence, the power behind her must be formidable, perhaps not inferior to the northern frontier, and she might even belong to a hidden aristocratic family. Some of these clandestine families are not to be trifled with, and Yunyi was wise to tread carefully. Since he had saved her, it could be considered that she owed him a favor. The next day, as dawn broke and birds chirped outside, Yunyi exited his meditative state and stretched. "You're awake?" He turned to look at Lo-E, who was sitting up, looking at him with words unspoken. "Huh?" Yunyi raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Lo-E bit her cherry lips and finally summoned the courage to ask, "Could you help me find some clothes?" Her black attire was tattered and inadequate for covering her form. "Of course." Yunyi retrieved the clothes he had prepared for Xiao Yener. Lo-E, with her delicate features and slender figure, donned a crescent white dress that accentuated her beauty even further. "I'll go prepare some food for you. Stay here and don't wander off," Yunyi instructed him. Lo-E nodded obediently, gratitude flickering in her eyes. As days passed, Lo-E's injuries healed considerably, and soon, the day of parting arrived. Here, Lo-E produced a dagger from her sleeve and handed it to Yunyi. "This is Qing Shuang, a gift for you." Yunyi accepted it with a smile, captivated by the dagger's beauty. "Qing Shuang? Truly exquisite." The dagger glimmered with a verdant sheen, its hilt flowing with a captivating light. Measuring over 10 inches in length, with a blade as thin as paper. Yunyi had read about the dagger Qing Shuang, crafted from the finest cold iron, capable of slicing through metal effortlessly. It was said to have been forged by the divine craftsman Ouyang, making it immensely valuable. Lo-E smiled faintly. "I'm glad you like it. Well, I must take my leave." She embraced Yunyi before turning to depart. Yunyi stood rooted to the spot, watching Lo-Yi's retreating figure, a sense of longing welling in his heart. "Yunyi, what are you thinking? Yener is your girlfriend," he reminded himself. With the internal courtyard selection competition set for the next day, Yunyi needed to prepare diligently. Out of 2,000 participants, only 20 would be chosen, and countless peak 4th-tier spiritual essence practitioners would be competing. After several days of effort, He had finally broken through to the peak of the fourth tier of spiritual essence. But he could not afford to be complacent against the multitude of contenders. After all, he was vying for first place at dawn. As the rooster crowed, Yunyi rose early and washed up, with light footsteps. He made his way to the plaza of the outer court. Claiming the first place in the internal courtyard selection was imperative for him, with no fewer than 2,000 competitors on the field. It was regrettable that only 20 spots were available in the internal courtyard. Everyone was fully alert and prepared. Yunyi surveyed the competition, a disdainful smile curling his lips. He was 200% confident in securing first place. Oh, isn't this you in the waist? Daring to participate in the internal courtyard selection, a young nobleman, clad in resplendent attire, mocked Yunyi. Look at those scrawny arms and legs. Yunyi narrowed his cold eyes, directing a piercing gaze at the mocking nobleman. Liao, are you tired of living? Liao burst into laughter, his arrogance palpable. Indeed, I am. I dare you to end my life. Is that so? Yunye's eyes turned icy. If that is your wish, I shall grant it. Yunyi, who do you think you are? Do you believe your martial prowess is sufficient to challenge me? Liao exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could finish, Yunyi had already dashed in front of Liao. Chapter 6, Golden Purple Leaf. How fast? Liao gasped in terror, his eyes wide. Just as Yunyi raised his left fist, a sudden cough interrupted the moment. Liao instinctively let out a sigh of relief. What a close call. Cough, cough. At that moment, a black-robed elder stroking his white beard stepped onto the platform. Surveying the plaza, "Dear candidates, welcome to this year's internal courtyard selection," the elder proclaimed in a booming voice, rich and resonant. This elder was none other than Feng Zhikai, a mid-tier Golden Body Realm elder of Tongtian Academy. This year's internal courtyard selection rules have been altered slightly. There will be no designated platform duels. Instead, we will have a token acquisition battle. The location will be at the back mountain of Tongtian. What? The back mountain of Tongtian? There are third-tier and fourth-tier magical beasts there. It is well known that the strength of a spiritual essence practitioner at the spiritual essence realm could barely contend with a second-tier magical beast. The power of a third-tier magical beast is equivalent to that of a human master, while a fourth-tier magical beast is akin to a human soaring realm expert. The danger level is exceedingly high. However, with so many people against so few beasts, if they unite, they need not fear any magical beasts. One wrong move, and one's life could be forfeit. I have just recently advanced to the fifth-tier spiritual essence realm. Indeed, such a harsh assessment. I am not prepared. In an instant, candidates began to murmur amongst themselves, and many even contemplated withdrawing. Silence. Feng Zhikai bellowed. This is the headmaster's decision. If any of you are dissatisfied, you may leave the examination site at any time. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd. In the back mountain, there are a total of 20 tokens, and the time limit is 3 days. Those who retrieve a token and return to the plaza will advance to the next round. Upon hearing the rules, the candidates fell into a brief silence. 20 tokens mean the elimination of nearly 2,000 candidates. All right, the examination officially begins, Feng Zhikai announced, as soon as he finished speaking. Feng Zhikai leaped into the air, stepping into the void, leaving the plaza. The candidates immediately rushed towards the back mountain, with Yunyi closely following the crowd. Yunyi, wait for me, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning to see a tall young man approaching, Yunyi halted. Zhao Hai, is there something you need? Yunyi, what are you doing here? Each internal courtyard selection typically requires at least a fifth-tier spiritual essence practitioner. Zhao Hai remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yunyi paused momentarily. I'm just trying my luck. What if I can make it? He refrained from disclosing to Zhao Hai that he had cultivated his spiritual sea. After all, even the best of friends cannot be entirely trusted in this world. In this realm, the strong wield the power of decision, and many resort to unscrupulous means to grow stronger. In his previous life, Yunyi had been betrayed by friends. Indeed, with your talent, had it not been for the absence of a Dantian, you would likely be a master by now. Zhao Hai placed a hand on Yunyi's shoulder. Smiling. Let us go. With my strength combined with your intellect, entering the internal courtyard will be a piece of cake. Yunyi chuckled. Although Zhao Hai was a fourth-tier spiritual essence practitioner, there were no fewer than 100 fourth-tier practitioners on the field. with a few even at the threshold of becoming masters. Ha! Let us go. With me around, we'll face no mishaps. Zhao Hai patted his chest confidently. Yunyi remained silent, pondering. Who knows who will assist whom later? Yunyi strode forward, whispering, ghost shadow displacement. Watching Yunyi employ his spiritual technique and dash far ahead, Zhao Hai was taken aback. Wait for me. Not everyone has the agility of a spiritual technique. Zhao Hai hurriedly chased after him, calling out, on top of the Tongtian Tower, Old Bone, what do you think of this year's candidates? Feng Zhikai stroked his beard and chuckled. There will be surprises. Gu Shi, seated in a meditative posture with closed eyes, replied softly. Gu Shi was the headmaster of Tongtian Academy, a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse, one of the top 10 experts in Huaxia. Feng Zhikai squinted, a glimmer of surprise flashing through his eyes. Who? The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged, mystifying. I couldn't care less to know. Feng Zhikai shot Gu Shi a disdainful glance, his tone laced with contempt and disappointment. In the back mountain of Tongtian, Yunyi and Zhao Hai walked along a narrow path. Yunyi moved leisurely, which greatly vexed Zhao Hai. Yunyi, could you hasten your pace? If you go any slower, they will reach the tokens before us, Zhao Hai, with a hint of impatience, remarked, while Yunyi remained silent, halting his steps and closing his eyes, employing his spiritual perception to locate the hidden token. A few hundred meters to the west, there appeared to be nearly 100 individuals. Did you hear me speak? Zhao Hai tugged at Yunyi's sleeve, regretting his decision to team up with him. Suddenly, Yunyi opened his eyes wide and commanded, "Follow me." He then turned and dashed in a particular direction, prompting Zhao Hai to hastily keep pace. I told you to hurry, not to sprint like that. Zhao Hai sighed, shaking his head bitterly, feeling that Yunyi had become increasingly inscrutable and profound. This purple gold jade leaf was discovered by me. Why should you have it? An irate student shouted, unwilling to yield. Why? Simply because I am Li Aohu, the second young master of the Li family from Tongtian County. Li Aohu declared with arrogance, raising his chin, my family is the foremost in Tongtian County. At the mention of the Li family, the expressions of the crowd shifted significantly. Essentially, all present abandoned their attempts to seize the purple gold jade leaf. After all, the Li family was immensely powerful. Who could possibly contend with them? Are you willing to sacrifice your life just to enhance your strength? One student, visibly frustrated, dared not retort and gritted his teeth. Fine, I concede. Humph. At least you know your place, Li Aohu said haughtily. Hand over the purple gold jade leaf. The student clenched his teeth and slowly extended his right hand, presenting the purple gold jade leaf. Just then, a swift azure figure darted past, blocking Li Aohu's path. Wait, came a voice laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Isn't this the useless Yunyi? A useless person daring to provoke young Master Li? Not only a useless person but a fool, acting like a hero in front of young Master Li? He must be out of his mind. Li Aohu frowned, his eyes filled with malice. Yunyi, you truly seek death. I let you off just now, and you think I wouldn't dare to act against you? As the second young master of the foremost family in Tongtian County, he could no longer endure Yunyi's repeated provocations in front of so many onlookers. Heh? Yunyi let out a cold laugh. I give you a chance. Bow 3 times and then roll away immediately, otherwise, I'll ensure you spend the next month bedridden. What audacity! Who wouldn't he boast? Li Aohu, unaccustomed to such humiliation, chanted a mantra. Unleashing a wave of yellow spiritual energy, boom, a terrifying force swept through the surroundings. Half-step minor master. A student exclaimed, Li Ao, who has reached the half-step minor master realm. Li Ao, who truly is a genius of our generation. Achieving half-step minor master status at just 18, unfazed, Yunyi slowly raised his right fist, casually launching a strike. Destruction fist. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted, leaves swirling wildly as a formidable fist wind surged toward Li Aohu. The fist wind contained immense energy, leaving the onlookers in shock. Chapter 7. Overwhelming victory in a split second. The fist wind transformed into a black wave of light, hurtling directly towards Li Aohu. His pupils constricted, and he quickly recited a mantra, gathering spiritual energy for protection, sidestepping the attack, so powerful. Li Aohu could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at Yunyi this time. Yunyi had retracted his right arm, his indifferent gaze fixated on Li Aohu. Li Aohu, do you dare to strike again? Yuan Ye's calm voice resonated throughout the arena, leaving everyone in astonishment. The revelation of Yuan Ye's formidable combat prowess was utterly astonishing. Wasn't he supposed to be incapable of cultivating spiritual energy due to the absence of a dantian? I admit, I underestimated you. Li Ao, whose face twisted with rage as he shot a venomous glare at Yun Yi, however. I am a half-step minor master. Your fist can barely match the strength of a fifth-tier spiritual realm. Yuan Ye's previous strike had only utilized 2/10 of his strength, combined with the power of the advanced spiritual technique, Destruction Fist. That punch had the force of a fifth-tier spiritual realm. Yet, Li Ao, who believed that this strike was Yuan Ye's full power. With a cold snort, Yun Yi remained silent, and in an instant, he unleashed his spiritual energy, golden hues erupting from his spiritual sea, filling the air. He silently recited the primordial mantra, suppressing the extent of his spiritual energy release. His power could not be overly revealed at this moment. He projected his spiritual energy to the apex level of a fifth-tier spiritual practitioner. Spiritual energy release? But isn't Yun Yi supposed to lack a dantian? Some gasped. Fifth-tier spiritual realm? Pathetic strength. He's still a waste. Others sneered disdainfully. Among the more than 100 individuals present, at least 30 had already attained the fourth-tier spiritual realm. Naturally, many looked down upon the fifth-tier spiritual realm. Trash, Li Ao, who scoffed, striding forward with confidence, bellowing, Ao Hu 9 Heavens. Ao Hu 9 Heavens, a low-level attack spiritual technique of the Xian rank. In an instant, afterimages flickered as Yun Ye's steps became eerily unpredictable. Ghostly shadow stealth, Li Ao, whose right fist surged forth, glimmering with a faint purple light. Just as his fist neared Yun Yi, the latter transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Not retaliating, merely evading, Li Ao, whose punches met nothing but air. His frustration mounting as he flailed about like a blind bear, unable to land a hit on Yun Yi. How swift! After more than 100 exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on Li Ao, whose forehead as he thought to himself. This Yun Yi, who is clearly a fifth-tier waste, how has his speed suddenly increased so dramatically? Could it be that his spiritual technique is of a higher tier? As Li Ao, whose thoughts raced. Yuan Ye's fist struck forth. Destruction Fist, boom accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Li Ao, who recited his mantra and shouted, Earth Shield. The Earth Shield, a low-level defensive spiritual technique of the Xian rank, manifested a faint yellow light membrane around Li Ao, who, enveloping him entirely. The yellow membrane solidified into a protective earthen wall, emanating a soft yellow glow. Crash! Yuan Ye's fist landed mercilessly upon the earth shield. A resounding crack echoed, and in an instant, the earthen wall shattered into fragments, dust and debris swirling violently. Li Ao, whose hair became disheveled, and his clothing was torn by the flying rubble, revealing deep crimson gashes upon his skin. A surge of intense pain radiated from his fingers, causing Yun Yi to frown in discomfort. Such a sturdy earth shield, he thought, shaking his hand while a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Li Ao, who, trembling with fear, found his legs involuntarily quaking as a tumult of emotions surged within him. A defensive spiritual technique of the Xian rank? Yuan Ye's strength is so overwhelmingly fierce. Is this fellow even human? With a single punch, he shattered a Xian rank defensive technique. It seemed that the power of Yuan Ye's punch was not inferior to that of the earth shield. Observing Li Ao, whose current plight, Yun Yi smiled coldly. Now it's my turn. With a decisive step, Yun Yi closed the distance to Li Ao, who in an instant, Li Ao, who finally regained his senses and glanced around. Yuan Ye's palm struck fiercely against Li Ao, whose face. Bang! Li Ao, who was sent flying several meters, crashing against a pine tree and sliding down its trunk. He struggled to rise. The next moment he coughed up blood and fell unconscious to the ground. The arena fell silent. What the hell? Yun Yi is so formidable. Is he truly that powerful? A fifth-tier spiritual practitioner has taken down a half-step minor master? Is this even human? Daring to strike Li Ao, who exactly is Yun Yi? Everyone stared at him in shock, as if observing a monster. Zhao Hai, too, was left dumbfounded. This fifth-tier spiritual practitioner was even more impressive than my fourth-tier level. Recalling his earlier words to Yun Yi, an awkward smile crept across his face. This lad, isn't he supposed to lack a dantian? A youth, clutching the purple gold jade leaf, approached Yun Yi, visibly terrified, his earlier actions leaving him dumbstruck. Without hesitation, he cautiously extended the purple-gold jade leaf, believing Yunyi had also come to seize it. After all, the purple-gold jade leaf was immensely beneficial for breakthroughs in cultivation. Despite his reluctance, in the face of absolute strength, surrender was his only option. Otherwise, his fate could be far worse than Li Aohu's. Seeing the trembling youth before him, Yunyi shook his head and turned to leave. The youth paused momentarily, a thought crossing his mind. No, everyone, including Zhao Hai, was left in a daze. How incredibly precious was the purple-gold jade leaf? What exactly was Yunyi's identity? Wasn't he merely a waste without a Dantian? How could he have transformed into such a powerful figure in such a short time? Could it be that Hu Shan and Hu Hao's earlier claims were true? At this moment, someone recalled a month-old joke about how Hu Hao and Hu Shan had been left utterly humiliated after Yunyi had set their clothes ablaze, leaving them naked. Because of that incident, they hadn't dared to show their faces at the Tongtian Academy and had fled back home. It seemed there was truth to it. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. The youth, not remaining dazed, hurriedly pursued Yunyi, handing over the purple-gold jade leaf. Thank you. This is rightfully yours. The youth understood that keeping it would only lead to it being taken away, so it was better to entrust it to this benefactor. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunyi accepted the purple-gold jade leaf, stowing it away. What is your name? Yunyi cast a glance at the youth, realizing it was time for him to gather a few followers for his own purposes. Duan Huayo. Duan Huayo responded eagerly. All right, from now on, you'll follow me, and I guarantee no one will bully you. The look of trepidation in Duan Huayo's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Let's go. Yunyi patted the still-dazed Zhao Hai on the shoulder, leaping into the air and vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Zhao Hai, still in a daze, nodded slowly. Drip, drop, a few raindrops splattered onto Zhao Hai's arm. It's raining, Zhao Hai reminded Yunyi. No sooner had he spoken than a torrential downpour descended, drenching Yunyi and the others in an instant. Follow me, Yunyi murmured softly, then swiftly darted forward. Can you slow down a bit? Zhao Hai complained, unable to bear the erratic pace. Duan Huayo smiled faintly and hurriedly gave chase. Utilizing his soul perception, Yunyi confirmed the presence of a cave ahead. A suitable refuge from the rain. Deep within the cave, a hint of a sinister aura seemed to linger. Chapter 8. The crimson-tailed ghost python. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai wiped the rain from his face, noting how dry it was inside. Yunyi, how did you know there was a cave here? Just a guess, Yunyi replied nonchalantly. Zhao Hai, exasperated, muttered, Can you stop boasting? You seem to attract all the good fortune in the world. Yunyi merely rolled his eyes, unwilling to argue. You two should take off your wet clothes and build a fire in the cave to dry them, Yunyi instructed. Zhao Hai nodded in agreement, while Duan Huayo, not daring to slacken, rushed to the cave entrance to gather some dry twigs that had not been soaked, igniting a fire. The cave was long and shrouded in darkness, with the three of them huddled at the edge, too wary to venture deeper. What if a third-tier or even a fourth-tier magical beast ambushed them? Their lives would be at stake. A chilling wind swept through, stirring the smoke deeper into the cave. The three sat around the fire, cross-legged, placing their hands on their knees, using their spiritual energy to ward off the encroaching cold. Before long, the sound of footsteps reached Yunyi's ears. Brothers, there's a cave ahead. Let us take shelter from the rain first. We'll search for the token later. Yunyi opened his eyes, slowly rising, while Zhao Hai and Duan Huayo quickly tensed up, ready to confront any potential threat. At that moment, 8 youths entered the cave, scanning their surroundings. The leader approached the fire with a dismissive expression, and the other 7 gathered around as well. Zhao Hai and Duan Huayo exchanged glances, then looked at Yunyi, hesitant to act without his lead, hoping he would make a decision. As soon as Yunyi began to speak, the leader scoffed, This is our territory. If you know what's good for you, scram, otherwise, it'll be the end of you. A cold glint flickered in Yunyi's eyes. The end of me? Ha ha ha, kid. I think you're tired of living. How dare you provoke me? The leader laughed heartily. Do you know who I am? He was none other than Luo Pingxian, son of the Sea King Luo Feng from Haizhou. One of his lackeys stood up arrogantly. Oh, so we have royalty among us? Yunyi sneered derisively. In the northern frontier, which dominated 3 states, even the reigning empress treated the Yun family with deference. a mere son of the Sea King. To Yunyi, he was insignificant. Once, the northern frontier boasted two emperors, the former king, the Battle Emperor Yun Yuan, and the vice-marshal, the Thunder Emperor Lei Huan. Alas, Yun Yuan had fallen, and the northern frontier was no longer what it once was. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The strongest in Haizhou was merely the mid-stage of the Golden Body Realm. Golden Body Realm? There are at least 10 in the northern frontier, Zhao Hai remarked, noticing the murderous intent in Yun Ye's gaze as he heard the name of the Sea King's son. He hurriedly intervened, "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding." Yun Yi shrugged off Zhao Hai's hand and slapped Luo Pingxian across the face. The cave fell silent. Not only Luo Pingxuan's 7 companions were stunned, but even Zhao Hai. Duan Huaiyou and Luo Pingxian himself were rendered speechless. They never expected Yun Yi to be so audacious as to strike their leader. Luo Pingxuan's followers immediately erupted in fury. "You little bastard, how dare you hit our young master Luo? We won't let this slide," one youth shouted angrily. Another glared at Yun Yi. "I see you're asking for death." This was a perfect opportunity for flattery. The 7 lackeys could not let it slip by. To them, Yun Yi was nothing but trash, a useless nobody, especially with Luo Pingxian present, emboldening them. Yun Yi remained silent, silently chanting a mantra, forming hand seals, and releasing his spiritual energy. In an instant, golden spiritual energy radiated from Yun Yi. Pure and unblemished. Just as Yun Yi raised his fist, the 8 youths displayed panic-stricken expressions, akin to frightened rabbits, hastily fleeing the cave. "Is that it?" Yun Yi chuckled softly. "What a bunch of cowards. Not an ounce of courage. Yet they dare to stir up trouble." "Yun Yi," Zhao Hai nudged him on the shoulder, stammering, "What are you doing?" "What?" Yun Yi replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed at Zhao Hai's stuttering. A chilling hiss echoed in Yun Ye's ears. Startled, he turned to look. Suddenly, a 3-tiered magical beast, the crimson-tailed ghost python, appeared. Unlike other 3rd-tier beasts, this was a prime specimen, as dangerous as some 4th-tier beasts. The python measured a full 4 meters, its head resembling antlers, its body a deep green, and its tail like that of a chicken. In the center of its serpentine body, however, was a scale radiating golden light, creating a stark contrast. A putrid odor assaulted the senses, inducing nausea. From ancient times, it was said that a snake becomes a python after 100 years, a dragon after 1,000. This beast had evidently cultivated for several hundred years. Yun Yi furrowed his brow. Concern etched on his face. In a standoff, neither human nor serpent dared to make a move. "Run! Are you waiting to die?" Yun Yi shouted, turning on his heel to flee. Upon glancing back, he saw the other 2 had already sprinted 100 meters away. "What a team!" Yun Yi sighed, hastening to catch up. After running several miles, the crimson-tailed ghost python continued its relentless pursuit. Split up, Zhao Hai and Duan Huaiyou exchanged glances, darting in opposite directions. The protagonist was indeed the protagonist. The python pursued only Yun Yi. "Damn it!" Yun Yi cursed vehemently. "Is it trying to take my life? System brother, save me. Host, don't you have little fire?" "Oh, right. Little fire. Come forth." Yun Yi halted, his right palm open. The vermilion bird mark vanished in an instant, and a young crimson bird materialized before him. An ancient divine beast. The vermilion bird? The crimson-tailed ghost python halted abruptly, turning to flee, despite both being 3rd-tier beasts. Little Fire was a divine beast, its exquisite bloodline far surpassing that of the mere crimson-tailed ghost python. "Little Fire, go, avenge me!" Yun Yi pointed at the python. With a swift cry, Little Fire shot forth like an arrow, unleashing the pure and immaculate South Mingli fire. The anguished hissing of the python echoed throughout the mountainside. In no time, Little Fire triumphed over the crimson-tailed ghost python. The South Mingli fire could incinerate all, and the python was no exception. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a glittering golden scale. "Well done. Come back, Little Fire." Yun Yi opened his hand, his face beaming with joy. Little Fire transformed back into the vermilion bird mark on his palm. Yun Yi picked up the scale, exclaiming, "Dragon scale." How could a mere python possess a dragon scale? Regardless, he had stumbled upon a treasure. In a few days, if he tempered it with the South Mingli fire, it could very well be forged into an invulnerable, fire and water-resistant protective garment. Yunyi boss. Voices from Zhao Hai and Duan Huayo echoed nearby. Chapter 9. Half-step minor Grandmaster Yunyi stored the dragon scale and hurried towards the sound. Yunyi, are you all right? I'm fine. What about the crimson-tailed ghost python? Well, it ran away, Yunyi replied, his eyes involuntarily shifting left. What? It ran away? Zhao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting as he stared at Yunyi. That python is a prime third-tier magical beast. What could have scared it away? This area is dangerous. We should leave, Zhao Hai urged, if the crimson-tailed ghost python fled. What do you think is nearby? Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback, a glint of panic flashing in his eyes. Something that can scare off a crimson-tailed ghost python must at least be a fourth-tier magical beast. Realizing this, Zhao Hai turned and fled. Oh my, I haven't even married yet. Yunyi and Duan Huayo couldn't help but chuckle at the cluelessness of their companion. Yunyi and his companions discovered a tree hollow, which was dark, damp, and filled with dust. Small spider webs hung from the top of the hollow, giving it an air of desolation. Holding a torch, Yunyi surveyed the surroundings and, finding no danger, decided to spend the night there. Goodness, this pitiful tree hollow, I can't believe you can sleep here. Zhao Hai scoffed, clearly unwilling to spend the night in such a place. Very well. You are noble, you are aloof, you are extraordinary. Go outside, for the night brings forth many magical beasts in the back mountains. Yunyi raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, Young Master Zhao, aren't you afraid of anything? TCH. Who's afraid of whom? Zhao Hai grumbled as he stepped outside, declaring, You two take care of yourselves. Once Zhao Hai departed, the tree hollow fell silent. At the entrance, Yunyi ignited a bonfire, its flames illuminating the interior of the hollowed. A distant howl of wolves echoed through the air, followed by the piercing cry of a monkey carried on the wind to Zhao Hai's ears. The cold wind howled as the faint moonlight filtered through the trees of the back mountains, casting shifting shadows that deepened the eerie atmosphere. Oh my, Yunyi, you truly lack consideration. It's so dangerous outside. And you didn't stop me. Zhao Hai shivered at the entrance of the hollow. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Zhao Hai instantly clamped his mouth shut, his senses heightened. Without warning, a rabbit leaped from the underbrush. Ah! Zhao Hai screamed in fright, but upon realizing it was merely a rabbit, he sighed in relief. I should just go back. What if he laughs at me? He murmured to himself. Life is more important. My pride means nothing. After a torturous internal struggle, Zhao Hai finally took the decisive step forward. Isn't that young Master Zhao? How could you deign to lower yourself to this wretched tree hollow? Yun Ye's mocking voice rang out. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth. I was just worried about you too. Yun Ye rolled his eyes. You certainly are chivalrous, hee. Duan Aohua stifled a laugh. You two rest for now. I plan to break through to the next level tonight. Yun Ye ceased his mockery of Zhao Hai, aware that a fierce battle awaited them in the coming days. Though he felt unafraid against any single candidate among the 2,000, facing dozens or even hundreds united would render him hopeless, making escape nearly impossible. His reputation within the Tongtian Academy was infamous, a worthless individual who had garnered the affections of the campus belle. Xiao Yenner incited envy and resentment among the youth. It was not inconceivable that they might band together against him. He needed to enhance his capabilities, and though he could not attain the strength to face 1,000 foes in such a short time, he at least required the ability to escape. What? You plan to reach the next level? Do you think ascending realms is as easy as drinking water? Yunyi responded dismissively, sitting cross-legged and silently reciting his incantation. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a golden light, an ethereal dragon-shaped energy swirled around him. Inside the golden membrane, Yunyi consumed a purple-gold jade leaf, channeling energy from his brow into his spiritual sea. As the night slipped away, Yunyi remained entrenched in his ascension. Has an entire night passed? Why is Yunyi still not finished? Let us wait a bit longer. The cultivation method he practices seems to be even more formidable than the Xian stage. Perhaps more challenging than for the average person. Duan Aohua observed the golden light, unable to see what transpired within, and they had no choice but to wait patiently. Very well, we shall guard him. As the energy surged from his brow, coursing through his meridians and into his spiritual sea, his blood vessels expanded and his bones resonated. Within the spiritual sea, the golden energy grew increasingly refined and potent. Finally, the golden energy transformed into a liquid state, flowing gently, boom. The golden liquid suddenly exploded, filling his body with energy. With a thunderous sound, Yun Ye's aura surged exponentially. Half-step small master. How powerful! Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua instinctively stepped back, their hearts racing as they felt the overwhelming force emanating from Yun Yi. Half-step small master. How is that possible? He was merely at the 5th grade spirit breath realm, and in just one night, he ascended so drastically, the golden membrane expanded into the air, sparkling like stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yun Yi radiated a dazzling golden light, resembling a celestial being, exuding an air of solemn authority. Seeing the astonished expressions on Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua, Yun Yi paused, smacking his forehead as he thought, I forgot to have the system help conceal my power. Yun Yi, you've broken through to half-step small master. Zhao Hai's eyes sparkled. Just yesterday, he was still at the 5th grade spirit breath realm, and now Yun Yi had surpassed him overnight, evoking a pang of envy, yet his heart swelled with joy for his friend's success. Yes, we can now search for the tokens. Yun Yi nodded. Since he had revealed his strength, he decided to stop concealing it. After all, Zhao Hai had been a brother for 6 years. A modicum of trust existed between them. Remember, do not disclose my strength. Rest assured, boss, I am quite tight-lipped. Duan Aohua patted his chest confidently. Zhao Hai, you must control your tongue. Yun Yi turned to Zhao Hai. Don't worry, I will strive to keep my mouth shut. Zhao Hai's character was well known to Yun Yi. He often couldn't restrain his tongue and loved to boast. Yun Yi fell silent, mentally reciting the number 96226. Emerging from the tree hollow, Yun Yi utilized his soul perception to locate the tokens. Discovering that there were no fewer than 1,000 individuals in the northwest, he deduced that a fierce competition for the tokens was underway. With a swift leap, he headed northwest. Humph! There are 3 tokens here, and we have 5 people who desire them. How shall we divide them? A dandy, holding a folding fan and clad in fine garments, spoke. This individual, named Gong Fei, hailed from the Gong family in the southern province and possessed the strength of a half-step small master. There are clearly over 1,000 people here, yet they claim there are only 5. This was merely due to the formidable backgrounds of these 5 individuals, which deterred others from provoking them. A misstep could endanger their families, leaving them no choice but to act as henchmen or mere spectators. Very well. I will offer 10,000 taels. At that moment, Li Ao, who, supported by others, shouted loudly. Tisich, who here cares for your 10,000 taels? Luo Pingxian scoffed, disdain evident on his face. You've become a waste, yet still come to snatch tokens. Luo Pingxian ridiculed Li Ao, who. But Li Ao, who dared not retort. Luo Pingxian was of royal blood, not someone the Li family could afford to provoke. We shall compete in martial arts to determine the outcome. Send your underlings to the stage. Let us not harm our friendship, another youth suggested. He was Jiang Ping, son of the Jiang family from the imperial capital, also a half-step small master. Very well, it is settled. A stunningly beautiful woman smiled flirtatiously. She was Xia Linger, daughter of the emperor of Shazhou. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi felt displeased. He had initially planned to watch from the sidelines, but given the current circumstances, that was no longer an option. Chapter 10. Ascending during battle, Yun Yi took a decisive step forward. I find this unacceptable. A cool voice emanated from the crowd. A figure clad in green emerged from the throng. Yun Yi? Li Ao, who gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his glare on Yun Yi. Luo Pingxian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yun Ye's escape from the 3rd-tier elite magical beast. The scarlet-tailed ghost python.it was known to possess peak 2nd-grade master-level power, and 5 half-step small masters could do little against it. How could a mere 5th-grade spirit breath realm waste possibly escape? After a moment, Luo Pingxian regained his composure, his eyes filled with rage, rivaling that of Li Ao, who. Both men felt humiliated in front of the crowd and were unwilling to swallow their pride. Yun Yi cast a glance at the two, ignoring them. Today, I have reserved these 3 tokens. His cold voice echoed through the air. What? Yun Yi must be out of his mind. These are the 5 great talents of this generation. Did he think he was invincible after defeating Li Ao, who yesterday? Truly unaware of his own limitations. Ha ha ha. A 5th-grade spirit breath realm waste dares to claim all 3 tokens for himself? Who does he think he is? The crowd expressed their astonishment before bursting into laughter. convinced that Yunyi had lost his sanity. Humph! Arrogant and ignorant brat. Do you think you can challenge me? Jiang Ping scoffed coldly. Dato? You are certain you wish to face me alone? Yunyi replied indifferently, raising his eyelids. Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned. How could this waste be so audacious? Very well, time is short. And the task is heavy. You all can come at me together. Yunyi waved his sleeve decisively, exuding an aura of authority. The crowd erupted into murmurs. You arrogant fool, today, I shall teach you a lesson. Luo Pingxian charged forward, his figure blurring as he unleashed a swift attack. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as someone in the crowd gasped. A swift strike. A mid-level Xian stage offensive technique. Focused on speed with supplementary power, emphasizing rapid strikes against slower opponents. Is that all? Yunyi smirked, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Too slow. Yunyi silently recited the incantation, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian down to his heels. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward with a resounding thump. Swiftly sidestepping, he evaded Luo Pingxuan's attack and delivered a punch aimed at his abdomen. That strike, akin to a cannonball, sent Luo Pingxian hurtling several meters away, crashing to the ground and spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His face ashen. A hush fell over the onlookers, their faces etched with shock as they gasped in disbelief, regarding Yunyi as if he were some kind of monster. Such speed, such terrifying physical prowess. What manner of prodigy is this? A mere instant kill against a half-step minor master. Is this merely theatrics? Disbelieving gazes fixated on Yunyi.at, the fifth-tier spirit breath realm. How fearsome indeed. Some began to doubt the authenticity of their own spiritual cultivation. Humph! You're not exactly low-key yourself, Zhao Hai muttered. I thought you were quite lofty. In truth, had Luo Pingxian truly regarded Yunyi and given it his all, he would not have suffered such a defeat. Alas, his innate arrogance and self-righteousness provided Yunyi with the opportunity to strike. In that moment, Yunyi unleashed his spiritual energy, a brilliant golden light radiating from his spiritual sea, dazzling the spectators and causing their hearts to tremble. What pure and potent energy! A half-step minor master. In a single night, how could Yunyi possibly have advanced to such heights? This time, he did not conceal his strength. His opponent was simply too weak. Yunyi's energy surpassed theirs by a significant margin, leaving him unconcerned. Even if all 1,000 gathered were to attack him at once, he was confident he could seize the tokens and retreat unscathed. Yunyi regarded the 5 individuals before him, their expressions frozen in astonishment, and coldly declared, I shall take the 3 tokens. After a prolonged silence, the 5 exchanged glances, then resolved to confront him together. Could they truly not defeat Yunyi as fellow half-step minor masters? 5 against 1. Surely, even Yunyi could not withstand that. Such was their collective thought. Very well, Yunyi. If you can overcome us 5 today, the 3 tokens shall be yours, Jiang Ping stated with a grim countenance. United, they felt no fear even against a second-tier master. Could a half-step minor master truly intimidate them? Please. Yunyi smiled slightly, gesturing with his hand. Humph! Jiang Ping snorted, leading the charge. Yunyi executed the ghostly shadow technique, dodging with unique and elusive steps, making him nearly impossible to capture. Thud. One after another, they were propelled out of the arena, while Yunyi remained unfazed. Too weak. I shall take the tokens. He stepped forward to claim the tokens. Wait! The 5 slowly rose to their feet. Their dignity had been trampled by Yunyi today. This must be resolved. No holding back. Unleash your ultimate techniques. Luo Pingxian called out loudly. 5 streams of differently colored spiritual energy erupted forth. In an instant, the spatial energies quaked and roared as a tempest arose, the weather shifting dramatically, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Boom! The heavens and earth darkened, ominous clouds enveloping the surroundings, pressing down upon the crowd as if the apocalypse had arrived. What terrifying might! What was their intention? Yunyi was taken aback. Was this a life-or-death struggle? Silently reciting the incantation, he summoned the energy from his spiritual sea, golden vitality bursting forth in blinding radiance. With a thunderous boom, a golden beam shot skyward. Coiling around it were ancient golden dragons. Roar! The golden dragons bared their fangs and claws, howling into the sky, their voices like rolling thunder, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Dai, Yunyi. The five unleashed their ultimate techniques, pouring in every ounce of their strength. The fierce winds howled like wild beasts, the dark clouds roiling ominously, plunging the entire world into shadow. Dust and debris swirled violently. Six energies converged, and at their point of collision, a deep 2-meter pit formed, expanding outward in a circular fashion. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, feeling their hair stand on end. Such a collision of energies was truly horrifying. Suddenly, Yunyi trembled. Could it be that he was about to break through again? This surge of energy would perfectly aid him in fully absorbing the power contained within the purple gold jade leaves. As the storm subsided, the onlookers were astonished to see the scene within the pit. Yunyi sat cross-legged at the bottom, completely unharmed, seemingly in the midst of an ascension. Is this not treating the situation with due seriousness? Ascending amidst battle? In stark contrast, the other four, save for Sha Ling'er, were barely clinging to life, struggling to remain upright. Their clothes tattered and their appearances disheveled. Go, Ling'er. Kill Yunyi. Liaohu gasped, his voice weak and powerless. Sha Ling'er gazed at the ascendant Yunyi, captivated by his handsome visage. She had harbored a secret admiration for him for many years. With Xiao Yiner's departure and Yun Ye's terrifying strength, she felt emboldened to pursue him, despite her father's disapproval of their relationship. Now, however, things had changed. Sha Ling'er unleashed her advanced sand-based attack technique, Sandstorm Fury, but only employed a fraction of its power. While its appearance was formidable, it bore no real lethality. Thus, Sha Ling'er essentially remained unaffected by Yun Ye's earlier punch. Now, with Liaohu urging her to kill Yunyi, how could she comply? What are you dawdling for? I'll give you a token. Cough, cough, I agree. The other three quickly chimed in. I disagree. Sha Ling'er's voice rang out sharply, piercing through the crowd, causing them to believe they had misheard. What? Jiang Ping exclaimed in disbelief. I said I disagree. Sha Ling'er reiterated her stance. Brothers, whoever kills Yunyi today shall receive a token. As her words echoed, the gathered crowd stirred with excitement. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Sha Ling'er positioned herself beside Yunyi, ready to defend him, while Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua rushed to stand by his side without hesitation. Several of Sha Ling'er's younger followers joined her, while some, upon hearing the promise of a token for killing Yunyi, switched sides. Ultimately, only about 10 stood by Yun Ye's side. 10 against 1,000? The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Observing this, Sha Ling'er's remaining followers quickly chose to abandon their former allegiances. Now the scene unfolded as 3 fought against 1,000. Zhao Hai's lips twitched as he silently comforted himself. So be it, even if I die. I'm not afraid. Yunyi, once this is over, you must treat me to a good meal. Thus, an intense battle ignited. Chapter 11. Instantaneously defeating a minor master. Thud, thud, thud. Spiritual energy surged forth, each hue radiating with intensity. Sha Ling'er recited the incantation, unleashing her advanced attack technique, Sandstorm Explosion. This move was renowned as a signature technique of the Sand Emperor. Sha Zhan Dai in the past, Sha Zhan, possessing only half-step ascendant realm power, had instantly defeated 10 peak first-tier masters. This time, she poured forth her full strength in the blink of an eye. The sky darkened, and furious winds roared. The previously quelled energies of the heavens and earth erupted once more, swirling violently as spiritual energy rapidly concentrated within the whirlpool formed in Sha Ling'er's hands. This vortex grew increasingly solid and expansive. Boom! With a deafening crash, the ground before Sha Ling'er was obliterated into fragments, forming a vast pit several meters deep. A cacophony of screams echoed from within the pit, followed by a group of individuals scrambling out in disarray. Their faces marked with terror. Some bore expressions of sheer disbelief, their eyes reflecting profound fear. They had never anticipated that the half-step minor master before them could possess such terrifying might, such a powerful attack. Had this half-step minor master ascended beyond humanity, approximately 300 to 400 individuals instantly lost their combat capabilities, while hundreds more fled in panic. Now, fewer than 200 remained on the field. However, that recent strike had been the entirety of Sha Ling'er's strength. Now, she struggled to keep herself upright and had already lost her ability to fight. The tremendous clash had attracted the attention of the remaining 700 to 800 candidates. Whoever kills Yunyi shall be rewarded with a token, Gong Fei shouted with all his might. The newly arrived 800 candidates, unaware of the reasons for the fierce battle, were nonetheless captivated by the mention of tokens. Their eyes gleaming with desire as they fixated on Yunyi, as if they had glimpsed a fortune. However, fearing Sha Linger, they hesitated to attack. Facing a fortune, they deemed their lives more precious. After all, one should not risk their life for a token. Suddenly, Sha Linger collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. She could no longer hold on. In mere moments, Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua were knocked to the ground. Just as a fist approached Yunyi by a mere centimeter, the sound of birdsong pierced the heavens. Chirp! A crimson shadow zipped past. The fist was caught, leaving behind bloody streaks. Whoosh! South Mingli fire ignited fiercely. Swirling around Yunyi, in an instant, the cries of despair filled the air. Little fire danced joyfully around Yunyi, circling him. Chirp! What new monster is this? At that moment, a figure floated gracefully upon the branches. Upon seeing this person, Luo Pingshuan's eyes sparkled as if he had seen a savior. Dragon brother, quickly, kill Yunyi. I'll offer you 10,000 taels. This individual was named Long Kuan, a prodigious talent with terrifying strength. Already at the minor master level, however, it was regrettable that he hailed from humble beginnings, his parents being simple farmers. What could possibly transpire next? Long Kuan furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed at the two enormous pits before him. Along with the multitude of bodies sprawled on the ground, numbering no less than 100, upon hearing the sum of 1,000 taels, his interest was piqued. Are you truly willing to offer 1,000 taels for Yunye's life? Absolutely, without a doubt. Luo Pingxian quickly nodded, his tone resolute. Then produce it. Luo Pingxian was momentarily taken aback, retrieving 300 taels worth of silver notes from his sleeve and tossing them to Long Kuan. This is the initial payment. Long Kuan accepted the banknotes, stowing them away, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yunyi. Although Xiao Hua was merely a third-tier magical beast, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Long Kuan, possessing a wind attribute physique, was far swifter than Xiao Hua. Moreover, Xiao Hua, having battled tirelessly against 1,000 foes, was already utterly exhausted. With a fist launched forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Imbued with unparalleled power, Long Kuan surged toward Yunyi at a critical moment. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot toward the heavens once more. Yunyi had successfully ascended, now wielding the strength of a third-tier minor master. The shockwave emanating from the golden pillar propelled Long Kuan backward. Suddenly, Yunyi vanished from his original position, reappearing directly behind Long Kuan, delivering a punch with a roar. Destruction fist? Long Kuan was sent 10 meters away. Crashing to the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth as he lost consciousness. One strike to vanquish a minor master of the same realm? Yunye's power was astonishing. Any more challengers? He bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, reverberating into the skies. The remaining onlookers quickly capitulated. With Long Kuan defeated, approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Witnessing no one step forward, Yunyi collected 3 tokens, escorting Zhao Hai, their companions, and Xiao Hua away from the crowd's gaze. Yunyi returned to the tree hollow to rest. Thank you. This token is your reward, he said, extending one of the tokens to Sha Linger. Sha Linger's large, watery eyes regarded Yunyi. I accept my loss. This is yours. Seeing that Sha Linger refused, Yunyi insisted, placing the token firmly in her hand. This is to express my gratitude for your assistance. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. With that, Yunyi turned, handing the other 2 tokens to Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua. You two should head back first. I will search for more tokens. Zhao Hai looked at Yunyi and suggested, why don't we accompany you? It would be nice to have company. You are both injured. It would be best for you to return to the academy. Yunyi replied, his back turned as he departed the tree hollow. Where are you going? Sha Linger called out, hastening to catch up. I am, of course, in search of tokens. Yunyi cast a sidelong glance at Sha Linger, his tone cool and detached. Though Sha Linger was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Xiao Yin'er and Luo Yi, failing to capture Yunye's attention. Feeling a surge of frustration, Sha Linger thought to herself, I am a campus belle, pursued by countless suitors, yet in Yunye's eyes, I am invisible. Love requires courage. Determined, she declared, I will accompany you. No need. Yunyi replied decisively, leaving no room for argument. Sha Linger's voice turned sweet and gentle. Yet she was met with Yun Ye's blunt dismissal. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I merely wish to repay your kindness in delivering the token. She devised various strategies, hoping to spend a bit more time with Yunyi. Feelings require nurturing. The battle Yunyi fought had become the talk of the town. Securing a token was effortless and natural. Very well. I announced the promotion slots to be Yunyi, Liaohu, Luo Pingxian, Sha Linger, Zhao Hai, and Duan Aohua. Due to the injuries sustained by these candidates, the Academy has decided to postpone the next examination for 1 month, Feng Zhikai proclaimed loudly from the platform. Akin to a deity announcing the fates of mortals, candidates, please return to recuperate thoroughly in preparation for the final examination. After 3 days of relentless activity, Yunyi lay on his bed, resembling a lifeless dog. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, tearing through the roof of his abode. A red, spirit-infused innate fruit materialized out of thin air atop Yunye's roof. Finally, it has emerged, the figure in the black robe smirked, darting toward the innate fruit with lightning speed. Chapter 12. The Four Great Emperors Boom. Deafening sound reverberated across the entire Tongtian Academy, echoing like a roaring divine tiger throughout the 9 provinces. What is happening? I was trying to sleep. Yunyi chuckled, bemused by the sudden influx of fortuitous encounters. But I am human and in need of rest. He looked up, his gaze fixated on the shattered ceiling, tiles crashing to the ground, his expression grave. Before long, a gaping hole, several dozen meters long and over 10 meters wide, appeared in the ceiling, from which a scarlet celestial fruit floated suspended in the air. The innate fruit, blood-red like agate, was enveloped in wisps of mist, ethereal and elusive, beckoning to be touched. Yunye's heart raced, a chill running through him. He understood that the innate fruit contained natural power, a treasure of unparalleled worth. Instinctively, he leaped up, reaching out to grasp the innate fruit. Suddenly, a black shockwave, resembling a crescent moon, surged through the void at lightning speed, accompanied by a fierce howling sound, hurtling toward Yunyi. It's over! Yunye's pupils constricted, his body shuddering. Clearly, he had no time to react. It's the critical moment. A layer of stone bones erupted from the ground, enveloping Yunyi within. With a resounding crash, the black crescent shockwave collided violently with the stone bones, releasing a blinding flash of light. In an instant, it was as bright as day. Within the explosive chaos, a formidable wave of energy surged, devastating everything within 100 meters, shattering windows and obliterating trees. Observing the stone bones before him, the fear evident in the black-eyed figure diminished significantly. Yunyi let out a long sigh of relief, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Emo Sha, do not harm my Academy's disciples. A thunderous voice echoed from the south. Following the sound, Yunyi turned to see the Academy's principal, Gu Shi, a late-stage emperor-level powerhouse. Oh, is that not Principal Gu? The figure in the black robe removed his hat. His tone laced with mockery, disdain in his gaze as it fixed upon Gu Shi. The figure in black was none other than Emo Sha, the leader of the Seven Kills sect, a prodigy of the century. Having reached the peak of the Emperor realm by the age of 50, now over 100 years old, his power had reached the terrifying zenith of the Emperor realm. In the world today, only a handful of individuals possess strength at the peak of the Emperor realm. Emo Sha, Tongtian Academy does not welcome you. Depart at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Gu Shi's expression turned serious. As he silently chanted incantations, gray spiritual energy surging from his dantian. Ruthless? Who do you think you are? Am I your opponent? Emo Sha retorted, his demeanor unperturbed, his eyes not even meeting Gu Shi's as he fiddled with his hands. Suddenly, a chilling aura approached from the north, belonging to the azure-clad man who had assisted Yunyi in his ascension. What a lively scene! I shall join in, the man in azure chuckled lightly. Xiao Yuan, do you really think that with your mid-stage emperor strength, you can claim the innate fruit? Emo Sha sneered, disregarding him entirely. Ha, even this old beggar has come to join the fun. A raucous laugh echoed as a disheveled old man swept in, landing beside Gu Shi. Principal Gu, you are indeed courteous. You have even invited this old man, Hong Lu. I shall rely on you to help the Academy protect this innate treasure. Gu Shi clapped Hong Lu's shoulder. Hong Lu, the leader of the Beggars sect, was a pinnacle emperor-level powerhouse. Rest assured, with this old beggar here, who dares to make a move? Hong Lu picked his nose, his expression one of disdain and contempt. Hong Lu! Emo Sha's face darkened, realizing that this attempt to seize the innate fruit would not be easy. Come, let us begin the battle. The Tao Emperor and the Monk Emperor have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. The Sand Emperor and the Thunder Emperor are far afield. It is just the four of us, Hong Lu said impatiently. I have not fought in ages. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Lu struck out with a palm, summoning a golden dragon that roared fiercely, carrying overwhelming might as it charged toward Emo Sha. Dragon subduing 18 palms. The dragon's wrath. Emo Sha's brow furrowed, his fingers coming together in a swift motion, sending forth a black moon shadow toward the golden dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The two violent energies collided, producing thunderous explosions that shook the very fabric of the void. The golden dragon was torn apart, while the black moon shadow disintegrated into specks of light. Hiss! Seeing this, Hong Lu gasped, astonished. Not bad with that, he took a step forward, treading upon the void, charging toward Emo Sha with unmatched speed. Hee. Emo Sha, I shall test you as well. Xiao Yuan smiled lightly, radiant blue light shimmering beneath his feet, resembling rippling water expanding outward. Xiao Yuan glided across the ice, moving with unparalleled swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Emo Shi also lunged toward Emo Sha, revealing his late-stage emperor cultivation. Striking down with a palm, unleashing a terrifying force that distorted the void, the air crackling with sharp sounds, boom, buzz. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the void. Hemph! With a grunt, Emo Sha swiftly retreated several dozen meters. Bang, bang! Emo Sha's fists flew toward him, engaging with Xiao Yuan, Hong Lu, and Gu Shi in a fierce exchange, neither side gaining an advantage. Emo Sha's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the trio of Hong Lu, Gu Shi, and Xiao Yuan, cursing inwardly, damn it. So many experts have emerged. Hee, Emo Sha, do you not wish to fight? Come on. Hong Lu grinned wickedly, daring him. Embrace the death that the 7 Kills sect brings. Emo Sha let out a furious roar. And in that instant, his entire being erupted with a dark radiance, his aura surging wildly, his power escalating abruptly. What is happening? Gu Shi's expression shifted slightly. Whoosh, 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 streams of fine black light shot forth from Emo Sha's body, transforming into a multitude of blades that filled the sky, enveloping Gu Shi and the other 2.7 Kill Judgment, the advanced attack technique of the Xian rank, 7 Kill Judgment, which Emo Sha had once utilized to annihilate 3 formidable emperors in a heartbeat. What a powerful technique! Hong Lu gulped deeply, his eyes wide with terror. This technique must be met head-on. Otherwise, the academy will be utterly destroyed. Gu Shi's face grew serious as he slowly clenched his right fist, a mighty energy surging forth relentlessly. Resisting the barrier, Hong Lu unleashed the strongest palm from the 18 dragon-subduing palms, its might rivaling that of an Earth-rank attack spirit technique. 10,000 miles ice-breaking kill. Xiao Yuan also prepared his most formidable strike, ready to counter this terrifying move. 10,000 miles ice-breaking kill. An advanced attack spirit technique of the Xian rank. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. In an instant, an endless wave of blade light surged toward them, obliterating everything in its path, the scene utterly magnificent. The blade light was so fearsome it took one's breath away, rendering evasion impossible. Bang! The 4 forces collided violently, creating a deafening explosion akin to a thunderclap. The terrifying energy waves spreading unchecked, causing vast structures to collapse instantaneously. The void trembled violently, the air and spiritual energy boiling fiercely. Had the point of collision not occurred in mid-air, the entire Tongtian Academy would have surely been annihilated. Yunyi was left dumbfounded. He had witnessed powerful confrontations in his youth, but they had always been restrained. This was his first glimpse of a desperate battle between emperors. The immense shockwave from the collision sent the innate spiritual fruit suspended in the air, hurtling toward Yunyi. Suddenly, the innate spiritual fruit collided with Yunye's mouth. Cough, cough. Yunyi coughed incessantly, nearly choking to death. What? Emo Sha, leaning on his injured body, turned pale, his eyes bloodshot. gritting his teeth in furious indignation as he helplessly watched Yunyi consume the innate spiritual fruit. To obtain the innate spiritual fruit, he had fought desperately, only to inadvertently benefit someone else. Now, injured and having lost the innate spiritual fruit, retreat was the only viable option. You all wait for me. I will return. With that, Emo Sha vanished into the void. At that moment, Yunyi was undergoing a torment 1,000-fold. Chapter 13. The Power of Nature. The energy within Yunyi swelled, akin to a volcanic eruption. The terrifying spiritual energy shooting skyward. The innate spiritual fruit released a torrent of pure spiritual energy, nourishing Yunyi's flesh. For a brief moment, Yunyi felt utterly at ease. Bang! Just then, a subtle tremor coursed through his spiritual sea, as if something were about to break free. The fire attribute energy within his spiritual sea surged to the surface of his skin. Suddenly, Yunyi's body ignited. Huh? Yunyi exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this happen? Why was his flesh ablaze? Yunyi struggled frantically but could not escape the fiery embrace, helplessly watching his clothes burn away. As his garments neared complete destruction, he attempted to mobilize spiritual energy to form a protective membrane. But the energies within his spiritual sea resisted his command. Jiyu Shi, Xiao Yuan, and Hong Lu, witnessing the scene, quickly leapt to Yunyi's side. Xiao Yuan extended his index and middle fingers, unleashing several streams of ice attribute spiritual energy that entered Yunyi's forehead. As the flames dissipated, Yunyi once again recited the incantation, channeling spiritual energy to create a golden membrane that enveloped his body. Jiyu Shi and Xiao Yuan observed Yunyi, nodding slightly, seemingly optimistic about this student. Little brother, how about joining our beggar clan? I will take you as my personal disciple. Hong Lu smirked. He noted Yunyi's exceptional physique and the purity of his spiritual energy, recognizing a once-in-a-century talent, especially after he had consumed the innate spiritual fruit. Hey, are you poaching right in front of me? Gu Shi shot a glance at Hong Eliud. By the way, kid, how about becoming my son-in-law? Xiao Yuan smiled faintly. My daughter is quite beautiful. Just as Yunyi was about to decline, a sweet voice called out from a distance. Yunyi. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he hurriedly grabbed a tattered blanket and draped it over himself. Sha Linger rushed to his side, anxiously asking, Are you all right? Seeing Sha Linger's concerned expression, Xiao Yuan seemed to understand. Jiyu Shi tossed Yunyi a piece of clothing. Sha Linger blushed furiously, quickly turning away as if she had seen something inappropriate. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi had donned the clothing. All right, let's go drink. Xiao Yuan expressed disappointment at losing a talented son-in-law opportunity and, without waiting for Yunyi's response, turned to Gu Shi and Hong Lu. Gu Shi and Hong Lu nodded, and the three of them vanished simultaneously. I'm fine. Yunyi looked at Sha Linger's worried demeanor, feeling his earlier coldness melt away, softly saying, Then your house is so damaged. Come stay at mine, Sha Linger replied gently. Yunyi was taken aback. This? Sha Linger suddenly recalled something, her face flushing as she lowered her head and murmured, Don't get the wrong idea. My room was built by my father. It's a small courtyard, not a typical student dormitory. Just then, Zhao Hai arrived. Yunyi, are you all right? Zhao Hai strode toward Yunyi. What a coincidence. Miss Sha is here too. Zhao Hai glanced at Sha Linger. Sha Linger's eyes were filled with hostility toward him, seemingly laced with murderous intent. Seeing you are safe is great. Well, Yunyi, I have something to attend to. Zhao Hai paused, then awkwardly scratched his nose and turned to leave. Oh, Zhao Hai. Before Yunyi could finish, Zhao Hai had disappeared without a trace. I shouldn't go. That wouldn't be appropriate. Men and women should maintain their distance. Yunyi watched Zhao Hai depart, awkwardly smiling at Sha Linger. I am not afraid of any girl. Why should you be? Sha Linger's tone suddenly intensified, as if she had transformed, pulling Yunyi toward her small courtyard. Yunyi was taken aback, offering no resistance, unable to recover for a long while. Those words left him speechless. Miss Sha, please. The next day, the dean, Gu Shi, sent someone to summon Yunyi to the Molin. Molin was the place where Dean Gu Shi cultivated in seclusion. Abundant in spiritual energy, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Dean, you called for me? Entering Molin, Yunyi saw Gu Shi in meditation, lowering his voice in fear of disturbing him. Jiyu Shi retracted the swirling energy before his abdomen, placing his hands on his knees, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and opened his eyes, looking toward the source of the sound. Yunyi. How well have you mastered your natural power? I can now easily summon and dismiss flames. Yunyi extended his right hand, palm open, as a yellow-white flame surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This yellow flame was considerably weaker than the southern brightly fire, lacking its terrifying might, the temperature only slightly inferior. It seems your talent is commendable. You have been granted such a fortunate opportunity. You originally possessed a wind attribute physique. This natural power has enhanced the fire attribute energy within you. You are now one of the rare individuals with dual attributes. Wind and fire complementing each other, a perfect match. From your current state, it appears you have grasped the first layer of natural power. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Yunyi felt a surge of joy. I humbly request your guidance, Dean. To reach a higher realm, you must comprehend the mysteries of natural power. What you need to do now is connect with nature using your consciousness and body, feeling its existence. With that, Gu Shi closed his eyes to resume his meditation. Yunyi stood pondering for a while, attempting to communicate with nature as the dean instructed. Gradually, he sensed a subtle connection. As if he had become one with nature, the fire attribute energy within him igniting, the temperature around him soaring, leaves swirling, branches dancing. In an instant, the yellow flames erupted around Yunyi, this time without igniting his clothes. Yunyi opened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that he had integrated the natural power into his very flesh? Excitedly, Yunyi raised his right arm, directing the fire attribute's spiritual energy to his fingertips. His fingers clawed, aimed at a pine tree, and he waved lightly. In an instant, the pine tree snapped, leaving behind a charred claw marked. Gu Shi silently nodded, acknowledging Yunyi's talent and understanding. You may return and practice at your own pace. The disciple takes his leave. Yunyi bowed respectfully and exited Mo Lin. During the time Yunyi stayed in Sha Linger's small courtyard, she remained by his side daily. Yunyi wished to cultivate within the system only at night. After all, he was staying in her house and couldn't drive her away. Yunyi resided on the second floor of the small courtyard, while Sha Linger occupied the first floor. Every morning, at the crack of dawn, Yunyi would hear the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Yunyi, are you in there? Outside, Sha Linger's sweet voice rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Yunyi, I've prepared breakfast for you. Outside, the delicate and melodious voice of Sha Linger resonated. Soon, after a month's time, the damaged buildings of Tongtian Academy were largely restored, and Yunyi finally returned to his beloved small room. After a month of recovery, Yunyi could now easily control the flow of flames. He intended to wait until the internal selection competition concluded before deciding to study alchemy. He could not squander his fire affinity physique. Today marked the commencement of the second round of the internal selection competition. Chapter 14. The Great Melee. Today was the ranking match of the internal selection competition, with no students being eliminated. Many students arrived early at the Spirit Duel Arena of Tongtian Academy, hoping to secure front-row seats to witness this extraordinary contest. This match represented the finals of the new generation of talents from Tongtian Academy and was among the rare top-tier competitions for the youth across the realm. Numerous students from external academies and disciples from various sects came with a learning attitude to appreciate this ranking match. As dawn broke, the sun rose majestically, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Yunyi's handsome visage. Yunyi rubbed his bleary eyes, stretched lazily, and donned his blue robe. He pulled aside the curtains, and a blinding ray of sunlight struck him, causing him to squint. Wow! How beautiful! He couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze enchanted by the resplendent golden sun in the distance. For today, he would receive exhilarating news, a piece of information regarding Xiao Yan'er. Soon, he would be able to meet her. When that moment arrived, he would not let go, nor would he allow Xiao Yan'er to leave him again. He had awaited this day for a long time, ever since Xiao Yan'er had vanished. He had been waiting until now. His excited heart made him forget to wash up as he dashed out of his room. As he opened the door, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. Sha Gunyang, is there something you need? Yunyi understood her purpose for visiting today, but instinctively, he asked, let us go to the Spirit Duel Arena together. Yunyi knew he could not shake off the enchanting beauty before him, so he reluctantly agreed. However, not wanting any rumors to reach Xiao Yan'er, he continued, let us go find Zhao Hai and the others. With more people around, it would be less likely for rumors to spread. Sha Linger paused, fully understanding his implication. Yunyi was concerned others might misunderstand their relationship. Yunyi, let us go. A familiar voice rang out from a distance. Yun Yi and Sha Linger turned to see Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua approaching. Seeing Sha Linger present, Zhao Hai, as Yun Yi's staunch supporter, would surely not accompany him to the spirit duel arena. We'll head out first. Zhao Hai turned, pulling Duan Aohua along, whispering, wait, let us wait for the boss. Duan Aohua was puzzled by Zhao Hai's intent. Don't you see what the boss is doing? Zhao Hai raised an eyebrow, grinning. What is he doing? Duan Aohua asked, confused. Are you a fool? Zhao Hai was taken aback, astonished by such a dim-witted teammate. Bro, Sha Gunyang is right there. It would be inappropriate for us to stay. We should leave. Yunyi wore a deathly smile, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he gazed at Zhao Hai. Look, Yunyi is angry. You should be embarrassed, boss. Zhao Hai pointed at Yunyi. Duan Aohua looked toward Yunyi. Let us hurry and leave. The boss is getting mad. Right. Zhao Hai took off running. Boss, we have matters to attend to. We leaving first, Duan Aohua called out to Yunyi before turning to flee. Zhao Hai, Aohua, you too, Yunyi bellowed. Yunyi is furious. Run for your lives, Zhao Hai muttered under his breath. What kind of foolish teammates are these? Yunyi cursed inwardly, feeling utterly exasperated. Sha Linger, observing Yun Ye's agitated demeanor, stepped forward and embraced his right arm. I'll accompany you. Don't be angry. This beautiful lady before him could not capture Yun Ye's attention, for his heart had already belonged to Xiao Yin'er. Yunyi wriggled free. Let us go. I wonder how this year's competition differs from previous ones. All right. Sha Linger once more clung to Yun Yi's arm, holding tightly. This time, unexpectedly, Yun Yi did not break free. Thus, they walked into the spirit duel arena, maintaining a sweet smile and an intimate posture. The moment Yun Yi and Sha Linger entered, the crowd fell silent. Then, an uproar erupted. Yun Yi is truly fortunate, with the goddess Xiao Yin'er in front and the campus belle Sha Linger at his side, though he is merely slightly less handsome than I am. Why do I not have a goddess pursuing me? Sob, heavenly spirits bless. May I witness Yun Yi's embarrassment. Let him be the first to be eliminated. Voices of envy, jealousy, and hatred surged within the spirit duel arena of Tongtian Academy. Sha Gunyang, can you let go now? Yun Yi scanned the surroundings, offering an awkward smile. As Sha Linger noticed the multitude of gazes fixed upon her, she felt a rush of embarrassment and hurriedly released him. Her face flushing crimson, her heart racing to an unprecedented rate. Thump thump. Yun Yi stood beside her, faintly hearing the sound of Sha Linger's heartbeat. Upon entering the resting area for the competition, Yun Yi's eyes gleamed with fierce intent as he approached Zhao Hai. You really are something. This statement carried a double meaning, bro. Your affairs are my affairs. Zhao Hai chuckled, genuinely perplexed by Yun Yi's words. Bravely continuing, filled with murderous intent, yet believing he hadn't done anything wrong, bro. Yun Yi pulled Zhao Hai aside, chuckling. Yun Yi clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Yun Gu, don't mess around. With a teammate as divine as I am. How could you hit me? This is unjust. Then I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you, my divine pig teammate. Yun Yi lunged forward, landing punch after punch. Ah! The cries of distress rang out continuously. What have I done wrong? Zhao Hai covered his face, questioning in grievance. You dare to leave me alone with Sha Linger. You don't want me to live, do you? No, big brother. Isn't Sha Gunyang your sister-in-law? If you're with your sister-in-law, why wouldn't you live? I am innocent with Sha Linger. All right, Yun Gu, I understand. I'll make Su. Suddenly, with a jolt, he opened his eyes, and the entire world seemed to slow down significantly. Luo Pingxian once again unleashed his mid-level mystical technique, Flash Strike, the mere heartbeat. Luo Pingxian dashed before Yun Yi, his fist mere inches from Yun Yi's abdomen. Whoosh! Yun Yi vanished without a trace. Luo Pingxian was momentarily stunned. He had once again underestimated Yun Yi's prowess, as well as the elusive technique, Phantom Shadows. Yun Yi's movement was ghostly, leaving behind afterimages to confound his adversaries. Luo Pingxian mistakenly took one of Yun Yi's phantoms for the real thing. A fleeting glance revealed Yun Yi delivering a powerful side kick. With a resounding thud, Luo Pingxian was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. 6 candidates from the 4th realm of spiritual energy were subsequently hurled out of the arena. 2 colliding with the wall and 4 tumbling to the ground. In the audience, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. 1 against 11, and yet he held his ground. Was he even human? Soon, Sha Ling'er, Zhao Hai, and Duan Aohua dispatched the remaining 5 candidates from the realm of spiritual energy. Only 9 remained on the field. The third-tier small sect master, Long Kuan, observed as his teammates were successively eliminated. His eyes narrowing in disbelief. You all handle Yuan Ye's allies. I will contain Yuan Yi first. Long Kuan's expression was grave. He had previously fallen to Yuan Yi due to his own carelessness. This time, he absolutely could not afford to lose with that. Long Kuan leaped into the air, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Yuan Ye's face. Yuan Yi deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Long Kuan snorted coldly, his right leg swinging through the air again, but Yuan Yi effortlessly dodged once more. Slap, slap, slap. Long Kuan unleashed 3 powerful strikes with his left hand, each infused with formidable spiritual energy. Yuan Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He planted his toes into the ground and leapt back to create distance, sidestepping once more. He then clapped his palm backward, utilizing the gust of wind to rebound and activate phantom shadows. Whoosh! He appeared behind Long Kuan, raising his right fist. Long Kuan hastily turned, launching a counterpunch. Thud! The 2 fists clashed, a fierce surge of energy sweeping across the entire Douling arena. Both Yuan Yi and Long Kuan were forced to retreat. Just then, Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua were sent flying out of the arena in succession. Sha Ling'er found herself engaged 2 against 1, gradually beginning to falter. As Yuan Yi retreated to dissipate the shockwave. Li Ao, who suddenly pounced towards him. Ao, whose 9 heavens. Yuan Yi, prepare to meet your end. Li Ao, who smirked, a sense of vengeance finally within his grasp. Initially unaware of the impending threat, Yuan Yi was alerted by Li Ao, whose shout. He retaliated with a punch, which transformed into a golden dragon, the sound of wind slicing through the air echoing as it roared towards the heavens. Thud! Li Ao, who was sent flying from the arena. What a fool! Long Kuan and the others cursed. We were so close to success, and that idiot had to shout. Just as Yuan Yi regained his footing, a beautiful figure suddenly leaped into his arms. It was Sha Ling'er, who had been knocked away by Gong Fei and Jiang Ping. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, her enchanting eyes blinking in a daze. Yuan Yi quickly pushed her away. Sha Ling'er steadied herself, a surge of anger rising within her. Am I really that detestable? She thought, lowering her head, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. If you don't like me, then don't catch me. Yuan Yi furrowed his brows, silent for a moment before responding indifferently. I'm sorry that it's unnecessary. Sha Ling'er turned and fled the arena. A hush fell over the crowd. What just happened? Damn it, Yuan Yi, you made my goddess Sha Ling'er cry. Yuan Yi, you are such a scoundrel. Ignoring the commotion, Yuan Yi continued to face his opponents. This was not his fault. He would explain things to Miss Sha later. Phantom shadows, annihilation punch, thud, thud, thud. The arena resounded with explosions. Yuan Ye's speed escalated, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Cries of despair echoed throughout the arena as Luo Pingxian and his comrades were successively eliminated. Now, only Long Kuan and Yuan Yi remained on the field. Yuan Yi, I truly admire you. Long Kuan's gaze was fervent, excitement flickering in his eyes. You are worthy of me revealing all my cards. Prepare yourself. With that, Long Kuan's right arm bulged with muscle, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Boom! Frenzied God Command. This secret technique could temporarily elevate one's realm. Long Kuan had discovered this technique in a hidden cave during his youth. When he was still naive and wandering about, stumbling upon a cave that housed 4 tomes, one of which contained the secret technique Frenzied God Command. Thus began his path as a martial cultivator. Had it not been for Yuan Ye's appearance, he would have undoubtedly claimed first place this year. In the blink of an eye, Long Kuan's power surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd-tier Master Realm. And then the 2nd-tier Master Realm. Thud! Long Kuan delivered a punch aimed at Yuan Yi. Yuan Ye's eyes widened in shock. He executed a roll to evade the blow so powerful, he could not afford to be careless. The gap between the 2nd and 3rd-tier Master Realms was not trivial. A cold smile escaped Yuan Ye's lips. Then let this be decided with one strike. All right. Long Kuan laughed heartily, just as I wish. Frenzied God Palm. Long Kuan bellowed, his right hand coalescing into a palm print, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surging forth. The force of the palm intensified rapidly, charging towards Yuan Yi with lightning speed. Thud. The frenzied god palm, a high-level mystical technique, was as formidable as the annihilation punch. Yunyi silently recited the incantation as his spiritual energy surged forth wildly, condensing at his fingertips, forming a fist that he launched with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, creating a tempest that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a violent wind erupted, engulfing the entire Doling arena in a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, a 2-meter-deep crater suddenly emerged in the arena. Standing within the pit like a divine being was Yunyi, exuding an aura of solemnity and authority, impervious to defiance. In stark contrast, Long Kuan knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I admit defeat." Long Kuan conceded, completely accepting his loss. Yunyi was far stronger than he had anticipated. A chorus of cheers erupted. "Oh, Yunyi, I love you. I want to bear your children," shouted an unabashed girl. "Yunyi, the most handsome. Yunyi, I love you." At that moment, Yunye's expression darkened. While he recognized his own attractiveness as the Academy's heartthrob, it paled in comparison to the enthusiasm of the crowd. These girls were utterly fanatic. "Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. I hereby announce that this year's Inner Academy selection champion is Yunyi." The crowd erupted in a deafening uproar. Countless gazes fixated on Yunyi. Long Kuan looked on with envy, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Congratulations to classmate Yunyi for becoming the champion of the Inner Academy selection, Dean Gushi announced with palpable excitement. Long Kuan gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Yunyi before sweeping his robe and stepping closer. "You are strong. I will strive to surpass you." With that, Long Kuan turned and departed. "Classmate Yunyi, come to Molan tomorrow at noon." "Understood, Dean." Yunye's heart raced with exhilaration. That moment, all he wanted was to return to his dormitory to claim his temporary system task reward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his room. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host, for temporarily completing the task. You have received a 3-hour experience card of the pinnacle of the Golden Body Realm." Yun Ye's eyes filled with disdain. Experience cards were the most useless items in his view. He would inevitably reach the pinnacle of the Golden Body Realm. His true goal was the Sage Realm. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a clue regarding Xiao Yin'er." Ding dong clue. Xiao Yin'er is related to the Ice Emperor, Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yunyi recalled the day Xiao Yuan had mentioned making him his son-in-law. Could it be that Xiao Yuan is Xiao Yin'er's father? It seemed Xiao Yuan had misunderstood his relationship with Xia Ling'er. In the presence of a potential father-in-law, how could he be entangled with other women and still expect approval for marrying his daughter? Chapter 16. The Treasure Pavilion. Yunyi let out a bitter laugh. Regardless, he needed to find the Ice Emperor, Xiao Yuan.as for Xiao Yuan's whereabouts. Yunyi was confident that Dean Gushi would know. Now, his foremost priority was to comfort Xia Ling'er. "I should check on Xia Ling'er first. After all, she has helped me a great deal. I cannot let her be upset because of me." Yunyi sprinted towards Xia Ling'er's courtyard. As he entered, the sound of weeping immediately pierced through the air. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Slowing his pace, Yunyi took a deep breath and knocked gently on the door. Knocking softly, he attempted to draw the attention of those within. However, there was no response, only the sound of continued sobbing. Xia Ling'er was persistently crying, without pause. "Miss Xia? What are you doing? Open the door," Yunyi called out anxiously. Upon hearing Yunye's voice, Xia Ling'er cried even harder. Ignoring him, "Woo-woo." "Ah." Realizing he had to pull out all the stops, Yunyi called out, "Ling'er, it's me, Yunyi. Open the door. I have something to say to you." Using an exceptionally gentle tone, he spoke softly. This was the first time he directly referred to Xia Ling'er as Ling'er. Having previously only called her Miss Sh as expected, the door creaked open. "What do you want?" Xia Ling'er wept softly, her eyes filled with anger yet flickering with a hint of excitement and joy as she gazed up at Yunyi. Before he could finish his words, she abruptly slammed the door shut. Quick as a flash, Yunyi stopped it with his foot, exclaiming, "No, no, Ling'er." Xia Ling'er swung the door open again. "Actually, I wanted to tell you something." Yunyi gently wiped away her tears, fixing his gaze upon her as he said, "In truth, I have always." Upon hearing this, Xia Ling'er's heart raced with overwhelming excitement. She pulled Yunyi into the room, declaring, "No need to say more, I am willing." Yunyi, bewildered, realized that Xia Ling'er had misunderstood his intentions. "No, Linger. What I meant to say is, but Schalinger would not grant him that opportunity, insisting, no need to say anything. I understand. Understand what? I won't be left empty-handed. Yunyi muttered to himself. You are truly mistaken. Without further ado, Schalinger rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his .at that moment. Yun Ye's mind spiraled into chaos, and he quickly turned away, exclaiming, No, no, no. You misunderstand. I meant to say, I have always regarded you as a sister. His words rushed forth, driven by the fear that Schalinger might act inappropriately. Hearing the word sister, Schalinger froze, then collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yunyi sighed deeply and reached out to help her up, but she refused to accept his assistance. Linger, I am sorry. My heart belongs only to Yenner, he said, filled with remorse. Schalinger wiped her tears away defiantly, stating, No need for apologies. You owe me nothing. From now on, you shall walk your path while I tread mine. Yunyi pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. If you are willing, shall we become sworn siblings? Schalinger paused in surprise, but eventually nodded slightly. She was certain she had chosen wisely. If Yunyi were to be with her after Xiao Yenner departed, then he would be a scoundrel. Could she still harbor feelings for him? Since she could not be his girlfriend, being his sister would at least grant her a reason to seek him out and see him. All right, I agree. Schalinger wiped away her tears, her voice weak, though she wished it were otherwise. Still, this seemed the most suitable outcome. Then, sister, I shall take my leave. With Schalinger's consent, it was best not to linger to avoid unwanted gossip. Brother, can you stay with me for a while? Schalinger suddenly grasped the hem of Yun Ye's shirt, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Observing her tear-streaked face, Yunyi felt a pang of guilt. Very well, brother will accompany you. But first, you ought to wash your face, Schalinger smiled through her tears, quickly turning toward the bathroom. Yunyi settled down in the living room with a cup of tea. After a while, Schalinger emerged, looking refreshed and composed. The following morning, Yunyi set out early for Moulin, seeking the headmaster, Gu Shi, in hopes of learning more about the Ice Emperor, Xiao Yuan. Upon entering Moulin, he found the headmaster meditating. Yunyi, did I not instruct you to come at noon? Gu Shi remarked without opening his eyes, his tone icy. Headmaster, I urgently need to discuss something with you. Yunyi scratched his head awkwardly. Feeling a bit bashful, Gu Shi remained with his eyes closed, asking, What is it? The Ice Emperor, Xiao Yuan, do you know anything about him? Why do you ask? Is it for Xiao Yenner? Gu Shi's words pierced through the air, revealing his awareness of Yun Ye's relationship with her. Elated, Yunyi realized he had been right all along. I hope the headmaster can provide guidance. He pleaded deeply, bowing. Ha. Xiao Yuan is Xiao Yenner's father. I know where they are, however. You must retrieve an item from the treasure hall by noon today for me to divulge this information. Gu Shi slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet and flicking his sleeves. What item? Yunyi asked, excitement bubbling within him. I do not care what it is. You must procure a high level or a high level. This was Gu Shi's test for Yunyi. High level and were the pinnacle treasures of the Tongtian Academy's treasure hall. To gain entry, one had to either achieve remarkable feats or secure first place in the Inner Academy selection competition. Most critically, once inside the treasure hall, one would only have an hour to search for treasures and could only take one item out. Yunyi paused. He was determined to obtain the best possible item upon entering the treasure hall. He had little interest in mid-level items. All right, then I shall return at noon. Gu Shi resumed his seated meditation. Closing his eyes once more. At noon, the headmaster led Yunyi to the treasure hall of the Tongtian Academy's Inner Academy. The treasure hall appeared quite shabby and small from the outside, occupying only about 100 square meters. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Shi halted, forming hand seals as purple light flickered and incantations escaped his lips. Suddenly, the grand entrance burst forth with dazzling light, transforming the originally dark door into a magnificent golden portal. Step inside. Gu Shi waved his sleeves and motioned for Yunyi to enter. Without hesitation, Yunyi stepped through the resplendent threshold. Pushing the door open, he was astonished, his mouth agape. The exterior may have been drab and dilapidated, but within lay a world of opulence. The palace-style architecture exuded lavish elegance, adorned with ancient, exquisite murals and totems, pleasing to the eye. The spacious interior housed countless treasures, radiating rich spiritual energy. Yunyi felt invigorated, as if immersed in a hot spring. every pore in his body relaxing. As he walked along the corridor, treasures lined both sides, elixirs, weapons, and numerous rare and precious ores, along with spiritual techniques. Each item emanated an air of mystery, cocooned in a powerful protective barrier of spiritual energy. Wow, what an incredible treasure haul! It's like a veritable earthly vault. A high-level, Ling Jujian, a low-level, Wan Shui. After approximately 15 minutes, however, Yun Yi had yet to find a single high-level, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Ding-dong alert. The host may utilize soul perception to search. Right? I never expected this old system would know how to alleviate the host's worries. As he spoke, Yun Yi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to release his soul perception, exploring the entire treasure hall in hopes of uncovering something. 30 seconds passed, then a minute, and 10 minutes went by. After roughly 20 minutes, Yun Yi finally sensed a powerful energy at the entrance. He sprang to his feet and raced toward the door, craning his neck to discover a scroll of spiritual technique radiating a piercing purple light, enveloped by an exceptionally strong force, a fine item. Yun Yi leaped up to grasp the scroll encased in the purple light, gently bringing it to the ground. Clutching it with one hand, he attempted to extract it with the other, but it remained immovable. In fact, his excessive force caused the light membrane to quiver violently. Gathering his energy, Yun Yi concentrated the spiritual power in his palm, channeling all his strength for a powerful strike. With a resounding crack, he was sent flying several meters, his heart racing. What immense power! Gathering his strength, he unleashed the spiritual energy from his right fist, executing the destruction fist. The force was unstoppable. Yun Yi was once again propelled backward, this time soaring dozens of meters before crashing against the wall. Finally coming to a halt. This impact drew blood from him. Damn it, I've lived 2 lifetimes and still can't handle you. You wretched thing. Subsequently, bang Yun Yi, you have 5 minutes left. When the time is up, you must exit. The headmaster Gu Shi's voice echoed from outside. Hearing Gu Shi's call, Yun Yi began to calm down. All right, if brute force won't work, then I'll take a softer approach. If that too failed, he would truly be at a loss. Yun Yi gently reached into the purple light membrane. With a crack, the purple membrane shattered, and Yun Yi retrieved the scroll of spiritual technique. You think you can toy with me? Damn it! Looking down at the purple scroll in his hands, he saw the words Qin Long Kong he inscribed boldly in his previous life. Yun Yi had read Jin Yong's Tian Long Babu, which featured a martial art called Qin Long Gong, capable of short-range, remote retrieval of objects and capturing enemies. The effect of the spiritual technique should be similar. As he unfurled the scroll, he discovered it was a high-level control spiritual technique, capable of remote retrieval within 100 meters and capturing enemies. Yun Yi, you must come out now. Even if you find nothing, you must exit, or the immense spiritual energy will crush you into pulp. Gu Shi's voice urged again from outside the treasure hall. Clutching the purple scroll, Yun Yi leaped out of the treasure hall. Just as he exited, the grand door slammed shut, reverting to its former shabby state. What is this? Gu Shi regarded the purple scroll in Yun Yi's hand, which radiated a fierce, blinding light. It was evident that this was a high level. Very good. Very good. Gu Shi clapped Yun Yi on the shoulder, saying, I wonder which spiritual technique you have acquired. There were only a handful of high-level techniques in the treasure hall, and he was curious about which one Yun Yi had obtained. Qin Long Kong he. Yun Yi replied faintly, leaving Gu Shi utterly flabbergasted, as if he had been frozen in place the moment he heard Yun Yi mention the art of capturing dragons and controlling cranes. What? Gu Shi stammered. Capturing dragons and controlling cranes is an incredibly rare controlling spiritual technique. My teacher once told me that it has been housed in the treasury for over a millennium, and no one has been able to breach this luminous membrane, myself included. How did you manage to do it? Gu Shi's eyes were filled with astonishment and delight, signifying that Yun Yi was indeed a prodigy, a genius that might only emerge once in 1,000 years. Yun Yi chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he had stumbled upon great fortune. The earlier incident, where he had been injured by a mere luminous membrane and had coughed up blood, was somewhat embarrassing for him to admit. Luck, just luck, Yun Yi said with an awkward smile. This simple phrase was interpreted by Gu Shi as Yun Yi's reluctance to reveal his true abilities. After all, in the world of martial arts, concealing one's strength can provide a measure of security. And what about Yenner? Gu Shi pressed. All right, I'll tell you, that Lord Xiao Yuan is in the imperial capital. He is the head of the Xiao family there. I mentioned you and Yenner before, and Xiao Yuan does not seem particularly fond of you. It's fine. I will strive to prove myself. Yunyi understood that this was likely due to his newly recognized sister. Sha Ling'er. The thought of Sha Ling'er sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Just as Yunyi was about to depart for the imperial capital, Gu Shi called out to him, Yunyi. The Inner Academy's opening date is set for January 12th of next year. Remember, the northern frontier is currently quite chaotic. If you venture there, you will undoubtedly face peril. Every year, following the conclusion of the Inner Academy selection competition, a long break is granted. Originally, the break was to commence in late October, but it was now already late November due to the postponement of the ranking competition by a month. Yunyi could not concern himself with such matters any longer. He simply wished to find Yenner, feeling as though nothing else in the world mattered as much. Yu Shi's words carried an undertone of warning, yet Yunyi paid it no mind. Do not worry. Dean Gu. I am heading to the imperial capital to find Yenner. Observing Yunye's retreating figure, Gu Shi shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, and from it emerged a tall and powerful man clad in a coarse short shirt. Exposing his scarred chest and arms, he appeared somewhat aged, with wrinkles and signs of hardship around his eyes, yet his facial features remained strikingly defined and handsomely chiseled. Rest assured, young master of the northern frontier. I will ensure your safety, however. The northern frontier has already undergone a transformation. Gu Shi turned to the man, letting out a heavy sigh. With the young master present, the northern frontier will surely be reborn. Chapter 18. The newly recognized sister is full of life today. Yunyi had packed his belongings and was just stepping outside when Sha Ling'er reappeared at his doorstep. Sister, what brings you here? Yunye's demeanor softened, shedding the previous chill in his tone. I wanted to ask you, during the break, where do you plan to go? Sha Ling'er clasped her hands in front of her chest. Lifting her dainty chin slightly, her big, watery eyes sparkling with hope. I intend to go to the imperial capital. Yunyi replied with a smile, placing his belongings into his spatial ring and locking the door behind him. What a coincidence, we're headed in the same direction. Yunyi let out a wry smile. Same direction? Hardly. I'm heading northeast, while you're going northwest. Oh come on, brother. Aren't we both heading north? Just take me a little way. Sha Ling'er pouted playfully. Northeast and northwest are hardly the same. Yunyi thought to himself. Fine. Yunyi relented, affectionately ruffling her soft, shiny hair. Let's go. Yay! Sha Ling'er exclaimed, leaping with excitement. At that moment, Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua approached with their luggage but, upon seeing Yunyi and Sha Ling'er together, promptly turned and fled. How can they act like this? I cannot let it slide. I'll be right back. Yunyi leaped several feet into the air. Sha Ling'er nodded obediently. What is going on with you two? Yunyi seized one by each arm, lifting them effortlessly as if they were chicks. Boss, spare me. I didn't mean to interrupt you and Miss Sha. Duan Aohua pleaded. Ha, Sha Ling'er is now my sister. Did you hear that? No foolish talk, Yunyi declared, lowering Duan Aohua. But, boss, Zhao Hai said you. Shut up. Zhao Hai was taken aback, realizing that Yunyi was not going to hold back this time. Say it. Yunye's eyes flashed with anger. Boss, he said you have an extraordinary status, and as our leader, you should have many wives and concubines, and that Sha Ling'er is your concubine, out in public. They could even say she is your girlfriend. Yunyi was momentarily stunned by this logic. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing he would need to prove himself through action. Ah, Yunyi, are we still brothers? You're being too harsh. Zhao Hai covered his face, feeling wronged. Brothers? And you dare to tarnish my reputation? Alas, it was a necessary action. Get lost. Zhao Hai took off running. At that moment, Yunyi remembered that he had gifts for Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua, but Zhao Hai had already fled too far. Aohua, here are 2 spirit-gathering pills. They are extremely beneficial for cultivation. You and Zhao Hai can each take one. Yunyi pulled out 2 small jade bottles from his sleeve and handed them to Duan Aohua. He could not solely focus on his own strength. As a person of noble status, he could not let his subordinates fall behind. Generally, a first-grade pill costs several taels of silver, while a second-grade pill is valued around 10,000. The spirit-gathering pill is a top-tier second-grade pill, worth approximately 30,000 taels. Boss, this is too precious. When I say you are my subordinate, you must accept it. At first, Duan Aohua hesitated to accept, If the pill was worth 1 or 2 taels of silver, he would have dared to take it, but several tens of thousands was no small sum. Yunyi firmly pressed the bottles into Duan Aohua's hands. Take them, let us go. I will escort you to the western gate of the imperial capital, and then we will part ways. Yunyi communicated the point of separation to Sha Linger, wary that she might insist on him accompanying her further or cling to him on the journey to the imperial capital. He was headed to the imperial capital to explain himself to his father-in-law, the Ice Emperor Xiao Yuan, and bringing Sha Linger along would complicate matters immensely. All right, but can we linger a bit longer? Sha Linger asked tentatively. Absolutely not. Rest assured, once I finish my errands, if time permits, I will visit you in Sha Prefecture, Yunyi said, affectionately patting Sha Linger on the head. Promise? Yes, I promise. As they traveled toward the western gate of the imperial capital, they entered Tongtian County, bustling with activity. The vibrant scene unfolded before them, filled with crowds and stalls, the air alive with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. Wow, it smells so good, Sha Linger exclaimed, her mouth watering as she glanced at Yunyi. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Instantly, Sha Linger's face lit up with joy. I want candied hawthorn. Just wait a moment. After a brief while, Yunyi returned, holding 3 skewers of candied hawthorn and several small snacks wrapped in oil paper. Brother, hurry and eat. It's so delicious, Sha Linger praised as she munched on her treat. Yunyi tried a few bites himself and found them delightful, with a unique flavor surpassing anything he had tasted before. Brother, I want to buy some clothes. We should hurry. We are short on time. No way. This dress is so old. Sha Linger pointed to her green gauze skirt. But it looks perfectly new and clean. Yunyi scanned Sha Linger, unable to discern any signs of wear. This dress is old. I want a new one. Absolutely not. We're about to leave the city. Will you at least come with me just this once? Sha Linger pleaded, clinging to Yunyi's arm. Yunyi regretted his decision to travel with Sha Linger. Fine, fine. I'll accompany you. He realized that if they continued to cause a commotion, they might attract unwanted attention, possibly even from Liao Hua. Yay, brother. Thank you. Sha Linger cheered, bouncing with excitement. All right, let us go. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street. Yunyi, clad in azure attire, looked dashing and refreshing, while Sha Linger, wearing a light green gauze dress, appeared playful and charming, reminiscent of a fairy, captivating all who beheld her. Passers-by perceived them as a match made in heaven. A perfect couple, boss. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up, Sha Linger declared, holding up a purple long dress before the shopkeeper. Miss, you have an eye for beauty. This is our latest stock. It's only 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper beamed, welcoming her approach. Wrap it up. Certainly, miss, your boyfriend is truly handsome. I believe he would look stunning in this purple robe. They're a matching couple's outfit. The shopkeeper pointed to a purple robe hanging on the right wall. Sha Linger blushed but remained silent, her spirits soaring as she glanced sweetly at Yunyi. You've misunderstood. She is my sister, Yunyi clarified. Oh, so she is your sister. You both resemble each other remarkably. The shopkeeper exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You two look almost identical, Yunyi chuckled, neither denying nor arguing further. So, let us wrap it up. I misspoke. Those are not couple outfits, but sibling attire. Young master, would you like to proceed? Excellent. Quickly, Sha Linger readily agreed. Yunyi was taken aback, understanding Sha Linger's intent. All right, the shopkeeper exclaimed excitedly, sensing a significant profit this time. Just as they stepped outside, a familiar voice echoed, Oh, isn't that Yunyi? Chapter 19. The domineering young lady Yunyi turned to locate the source of the voice. Not far off, a wealthy young man was embracing a courtesan, flanked by several bodyguards, swaggering towards him with an air of arrogance. This wealthy young man was none other than Li Ao who, witnessing this scene, passers-by quickly took detours, wary of attracting trouble. Li Ao, who was notorious throughout Tongtian County for his debauchery, indulging in reckless behavior due to his influential family, which made him utterly detestable. Seeing the fearful expressions of those around only fueled Li Ao, whose arrogance. He approached Yunyi with his chest puffed out, a smile concealing malice. Oh dear, brother Yunyi, you come to Tongtian County without a word. I could have arranged for my people to attend to you properly. His tone dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Yunyi frowned slightly, casting a dispassionate gaze upon him. Liao, whose countenance was indeed repugnant, befitting the only legitimate grandson of the Li family. Yunyi regarded him with disdain, opting to ignore Li Ao Hu entirely as he turned to see if Sha Linger had emerged yet. "How dare you ignore me? This is Tongtian County." Li Ao Hu, incensed by the disregard, bellowed, "Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, I shall not bear the Li surname." "Calm down, Ao Hu. Don't let your anger affect your health." The woman in Li Ao Hu's arms gently comforted him, her delicate hand caressing his chest. "Rest assured, my dear." Li Ao Hu, holding the woman's slender waist, glared fiercely at Yunyi, his voice dripping with mockery. "Once I've dealt with this scoundrel, I'll spend the night entertaining you. Go. Get Yunyi for me." Li Ao Hu raised his hand, pointing at Yunyi, but before he could finish, a girl in a flowing purple dress exited the clothing store. Her figure was enchanting, her skin like snow, and her features exquisite, akin to a goddess stepping out from a painted scroll, breathtakingly beautiful, the moment she appeared. Onlookers cast envious glances, including the courtesan in Li Ao Hu's embrace, who could not hide a hint of jealousy. "I dare anyone to lay a finger on my brother!" Sha Linger shouted fiercely. Li Ao Hu turned in surprise, his eyes wide. What is Sha Linger doing here? Who is her brother? It can't be Yunyi, can it? Involuntarily, Li Ao Hu's gaze darted back and forth between Yunyi and Sha Linger. "Renner, I was just having a bit of fun with Yunyi." Li Ao Hu quickly backtracked, adopting a grin. The attendants and passers-by were left dumbfounded. The courtesan blinked in confusion, lightly tapping Li Ao Hu's chest while pouting. "Humph. Ao Hu, what's wrong? Don't you love only me? Why are you being so courteous to this vixen?" She assumed that Li Ao Hu was smitten by such beauty, prompting his polite demeanor. However, upon hearing the term vixen, Sha Linger shot a cold glance at Li Ao Hu and the courtesan. Her eyes glimmering with lethal intent. Li Ao Hu shuddered. Stepping back hastily, he suddenly pushed the courtesan away from him, delivering a sharp slap across her face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Slap! Li Ao Hu dared not provoke the purple-clad girl before him. "Why did you hit me?" The courtesan cupped her cheek, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at Li Ao Hu with a pitiful expression. "Shut your mouth. Are you trying to get me killed?" Li Ao Hu glared at the courtesan with frustration, muttering. The courtesan was momentarily stunned, realizing she had committed a grave error. Onlookers were equally bewildered. She was the prized possession of the drunken immortal pavilion, and Li Ao Hu usually treated her with utmost affection. Could it be that this girl in purple was even more formidable than the Li family? What kind of terrifying background did she possess? "Renner, what brings you to Tongtian County? Why not come visit my home?" Li Ao Hu smiled as he approached her. Slap! Sha Linger stepped forward without any hesitation, delivering another resounding slap. Li Ao Hu's right cheek swelled immediately. "Second young master." The attendants, witnessing their master's humiliation, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, seeing Li Ao Hu's ingratiating demeanor, they dared not intervene, standing obediently to the side. "Humph, Renner, who do you think you are to address me so?" Sha Linger remarked coldly, disregarding Li Ao Hu entirely. Yes, Miss Sha, it was my fault." Li Ao Hu instantly became submissive, not daring to show any signs of defiance. "Leave," Sha Linger commanded, exuding an air of authority akin to a sovereign, her presence intimidating all around. Yes. Li Ao Hu nodded fervently, scurrying away. The crowd stood agape, astonished by Sha Linger's commanding presence, filled with curiosity about the young lady's background. "Brother, let's go. We're off to shop." The once domineering queen turned sweetly, linking her arm with Yun Yez as they departed from the crowd's view. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a queen into a sweet girl. Yunyi was left speechless, his expression blank, pondering. Where did that earlier dominance vanish to? Disperse. Everyone disperse. Regaining his composure, Yunyi advanced, urging the spectators to leave. "What? No more shopping. We should hurry and leave Tongtian County. Otherwise." Yunyi turned to Sha Linger, whispering, "Li Ao Hu will return." Having suffered such humiliation, would the foremost scoundrel of Tongtian County not seek revenge? Who would believe it if he said otherwise? What is there to fear? Our Sha Prefecture is not afraid of a merely family. Sha Linger dismissed the notion. It's not about fear. Your family is far away, while the Li family is right here in Tongtian County. Distant waters can't quench a nearby thirst. Yunyi shot a glance at Sha Linger, noting that when it came to family prestige, his background in the northern border far surpassed that of Sha Prefecture. With that, Yunyi resolutely pulled Sha Linger toward the city gate. Not far from the city gate, a figure clad in black appeared before them. "Two esteemed guests, where might you be headed?" The man in black smiled eerily, suggesting, "Why not stay for a while?" Without hesitation, Yunyi sprang into action, fully aware that the black-clad figure was no ordinary individual. Likely a second-tier master, he knew that he must act swiftly, as hesitating could cost him his life. Muttering a mantra, a surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from his spiritual sea, radiating outward. Third-tier master. The black-clad man gasped, astonished at encountering such a young third-tier master for the first time. In a flash, Yunyi darted beside the black-clad man. "Destruction Fist!" he shouted, launching his attack with a deafening boom. The black-clad man's spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a wave of green energy that surged outward, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. Before Yunyi could even make contact, he was thrown back violently, yet, in his eyes, a third-tier master appeared as feeble as a ninth-tier martial artist. The black-clad man exuded arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain. A peak grandmaster? Yunyi stared in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. How troublesome this has become. Yunyi mused inwardly. "Hey, what do they call you?" "Sha Linger," she replied, taken aback by Yunye's unexpected conversation with the assassin. Chapter 20. The Secret Technique of Burning Fire Himph. "Why should I tell you?" the black-clad man scoffed, narrowing his eyes as he lunged at Yunyi like an arrow released from a bow. Yunyi had initially intended to buy time for a strategy, but the black-clad man was not interested in idle chatter. He quickly redirected his spiritual energy and threw a punch. With a resounding clash, their fists met, and a tremendous shockwave surged outward. The black-clad man remained unyielding, while Yunyi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Apu! Yunyi involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, are you all right?" Sha Linger anxiously helped Yunyi up, glancing at the advancing black-clad man. The black-clad man slowly approached Yunyi, saying, "What a pity, such talent, now to perish at my hands." Upon hearing this, Sha Linger felt a jolt of fear. "I am Sha Linger, daughter of the Sand King of Sha Prefecture. If you kill me, my father will not spare you. I loathe nothing more than using power to threaten others." The black-clad man sneered, extending his hand toward Sha Linger, intent on crushing her throat. "Stop!" In a critical moment, Yunyi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sha Linger. His handsome face was resolute and stubborn as he summoned the energy from his spiritual sea, unleashing a torrent of power. In an instant, a golden beam of light shot skyward, atop which a golden dragon coiled, roaring into the heavens. "Destruction Fist!" Yunyi shouted fiercely as he unleashed his attack in an astonishing turn of events. The black-clad man seemed to be rooted in place, utterly motionless. With a thunderous crash, Yunye's fist struck the black-clad man's chest, the sound of bones cracking resonating in the air. Dust swirled around them as a fierce wind whipped through, propelling the black-clad man like a cannonball, creating a deep impression in the ground. Crack, crack. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated from the pit, as the figure cloaked in black crumpled inward, his entire body rendered a mere collection of severed sinews. Upon witnessing the ejected form of the black-robed man, Yunyi was engulfed in confusion. Why did the black-robed figure neither evade nor counterattack? Surely, he possessed the capability to dodge or to engage me in combat. Why did he not? Could it be that an elder was surreptitiously aiding me? With this thought in mind, Yunyi approached, intending to inspect the lifeless body of the black-robed man. Suddenly, a void enveloped his mind. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. "Yunyi!" Sha Linger cried out in alarm, embracing him with the swiftness of a tempest. When Yunyi regained consciousness, he found himself reclining upon a wooden bed. While Sha Linger lay dozing at its side, he rose, gently placing her onto the bed and covering her with a blanket. "Brother!" Sha Linger opened her eyes and grasped his hand. "I was wrong. I should not have been so willful. Please don't abandon me." Yunyi shook his head, affectionately patting her small head. "Fear not, I shall not forsake you. I have a matter to investigate. Remain here and do not wander." At that moment, Yunyi genuinely regarded Sha Linger as a sister. "Be good. Do not venture outside. He reiterated as he opened the door, turning back to remind her once more. He feared that Sha Linger might inadvertently attract trouble. For he was eager to reach the imperial capital and reunite with Xiao Yin'er. Rest assured, brother. I shall not cause you any trouble. Sha Linger nodded obediently. Yunyi exited the inn, making haste towards the location where the black-robed figure had ambushed him. He sought to uncover the identity of the one who aided him. Were they friend or foe? With such a formidable presence nearby, Yunyi felt a sense of unease, as the air of the northern frontier. What if someone sought to abduct him, threatening his brother and the northern frontier itself? Yet, this reasoning too fell short. Why would they assist him? It was imperative that he unravel this mystery, for it might be intertwined with the enmity of his parents' murder. Upon arriving at the ambush site of the dark-clad assailant, Yunyi was taken aback. Before him lay a humanoid pit, devoid of even a shadow of the black-robed figure. As he stepped into the abyss, he discovered a book nestled within. The tome appeared remarkably new, clearly placed there after someone had tidied up the corpse prior to his arrival. Yunyi picked up the book, the words burning fire emblazoned on the cover. Upon opening it, a line of gilded characters captured his attention. Secret technique of burning fire. A secret technique? Yunyi seemed to grasp that he had stumbled upon a treasure, and a broad smile spread across his face. Ding Dong temporary mission from the system. Extract the Chaos Sacred Sword. Reward. Acquire a high-level celestial attack spirit skill. 1 sword. Failure penalty. Lose love. Upon hearing this, Yunyi exclaimed, "What? Lose love?" There is a hidden meaning behind those words. This damned system, envious of my romantic entanglement. He cursed vehemently. System. Can we negotiate? The system remained silent. Where is the Chaos Sacred Sword? I shall retrieve it. Straight ahead. Western gate of the imperial capital. The system responded. Humph. Yunyi huffed, racing back to the inn with urgency. He needed to hasten his pace. What if someone else beat him to it? Linger, we must depart, brother. It's already dark. Let us rest until tomorrow. I am truly exhausted. Very well. Yunyi conceded, glancing at the setting sun with resignation. Since it is the Chaos Sacred Sword, just the name alone is imposing. I shall practice the secret technique of burning fire tonight. A temporary enhancement of strength shall surely prove beneficial. System. Enter the cultivation space. Ding Dong system space is generating. Ding Dong. System space successfully established. In the next moment, Yunyi found himself within the system space. Opening the text on burning fire, the first instruction read, to cultivate this method, one must first possess divine fire. Divine fire? He possessed none. Yunyi was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a small flame emerged. Where the small flame seemed to indicate, I can help, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the vermilion bird, deity of the south. The vermilion bird embodies the fire element, possessing the south brightly fire. Capable of incinerating all. As one of the 10 divine fires, the south brightly fire could be refined with the assistance of the vermilion bird for Yunyi's use, to incinerate all under heaven. Indeed, the divine fire is at hand, little flame, I adore you. You are truly a savior. Yunyi exclaimed as he grasped the small flame tightly in his arms. Woo. The small flame struggled to break free but was held too tightly. In exasperation, it emitted a whoosh, and suddenly a burst of white flame erupted, scorching Yunyi. Little flame, you? Yunyi feigned anger. Woo. The small flame circled the immaculate white south brightly fire. What is it? You wish for me to consume this flame? The small flame nodded its tiny head. If I were to swallow it directly, would I not perish? Seeing Yunyi hesitate, the small flame flapped its wings vigorously. Whoosh! The south brightly fire entered Yunyi's mouth, sliding down his throat and into his spiritual sea. Chapter 21. The emergence of the sacred sword. Holy moly! The spiritual sea felt an intense burning sensation, and Yunyi cried out in agony. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the temperature around Yunyi skyrocketed. Little flame, what should I do? Yunyi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face flushed and veins bulging, enduring excruciating pain. The small flame transformed into a streak of light and entered Yunyi's brow. At that moment, a crimson vermilion bird mark appeared on his forehead. A warm current surged from his brow, coursing through the meridians, reaching Yunyi's spiritual essay. As time passed, the agony on Yunyi's face subsided. gradually returning to normal, leaving only a look of relief. Werwu, the small flame, beckoned in Yun Ye's mind, urging him to quickly consume the South Brightly fire. Consume? Yun Ye silently pondered, focusing his consciousness on the spiritual sea, drawing in the fire energy. Buzz bang ah, it hurts. Yun Ye cried out as cold sweat streamed down his body. Werwu, the small flame, continued to call out in his mind. Yun Ye, enduring the pain, concentrated all his energy, mobilizing his spiritual energy to assimilate the South Brightly fire into his spiritual sea. Damn it! Yun Ye shouted once more, his body trembling violently. This time, the pain was exponentially greater than before. Yun Ye felt as though his very organs were on the verge of explosion, suffering more intensely than death itself. Gritting his teeth, Yun Ye channeled all his pain into his cries for relief. Ah! He yelled again, his body finally unable to withstand the strain, collapsing to the ground. Sweat poured from Yun Ye as if from a spring, soaking him through, his complexion pale, lying on the ground, drenched in perspiration. Though Yun Ye had fallen, the energy within his spiritual sea continued to circulate. With a resounding boom, pure white flames erupted from Yun Ye's form. I did it. The little flame emerged, circling joyfully around Yun Ye as it ignited in flames. Exhausted, Yun Ye utilized the last of his strength to draw the South Brightly fire into his dantian. The moment of reclaiming the South Brightly fire, Yun Ye felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As though all the previous agony had vanished, within the spiritual sea, tranquility reigned, resembling a serene lake rippling gently, devoid of any anomalies. Fantastic! I am ready to continue practicing burning fire, Yun Ye declared, retrieving the secret technique and opening the main text. To cultivate burning fire, one must first master the South Brightly fire. The greater the might of the divine fire, the stronger the temporary enhancement. Yun Ye mused, if I harness the power of nature to guide the South Brightly fire, will it not amplify the flame's potency? With this thought, he immediately set to experiment. Yun Ye summoned the forces of nature to direct the South Brightly fire towards his palm. It was a pure white flame, flickering in his hand, exuding an intense heat. The temperature seemed to rise even higher than before. Ha ha, I am truly a genius. The South Brightly fire, ranked 6th on the divine fire list, now seemed capable of contending with the 5th-ranked ZYT on fire. Thus, Yun Ye spent an entire night in cultivation, mastering the initial nuances of burning fire, though he remained uncertain of how much his strength had truly increased. Using burning fire would leave him weakened for several days. Yun Ye resolved that he would only employ it in dire circumstances. The Chaos Sacred Sword, bearing the title of Sacred Sword, was surely no ordinary item. Many would covet it, and perhaps even formidable beings of the Emperor realm would emerge. Yet, Yun Ye remained unfazed. At the break of dawn, he procured some breakfast and eagerly urged Sha Linger toward the western gate of the imperial capital. As they approached, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, lightning crackled, and the sky was shrouded in darkness, as if foreshadowing some great event. Yun Ye halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. Brother, do you think something is amiss at the western gate of the imperial capital? Why does the sky appear this way? Sha Linger inquired. I do not know, but it is certainly no trivial matter. Let us proceed, Yun Ye replied, and no sooner had he spoken than a thunderous clap echoed from the heavens. Boom, boom! The bolt of lightning, thick as a bowl, streaked across the sky, piercing the clouds and splitting the firmament, causing the earth to tremble violently in that instant. Sha Linger, terrified, let out a piercing scream, her face as pale as a sheet. Clinging tightly to Yun Ye, we're not going. It's too frightening. Let us wait until the weather improves before we go to the imperial capital's west gate. Her two eager eyes fixed on Yun Ye, silently pleading for his consent. Very well, Yun Ye relented, though with a hint of resignation. He realized that when the time came to seize the Chaos Sacred Sword, he would need to divert his attention to protect Sha Linger. It would be wiser to send her away, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the task at hand. Brother, thank you. Sha Linger beamed, her smile radiant, eyes brimming with admiration. Yun Ye gazed at her innocent and carefree demeanor. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, envisioning a girl strikingly similar to his sister, standing before him, smiling and playfully teasing him. This girl was none other than the one he had longed for. Xiao Yin'er. Sighing involuntarily, Yun Ye murmured, Let us go. I'll escort you back to the inn. Observing the bizarre phenomena unfolding in the heavens, he couldn't help but reflect, what manner of weapon could provoke such celestial disturbances? It is evident that a fierce battle awaits us ahead, and I must first ensure Schalinger has safety. After safely delivering Schalinger to the inn and settling her in, Yunyi returned to his room, donned the prepared black robe, and placed his hat upon his head. He then hastened to the imperial capital's west gate with utmost urgency. Boom! The sky rumbled with lightning and swirling dark clouds. Crack! Suddenly, multiple silver bolts of lightning surged down from the tumultuous clouds, striking the earth with tremendous force. Boom! The ground trembled violently. With a flash of lightning, torrential rain began to pour down from the heavens. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound of a sword echoed from the northwest, resonating like a dragoness roar. Almost immediately, a golden glow descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and stirring up a tempest. Yuan Yi concentrated his energy at his feet and growled, ghostly shadows, vanishing steps. In an instant, he looked up to see a magnificent sword suspended in midair, radiating a blinding golden light that was almost unbearable to behold. Upon glancing down at the earth beneath the sword, he noticed nearly 1,000 formidable warriors. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, one of whom was the notorious leader of the Seven Kill sect. The ruthless Imo Sha. Chapter 22. Half-Emperor? Uncle Lei? Yuan Yi was taken aback, his heart racing. What is he doing here? His eyes narrowed in confusion as he focused on a nearby powerful figure, a towering man clad in a coarse short shirt. Exposing his scarred chest and arms, he appeared somewhat aged, with wrinkles adorning the corners of his eyes, yet his facial features remained striking, sharp, and undeniably handsome. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he bore an aura of fierce majesty, reminiscent of a thunder god descended upon the earth, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. This was none other than the vice-commander of the northern frontier, Thunder Emperor Lei Huan. Beside him stood another powerful figure, cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, save for a pair of chillingly deep eyes that exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a towering mountain. Commanding respect, his broad shoulders and narrow waist were enveloped in a heavy black garment, suggesting tremendous strength. Yuan Yi sensed that this mysterious figure was also a formidable emperor-level warrior. Suddenly, Imo Sha spoke, his voice low and hoarse, laced with a chilling menace. Those who do not wish to perish, leave at once. This declaration, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, reverberated for 1,000 meters in all directions. The crowd, upon hearing it, turned ashen and hastily retreated. No one dared to linger, for it was a warning from an emperor-level powerhouse. Who would dare defy such a threat? In an instant, only Imo Sha, Lei Huan, the black-clad figure, and Yuan Yi remained on the scene. Concealed in the shadows, Yuan Yi silently chanted the primordial mantra, masking his own presence. All right, come forth, my elite 7-Kill disciples. Imo Sha clapped his hands, calling out. Suddenly, nearly 10,000 disciples of the 7-Kill sect surged from the southern skies, forming a dense, orderly line behind Imo Sha. Last time, he had ventured alone to seize the innate spirit fruit and suffered losses. Today, with nearly 10,000 elite disciples at his side, he was determined to claim the Chaos Sacred Sword. Oh, what use is this horde of cannon fodder? The black-clad figure scoffed with a smirk. Try it, Imo Sha retorted coldly. Onward. In a matter of moments, the 7-Kill disciples encircled Lei Huan and the black-clad figure. Let you experience the might of the 7-Kill formation. Imo Sha's lips curled into a cruel smile. Instantly, nearly 10,000 disciples activated their techniques, unleashing the 7-Kill formation. The skies dimmed, and the world seemed to flicker between light and dark, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Ta! The 7-Kill disciples shouted in unison. Channeling their powers, a series of eerie yet potent energy waves radiated outward. Lei Huan and the black-clad figure's pupils constricted, terror gripping their hearts as they hastily summoned their own energies. 3000 Thunder Kill technique. Lei Huan bellowed. In an instant, the winds howled and the clouds roiled above, lightning flickering like serpents, the ground quaking beneath them as torrential rain fell. Boom! The thunder roared, bolts of lightning cleaving the skies, illuminating the battlefield and revealing the ruthless warriors within. Storm of sand. The black-clad figure shouted in fury. In a heartbeat, a tempest arose. The gusts transformed into blades, howling and sweeping forth, leaving devastation in their wake. Trees snapped, grass withered, and stones shattered in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of trees were obliterated. Boom! Thunder crashed as bolts of lightning rent the heavens. How formidable! Yunyi marveled, recalling having witnessed Lei Huan's prowess in his youth. Yet today's display was unprecedented. 3 colossal forces converged, and suddenly, silence enveloped the scene, dust swirling around them. Amidst the haze, the 7 killed disciples fell to the ground, struggling to keep themselves upright. Lei Zhan? Sha Zhan, it appears we still have a chance to settle our scores, Emo Sha remarked casually, his gaze deep and vortex-like. Sha Zhan? Yunyi's eyes widened. Isn't that Shalinger's father? Continuing to observe the 3 in the sky. He noted that apart from Emo Sha, both Lei Huan and Sha Zhan were gravely injured. Uncle Lei, Yunyi felt a pang in his heart. System, activate the Peak Gold Body Experience card for 3 hours. Ding! The Peak Gold Body Experience card has been successfully activated. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped Yunyi, swirling around him like flowing water, exuding an overwhelming spiritual essence that was both formidable and awe-inspiring. His entire being brimmed with explosive power, reminiscent of an ancient savage beast. Blazing fire, Yunyi roared. His physique swelled instantaneously, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, muscles bulging as if forged from molten iron. Boom! A pure white flame erupted around him, enveloping every inch of his body. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he leaped into the AI. Mo Sha, Lei Huan, and Sha Zhan were left stunned, gaping at the figure clad in black robes before them. Is this a half-emperor? A half-step divine emperor? The divine emperor realm surpassed the emperor realm, and no one had reached that level in nearly a century. Mo Sha had made no progress from the age of 50 to now. Over 100 years later, Yunyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that the combination of the experience card and blazing fire would grant him such overwhelming strength. Dragon capture. Crane control? Yunyi extended his hand, drawing in the Chaos Sacred Sword. Boom! The Chaos Sacred Sword, as if a playful puppy, eagerly flew into Yunyi's grasp. How is this possible? Moments later, Emo Sha, Lei Huan, and Sha Zhan regained their senses. Rushing forward to clasp their hands in respect. Junior pays respects to the esteemed elder. In this world, strength commanded respect. As long as one was powerful enough, they were regarded as an elder. Though they were unaware of the age of the black-robed figure. Had they known that beneath the cloak was merely an 18-year-old youth, they would have surely spat blood in disbelief. Decades of cultivation surpassed by a mere child. Very well. Emo Sha, do you wish to live or to perish? A hoarse, aged voice emerged from the black robe, emanating an icy chill. Yunyi had altered his voice using spiritual energy, thus the 3 figures present failed to recognize who was concealed beneath the black cloak. I, Emo Sha, shall bite my teeth in resentment. Today, the 7 Kill sect had suffered severe losses, and yet had failed to seize the Chaos Sacred Sword. Now, faced with a half-emperor, he felt a sense of panic. Uncertain how he had provoked this formidable presence, he turned to leave, commanding his remaining troops to retreat. Esteemed elder, may I? Sha Zhan began to speak, but promptly swallowed his words. He had come at the behest of the Empress to retrieve the Chaos Sacred Sword. However, how could a half-emperor allow such a thing? With his strength, even 5 emperor-level warriors joining forces would stand little chance against him. Yet, the 10 most powerful figures of Huaxia, each with their own agendas, could hardly be expected to pledge their loyalty to the Empress wholeheartedly. Sha Zhan, I convey a message from a young man. Your daughter, Shalinger, is currently resting at the Tongla Inn, 20 miles away. You may go and fetch her. Yunyi let out a sigh of relief. He could finally rid himself of this lively sister. What? Oh, thank you, esteemed elder. Sha Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure to express his gratitude before departing. Lei Emperor, you may also take your leave. Is the youth the elder spoke of, perhaps Yunyi? Lei Huan inquired tentatively in chapter 23. I struck my little brother-in-law. Yunyi was bewildered. How could he possibly know of his association with Shalinger? Could it be that the expert who aided him yesterday was indeed him? Why was he following him? What prompted his departure from the north border? Was that secret technique of fire also instigated by him? Senior, I, Lei Huan, have disrupted Yunyi's contemplation. Indeed. You may take your leave. Yunyi yearned to advance and acknowledge him, yet deep within, he resisted vehemently. "Thank you, senior." As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Huan spun around, transforming into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Suddenly, the chaotic holy sword in Yunye's grasp trembled violently, struggling as it shot skyward. Yunyi hastily released his hold, only to witness the chaotic holy sword soaring momentarily before plunging downwards. Crashing into a mountain peak, bang! The entire mountain crumbled in half, raising a cloud of dust. This sword, Yunyi frowned, leaping forward to pursue it. Wasn't it obedient just a moment ago? Come back, Yunyi thrust his palm forward. Invoking the dragon capture and crane control technique, whoosh, instead of being drawn into Yunye's hand, the sword pulled him in the opposite direction. Yunyi gasped, his vision darkening as he fainted midair. When he next opened his eyes, all was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. It's over, I'm blind. Just as despair engulfed Yunyi, a sharp sword materialized before him, a blinding golden light erupting, illuminating the entire space. Instinctively, Yunyi shut his eyes, and once accustomed to the brilliance, he cautiously opened them. Before him hovered a resplendent golden divine sword. The chaotic holy sword, a crisp sound resonated as the chaotic holy sword quivered. In an instant, it darted into Yunye's body. Pain radiated through his limbs, compelling Yunyi to cry out, boom, boom, boom. Yunyi felt as though his body were being torn asunder. What is happening? Yunyi was alarmed, experiencing agony beyond that of consuming the South Ming fire. Yunyi roared, his countenance twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. With every ounce of strength, he urged the vital energy within his spiritual sea. A stream of golden light surged, traversing through his meridians, mending his wounded organs and vital channels. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Yunyi felt excruciating pain in his dantian, as though something were rupturing. Not good, Yunyi exclaimed in horror. Countless dantians within his spiritual sea fracturing. The dantians in Yunye's spiritual sea were innumerable, with the shattered ones being those he scarcely attended to or cultivated, while the 5 primary dantians remained intact. Whoosh, bang. Suddenly, the fractured dantians began to coalesce around the spirit of the holy sword, forming a brand new dantian. Buzz. Instantly, Yunyi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The vital energy within him surged uncontrollably. So that's how it is. Yunye's mind became a haze, yet he distinctly felt that his spiritual sea was gone, but within him remained 5 dantians as time passed. Countless dantian fragments transformed into a sword energy dantian. Now, although he possessed merely 6 dantians and had lost his spiritual sea, he retained 80% of the vital energy and spiritual energy in the 5 primary cultivation dantians, which remained unshattered. The remaining 5 dantians were those Yunyi had previously focused on. Losing even one would greatly diminish his strength. The fortunate aspect was that the vital energy and spiritual energy within that sword dantian were purer and more concentrated than all the shattered dantians combined, with a hint of sword energy intermingled. Though the sword energy was scant, it had already reached the level of a sword cultivator. Amongst all weapon cultivators, they were the least numerous and most challenging to master. Typically, individuals focused solely on physical combat rather than weaponry, and swords were the mightiest of all weapons, demanding considerable effort to cultivate. In the Huaxia Empire, the renowned swordmaster was none other than the Wudong's Zhang Juling. An overwhelming joy surged within Yunyi. Not only had he become a sword cultivator, but his current strength had also reached the threshold of a half-step master. Yunyi exhaled deeply, spreading his palm. Ming! The sound of a sword echoed as a precious sword appeared in his right hand. Yunyi gently swung it horizontally at a large tree. A glimmer of golden sword light flitted across the blade, and a sword energy, resembling a crescent moon, surged forth with the force of a breaking bamboo. Bang! The massive tree was severed in half. Hiss! Yunyi inhaled sharply, marveling at the formidable sword energy. It was indeed the innate treasure. He caressed the chaotic holy sword, exclaiming, "What a splendid sword! A magnificent sword! Though the name chaotic holy sword is grand, it is rather lengthy. From now on, you shall be known as Yunjian." With that, Yunyi stored the Yunjian within the sword dantian. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary quest. You have received a reward, the Heavenly Grade Advanced Attack Spirit Technique, 1 sword. As the words fell, a black scroll landed in Yunye's hand. The appearance of the one-sword spirit technique scroll left Yunyi somewhat disappointed. Heavenly grade? At the very least, it should have summoned some celestial phenomenon. It bore no luster, dull and unremarkable. The moment Yunyi unfurled the scroll, he was taken aback. One sword comprised 5 tiers, each level of cultivation exceedingly challenging, with the minimum requirement for practicing one sword being the golden body realm. Now possessing one sword was akin to having nothing of worth. It was utterly useless. He should hasten to the imperial capital. Yenner was still waiting for him. The mere thought of Xiao Yenner brought a smile to Yunye's face. Soon, he would seek a suitable sword technique. Yenner, wait for me. I'm on my way to find you. With a leap, Yunyi surged forth, his speed akin to an arrow released from a bow, covering several zhang in an instant. Before long, Yunyi arrived at the imperial capital. The gates of the capital were heavily guarded, with towering walls etched with the characters for imperial capital. It was Yunye's first visit to the imperial capital, yet he held no interest in its grandeur. Clad in a black robe, Yunyi strode boldly into the capital. Within the imperial capital, all the buildings, streets, and shops were constructed from white jade, with white jade pavements, white walls, and red tiles, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. In full bloom, the streets were wide, lined with bustling shops, and throngs of pedestrians filled the streets, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. As Yunyi wandered the bustling streets, he gazed upwards at the imperial capital. Feeling a surge of emotion, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from a distance. Hey, make way! I'm in a hurry. Just as Yunyi aimlessly meandered, a commotion and shouts erupted ahead. Get out of the way! A young man bellowed, causing the pedestrians to scatter in fear, retreating to clear a path. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of red swept by, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Yunyi focused his gaze to find a magnificent steed. Entirely crimson, galloping towards him. Upon the steed sat a striking young man. Seeing Yunyi refuse to move aside, the young man hastily reined in the horse. No, it was the horse that came to a halt. Whoa! The young man glared at Yunyi with his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hey, do you want to die for not yielding? The young man's voice dripped with anger as he accused Yunyi. Were the affluent scions of the imperial capital this arrogant? Could he endure such insolence? Certainly not. Are you speaking of me? A cold chill emanated from Yunye's dark eyes, akin to 1,000 miles of ice. An overwhelming murderous aura erupted around him. Sensing Yunye's terrifying presence, the young man involuntarily shuddered. Realizing they were in the imperial capital, where even the most formidable individuals dared not provoke him, he mustered his courage and retorted, "That's right. Now that you've heard, hurry up and scram." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shadow darted past. Bang! The arrogant young man was unceremoniously thrown from his mount. "You dare strike me!" The young man exclaimed in shock. "I am Xiao Zhuyun, the young master of the Xiao family in the imperial capital. You are finished." What? Yunyi was taken aback. Could this proud young man before him truly be his little brother-in-law? Chapter 24. The little brother-in-law invites me to drink flower wine. It seemed he had heard from Xiao Yenner that her brother's name had something to do with you. It's over. This young man before him is indeed his little brother-in-law. As a brother-in-law, isn't it only reasonable to offer some guidance to the younger sibling? Reasonable, my foot. Yunye's mind was torn between conflicting thoughts. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, stepped forward to assist Xiao Zhuyun to his feet, and smiled broadly. "Oh dear, Master Xiao, are you all right? We meet as strangers, but we are family." Xiao Zhuyun was taken aback by the rapid change in attitude. "Who said we are family?" he scoffed, rolling his eyes. "This matter is far from over. Wait. I'm quite familiar with your sister, Xiao Yenner. We are family." Yunyi pursued Xiao Zhuyun, trying to explain. Upon hearing that Yunyi knew his sister, Xiao Zhuyun's curiosity piqued. "You know my sister? What is your name? What is your relationship with her?" he inquired cautiously. "Yunyi, a friend." "Your sister should have mentioned me," Yunyi replied. Xiao Zhuyun was rendered speechless. This was Yunyi. While his sister had not spoken of him, his father had casually mentioned him. Once, while intoxicated, his father, Xiao Yuan, expressed a desire to bring Yunyi home as a son-in-law, but it seemed that Yunyi had already made other plans. Xiao Yenner had indeed never mentioned Yunyi to Xiao Zhuyun, and he answered truthfully. Since this was Yunyi, and knowing how much his father valued him, Xiao Zhuyan decided to be a bit more courteous, lest he face his father's wrath upon returning home. After all, it was a case of not striking up an acquaintance without prior contact. Xiao Zhuyun's tone softened significantly as he said, "Come on, let us go for a drink." "Where to?" "To Chunyu Tower." Upon hearing this, Yunyi froze for a moment, recalling that he had noticed it was a brothel on his way here. "Are you going or not?" Xiao Zhouyu urged, noticing Yun Ye's dazed expression. The courtesan of Chunyu Tower is a breathtaking beauty, renowned for her stunning allure. Xiao Zhouyu continued to tempt him. In truth, he had never encountered a courtesan himself, for the conditions to meet one were exceedingly stringent. Only by composing poetry that moved her could one earn the chance to meet her. With Xiao Zhouyu's poetic talents, however, it was laughable. Thus far, no one had captured the attention of the courtesan. Xiao Zhouyu had initially intended to use the allure of beauty to coax Yunyi to Chunyu Tower, but Yunyi remained steadfast. Shaking his head vigorously, "No, absolutely not." He adamantly refused. As a normal man, how could he possibly visit a brothel? Moreover, if he went, how would he explain it to Xiao Yin'er? "Are you scared?" Xiao Zhouyu scrutinized Yunyi suspiciously. Wasn't it said that Yunyi was exceptionally skilled in martial arts? Why would he fear a brothel? Could it be that he had feelings for my sister? Humph, as if I would be afraid. Yunyi proudly lifted his chin. He was indeed concerned about Xiao Yin'er discovering the truth. After all, what normal man had not indulged in a drink at a brothel? Yunyi had partaken in such revelry since he was 5 years old. And it was precisely because he had too much free time that he frequented such establishments. As a result of his mischief at such a young age, his parents had sent him to Tongtian Academy. It was only after meeting Xiao Yin'er that he gradually began to reform himself. For her sake, it was all worthwhile. "Then you must come with me. The flower wine at Chunyu Tower is exquisite." Seeing Yun Ye's slight reaction, Xiao Zhouyu persisted. "It's not as if I'm asking you to visit a brothel. What is there to fear? It's merely a drink. I won't go." Yun Ye's resolve was unwavering as he strode toward Xiao Zhouyu, who had just mounted his horse. "You must return with me." Such a young lad, neglecting his proper duties. With that, Yunyi seized Xiao Zhouyu's right arm and forcibly pulled him down from the horse. "Hey! Ouch, that hurts!" Xiao Zhouyu exclaimed. Yunyi was taken aback. "I barely exerted any strength. This dandy was rather effeminate, wasn't he? Let us go. Take me to Xiao Manor." "What? I won't go." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhouyu turned and ran. Yunyi swiftly blocked his path, declaring, "If you run again, I shall inform your father of your escapades." "What escapades?" Xiao Zhouyu was taken aback, furrowing his brow. He had only just met Yunyi. How could Yunyi possibly have any leverage over him? "Your father should be unaware of your visit to Chunyu Tower," Yunyi retorted, testing the waters. Xiao Zhouyu's eyes widened in alarm, revealing a hint of fear. It seemed Yunyi had hit the nail on the head. "Fine. You've won this time. I will take you to Xiao Manor." Xiao Zhouyu relented, albeit begrudgingly, vowing to exact revenge once they arrived. Chapter 25. An unsuccessful proposal. Yunyi smiled with satisfaction, "But let me make one thing clear." Xiao Zhouyu gritted his teeth. "Fear not. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall ensure your escapades remain a secret from your father," Yunyi declared earnestly. "Humph," Xiao Zhouyu scoffed, mounting his horse and galloping toward Xiao Manor. Observing this, Yunyi quickly followed suit. Xiao Manor, situated in the southwest corner of the capital, occupied a bustling market area. Its estate, grandly constructed and resplendent in gold. It was the most opulent residence in the capital, boasting 6 courtyards, each equipped with the most extravagant amenities. Even the mansions of nobility could hardly rival its splendor. At the entrance of Xiao Manor stood 2 imposing stone lions, intricately carved and lifelike, their long, robust limbs indicating their substantial value. Yunyi gazed at the Xiao family's residence in awe, exclaiming, "Truly, the Xiao family is wealthy beyond compare." The decorations at the entrance were complete and immaculate, suggesting that dedicated staff frequently maintained the place. The servants were well-trained and impeccably dressed, standing respectfully to await their master's arrival. "Let us go." Xiao Zhouyu dismounted, his tone brimming with pride. "I shall introduce you to my father." Many sought a chance to meet the esteemed Xiao family, but few had the opportunity. Yunyi followed closely behind Xiao Zhouyu as they stepped inside. Upon reaching the door, they were greeted by an elderly man who bowed respectfully, saying, "Young master, You have finally returned. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Xiao Zhouyu's lips twitched with annoyance as he waved dismissively. Didn't I say not to wait for me? The old steward looked abashed, replying, the master said that if you did not return soon, he would ensure you would never return. Enough, you may leave. Upon hearing this, the old steward breathed a sigh of relief and quickly excused himself. From what I gather, my father seems quite irate. Xiao Zhouyu pondered, puzzled by his father's apparent fury. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he immediately spotted Xiao Yuan seated at a table, savoring tea. He hurried over and bowed, saying, Father, I apologize for my tardiness. Xiao Hongwei shot a fierce glance at Xiao Zhouyu, seizing a wooden staff and rising abruptly, menacingly approaching him. So, you have finally arrived, seeking a beating. At the sight of this, Xiao Zhouyu's heart sank. He quickly dashed outside, hiding behind Yunyi. Seeing the icy demeanor of the elder Xiao Yuan, Yunyi felt a chill run down his spine and hastily bowed. Greetings, Senior Xiao. I am Yunyi, here to pay my respects. Xiao Yuan halted, turning to glare coldly at Yunyi, his eyes shimmering with an almost murderous intensity. Yunyi felt a shiver at the man's piercing gaze and quickly lowered his head. Humph! What brings you here? Xiao Yuan's voice was frigid. Yunyi felt unnerved, hastily offering an explanation. Senior, he intended to mention his proposal, but considering the misunderstandings with Sha Linger and his lack of preparation, he feared that broaching the subject too abruptly might result in being ejected from Xiao Manor. Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan burst into laughter. Young brother Yun, there is no need to be so tense. I was merely jesting. Astonished, Yunyi sighed with relief, forcing a few smiles, internally reflecting, so it was all in jest. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Yunye's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Appeared the rumors regarding the unpredictable temperament of the Ice Emperor Xiao Yuan were indeed true. Young brother Yun, step aside. I must first discipline this shameless scoundrel for visiting a brothel. Xiao Yuan pointed at Xiao Zhouyu, his gaze ablaze with fury. Xiao Zhouyu was taken aback, not expecting Yunyi to betray him so shamelessly. Yunyi too was bewildered. How had Xiao Yuan learned of Xiao Zhouyu's escapades? Had he dispatched someone to follow him? As it turned out, Xiao Yuan had indeed sent someone to track Xiao Zhouyu ever since he learned of his visit to the brothel a few days prior. Before Yunyi and Xiao Zhouyu arrived at Xiao Manor, that person had reported all the details to Xiao Yuan. Let us just forget it. He didn't mean to do it, Yunyi interjected, giving Xiao Zhouyu a conspiratorial wink, signaling him to cooperate. Xiao Zhouyu snapped back to reality, realizing the situation. Right? Wait, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. Xiao Zhouyu was momentarily stunned, cursing inwardly. Damn Yunyi, you've deceived me again. What do you mean he didn't intend to do it? Senior Xiao, please allow me to explain. To meet the courtesan at Chunyu Tower, one must compose poetry to capture her heart. Zhouyu, wishing to assess his poetic skills, sought to test himself with the courtesan's critique, hence his visit to Chunyu Tower. Yunyi elaborated. Could this flimsy excuse truly placate the Ice Emperor Xiao Yuan? Certainly not. You both are utterly naive. Xiao Yuan scoffed, shaking his sleeves in frustration, but ultimately decided to give Yunyi a chance. Yunyi, you have great potential, so I suppose I can let this slide. However, you, Xiao Zhouyu, should consider yourself fortunate. Next time you dare to go, I shall break your legs. Thank you, father. Thank you, brother Yun. Upon hearing his father's forgiveness, Xiao Zhouyu leaped with joy, exclaiming then, I shall take my leave with that. He hastily made his exit. Watching Xiao Zhouyu depart, Yunyi couldn't help but chuckle, while Xiao Yuan sighed deeply. Young brother Yun, what brings you to my Xiao Manor today? Xiao Yuan turned to Yunyi, inquiring. Yunyi felt a flutter of anxiety, butterflies swirling in his stomach. Today, he had come to propose, but would Xiao Yuan consent? What if he refused? I am here to seek out Yenner. Left with no alternative, Yunyi divulged the truth, but he knew he needed to tread carefully. Oh? You know Yenner? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. We have been classmates for a few years. That moment, footsteps echoed, and a servant approached. Announcing Master, young Master Jiang Ping from the Jiang family has come to propose. Oh, go. Before Xiao Yuan could finish, Yunyi stepped forward, blocking his path. Senior, I must apologize for concealing my true purpose for visiting. I too have come to propose. Yunyi realized he had no choice but to voice his intentions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed. He regarded the young man before him with suspicion. Just a month ago, he had been entangled with a young woman, and now he sought to ensnare his precious daughter. Enraged, he bellowed, "Someone, throw this man out!" Yunyi was taken aback. Was this truly happening? It seemed the old man's warnings were accurate. Xiao Yuan did not view him favorably as a potential son-in-law. Indeed, Xiao Yuan's temperament was as peculiar as rumored. Yunyi's brows drooped as he let out a long sigh. Just as he intended to justify his innocence regarding Xiaolinger, four formidable grandmasters unceremoniously hurled him out of the Xiao family's grand entrance. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Ping, who couldn't help but sneer, realizing it was the renowned genius Yun. Did he not consider his surroundings? Was this truly a place befitting him? Chapter 26. A reunion. Yunyi chose to disregard the spectacle and instead prepared to stealthily infiltrate the Xiao residence in search of Xiao Yin'er. If fortune favored him, he hoped to whisk her away to a life of freedom. Though his heart was heavy with apprehensions, Yunyi remained undeterred. In the stillness of the night, under the luminous moon and sparse stars, the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle crooning of insects filled the air. Standing in the shadowy alley, Yunyi gazed up at the radiant moon, sighing softly, "Yin'er, how I miss you." With a swift leap, Yunyi vaulted over the 3-meter-tall wall, landing gracefully within the confines of the Xiao estate. The exterior of the Xiao residence exuded opulence, yet upon entering the backyard, he discovered a hidden world of pavilions, terraces, and flowing streams. Everything one could desire. As one of the foremost families in the imperial capital, the Xiao family's abode was undoubtedly extraordinary. After 3 hours of searching, Yunyi had yet to catch even a glimpse of Xiao Yin'er. Where could that girl possibly be? Frustration gnawed at him. Perhaps he should inquire with a servant. After questioning several attendants, even under duress, he could extract no valuable information. Disheartened, Yunyi returned empty-handed, his anxiety intensifying. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he resolved to demonstrate his unwavering devotion to Xiao Yin'er through action. In a bold and straightforward manner, he knelt at the entrance of the Xiao residence, channeling his spiritual energy to project a resounding voice that echoed throughout the estate. For the sake of Xiao Yin'er, he believed that pride was inconsequential. Once he found her, he would gladly take her to live a secluded life in the mountains, cultivating a simple existence. The gates of the Xiao residence creaked open, and as Yunyi raised his gaze, a charming figure came into view. Alas, it was not Xiao Yin'er. The young girl hastily approached, tossed a small piece of white paper at him, and then vanished into the estate. Joy surged within Yunyi as he picked up the note and unfolded it, revealing the message. "Young Master Yun, Miss Yin'er is in the palace. She is not at the Xiao residence." A whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within him. While joy was present, the realization that she was in the palace posed a significant challenge. With a sudden determination, Yunyi sprang to his feet and sought out an inn. Resolved to infiltrate the palace under the cover of night. With several hours still remaining until midnight, he prepared himself, dressed in dark attire for stealth. Yunyi quietly exited the inn and made his way to the vicinity of the palace. Concealing himself nearby, he cautiously observed the heavily guarded palace, his heart racing with trepidation. Despite possessing half-step grandmaster abilities, the palace's defenses were formidable. Any misstep could lead to capture. Reciting the Hunyuan incantation to mask his presence, Yunyi leaped onto the rooftops there. He held his breath, listening intently to the footsteps of patrolling guards. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he swiftly darted behind a tree to conceal himself, resuming his advance only after the patrol had passed. Navigating through the myriad of palace halls, he finally arrived at a resplendent palace, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions. Just as he prepared to vault over the threshold, a figure suddenly burst forth from within. Yunyi instinctively sidestepped to evade detection. "Who goes there?" the voice demanded sharply. Yunyi's heart sank. He had been discovered, however. He maintained his composure. Quickly employing the ghostly shadow technique, he moved with an ethereal grace, successfully eluding the pursuer. "Humph!" the figure scoffed, their form flickering before vanishing. In the next instant, they reappeared before Yunyi, inquiring, "Where do you think you're going?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yunyi attempted to escape, but his opponent's speed surpassed his own. With a resounding crack, Yunyi felt a sharp pain across his face as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a segment of the palace. Ha ha ha! With such meager strength, you dare invade the palace at night? The man's arrogant voice echoed in Yunye's ears. Blood surged in Yunye's throat, and he coughed violently, crimson droplets spilling from his lips. Panic gripped him, an expert of the sky realm. Who are you? Yunyi managed to ask, struggling to rise. That question is for me to pose to you, the man sneered, poised to strike. However, a melodious yet stern voice interrupted. Stop! Upon hearing that familiar voice, the man froze, his complexion paling. Silence, with a thud. The man dropped to his knees. Yunyi summoned the last remnants of his strength to see the girl's face, a visage he recognized all too well. Overwhelmed, he collapsed. Yunyi! The girl rushed to his side, her petite form lifting him effortlessly as she hurried toward her chamber, calling for the imperial physician. The man quaked in fear, realizing the imperial daughter treated this youth with such tenderness. Where had her former authority gone? He had even injured the boy. Would his life be forfeit? The entire family could be ruined because of this incident. Not only the man, but eunuchs, maidservants, and guards alike stood frozen in shock. The imperial physician arrived hastily to assess Yunye's injuries. Your Majesty, this individual has sustained severe internal injuries and requires ample rest. Understood, the girl replied softly, nodding. You may leave. The physician bowed and exited. Seated at the edge of the bed, the girl grasped Yunye's hand anxiously, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yenner, Yenner. In his unconscious state, Yunyi murmured, as if trapped in a haunting nightmare. Yenner, please don't go. I beg you, do not leave me. The girl bit her lip, a flicker of jealousy crossing her face. It's he that moment. Yunyi awakened. The first thing he saw was Luoyi sitting beside him, adorned in a flowing white gown, her ebony hair cascading down to her waist. Her features were breathtaking, her skin as fair as snow, resembling a celestial beauty, unparalleled in grace. Yunyi was momentarily taken aback, then struggled to sit up. You must remain in bed to heal. Do not rise, Luoyi pressed him down gently. You have just awakened. It is unwise to move. Luoyi's tone was indifferent, akin to that of a stranger. Causing Yunyi to bitterly curl his lips, Luoyi, how did you end up here? Wasn't I in the palace? Why am I in this unfamiliar place? Yunyi inquired, surveying his surroundings. This is the palace. Ah? Yunyi was taken aback, not questioning how Luoyi had rescued him. After all, with her imperial strength, it would be easy for her to secure a position of authority within the palace. One that was second only to the emperor. Though you know where Yenner is? Yunyi pressed urgently, his eyes gleaming with anxiety and longing. That I do. She is my close friend. Luoyi's heart ached slightly. Yet she still answered Yunyi this. Yunyi transformed his sorrow into joy, pleading, please, take me to see her. Very well. Stay put. I will fetch her at once. As soon as she finished speaking, Luoyi exited the room. Yunyi let out a sigh of relief, lying back on the bed in quiet anticipation. Chapter 27. Second infiltration of the Shao residence. Yunye's heart surged with excitement as he closed his eyes in hopeful expectation. Knock, knock, knocked. A gentle rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. A maid entered, carrying a tray of food, which she placed on the table. Thank you. You've worked hard, Yunyi said politely to the maid. No need for thanks, the maid replied with a gentle smile. This is a meal prepared for you at the emperor's behest. After setting down the meal, the maid exited the room. Yunyi was taken aback, his mind racing. The emperor? Were they so familiar? Surely, it was out of Luoyi's favor that he had been spared and provided for Dai in that moment. Gratitude filled Yunye's heart. Had it not been for Luoyi, he might have already met his end. Just then, the door slowly opened, and Luoyi stepped inside, followed closely by a young girl. This girl wore a mint green pleated skirt, her brows like distant mountains, eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Her round face and snow-white skin radiated beauty, reminiscent of a blooming lotus in its prime, a delicate willow unfurling in the morning, or a budding begonia, exuding an enchanting aura. Yunye's heart raced, his gaze fixated with fervor. This was the girl he had longed for. His Yenner? Yenner? Yunyi blinked, confirming the girl before him was indeed his beloved. He sprang up and dashed toward her. With a thunderous crash, the floor shattered beneath his foot as he rushed forward. Xiao Yenner turned at the sound, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sprinted into his embrace. The warmth of this long-awaited reunion quickened Yunye's heartbeat, causing him to tremble. Xiao Yinar wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face against his chest, weeping softly, "Brother Yi, I missed you so much." Yunyi tenderly stroked her hair, reassuring her, "Yinar, I missed you too." A soft cough from Luo Yi stirred an inexplicable sense of jealousy within her, piercing her heart. Sensing her gaze, Yunyi promptly released Xiao Yinar and steadied himself. Xiao Yinar blushed, lowering her eyes and avoiding Yunye's gaze. Luo Yi glanced at Xiao Yinar, then at Yunyi, clearing her throat, "Ahem. I am still here, you know." Yunyi finally noticed that Luo Yi was also present. He awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten about her. "Ah, I'm sorry, Yigu. How did you know I was here?" Xiao Yinar displayed a puzzled expression, her delicate face still flushed, resembling two enticing red apples. "It was a maid who informed me." Yunyi subsequently recounted his experiences in Zhao's residence, omitting any embarrassing incidents. "What?" Upon hearing that it was a maid who had relayed the message, Xiao Yinar gasped in alarm. "Ah, it must be Xiao Chui. She could be in danger." Both Yunyi and Luo Yi were taken aback. How could Xiao Chui, the one who delivered the message, possibly be in peril? "I can't stay any longer. I need to return to Zhao's residence immediately," Xiao Yinar exclaimed anxiously, grasping Yunye's hand. "Let us go." "Wait, Yinar, what is going on?" Yunyi hurriedly detained her. Xiao Yinar halted, nodded, and urged, "Hurry, follow me." "Oh." Yunyi, bewildered, complied and took her hand as they departed the palace. The two boarded a palanquin and left the imperial grounds. During the journey, Yunyi couldn't help but inquire, "Yinar, what exactly is happening? Why is Xiao Chui in danger?" Observing Xiao Yinar's worried expression, a sense of foreboding settled within him. "It's my father. He must know that the message came from Xiao Chui. His methods of punishment are not something an ordinary person can endure." Xiao Yinar's clear eyes were filled with fear and concern. Yunye's breath hitched and his complexion shifted. "Yinar, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've implicated." Xiao Yinar shook her head. "It's not your fault, Yigu. If you hadn't come to find me, I would be the one upset." With that, a swirl of blue and white spiritual energy enveloped her feet, and with a light tap of her toes, she glided gracefully through the air, moving swiftly like the wind towards the Xiao residence. Yunyi activated his ghostly shadow technique, propelling himself several zhang into the air, akin to a meteor streaking down, tracing an arc towards the Xiao residence. Despite exerting all his strength, he still lagged behind Yinar by a few moments. He couldn't help but marvel at how Yinar's advanced ice shadow step had seemingly grown even stronger compared to before. Not far from the Xiao residence, Yinar cautioned, "Yigu, wait here. My father doesn't like you. It's better you keep your distance." Yunyi furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discontent, yet he understood her reasoning. Reluctantly, he sighed, "I'll wait for you. I'll come to find you shortly." With that, Xiao Yinar hurriedly entered the gates of the Xiao residence, disappearing from sight. Sighing deeply, Yunyi watched as time passed slowly until the sun began to set and the moonlight emerged. He sensed that Xiao Yinar was likely in trouble, possibly confined by her father, Xiao Yuan. Without further hesitation, he dashed towards the Xiao manor. "Who goes there? What business do you have at the Xiao residence at this late hour?" A guard on night watch obstructed Yunyi's path. Questioning him sternly, Yunyi paid him no heed, his figure flickering before vanishing into thin art in the next moment. Utilizing his agility, he infiltrated the courtyard and raced towards the chamber where Xiao Yinar resided. Xiao Yinar sat alone by the window, staring blankly at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual presence approaching from behind. Alert, she turned to see a man stealthily approaching her. "Ah!" Xiao Yinar gasped, startled, and instinctively retreated. Her spiritual energy surged, and she swiftly struck her palm backwards, sending a gust of energy rushing forth. Just as she took half a step back, a pair of strong arms enveloped her. And a warm, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's me, Yunyi." "Yunyi." Xiao Yinar gazed at him with her sparkling, tear-filled eyes. "Why did you take so long to come?" She pouted, her eyes slightly reddened. Yunyi felt a pang of heartache at her tear-streaked face and softly reassured her, "Yinar, I'm sorry. I've been so foolish, Yigu. Let us hurry. We need to rescue Xiao Chui first." Then we can escape far away, Xiao Yinar urged sweetly. Yunyi, taken aback, thought happiness had arrived too suddenly. All right, guided by Xiao Yinar, they cautiously evaded the patrolling guards and made their way to a secluded corner. Though the Xiao residence was resplendent, it was imbued with a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. In the northwest corner of the manor, a frigid aura pierced through the skin and seeped into the bones, causing Yunyi to shiver uncontrollably. Due to Xiao Yinar's ice attribute, she felt no discomfort from the cold. Ego. Just a little longer, she encouraged, noticing the pain etched on Yunyi's face. We almost there, Mem, Yunyi responded with difficulty, struggling to endure, yet feigning strength for Yinar's sake. After what felt like an eternity, they finally traversed through numerous courtyards and arrived at a chamber made entirely of ice. This is it. Xiao Yinar inhaled deeply and pushed open the heavy ice door. This ice chamber was crafted by my father using imperial ice, specifically designed to punish those who err. This imperial ice will not melt even if the surrounding temperature rises. As they stepped inside, a gust of icy wind swept in, causing Yunyi to shudder and wrap his arms around himself. Miss, a familiar voice called out. They saw a frail girl curled up in the corner, her expression one of agony, a stark contrast to the Xiao Chui Yunyi had previously encountered. Upon lifting her head and spotting Yunyi and Xiao Yinar, her eyes brightened momentarily, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. Xiao Chui! Xiao Yinar exclaimed in surprise, rushing towards her. Xiao Chui weakly raised her hand, clutching Xiao Yinar's sleeve, and whispered, Miss, why have you come? Xiao Yinar grasped Xiao Chui's icy hand, her eyes reddening as she choked out, Don't worry, I will never allow anyone to bully you. Xiao Chui shook her head, and Xiao Yinar hoisted her onto her back, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a burst of pure white flames erupted from Yunyi's palm. Southern Ming's leaving fire, he exclaimed, unable to withstand the cold any longer. Using the flames to ward off the chill, a wave of warmth enveloped Xiao Yinar from behind, filling her with dread. Don't ignite a fire, she urged. I want to burn it down. Yunyi believed Xiao Yinar was merely concerned about him setting the ice chamber ablaze. No, you don't understand, she frantically explained. My father consents. The imperial ice chamber was forged from Xiao Yuan's own ice attribute spiritual energy. As long as he was within 10 miles, he could clearly perceive any changes occurring within the chamber. Before Xiao Yinar could finish, a booming voice emanated from outside the chamber. Well done, my good daughter. It was Xiao Yuan's voice. What do we do now? Xiao Yinar stammered, clearly flustered. System, enter the training space. Yunyi grasped Xiao Yinar's hand, silently summoning the system. Ding, training space is being generated. Hurry, Yunyi urged. Ding, training space successfully generated. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi and Xiao Yinar entered the system's space. A celestial island appeared before them, lush and serene, under a clear blue sky. Wow! Xiao Yinar blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes, excitedly surveying her surroundings. Yunyi breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Let us wait until your father finishes his inspection and believes we aren't in the ice chamber before we go out. Xiao Yinar obediently nodded. You should quickly check on Xiao Chui and see how she is. Yunyi nodded in agreement, crouching down to take Xiao Chui's pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his fingers and gently said, Xiao Chui is merely afflicted by cold energy and is weak. There's no need to worry. Just as he finished speaking, Yunyi infused a surge of fire attribute spiritual energy into Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui murmured, slowly opening her eyes and gazing at Yunyi in confusion. Huh? Why did I fall asleep? You're awake. That's wonderful, Xiao Yinar exclaimed with delight. Miss, what are you doing here? Xiao Chui struggled to sit up. Xiao Yinar smiled brightly, grasping Xiao Chui's hand. Xiao Chui, you should rest for a moment. We'll leave the Xiao residence soon. Yunyi was taken aback. What? Yinar, where do you intend to take Xiao Chui? He wanted to share a private moment with Xiao Yinar, not to have a third while tagging along. Xiao Yinar shot him a glare, scolding, That's none of your business. You aren't allowed to interfere. Yunyi immediately fell silent, not daring to defy her command. He inwardly lamented. How unfortunate. After a lengthy pause, Yunyi led both of them out from the system space. Inside the ice chamber, no guards were stationed. Ha! Yunyi sighed in relief. Let us hurry and leave this place. Xiao Yinar supported Xiao Chui as they swiftly fled from the Xiao residence. Upon their departure, Xiao Yinar handed Xiao Chui some silver coins and arranged for a carriage. hiring a driver to escort Xiao Chui back to her hometown, At first. Xiao Chui was reluctant to part ways with her mistress, Xiao Yin'er, but after much persuasion from Xiao Yin'er, she finally relented. Yunyi remained by Xiao Yin'er's side, accompanying her until she had ensured Xiao Chui was well taken care of. Xiao Yin'er grasped Yunye's arm, her eyes glimmering with affection, and said, "Brother Yi, shall we go see the ocean?" "Certainly. Being with Yin'er makes everything delightful," Yunyi replied, gently caressing Xiao Yin'er's soft hair. However, the journey to Haizhou is quite far, and the Easterners often cause disturbances. "What do you say we go to Nanzhou instead?" "As you wish, Brother Yi." Xiao Yin'er smiled sweetly, leaning against Yunyi. Having purchased a carriage, they endured a bumpy ride until they finally reached the borders of Nanzhou. "Brother Yi, I'm hungry," Xiao Yin'er whined. Yunyi, with a doting gesture, patted her head and changed the direction of the carriage. After enjoying dinner together, they ventured to the outskirts of the city to admire the moonlight as night deepened. Xiao Yin'er sat on the grass, resting her head on Yunye's shoulder, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, shrouding the previously clear night in dark clouds. The howling wind rustled the trees ominously. "Oh no! It's going to rain!" Yunye's expression darkened as he swiftly stood up, cradling Xiao Yin'er in his arms. "Brother Yi, why are you holding me if it's going to rain?" Xiao Yin'er pouted, feigning annoyance, her expression one of innocent discontent. With a resigned smile, Yunyi replied, "Silly girl. I cannot bear the thought of raindrops falling upon you. Let us seek refuge in the carriage." Before Yunyi could reach the carriage, the heavens opened and rain poured down in torrents, splashing up clouds of mist. Yunyi summoned his inner energy, creating a golden shield above them to protect Xiao Yin'er from the deluge. Nestled against Yunye's broad chest, Xiao Yin'er savored the tranquility of the moment, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. Watching the sleeping Xiao Yin'er, Yunye's handsome face softened into a gentle smile, his heart aching with tenderness as he held her closer. Ensuring her comfort, Yunyi gazed at Xiao Yin'er's serene face, a blissful smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling like radiant stars. Such a scene was filled with warmth and beauty. He remained perfectly still, fearful of disturbing her sweet dreams. "Brother Yi," Xiao Yin'er murmured softly, a sweet and tranquil smile adorning her lips as she spoke in her sleep. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the rain finally ceased. Xiao Yin'er slowly opened her dreamy eyes, stretching her sore neck, and was surprised to find herself nestled in Yunye's embrace, who remained standing still at that moment. From the nearby thicket, a pair of glowing blue eyes fixated intently on the two. Chapter 29. The Blue Demon Lion King. A sinister laugh pierced the stillness of the night, startling Xiao Yin'er. She looked up to see the pair of eerie blue eyes staring back at her. Unmoving. "Who goes there?" Xiao Yin'er asked cautiously, her gaze darting into the darkness. Suddenly, a magical beast, enveloped in blue flames and sporting a lion's head with fearsome fangs, materialized out of thin air, lunging towards Yunyi. Yunye's expression shifted in alarm. He pivoted swiftly to evade the beast's deadly strike. "Xiao Yin'er, stay behind me," he exclaimed, recognizing the creature. "It's the Blue Demon Lion King." The Blue Demon Lion King, a fourth-tier magical beast with the strength of the Sky Realm, had gained a semblance of intelligence. Ignoring Yunye's words, the beast lunged at him with relentless ferocity. Yunyi shouted angrily, his right hand outstretched as he recited an incantation. With a resounding clang, a sword materialized in his grasp, shimmering with starlit brilliance. He charged forward, the sound of slicing wind echoing as he swung the sword with overwhelming force. The Blue Demon Lion King let out a thunderous roar, its vicious claws tearing through the air as they struck at Yunyi. Yunye's gaze sharpened. He deftly sidestepped to avoid the lion's claw, then thrust his sword towards the beast's flank. Sensing imminent danger, the Blue Demon Lion King swiftly turned, its massive paw, laced with ethereal blue flames, met Yunye's strike with a deafening crash, sending dust and debris flying. Xiao Yin'er coughed as the dust enveloped her. When the haze finally settled, both Yunyi and the Blue Demon Lion King staggered back, regaining their footing. The lion, visibly enraged, let out a mournful howl, causing the very earth to tremble and trees to shatter. Yunye's expression turned grave. His right hand trembled slightly, for how could he, a mere half-step master, contend with a fourth-tier magical beast? It was akin to facing a powerful adversary at the Sky Realm. Turning to Xiao Yin'er, he called out, Yenner, you must flee. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique, and its power is immense. I cannot risk harming you. Uncertain if his fire technique could elevate him to the sky realm. He knew it was his only option. Yunyi retracted his sword, reciting the incantation for his fire technique. A brilliant white flame erupted from his dantian, roaring to life. The air around Yunyi seemed to boil, waves of heat radiating outward. The blue demon Lion King, sensing the shift, glared at Yunyi with its crimson eyes, filled with trepidation. Yunyi coldly regarded the beast, his sword ablaze with intense fire, pointing it directly at the lion. With a sudden surge of energy, Yunyi's power transcended to the pinnacle of the second-tier Master Realm, reaching the threshold of the Great Master Realm. With a heavy sigh, Yunyi lamented that while he had previously unleashed this fire technique at the Golden Body Realm, he had only advanced one tier now that he had reached the half-step Divine Emperor Realm. Feeling a pang of disappointment, unbeknownst to him, the enhancement of his fire technique was intrinsically linked to Divine Fire. The South Brightly fire released by a half-step master was incomparable to that released at the Golden Body Realm. Glancing back at Xiao Yenner, his eyes reflected a mix of worry and remorse, coupled with unwavering determination. The blue demon Lion King roared in fury, launching itself at Yunyi with blinding speed. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, exuding an aura of deathly intent. Yunyi's gaze hardened. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, Yunyi was sent flying by the lion's overwhelming strength. Crashing heavily against a sturdy tree, bloodied and gasping, he slid down the trunk, leaving a trail of crimson behind. "Brother Yi!" Xiao Yenner screamed in panic from a distance. The blue demon Lion King charged once more. Lightning fast, its claws poised to strike Yunyi. Attempting to rise and fight back, Yunyi found himself utterly drained of strength, powerless against the vast disparity in their might. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing Yunyi to open his eyes wide in shock. He realized he was surrounded by a dense frost. With a pained wail, the blue demon Lion King collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Rushing to Yunyi's side, Xiao Yenner anxiously checked his wounds. "Brother Yi, are you all right? Are you still alive?" "Yes," Yunyi groaned, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. "I'm fine. Don't worry, Yenner." Hearing this, Xiao Yenner finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, Yunyi's vision faded to black, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Yunyi awoke, he found himself lying on a soft bed. That moment, Xiao Yenner sat at the edge, her delicate hands tightly grasping his right hand. Her worried and caring gaze fixed upon him. "Brother Yi, you're finally awake. You had me so frightened," Xiao Yenner exclaimed with joy. "With you by my side, how could I ever be in danger?" Yunyi gently stroked her dark locks, speaking with tender affection. "Hee." Xiao Yenner giggled, then her expression turned serious. "Brother Yi, what kind of beast was that lion? It was terrifying, like a monster." "Indeed." Yunyi chuckled softly, secretly musing, "Your strength surpasses that of the Lion King, does it not?" To his astonishment, Xiao Yenner's prowess had reached the formidable pinnacle of a first-tier master, capable of annihilating a fourth-tier magical beast. That was a creature of the sky realm. Though her victory was partly due to a surprise attack, her talent was beyond Yunyi's imagination. With the aid of his advanced technology, he never anticipated that he would be outshone. "Brother Yi, are you hungry? I've prepared many snacks for you, just waiting for you to wake up," Xiao Yenner said with a bright smile. "Really?" Yunyi raised an eyebrow. His smile radiant. "Yes, hurry and wash up, then we can eat." Xiao Yenner nodded enthusiastically. Yunyi threw off the light blanket and rose from the bed, refreshing himself before taking a seat at the table. Xiao Yenner had already arranged an array of treats, placing them before Yunyi. "Brother Yi, please try these. I made them all myself," she said with a sweet smile, eagerly watching him. Looking into Xiao Yenner's pure, innocent eyes, Yunyi couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, softly saying, "Thank you, Yenner-da." "You're welcome." Xiao Yenner smiled sweetly, and Yunyi picked up a piece of cake, savoring it as he exclaimed, "The taste is delightful." After finishing their meal, Xiao Yenner produced a jade vial and inquired, "Can you guess what this is? A spirit pill?" Yunyi asked in surprise, noting that jade vials were typically used for such purposes. Though there were exceptions. "Not quite." Xiao Yenner shook her head playfully, urging him to guess. Yunyi furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head in defeat. Chapter 30. The Beast Fire of the Blue Demon Beast Haha. Xiao Yin'er beamed with pride. This is the beast fire dropped by that magical beast. Beast fire? Yun Ye's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying this is the beast fire from the Blue Demon Lion King? Yes, yes. Xiao Yin'er nodded excitedly, handing it to him. Here, with that, she pressed the vial containing the blue beast fire into Yun Ye's hands. Yin'er, this isn't appropriate. Yun Yi quickly protested. This blue beast fire belongs to the fourth-tier magical beast, the Blue Demon Lion King. Its value is on par with high-level yellow-tier spiritual techniques, which typically fetch around 30,000 taels of silver in the market. What's inappropriate about it? This is our trophy. Xiao Yin'er asserted confidently. She believed that since Yunyi possessed a fire affinity physique, having more fire seeds would only benefit him. However, what Xiao Yin'er did not realize was that an ordinary human could only harbor one type of fire. Due to certain reasons, different fires repelled each other, and should they fuse, it would lead to certain death. Although Yunyi had not read countless volumes, he was well aware of this fact. But Xiao Yin'er was oblivious. Moreover, beast fire was notoriously domineering and volatile. The beast fire of the Blue Demon Lion King was pure yang fire, its ferocity comparable to that of fifth-tier magical beasts. Yunyi could not withstand the overwhelming and tempestuous nature of this beast fire. Observing Xiao Yin'er's stubborn demeanor, Yunyi could not help but chuckle, ultimately accepting the vial with resignation. All right then, go and rest. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to see the sea, Yunyi said with a cheerful smile. MHM. Xiao Yin'er responded obediently but did not leave, her beautiful eyes blinking as they fixate on Yunyi, their clarity shimmering with a unique allure. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Yunyi gently inquired. But this inn has only one room left, Xiao Yin'er blushed, lowering her gaze and avoiding Yunyi's eyes shyly. Yunyi was momentarily taken aback. Yin'er, how about you sleep on this bed tonight? As soon as the words left Yunyi's mouth, Xiao Yin'er looked up at him. Gazing at his handsome face and hearing his warm voice, her mind momentarily turned to mush. All right. After a brief moment of dazed silence, Xiao Yin'er bashfully nodded in agreement. Yunyi stared foolishly at Xiao Yin'er, wondering if he was dreaming. Yin'er actually agreed. He took a blanket from the bed and laid it on the floor. Brother Yi. Xiao Yin'er furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, What are you doing? Pointing to the thick blanket spread on the ground, Yunyi replied, Yin'er, you sleep here, and I will take the bed. It's quite warm. Xiao Yin'er glanced at the blanket on the floor, only then realizing her misunderstanding. Rolling her eyes, she shook her head decisively, saying, Brother Yi, I want to sleep on the bed. You can take the floor. I am the patient. Yunyi feigned a pitiful expression, but I'm the one suffering. Xiao Yin'er disregarded him, swiftly lying down on the bed, pulling the covers over herself with a dismissive huff. Humph, dense man. Yunyi placed his hand on his forehead, letting out a helpless sigh, yielding to the situation. In the stillness of the night, a chilling wind suddenly blew in, rattling the windows. Yunyi instinctively curled up. A few snowflakes drifted inside, landing on the tip of his nose, transforming into a piercing cold current. Startled, Yunyi opened his eyes and, after a brief scan of the surroundings, saw nothing unusual and closed his eyes again to continue his peaceful slumber. Another wave of icy wind swept through. The harsh sound of the wind once again roused Yunyi from his sleep. He buried his head under the covers, attempting to drift off again. Brother Yi, are you asleep? Xiao Yin'er asked, her voice soft yet tinged with impatience as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yunyi poked his head out from under the blanket, yawning as he asked, Is there something you need? Could you please close the window? Xiao Yin'er pouted, complaining, It's been blowing for ages. It's so cold. Why don't you do it yourself? Yunyi said, still half asleep. I got my period. Xiao Yin'er's face flushed crimson as she stammered, Could you please help me close it? I'm begging you. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Upon hearing her mention of her period, Yunyi immediately awakened, a surge of heat rushing to his head, causing his face to redden. After stuttering for a moment, he finally managed to utter, Oh, I'll be right there. He dashed over, slamming the window shut with a loud bang and locking it tight. Brother Yi, my stomach hurts. Xiao Yin'er lamented, clutching her abdomen pitifully. Your stomach hurts? Yunyi was alarmed, having never encountered such a situation before. He felt utterly helpless, only knowing that girls should not be chilled during their periods. But he was clueless about the rest. How do I treat this? Yunyi pondered anxiously. Suddenly, inspiration struck him like a spark igniting a flame. His eyes brightened, and a smile crept onto his face, tinged with delight. Yes, hot water. Hot water cures all ailments. With that, Yunyi bolted out of the room, shivering as he stepped outside. So cold. He rubbed his arms and hurried towards the kitchen. At this late hour, the entire inn was shrouded in darkness, save for the distant sound of a lone night watchman. Waiter, where's the hot water? Yunyi shouted anxiously from the kitchen. The waiter, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened the door and glanced at Yunyi, saying, "Guest, please wait a moment." He quickly dressed and entered the kitchen. Before long, he emerged, carrying a pot of hot water. "Here you go, guest." "Thank you." Yunyi gratefully accepted the pot and rushed back to the guest room, pouring the hot water into a cup and handing it to Xiao Yinner. "Yinner, try this. Will it help?" Taking the cup, Xiao Yinner inhaled the steam wafting from it. "Thank you, Brother Yi." She took a small sip, warmth spreading through her as she sighed contentedly. Seeing her reaction, Yunyi finally felt relieved. It dawned on him that he had studied medicine, yet had been utterly clueless about dealing with a period. If his master Yaosheng found out, he would surely be reprimanded. "You should go to sleep now," Xiao Yinner gently urged, pushing him. Then, "Yinner, do you still feel pain?" Yunyi asked, turning to her. "Much better," Xiao Yinner replied. "Then I will stay here with you," Yunyi declared, taking a seat beside her. "Him." The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Yinner exclaimed, "Brother Yi, I have something I forgot to give you yesterday." Chapter 31. Devouring Beast Fire. At that moment, Yunyi was busy packing his belongings. "Brother Yi, I have something wonderful. I forgot to give it to you yesterday." Xiao Yinner suddenly rushed in, her excitement palpable as she thrust a fourth-tier magic core the size of a fist into Yunyi's hand. "What is this?" Yunyi gasped, looking down at the magic core in astonishment, a glimmer of shock crossing his eyes as he exclaimed, "A magic core!" The magic core emitted a faint blue glow, within which a small blue flame flickered, and one could even sense the elemental energy swirling around it. This from the blue demon Lion King. Yunyi's eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to a hawk fixating on its prey. As he gazed intently at the magic core in this world, the magic core is no ordinary object. It is exceedingly rare. As its name suggests, it harbors the ferocious energies of the world, encapsulated within the essence of magical beasts. Essentially, it is the golden core of these creatures. The immense and turbulent energy contained within is such that even a formidable master in the golden body realm would hesitate to absorb it directly, risking their very life. Although the magic core cannot be utilized directly by the human body, it can be refined by alchemists into potions, making it an indispensable raw material in alchemy. Once processed through an alchemist's secret formula, the volatile attributes of the magic core diminish significantly, transforming it into a coveted array of extraordinary elixirs sought after by martial cultivators, often commanding prices that soar several times higher than their original worth. Furthermore, magic cores can serve as embellishments, affixed to weapons or garments. Weapons or attire imbued with magic cores acquire certain attributes, enhancing combat prowess. For instance, a fire attribute magic core augments attack power, a soil attribute core bolsters defense, a wood attribute core enhances vitality, a wind attribute core increases speed, and a water attribute core heightens reflexes. Naturally, higher-tier magic cores may possess additional attributes, though such occurrences are exceedingly rare. With such a plethora of attribute enhancements, it is no wonder that magic cores are regarded as the most coveted treasures in this realm, a title they rightly deserve. However, acquiring a magic core is no simple feat. First, one must defeat a magical beast, which typically possesses a slight edge in strength compared to humans of the same level. Moreover, high-tier magical beasts often roam the forests, posing threats to humans, making the hunt for magical beasts a task usually undertaken by teams. Additionally, not every magical beast contains a magic core. This is a matter of chance. It is not uncommon for a team to suffer significant losses, only to find that the defeated beast yields no spoils whatsoever. This scenario is far from rare and is a frequent occurrence in the pursuit of magic cores. Amidst this prevailing demand, magic cores remain perpetually sought after. Whenever high-tier magic cores appear at auction houses, various factions rush to acquire them at exorbitant prices. The Yun family is no exception. Previously, they spent 5 million on a 6th-tier water attribute magic core, a sum equivalent to a year's income for an entire county. Yet, in the eyes of prominent families, this amount is but a trifling sum. The magic core's value far outweighs all else, Brother Yi. This blue magic Lion King's core is for you, Xiao Yin'er declared. Her eyes shimmering like clear water, her small head held high as she blinked innocently, a bright smile illuminating her face as she looked at Yunyi, eager for his delight. Nay, this is yours. It rightfully belongs to you? Yunyi shook his head, recognizing the blue magic Lion King's core as valued at 20,000 silver coins. I cannot accept this. Xiao Yin'er pouted defiantly, asserting, I killed the blue magic Lion King to save you. You must accept it. We are close. Don't be so stubborn. As she spoke, she affectionately clung to Yunye's arm, swaying gently, her voice soft and melodic, melting his resolve. Yunyi was taken aback, perplexed by this logic. But I already possessed the blue beast fire. This beast was slain by you. You deserve your share, Brother Yi. Why are you so tedious? Just take it. I won't take no for an answer, Xiao Yin'er pouted in discontent, tossing her sleeve as she strode toward the bed, swinging her slender legs like a playful kitten. Seeing this, Yunyi could only chuckle helplessly, accepting the core into his storage ring. All right, shall we go? Just as he was about to speak, the system issued a temporary mission. Ding, temporary mission initiated. Devour the 4th-tier beast fire of the blue magic Lion King. Time limit, 1 hour. Completion reward, random. Failure penalty, 20 years of lifespan. 20 years of lifespan. Yunyi was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, mentally cursing, 20 years? You might as well kill me outright. Devouring the blue beast fire and reacting with the South Mingli fire will only hasten my demise. If the system wishes to change hosts, it could simply say so instead of beating around the bush. Ding reminder. The host possesses the natural power of fire attributes and can devour all flames without self-detonation. Yunyi sighed deeply, a smile finally gracing his features. Hey, Brother Yi? Noticing his prolonged silence and the goofy grin on his face, Xiao Yin'er leaned forward, calling out to him, Oh, Yin'er, how about I devour the blue beast fire first before we leave? Yunyi replied, managing a stiff smile. Sounds great. Xiao Yin'er eagerly agreed, delighted to be with Brother Yi, content in any setting as long as they were together. With a sigh of relief, Yunyi sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving a jade vial from his storage ring and releasing the blue beast fire. The blue flames floated in the air, radiating intense heat, akin to a mischievous blue sprite darting about. Be careful. Brother Yi, Xiao Yin'er cautioned, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, not daring to blink, fearful of missing any detail. Understood, Yunyi nodded, concentrating his mental energy to compress the blue beast fire. In mere moments, it transformed into a translucent blue orb, within which the flames danced with a life of their own, seemingly on the verge of explosion. With a decisive inhalation, Yunyi drew the blue orb into himself, merging it with his dantian. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within him. At that moment, Yunyi felt a scorching sensation rise within, as if it would incinerate his internal organs, causing unbearable pain. Suddenly, the South Mingli fire surged within his dantian. In an instant, the previously toxic blue flames dissipated completely, while Yunyi's cultivation speed surged dramatically. Ha ha ha! Overwhelmed by the sudden increase in power, Yunyi couldn't contain his laughter, astonished that the South Mingli fire could counteract other flames. This was simply marvelous. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his eyes, a broader smile illuminating his face. Brother Yi, how did it go? Xiao Yin'er queried eagerly, hopping off the bed to stand beside him, resembling an adorable little girl. Success! Yin'er, let us be on our way, Yunyi exclaimed, taking her delicate hand as they proceeded outward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Reward: 1 3-hour experience card for a divine craftsman. Yunyi was momentarily stunned, as he had been contemplating refining dragon scales into a precious garment for Xiao Yin'er, truly a stroke of fortune. After a lengthy journey by carriage, they finally arrived at the foot of the Poison Mountain in South Prefecture. At the base of the Poison Mountain, Yunyi held Xiao Yin'er's delicate hand as they disembarked from the carriage. Xiao Yin'er gazed up at the majestic and towering Poison Mountain, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Yi, this mountain is beautiful, Xiao Yin'er exclaimed, captivated by its splendor. As the name suggests, Poison Mountain is composed of numerous toxic herbs and venomous creatures. The diversity of toxic flora and fauna is formidable, possessing potent corrosive properties that could lead to poisoning or even death with the slightest misstep. Typically, beneath its vibrant exterior lies a perilous threat. A mere touch might result in utter obliteration. Yet, for the innocent and carefree Xiao Yin'er, her focus lay solely on the beauty, oblivious to the lurking dangers. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Yunyi smiled, gently caressing Xiao Yin'er's rosy cheek. However, while traversing the poison mountain, you must not touch any flowers, plants, or trees. Why? Xiao Yin'er pouted, her cherry-red lips forming a frown. This mountain is aptly named Poison Mountain, and it is fraught with danger, Yin'er. These poisonous plants and creatures are quite formidable. If you were to be bitten or scratched, you could fall victim to their toxins. Therefore, you must keep your distance, for even my master would struggle to protect you in such circumstances, Yunyi patiently explained. He recalled his master, Yao Wuxing, speaking of the Poison Mountain, making it familiar territory for him. Oh, Xiao Yin'er's eyes reflected disappointment upon hearing this. Be good. Yunyi affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. Let us head to the inn first. Grab a bite, and then continue our journey. With that, he took Xiao Yin'er's hand and led her toward the inn. The inn was rather rudimentary, constructed not of wooden planks but of thatched straw. Resembling a simple shelter, outside the door, a few dilapidated tables and chairs lay covered in dust. The innkeeper, dozing at the counter, quickly wiped his eyes and stood up upon noticing guests, welcoming them with a smile. Welcome. Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat? Yunyi glanced around the establishment with mild indifference. Please prepare some of your signature dishes for us. Additionally, bring us a pot of tea. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The innkeeper turned and headed toward the kitchen. Brother Yi, the environment here is rather shabby. Shouldn't we venture further to find a proper tavern? Xiao Yin'er suggested. This place is rather isolated, within a radius of several dozen miles. This is likely the only establishment. We must stay. Besides, if we do not eat well, how can we have the strength to travel? Yunyi shook his head, insisting they remain. Very well then. Xiao Yin'er pouted her red lips but remained standing, never taking a seat. Yunyi chuckled, realizing that Xiao Yin'er found the place too filthy. Why not sit on my lap? He suggested playfully. Xiao Yin'er lifted her head, her eyes blinking in surprise. Is that appropriate? Observing her bashful demeanor, Yunyi laughed heartily, leaning down to steal a kiss near her lips, his voice low and husky, dripping with innuendo. Yin'er, there's no one around. Xiao Yin'er's delicate face flushed crimson as she playfully scolded. Brother Yi, you're teasing. Amused by her shyness, Yunyi couldn't help but tease further. You look so adorable like this. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yin'er's cheeks reddened even more. She lowered her head. Just then a young waiter arrived with a kettle of hot water and a few bowls. Esteemed guests, please have some hot water to rest your feet, he said, handing the kettle to Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er. Thank you, Yunyi responded, while Xiao Yin'er smiled sweetly, accepting the kettle. The dishes were just being served. Yunyi had barely picked up his chopsticks when suddenly, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a flowing white robe, stumbled into the inn. With a loud crash, Yunyi turned to see the old man had fallen. Upon recognizing the elder's face, he gasped and shouted, Master! The white-haired elder was none other than Yunyi's mentor, Yao Wuxing. With a thud, Yunyi immediately discarded his chopsticks and rushed to the old man, helping him up. Master! Yunyi exclaimed anxiously, his eyes reddening. How did you get poisoned? Struggling to speak, tears streamed down his handsome cheeks as he felt Yao Wuxing's pulse. Sighing heavily, he realized he had never encountered such poison. Even his Wandujia, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, was utterly ineffective against this one. Xiao Yin'er stood in shock, having never seen her brother Yi so frantic before. Yi? Didn't he expect to see you before I die? Yao Wuxing's pallid face conveyed his feeble state. No, master, I won't let you die. Yunyi knelt on the ground, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body trembling with despair. My book. Yao Wuxing's voice trailed off, and he fell lifeless. Master. Yunyi was heartbroken, collapsing in front of Yao Wuxing's body, wailing, Master. No. Please wake up. Yet, no matter how desperately he cried, he could not rouse Yao Wuxing. Ultimately, he surrendered. Clutching the cold, rigid corpse, taking out the medical tome from Yao Wuxing's embrace, He opened the first page, his fingers tracing the ancient characters. Master, rest assured from now on, I will safeguard this medical book. I shall study it diligently. Living up to your expectations, I will avenge you. And those who caused your demise will pay dearly. Yunyi spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Now, with his parents' vengeance still unavenged, he faced yet another grievance. Where would he find these foes? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Xiao Yin'er stood silently beside him. Watching the sorrow-stricken Yunyi, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. After a long pause, she gently spoke, Brother Yi, my condolences. At her words, Yunyi reined in his sorrowful emotions, looking at Xiao Yin'er. Master enjoyed traveling the world. Today, I shall send him off with the east wind. With that, flames erupted in his hand, a white fire that appeared terrifying. With a gentle wave, Yao Wuxing was reduced to ashes, becoming nothingness. Yunyi closed his eyes. Inhaling the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs in the air, memories of his time with Yao Wuxing flooding his mind, bringing a lump to his throat and moisture to his eyes. Xiao Yin'er stood quietly, her own eyes reddening. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, like a celestial melody, bringing a flicker of joy to Yunye's grief-stricken gaze. Ding dong, a temporary mission has been issued. Avenge Yao Wuxing. Completion reward. Random. Failure penalty. Xiao Yin'er's lifespan reduced by 10 years. Mission deadline. 3 days. Yunyi was taken aback. With each passing moment, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. This damned system had the audacity to use the one he cherished most. Yin'er, as a penalty. How could he not be enraged? 3 days was hardly enough. He didn't even know the identity of the murderer, only that they were far more skilled with poison than his master. Suddenly, Yunyi glanced towards the nearby poison mountain. An idea struck him. He recalled Yao Wuxing mentioning that he had friends atop that mountain, once close allies, now adversaries. Little waiter, are there any people on Poison Mountain? Yunyi asked, his expression tense. The petrified waiter stared at the furious young man, trembling as he stammered, Yes, there are indeed people there, but they are extremely vicious. I advise you not to go. Speak plainly, or I'll kill you right now. Yunyi threatened, his voice cold and deliberate. Yes, there is someone on Poison Mountain, but they are very fierce, I warn you. It's best not to approach. Moreover, the mountain is filled with poisonous plants, venomous flowers, and deadly creatures. Before the waiter could finish, Yunyi interrupted angrily, Get to the point. Who is it? Oh, that person is known as the Poison Immortal. I don't know much else. I heard that several martial artists who went up the mountain never returned. The waiter, intimidated by Yunyi's aura, hurriedly divulged everything he knew. The Poison Immortal? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yin'er frowned, a sense of familiarity brushing her mind, yet she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. Yunyi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he turned to Xiao Yin'er. Yin'er, we must go, he commanded, and the two hurried towards the outer pavilion. Wait, young master, you can't leave. The bill hasn't been settled yet. The waiter cried out as he chased after them, but by the time he reached the door, Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er had already disappeared into the distance. Resigned, the waiter returned to settle the account. At that moment, a bag of silver coins flew from outside the pavilion, landing perfectly on the counter. The waiter picked it up, astonished. Is this a rock? So heavy? Upon opening it, gleaming silver coins dazzled his eyes. Before long, Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er found a mountain path leading upward. The trail was lined with towering trees and dense thorns, making it treacherous to navigate. However, for the skilled Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er, these obstacles were inconsequential, though hidden deadly toxins might lurk among the foliage. Here, Yunyi took out 2 vials of potion from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Yin'er. Apply this on your skin. Ordinary toxins will dare not approach. After a brief moment, Yunyi dashed up the mountain. Brother Yi, slow down and watch your step. Xiao Yin'er couldn't help but voice her concern, watching him move with such haste. Ignoring her, Yunyi pressed on, determined to reach the summit as quickly as possible. He was not only seeking revenge for his master, but also for Yin'er. The system's stakes involved her very lifespan. She was now his sole remaining family, with his parents gone and his master deceased, leaving only his brother Yunmiao and Yin'er by his side. With a heavy sigh, Yunyi reflected on the vicissitudes of life. After a short while, he stumbled upon numerous corpses scattered along the roadside. A shocking sight. Be careful. Yunye's pupils constricted as he called out, "There must be toxins here." With that, he began to chant a mantra. Spreading his right hand open, a resounding sword cry echoed as a golden dragon shadow erupted from his palm, transforming into a magnificent sword. The sword in Yunye's hand, the cloud sword, shimmered with a golden dragon-shaped aura. Its blade sharp and glinting, he recited the mantra once more, spreading his left hand, and a pure white flame surged forth. Naming Li Hua, fire conquers poison. Yunyi gripped the sword hilt tightly, using the Naming Li Hua to dispel the surrounding toxic miasma. The powerful presence emanating from the cloud sword and the Naming Li Hua drove the poisonous creatures away, retreating a full 10 miles. Yinner, stay close. Yunyi turned to remind her. All right. Xiao Yinner nodded obediently in response. Let us go. Hold on to my clothes tightly so you don't get lost. Yunyi offered another reminder before stepping forward. Xiao Yinner hurriedly extended her arms to embrace Yun Ye's sword-bearing arm. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ye's lips curled into a faint smile as he quickened his pace. Before long, the duo emerged from the dense thicket, arriving at the summit of Poison Mountain. Atop the mountain stood a quaint wooden courtyard. Oval in shape, perched upon a precipice. Within the courtyard, vibrant green grass swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit, starkly contrasting with the surrounding underbrush at the mountain's base. Before the courtyard's entrance lay a massive stone, upon which 3 prominent characters were inscribed, Poison Immortal, Old Poisoner. Come out, you scoundrel! Yunyi shouted through gritted teeth as he dashed into the courtyard. Brother Yi, Xiao Yinner called, hastily following in his wake. However, as soon as she stepped inside the courtyard, her foot slipped and she fell to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. With a gasp, Xiao Yinner clutched her abdomen, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, her complexion paling to an extreme, her lips cracked and her body weak. Yinner! Yunyi turned at the sight of the fallen Xiao Yinner, calling out in distress, then rushed to her side, lifting her up. Yinner, how are you? Do not fear. I shall take you away from here. Cough, cough. I am fine, Xiao Yinner stammered as she struggled to rise, shaking her head to indicate her well-being. Yet, Yunyi perceived at once that she had been poisoned. But when had this poison been inflicted upon her? With his innate protective energy, he was impervious to toxins. Yunyi placed his hand upon Xiao Yinner's left wrist. Filled with dread as he spoke, Yinner, tears streamed down his face. Brother Yi, I am all right. Xiao Yinner was acutely aware of her condition but did not wish to burden Yunyi with sorrow. No sooner had she spoken than she fainted. Yinner, Yunyi bellowed, his voice booming with anger, echoing throughout the entirety of Poison Mountain. I never anticipated that 2 little children could make it to my humble abode. How curious indeed. A chilling voice emanated from within the dwelling. In the next moment, a dense black mist erupted from the house. Chapter 34. The Poison Scripture. Immediately, a figure sprang forth from the swirling fog. Appearing before Yunyi, the newcomer was a stout old man, his face lined with deep creases, his skin darkened, wearing a conical hat and coarse linen garments, wielding a serpent staff. His piercing eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity as they fixated on Yunyi and Xiao Yinner. An aura of malevolence radiated from the old man, sending a shiver of unease through Yunyi. Hand over the antidote. Yunyi glared coldly at the old man, his voice a low growl. Heh, you want the antidote, do you? Ha ha ha. I shall not grant you such a favor. The old man laughed maniacally. You, boy, have withstood my poison. Truly remarkable. I shall enjoy studying you. The old man's study involved dissecting Yunye's body. Upon hearing this, Yunye's figure flickered, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The impact between his fist and the serpent staff generated a forceful shockwave that sent the old man staggering several paces back. Though he quickly regained his footing, this old man possessed formidable power, yet his expertise lay not in martial arts, but in toxicology. Yunyi narrowed his eyes, retracting his fist, silently channeling his energy to alleviate the pain. Hee, young lad, you are but a half-step master. Your talent is commendable, the old man cackled ominously. Humph, enough chatter. Quickly provide me with the antidote, or I shall ensure your demise. Yunye's voice was laced with menace, his muscles taut like a coiled predator ready to pounce. The old man chuckled. Little child, I, the poison immortal, advise you to surrender peacefully, lest you suffer greatly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I may do to you. You are the old poisoner? Yuan Ye's eyes darkened with hostility, his murderous intent palpable. Do you know Yao Wuxing? Oh? You are that waste's disciple? Truly pathetic. The old man sneered, not concealing his disdain. I did not expect him to endure 100 steps after being poisoned by me. Today, I shall witness just how long you can last. Since you have acknowledged it, prepare to meet your end. Yuan Ye retorted coldly, his tone brimming with animosity. Ha ha. You are far too naive. A mere half-step master dares to boast? The old man's expression was one of contempt. Let me inform you, my poison has reached its pinnacle. Even a powerful emperor cannot escape its grasp. With a thunderous crash, Yuan Ye gathered his energy and launched himself forward. His fists clenched like cannonballs, shadow flicker. His fists shimmered with a faint golden light as the sound of rushing wind filled the air. The poison immortal scoffed. I am a peak, first-class master. Allow me to demonstrate my poison. With that, he raised his serpent staff, directing it at Yuan Ye, unleashing a barrage of venomous serpents that surged forth like spectral phantoms. Yuan Ye's heart raced as he leapt into the air. Narrowly evading the serpentine assault, he then executed a fierce whirlwind slash aimed directly at the old man. The old man opened his mouth slightly, releasing a cloud of toxic gas that enveloped Yuan Ye. Reacting swiftly, Yuan Ye held his breath, channeling his internal energy to form a barrier around him, blocking the noxious fumes. With relentless determination, Yuan Ye launched a series of punches at the poison immortal, who retaliated fiercely with his serpent staff as they fought. Yuan Ye observed the old man with increasing astonishment. The elder's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary first-class master, and his combat experience was shockingly vast, far surpassing that of a mere poison specialist. This old man was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Yuan Ye pondered, he continued to clash with the poison immortal, constantly seeking an opening for an attack. However, just when he thought victory was at hand, seemingly fatal details would thwart his efforts. After 100 exchanges, the poison immortal staggered back several meters, attempting to create distance. Yet, Yuan Ye would not grant him that opportunity, unleashing a torrential onslaught. Remarkable. You have managed to withstand 100 exchanges of my poison. The old man exclaimed in disbelief as he struggled against Yuan Ye's relentless assault. Humph. Yuan Ye scoffed, silently reciting the incantation of the burning fire technique. Second-class master. Peak second-class master. Half-step first-class grandmaster. His power surged, propelling him toward the old man, his right palm gathering all his strength for a tremendous strike, infused with a fierce energy. The old man's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his staff to defend himself. The clash produced a series of thunderous explosions. Yuan Ye was pushed back by the immense force, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance, his chest churning with pent-up energy, nearly forcing him to spit blood. Seizing the moment amidst the swirling smoke, Yuan Ye recited the incantation, extending his right hand. With a piercing sound, a radiant sword emerged from its sheath, shimmering with a cold light that reflected blindingly in the sunlight. Yuan Ye grasped the sword and charged toward the old man, his aura surging, the sword's brilliance blazing with murderous intent. With a flurry of strikes, Yuan Ye unleashed dozens of thrusts, the sword light resembling a cascading torrent. Relentless and overwhelming, the old man was engulfed by the sword light, his body drenched in blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Just then, a pure white flame erupted from the sword's blade. Yuan Ye gritted his teeth. Channeling his energy into the long sword in an instant, the white flames surged 3 feet high, enveloping the old man within their fiery embrace. Accompanied by anguished cries, the old man's face contorted in agony as he was consumed by the flames. Before long, the poison immortal was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind only a black tome. Yuan Ye exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he had vanquished the old fiend, the battle had drained him considerably. At present, only a tenth of his internal energy remained. Struggling to maintain his composure, he picked up the black tome, noting its similarity to the medicinal scripture, crafted from indestructible spirit paper. The cover was black, emblazoned with hastily pinned golden characters, poison scriptured it, was evident that both the medicinal scripture and the poison scripture originated from the same source. Seeing this, Yunyi frantically began to peruse its contents, certain that it contained the antidote for the poison afflicting Xiao Yin'er. Suddenly, he discovered that the scripture detailed 81 types of poison, and the toxin affecting Xiao Yin'er was the 13th, the no poison. This poison was silent and odorless, resembling the Seven Kills sect's Seven Kills poison, yet it appeared to be an advanced version. Yunyi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. This poison required the soul spirit fruit for an antidote. A rare treasure that was nearly impossible to find. Chapter 35. The soul spirit fruit. Yunyi rushed to Xiao Yin'er's side, slicing open his palm to let his blood flow into her mouth. Despite her previous state of near death, Xiao Yin'er gradually opened her eyes. Seeing this, Yunyi was overwhelmed with joy, quickly helping her to sit up and administering a healing elixir. Though Xiao Yin'er swallowed the elixir, her complexion remained pale. While Yunyi's blood could counteract myriad poisons, the depth of her poisoning was profound, having reached her very core, merely alleviating her condition. If an antidote could not be found within a month. Alas, there is but one path ahead and no alternative. Yunyi has also made his decision. If he cannot heal Xiao Yin'er, what is the point of his own existence? It is better to accompany her. For the journey would not be solitary. With Xiao Yin'er on his back, Yunyi descended the mountain, staggering and gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. He dared not rest and pressed onward towards the south. For he must strive to find the antidote as soon as possible to save Yin'er. The soul spirit fruit, a treasure beyond measure, rivals even the core of a fifth-tier magical beast in value. Upon contemplating this, Yunyi halted in his tracks. The magical core? Wasn't the task reward capable of upgrading a fourth-tier core to a sixth-tier core? If he used a sixth-tier core as a bargaining chip to exchange for the soul spirit fruit, wouldn't that make the fruit easily attainable? Brother Yi, you should take a break. Xiao Yin'er's weak voice broke through, her complexion growing even paler. On Yunyi's back, she could clearly feel his warmth and the scent of sweat. It was not that she found his odor unpleasant, but rather she was concerned for his well-being. With delicate hands, she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, cheeks, and neck, her lovely face filled with concern. Yin'er, I am fine. Yunyi smiled softly, a hint of tenderness in his expression. Xiao Yin'er bit her lip and said, Brother Yi, perhaps I should get down. No, this minor task is still within my capabilities. Yunyi insisted. Just as they descended the toxic mountain, the sound of a carriage's wheels echoed nearby. Yunyi gently set Xiao Yin'er down and stood up. Soon, a luxurious carriage approached slowly, driven by an elderly man with white hair. Suddenly, Yunyi's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Brother Yi, Xiao Yin'er exclaimed in fright, rushing towards him. This feeble body truly was a hindrance. Yunyi fell to the ground, inadvertently blocking the carriage's path. The carriage curtain lifted, and an old man poked his head out, frowning as he asked, What is the matter? Sir, there is a bit of trouble ahead. I must take a detour, the driver replied humbly. The old man glanced at Yunyi, his brow furrowing slightly. Wait, he commanded. With that, the old man leaped down from the carriage and strode towards Yunyi. Upon seeing Yunyi sprawled on the ground, the old man froze momentarily, then squatted down to check his breath. Sighing with relief, he chuckled, Young brother, despite your tender age, your spiritual aura is remarkably potent. We seem to be fated to meet. Come, let us go. As he spoke, the old man helped Yunyi to his feet and assisted him into the carriage. A faint smile graced Yunyi's lips, his scheme having succeeded. After expressing his gratitude, he boarded the carriage with the old man, making their way towards the city. My surname is Gong, and my name is Zhanfei, a member of the Gong family from Ninghai County. May I ask for your esteemed name? Gong Zhanfei inquired, a smile deepening the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Too much praise. I am merely a junior named Shi, and this is my beloved, Xiao, who has been gravely poisoned and requires the soul spirit fruit for a cure. We are on a quest to find it. Yunyi respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. In the absence of clarity about the elder's intentions, he refrained from revealing his true name, opting instead for a casual alias. Upon hearing the term beloved, Xiao Yin'er's face flushed crimson, and she shot Yunyi a playful glare before burying her head into his embrace. Yunyi, holding Xiao Yin'er tenderly, smiled indulgently. Gong Zhanfei stroked his black and white beard, his expression turning to one of surprise as he asked, The innate treasure, the soul spirit fruit? Yunyi nodded in affirmation. Oh? Gong Zhanfei exclaimed with delight. I happen to possess one. With that, he retrieved a box wrapped in black cloth from beneath his seat. Unwrapping the cloth revealed a square jade box, pale blue in hue, intricately carved with ancient and complex runes, emanating a faint fragrance. Yun Ye's eyes lit up. This jade box must be worth no less than 100,000 taels. In this world, many spiritual medicines and innate treasures can easily lose their spiritual essence if not preserved properly, diminishing their efficacy and value. Indeed, anything that cannot withstand the test of time and has been continually explored and developed by predecessors has made jade the ideal vessel for various spiritual items. For instance, jade bottles and boxes can be used to store precious medicinal materials or to refine top-grade elixirs. Jade not only preserves these items, but wearing jade also calms the spirit and balances the 5 elements, making it an excellent accessory. Premium spirit jade even possesses certain attributes that enhance the wearer's strength. Do not underestimate these enhancements. In the presence of true powerhouses, these slight advantages could determine victory or defeat, making jade artifacts exceedingly coveted by martial artists and factions, thereby driving their prices sky-high. As Gong Zhanfei opened the jade box, a surge of spiritual energy poured forth, accompanied by a delightful aroma. Xiao Yinner's pale face instantly regained a touch of color. Yunyi inhaled deeply, invigorated by the scent, his eyes shining with joy as they fixated on the translucent blue-violet soul spirit fruit. Swallowing hard. This was Xiao Yinner's only chance at survival. He could not afford to miss it. Gong Elder. Yunyi began but was interrupted when Gong Zhanfei took the soul spirit fruit from the jade box and presented it before him, saying, "Here you go." Yunyi was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Seeing his reaction, Gong Zhanfei chuckled heartily. "Do not worry, young brother. I shall not ask anything in return." Without waiting for Yun Ye's response, he placed the soul spirit fruit into Yun Ye's hands. Gong Zhanfei, the head of the Gong family from Ninghai County, was known for his kindness and amicable demeanor. He was a late-stage expert of the Ling Kong realm. A few years prior, during a great drought in the southern region, he advocated for the distribution of grain to alleviate the disaster, despite opposition from many elders within his family. Only then did Yunyi come to his senses and hurriedly clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Gong Elder. Rest assured, I owe you a favor, and I shall repay you in the future. Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, Yunyi took Xiao Yinner's hand and disembarked from the carriage. Fearing that Gong Zhanfei might change his mind, he too wished to find a quiet place to refine the soul spirit fruit. Watching Yunyi and Xiao Yinner fade into the distance, Gong Zhanfei appeared deep in thought. Once they found a clearing, Yunyi eagerly produced the soul spirit fruit. Chapter 36. Dragon's Lament Armor in the Realm of Spiritual Medicine. Most cannot be consumed directly by ordinary individuals. They must be refined into elixirs by alchemists to be effective. Consuming spiritual medicine raw causes vast amounts of spiritual energy to surge into the body all at once. Due to the body's limited capacity for energy absorption, much of it cannot be assimilated or digested promptly, which could lead to damage to various body parts or even threaten life itself. Alchemists use fire to extract the essence from spiritual medicine, condensing it into a round pearl known as a spirit pill. The spirit pill contains the majority of the energy from the spiritual medicine. The purer the color of the pill, the higher its efficacy and potency. Thus, most martial artists opt to consume pills slowly, fearing that the pills may not be pure enough. Yunyi smiled bitterly, realizing that finding someone to refine the soul spirit fruit was no longer an option. An alchemist capable of refining it must at least be a third-tier one. Second-tier alchemists are already rare, let alone third-tier ones. Now, Yunyi resolved to take a leap of faith. Having read extensively, he had some understanding of the refining process, yet he had never attempted it himself. Despite his lack of experience, he felt confident he would not fail. With a whoosh, a pure white flame erupted from Yun Ye's right hand, the searing heat raising the temperature around him significantly. Glancing at Xiao Yinner, he tossed the blue-violet soul spirit fruit into the air, surrounding it with the white flames. With a crackling sound, the soul spirit fruit was instantly incinerated, transforming into a vibrant liquid. The liquid floated in midair, exuding a delightful fragrance. Yunyi moved both hands in unison, manipulating the pure white flames as he swiftly formed hand seals in the air, guiding the liquid to descend gradually and merge together. Sweat beaded on Yun Ye's forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the merging liquid, his hands dancing with renewed fervor. After a brief moment, a sphere the size of a quail egg, shrouded in ethereal mist and radiating a soft purple light, gently landed in Yuanye's palm. Feeling the surging energy contained within the elixir, Yuanye could not contain his elation. Murmuring, "I've done it at last, Yenner, I did it." Yuanye turned to Xiao Yenner, only to find her unconscious. Rapidly, he supported her delicate frame, and after a quick examination, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, or else Xiao Yenner would have surely suffered critical damage. Gazing at the purple pill in his hand, which shimmered like a star amidst the mist, Yuanye's deep eyes revealed a mix of gratitude and tenderness as he murmured, "Yenner, I, Yuanye, will ensure your safety." He then fed the purple pill into Xiao Yenner's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, sliding smoothly down her throat. Moments later, the elixir exploded within her stomach, its overwhelming energy rushing through her body, repairing her damaged meridians and nourishing her internal organs. Yuanye remained by her side, clenching his fists in hope as he watched over Xiao Yenner, silently urging, "Yenner, you must not sleep. Hold on. I am aware that you will surely awaken." Moments later, Xiao Yenner slowly opened her enchanting eyes, which shone like the brilliant moon amidst the dark night, radiant and captivating. Gazing at the exceptionally handsome young man before her and hearing the faint sound of his breaths, Xiao Yenner felt a bit disoriented and curiously inquired, "Who are you?" Yuanye was taken aback. Observing the stunned Yuanye, Xiao Yenner flashed a triumphant smile. "Yenner, you tricked me." Upon witnessing Xiao Yenner's victorious grin, Yuanye burst into hearty laughter, immediately reaching out to tickle her. The two of them became a whirlwind of playful chaos. Xiao Yenner, who was particularly sensitive to tickling, erupted into fits of giggles, pleading for mercy. "Haha, you little rascal, daring to play tricks on me. Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson." Yuanye threatened with mock seriousness after their playful tussle. "Haha, spare me. I was wrong, Yigu," Xiao Yenner pleaded. She then wrapped her arms around Yuanye's neck, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his lips. Her eyes sparkling with delight. "Hee, is this sufficient?" Yuanye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on her exquisite face, the delicate fragrance swirling around him, causing his heart to race. He quickly averted his eyes, pretending to cough a couple of times and feigned seriousness. "Let us leave it at that. Hee." Xiao Yenner laughed as she released Yuanye. Yuanye touched his flushed cheeks, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Yenner, I shall go practice first." "You should rest. I want to cultivate with you," Xiao Yenner pouted, tugging at Yuanye's sleeve. "All right." Yuanye smiled indulgently, allowing Xiao Yenner to lead him. "Let us go over there." They made their way towards the stone wall on the opposite side of the cave, where they sat cross-legged beside it, closing their eyes to meditate. Yuanye's spirit entered the system's cultivation space. With a wave of his hand above the storage ring, a dragon scale materialized in midair. The scale was translucent and gleaming, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Using the Master Craftsman 3-hour experience card, World Craftsman levels, Apprentice, Master, Great Master, Lesser Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Divine Craftsman, in a century, none have reached the Divine Craftsman level. While only a handful of Great Grandmasters exist in Huaxia, making them exceedingly rare even across the continent. System, elevate the 4th-tier Fire Attribute Magic Core to a 6th-tier Water Attribute Magic Core. Ding! Temporary task reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 6th-tier Water Attribute Magic Core. Yuanye held the dragon scale in one hand and the magic core in the other, tossing them into the air while simultaneously pushing his palms towards them. A thunderous explosion ensued as the dragon scale and magic core collided violently, producing a massive shockwave that rippled outward. As the dragon scale fell back into Yuanye's hands, the magic core was already embedded within it. Suddenly, white flames erupted from his palms, enveloping the dragon scale. The white flames blazed furiously, and the dragon scale gradually turned red under the intense heat, revealing a formidable elemental energy being released from within. After approximately half an hour, the dragon scale began to melt. Yuanye maintained his right hand's position while waving his left hand to extinguish the flames, delivering a series of precise strikes on the now glowing dragon scale. Using his palm as a hammer, he pounded the dragon scale continuously, sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion pale from sheer exhaustion. Yet he pressed on resolutely. It was only when the dragon's scale had completely softened that Yunyi ceased his efforts. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Yunyi sighed in relief, and then he focused his spiritual awareness, channeling the southern brightly fire to reshape the dragon's scale into a delicate piece of armor. After another hour or so, the armor was finally complete, and Yunyi expelled a breath of stale air. Roar! The armor materialized, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, soaring towards the heavens. The dragon roar armor has been successfully forged. Chapter 37. The eve of crisis. Emerging from the system space, Yunyi approached Xiao Yin'er, who was absorbed in her cultivation. She was startled, her bright eyes shining as she exclaimed, "Yigu," standing up. She adopted a compliant and gentle demeanor. "What is this? It's so beautiful." Xiao Yin'er pointed at the dragon roar armor in Yunyi's hands, which shimmered with golden brilliance, unable to contain her awe. Seeing Xiao Yin'er's adorably awestruck expression, Yunyi couldn't help but pinch her delicate nose gently, asking softly, "Do you like it?" Xiao Yin'er nodded earnestly. "Of course. How could I not like something so beautiful?" As they spoke, Xiao Yin'er eagerly wanted to try it on. "All right, it's yours." Yunyi offered the armor to her. "You're giving this to me? Thank you, Yigu." Xiao Yin'er received the dragon roar armor, caressing it lovingly. "Such a precious item. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" "Absolutely." Yunyi smiled slightly. "Well then, I shall wear it." Xiao Yin'er grinned playfully. Yunyi nodded. "Silly girl, it was meant for you." "Thank you, Yigu." Xiao Yin'er said sweetly, "Yigu, you go outside the cave first." Yunyi turned and left the cave. As she removed her outer garments, Xiao Yin'er donned the dragon roar armor. The armor fit snugly against her graceful form, accentuating her curves, and combined with her exquisite beauty, it was simply breathtaking. As soon as she put it on, the armor transformed from a dazzling golden hue to a transparent color. Xiao Yin'er gasped. Observing the change in the armor, upon hearing her exclamation, Yunyi immediately turned back to look. "What happened?" Yunyi inquired with concern, only to be met with a sight that flushed his cheeks a deep crimson. His heart racing as if caught in a storm. "It's nothing." Xiao Yin'er shook her head, turning her back to Yunyi upon noticing his gaze. Seeing her bashful demeanor made Yunyi's heart race even faster. Taking a deep breath, Yunyi turned to exit the cave. After Yunyi left, Xiao Yin'er turned around, glancing down at her chest, her pretty face flushed even deeper. "Oh dear. How embarrassing." Quickly, she donned a crescent-colored long skirt. Images of Yunyi's earlier gaze lingered in her mind, making her cheeks burn as a smile of happiness graced her lips. "Humph, you naughty rogue." Xiao Yin'er playfully glared at Yunyi as she exited the cave, then turned to leave. Yunyi watched her charming figure retreat, a delightful smile playing on his lips. He hastened to catch up with Xiao Yin'er, taking her hand in his. She offered no resistance, and the two walked side by side. After another day's journey, they were still over 30 miles from the South Sea. In mid-December, with days growing shorter, nights extending, the night sky descended before 6 o'clock. Xiao Yin'er halted, gazing at the pitch-black sky, her brows furrowed, muttering, "It seems unlikely we will reach the town tonight." Yunyi looked up at the dark sky and replied lightly, "Yes, it appears we will have to sleep under the stars." Sighing softly, Xiao Yin'er said, "Oh well, we might as well rest here." Suddenly, the sound of hooves and footsteps reached their ears. "Who goes there?" Xiao Yin'er became alert, gripping Yunyi's arm tightly and ducking behind a tree. Yunyi silently recited the primordial mantra, concealing their presence. A moment later, a group of horsemen approached from the south. "Quickly, tonight, we must avenge our brothers," launching a night raid on the Gong family, capturing that Gong Zhantong, and avenging our fallen comrades and loved ones, shouted a middle-aged man with a fierce expression and a handlebar mustache, riding a fine steed. "Kill, kill, kill," the crowd shouted in unison, raising their arms in fury. As Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er listened to the fervent cries, a heavy sense of oppression filled their chests, and sorrow and indignation surged within them. For Gong Zhantong was none other than Xiao Yin'er's savior. Yunyi clenched his fist, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Xiao Yin'er also tightly gripped her delicate fists, her exquisite gaze shimmering with a profound chill. Yunyi held Xiao Yin'er's jade-like hand, closely following her lead. This duo was part of an elite team formed by the prominent families of South Prefecture. The Lai, Yin, and He clans. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, Lai Dongcan, the head of the Lai family, a formidable practitioner in the late stage of the Linkhong realm. The leaders of the other two families were Yin Feiying, the head of the Yin clan, and He Zhangong, the head of the He clan, both possessing similar prowess in the Linkhong realm. Days prior, the Gong family had inexplicably shut their gates, neither entering nor exiting. During this time, Eastern Sea pirates launched an assault, and the authorities remained indifferent. The three families dispatched their elite forces for defense, only to fall into an ambush, suffering grievous losses. In this battle, Lai Dongsan's brother, Lai Dongfeng, heroically perished, while He Zhangong barely escaped with his life. Expending all his energy, Yin Feiying's eldest disciple, Yin Yining, was captured by the pirates while attempting to rescue his master, ultimately choosing to end her life rather than surrender her chastity. Yet, the pirates, stirred by the sight of such an extraordinary beauty taking her own life, could not contain their tumultuous emotions, even desecrating her corpse. Moreover, many of the team members had relatives and friends who perished on the spot. In the aftermath, intelligence revealed that the Gong family had leaked information, prompting the three prominent families of South Prefecture to unite for a night raid on the Gong residence, seeking vengeance for their fallen kin. The Gong Manor was not constructed within the city of Ninghai, but rather in the suburbs, over 10 miles away, built against the mountains, its vast expanse 3 times that of the Shao family estate in the imperial capital. Nestled in a tranquil forest, the manor was surrounded by lush bamboo, obscuring all lines of sight. The assault on the Gong family was executed in 3 divisions, attacking from the south, west, and east. The northern side of the manor was flanked by a mountain wall, making escape from that direction impossible. In the stillness of the night, several masked figures stealthily infiltrated the Gong manor. Within mere minutes, a signal firework erupted from the Gong residence, piercing the sky. The signal firework sliced through the void, blooming in the silent night, forming beautiful patterns. The location of the firework indicated that the guards of the Gong manor had been attacked, signifying that the Gong family was in no immediate danger. Upon witnessing the signal, the 3 forces ignited their torches with utmost haste, charging toward the Gong manor. The bright flames illuminated the surroundings, akin to daylight. Kill, kill, kill. The 3 forces surged forth like a tidal wave, their voices echoing like the roar of dragons and tigers, resonating through the heavens. Gong Zhantong and Madame Gong, upon hearing the clamor of battle and the clash of swords outside, supported each other as they emerged, their faces etched with worry. What is happening? Why is it so noisy outside? My lord, the Lai, He, and Yin families from South Prefecture are besieging our Gong family, the anxious steward reported. The Lai, He, and Yin families? Gong Zhantong exclaimed in shock, furrowing his brow. Have they lost their minds to dare assault my Gong manor? My lord, what shall we do now? The steward looked at Gong Zhantong with concern, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Gong Zhantong's expression grew complex as he gazed into the distant night sky, lost in thought. Husband? Madame Gong called out, perplexed. Do not be afraid. I am here, he reassured her with a cold tone, his eyes resolute, instilling a sense of safety. Is that true? Hearing his words, Madame Gong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gong Zhantong reached out, gently stroking Madame Gong's head, before turning coldly to Asai. Lead my wife and the children through the underground passage. Yes, my lord, Asai replied respectfully, immediately approaching Madame Gong. Husband, what about you? Madame Gong grasped Gong Zhantong's arm, her voice tinged with worry. I must confront them, he declared, shaking off her hand and striding out the door. My lord, please be careful. Asai, though trembling with fear, was determined to support Gong Zhantong, feeling an immense debt of gratitude that he could never repay, knowing he lacked martial skills to accompany him into danger. The moment Gong Zhantong stepped out, he had already resolved to face death. The assault by the 3 prominent families was undoubtedly rooted in the rumor that the Gong family had colluded with the Eastern Sea pirates, an accusation that, if left unaddressed, would require him to fight desperately to buy some time for his family to escape. With these thoughts in mind, Gong Zhantong's resolve to face death solidified as he heightened his vigilance. Swiftly making his way toward the southern courtyard, the Gong manor sprawled across a vast expanse, adorned with pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, ponds, peculiar rocks, and gardens, a splendid array of structures arranged in a harmonious and breathtaking manner. Suddenly, Gong Fei intercepted Gong Zhantong, tears streaming down his face. Father, where are you going? It's dangerous ahead. This Gong Fei was none other than the one from Tongtian Academy, who had previously suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Yunyi. My son, live well. Gong Zhantong gently wiped the tears from Gong Fei's cheeks. Remember, a man must bleed but not shed tears. With that, Gong Zhantong sidestepped Gong Fei and continued toward the front lines. Father! Gong Fei grasped his father's sleeve, his eyes brimming with tears as he choked. Father, be a good boy. Don't let your mother worry. Hurry and follow. Gong Zhantong lightly patted Gong Fei's shoulder, flicking his sleeve as he pressed on. Gong Fei stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his face, his heart aching, yet powerless to act. Watching his father grow increasingly distant, he wiped away the tears and hurried to catch up. Kill! Just as Gong Zhantong and Gong Fei stepped through the gate. A barrage of arrows rained down upon them. Gong Zhantong swiftly evaded the incoming projectiles with a graceful motion, his sleeves swirling. Gong Fei scanned the area, dodging with agility. Whoosh, 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 more arrows whistled through the air. Gong Zhantong deftly evaded them, seizing an arrow aimed at Gong Fei. With a swift throw, the arrow pierced an enemy's chest, blood splattering forth. Good job, old man. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. A burly man, brandishing a spear and radiating a fierce aura, charged toward Gong Zhantong. The spear surged like a dragon breaking free, its momentum unyielding, aimed directly at Gong Zhantong's face. Gong Zhantong rolled to evade the spear tip, his right arm striking out to grasp the man's wrist. Clang! He seized the spear shaft, launching a powerful punch toward the man's abdomen. The man reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the blow while retracting his spear, aiming a thrust toward Gong Zhantong's ribs. Gong Zhantong sidestepped again, gripping the spear's tail and yanking it forcefully. Bang! The man stumbled, dropping to one knee. Head of the Lai family, you have already lost. Withdraw now, and I, the Gong family, will not hold you accountable. Accountable? Old man Gong. You are indeed strong, but if I retreat, how shall I avenge my brother? Lai Dongsan's eyes blazed with fury, akin to flames igniting. As he spoke with that, Lai Dongcan silently recited an incantation, his hands forming seals. Unleashing his spiritual energy, with a thunderous roar, a wave of crimson spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire Gong Manor with a terrifying aura. Lai Wind Palm. Lai Dongcan shouted, executing the Lai Wind Palm technique, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coalescing into a whirlwind. Carrying a destructive force aimed directly at Gong Zhantong, the Lai Wind Palm, a low-grade attack technique of the Xian tier, imbued with blazing flames. Gong Zhantong's pupils contracted suddenly as he inwardly lamented. I never expected the Lai family to conceal such depth. He gathered his abundant spiritual energy in his right hand to counter the Lai Wind Palm. Bang! The two forces clashed, generating immense pressure that shattered nearby tiles. Sending dust swirling, the two spiritual energies dissipated into nothingness. Pfft! As the dust settled, Gong Zhantong knelt on one leg, supporting himself as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his lips tinged red, his complexion pale, and his gaze dimmed. Father! Gong Fei cried out in anguish, rushing over. Cough, cough, cough. Gong Zhantong spluttered violently. Father! Gong Fei crouched down, helping his father to sit up. Fair. Gong Zhantong weakly called out. Father, rest for a moment, leave the rest to me. Gong Fei declared resolutely, supporting his father's back as he attempted to stabilize his turbulent spiritual energy. However, the bloodthirsty Lai Dongcan showed no mercy, his spiritual energy coalescing beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward. Bang! The stone slab exploded, dust flying as Lai Dongcan leaped into the air, kicking toward Gong Fei's head. Fair, dodge! Gong Zhantong shouted in panic. But alas, it was too late. Gong Fei had already leaped forward, striking out with a palm to absorb the blow. Yet the chasm between a late-stage Lingkong practitioner and a half-step minor master was insurmountable. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. Gong Fei was heavily struck, collapsing to the ground. Pfft. He coughed up blood, instantly losing consciousness. Fair. Gong Zhantong roared, struggling to rise, desperate to slay Lai Dongcan. Yet, in his rage, he seemed to have lost his senses. With his heavy injuries, how could he possibly contend with Lai Dongcan? Li Dongsan's left leg swept horizontally, sending Gong Zhantong crashing to the ground with a thud. Gong Zhantong fell down, and Li Dongsan's left foot ruthlessly pressed down on his chest, glaring maliciously at him. You, Gong. I never expected you to end up like this, colluding with foreign tribes. Such a crime deserves punishment. Gong Zhantong glared back at Li Dongcan, gritting his teeth as he struggled to speak. Bah, Li Dongcan, you beast. I act with integrity and honor. You shall not label me a traitor before I meet my end. Imph. Still so defiant before your demise. Save your excuses for Yama. Li Dongcan lifted his left leg, preparing to deliver a final blow to Gong Zhantong. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Stop. Chapter 39. Reasonable explanation. Yun Yi and Xiao Yin'er rushed in. Having just entered the Gong residence where blood flowed like rivers and corpses lay scattered, it was evident that a fierce battle had just taken place. The sounds of fighting from the inner courtyard of the Gong residence caught their attention. Holding Xiao Yin'er's hand, Yun Yi leaped lightly onto the rooftop. There, he beheld Gong Zhantong being trampled beneath Li Dongcan's foot. Stop, Yun Yi shouted fiercely. Li Dongcan looked up at Yun Yi. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, Who are you? Without responding, Yun Yi leaped down, delivering a powerful punch. Destruction fist? He yelled softly, as his fist, imbued with violent spiritual energy, surged towards Li Dongcan. Sensing Yun Yi's formidable aura, Li Dongcan's expression changed slightly, and he hastily withdrew his left leg, defensively raising it before his chest. With a loud thud, Li Dongcan was forced to retreat several steps. Yun Yi propelled himself several meters away. Dissipating the impact energy, Li Dongcan's right hand trembled. The earlier blow had caught him completely off guard. What a remarkable lad! Li Dongcan was astounded, not expecting such strength from someone so young, which left him deeply shaken. Nevertheless, despite his shock, Li Dongcan remained confident. This boy, even if he were a second-tier master, was still far beneath him, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the soaring realm. The gap was not insubstantial. Yun Yi silently chanted the incendiary fire mantra, forming seals with his hands. With a resounding boom, Yun Yi's power surged. Second-tier master level, pinnacle of the second-tier master level, half-step grandmaster, first-tier grandmaster. Everyone stared in disbelief. Such strength at such a young age was clearly incongruous. Yet Li Dongcan paid no heed to this. Let me strike you again, and see, he bellowed, his figure darting forward, unleashing a fierce gale palm aimed at Yun Yi's chest. Yun Yi's gaze remained resolute. He did not flinch, standing still. Brother Yi, Xiao Yin'er gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Yun Yi throwing his life away. Gong Zhantong's face paled, urgently shouting, Young master, get away. Unfazed, Yun Yi calmly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Before Li Dongcan could reach him, pure white flames erupted. Sizzling, the flames swiftly engulfed Li Dongcan's garments, enveloping him entirely while emitting a tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh. Li Dongcan screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Yun Yi chuckled lightly, indifferently asking, Do you realize your mistakes? With a thud, Li Dongcan collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames while pleading, I will never dare again. Hero, spare my life. Really, truly, if I break my vow. May heaven and earth smite me. Li Dongcan immediately swore a deadly oath. Hearing this, Yun Yi waved his hand, extinguishing the pure white flames. Li Dongcan sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. After a long pause, Li Dongcan rose, gazing at Yun Yi with awe. Thank you, hero, scram. Yun Yi replied coldly, Yes. Li Dongcan respectfully acknowledged, hastily departing, fearful that Yun Yi might change his mind. Brother Yi. Xiao Yin'er burst into tears, trembling as she leaped into Yun Yi's embrace. She had been terrified. Li Dongcan's earlier attack had been as formidable as that of a peak soaring realm practitioner. Yun Yi gently stroked Xiao Yin'er's hair, softly reassuring her, Don't cry. It's all right. You cry too much. It's not good, Xiao Yin'er nodded obediently, her tear-streaked face looking pitifully adorable. Let's see how Elder Gong is doing. Right? Xiao Yin'er nodded, wiping away her tears as she followed Yun Yi deeper into the residence. Seeing this, Gong Zhantong struggled to rise, watching as Yun Yi and Xiao Yin'er entered the Gong residence, a look of gratitude spreading across his face. Thank you, young brother Zheng, Gong Zhantong expressed with a respectful bow. Though unsure of Yun Yi's true strength, he speculated that Yun Yi was no ordinary individual. Yun Yi inclined his body slightly, courteously replying, Elder Gong is too kind. With that, he continued forward, hand in hand with Xiao Yin'er. Who dares to come forward? Yunyi called out, his voice resounding with clarity, easily heard by all present despite the crowd of thousands. The richness of his spiritual energy was evident. May I ask? Young hero, your esteemed surname? A middle-aged woman, adorned in an exquisite brocade robe, stepped forward gracefully to inquire. With a slender figure, fair skin, and delicate features, she hardly resembled a woman over 40. This middle-aged woman was Yin Feiying, the head of the Yin family and a peak practitioner of the soaring realm. Just a humble surname, Zheng, Yunyi replied without hesitation, cupping his hands in greeting. Surname Zheng? Yin Feiying furrowed her brow. Throughout the continent, she had yet to hear of any major clan or powerful figure bearing the surname Zheng. Perhaps he was fortunate enough to have stumbled upon a martial arts manual. Just moments ago, he had used some sort of sorcery to defeat Li Dongcan. She was certain that this young man's strength was no more than that of a first-tier grandmaster. Achieving such a level at such a young age indicated remarkable talent, but in the eyes of Yin Feiying, a peak practitioner of the soaring realm, no matter how gifted one was, they needed to survive to cultivate further. Young man, leave at once, or Yin Feiying began, but then halted, her anger flaring as she scolded loudly. Heh. Yunyi shook his head, sighing lightly. I do not enjoy conversing with old hags. With that, Yunye's figure flickered. Leaving behind afterimages, Yin Feiying let out a cold snort. Is that all? One step forward, drunken carefree. A mid-level attack fist technique of the mysterious tier, known for its agile and unpredictable movements. Comprising 36 variations, with a single punch, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Yunye's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly composed himself, a cold smile forming on his lips as he silently recited the mantra. Opening his right hand, a sound akin to a sword's cry echoed, and a golden sword appeared in the palm of Yunye's hand. In a swift motion, Yunyi thrust the sword forward. Once more reciting the mantra, as pure white flames from the South Ming fire enveloped the sword. Yin Feiying, gripped by terror, found herself unable to react in time, forcing her to muster all her strength to withstand this strike. Boom! The clash of spiritual energies erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Pooh! Yin Feiying spat out a mouthful of blood, her body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. As she fell to the ground, blood gushed from her mouth, her body convulsing violently. Staggering back 2 steps, Yunye's feet left deep marks on the floor as he steadied himself. Having put forth all his energy in that last strike, he now felt drained, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, Everyone! The Gong family has undoubtedly been wronged by treachery. Please allow me to investigate. At that moment, a man in his 50s stepped forward from the crowd, chuckling derisively. Ha! Wronged by treachery? What about the days when the Gong family shut their doors? Why can't you provide a reasonable explanation for that? This man was He Zhong'an, the head of the He family. He had already surmised that Yunyi was at his limit and stepped forward, asserting his dominance. Chapter 40. Yenner takes action. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his hair silvered, with a hooked nose and a cold moon blade in hand. His narrow eyes glinted with a ruthless light, fixating sharply on Yunyi. This man was He Zhong'an, a peak practitioner of the soaring realm. Renowned as a master of the blade. In the world of martial arts, most people trained in unarmed combat, with few choosing to master weapons, for the difficulty of weapon mastery was akin to scaling the heavens. Li Dongcan, the earlier head of the Li family, primarily focused on spear techniques, supplemented by body techniques, a rare talent of dual mastery seen but once in a century. Had Yunyi not resorted to trickery and engaged Li Dongcan in a weapon duel, even with the protagonist's halo, defeat would have been inevitable. Yunyi silently lamented the grim situation. Today's affairs may not conclude favorably. However, regarding Gong Zhantong, he was determined to uncover the truth behind the Gong family's plight. Since parting ways with Gong Zhantong, he had overheard various opinions and evaluations regarding him. Gong Zhantong was an unwaveringly loyal man. How could he commit such heinous acts? Having received kindness from Gong Zhantong, Yunyi could not stand idly by. Yunyi raised his gaze, meeting He Zhong'an's eyes, and solemnly stated, I will thoroughly investigate the matter concerning the Gong family's misfortune. If I find evidence, I will certainly report it to all the elders. Ha ha! He Zhong'an scoffed. You possess neither power nor influence. Why should anyone believe your words? Moreover, after injuring the head of the Li family and the head of the Yin family, do you think today's events can simply be swept under the rug? How absurd. Esteemed senior, what must one do to concede? Yunyi spoke calmly, his demeanor unruffled by He Zhang'an's scornful remarks. He Zhang'an cast a haughty glance at Yunyi and coldly retorted, "Defeat me." Yunyi was momentarily taken aback. He was left with but a sliver of strength, barely able to stand, and how could he possibly be a match for He Zhang'an? "Brother Yi, allow me to take your place." A small hand tugged at Yun Ye's arm. Turning to see, it was Xiao Yin'er. Clad in her dragon's roar armor, impervious to blades and fire, she could withstand all assaults below the golden body realm. And as her strength grew, so too did the armor's defense. Contemplating this, Yunyi smiled and acquiesced. A mere late-stage Ling Kong realm fighter could scarcely harm Xiao Yin'er, who was now adorned in dragon's roar armor. Very well, Yunyi nodded, cautioning, "Be wary. He Zhang'an is a master swordsman, steeped in the aura of slaughter. Exercise caution and do not underestimate him. Among weapon cultivators, swordsmen embody the essence of the heart and spirit, thus standing at the pinnacle of all weapons. The rarity of sword spirit techniques further contributes to their scarcity." Consequently, when Yunyi vanquished Yin Feiying with a sword, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to regain their composure. "Yes, Brother Yi, rest assured," Xiao Yin'er replied obediently. "Senior He, I challenge you to a duel." Stepping forward, her youthful face bore a resolute expression. "If you concede, please take your leave from the Gong residence." As Xiao Yin'er stepped forth, the crowd finally beheld her exquisite visage. Beautiful beyond compare, her skin as flawless as snow, delicate and ethereal, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens. Every smile and frown radiated grace, enchanting all in her presence. Especially her charming countenance seemed to possess a captivating allure that rendered both men and women breathless, gazing at her with rapt admiration. Yet, He Zhang'an, lacking any appreciation for beauty, regarded her with disdain. "You?" he scoffed, his eyes glinting with contempt. "If I were to be defeated by you, I would end my own life here today." As his words fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from He Zhang'an. Brandishing his long blade, he bent slightly, adopting an aggressive stance. A faint red glow flickered around his arms, indicating a gathering of spiritual energy, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Xiao Yin'er, undeterred, silently chanted incantations, her hands forming intricate seals. With a roar, the cry of a dragon reverberated, deafening all around. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her dantian, enveloping her in an icy, white aura. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The seemingly 16-year-old girl possessed the strength of a first-tier grandmaster. An extraordinary talent, indeed a rare gem in this world. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yin'er was actually 18, her youthful demeanor leading many to misjudge her age. He Zhang'an, taken aback, wondered about the background of this girl who had reached such heights before 20. Yun Ye's strength was temporarily augmented through secret methods, a fact unknown to He Zhang'an, while Xiao Yin'er had steadily honed her skills through sheer talent and hard work. Seeing He Zhang'an momentarily dazed, Xiao Yin'er shouted and launched herself forward. Her speed was astonishing, like a fleeting shadow, covering several meters in an instant to stand before He Zhang'an. Ice Shadow Step? Yunyi was astonished, realizing that Yin'er's Ice Shadow Step had grown even more formidable. He felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips, mingled with pride and joy. "He Zhang'an, as you approach, prepare to face my blade." He Zhang'an coldly huffed as he saw Xiao Yin'er advancing, swinging his sword downward, a blinding cold light slicing towards her. Clang! Xiao Yin'er, slender and agile, transformed into a darting fish, gracefully evading the strike. Then she countered, closing in on He Zhang'an's chest, her wrist twisting to reveal a chilling aura emanating from her palm. Ice Seal. Yunyi was once again astounded, both thrilled and shocked, realizing Yin'er had mastered it. The Ice Seal, a high-level mystical attack technique, comprised 49 unpredictable moves, notoriously difficult to master. During their time at Tongtian Academy, Xiao Yin'er had struggled for 3 years without success, yet in the months they were apart, she had accomplished it. The truth was, while at Tongtian Academy, Xiao Yin'er had focused all her efforts on Yunyi, who was unable to cultivate due to his lack of a dantian. Thus, she had also refrained from serious practice. He Zhongan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Xiao Yin'er's strike before retaliating with a powerful downward slash. Xiao Yin'er nimbly evaded, leaping into the air like a butterfly, landing gracefully behind He Zhongan. Thud! He Zhongan's blade struck the stone floor, causing it to shatter and the ground to tremble. As Xiao Yin'er landed, she spun like a top, unleashing a forceful palm strike, the chilling wind radiating from her. Fierce and commanding, He Zhongan reacted swiftly, blocking her attack with his sword, but was forced back several steps, hovering in midair. Little girl, impressive. Let us see if you can withstand my next strike. Chapter 41. The three families retreat. He Zhongan gripped his sword tightly, channeling spatial energy that surged forth, stirring violent winds that sent dust and debris flying, causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. He raised his long blade, swinging it fiercely towards Xiao Yin'er, the momentum formidable and the blade razor-sharp. In a low voice, he bellowed, "Blade of Slaughter." The Blade of Slaughter, a high-level mystical attack technique, bore down upon Xiao Yin'er with the force of an avalanche, pressing heavily upon her, nearly suffocating her. Such beauty. To perish here today would be tragic. How wonderful it would be if you were my wife. Alas, a beauty like this must not meet her end. Xiao Yin'er did not flinch, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Boom! The clash of the blade and her white spiritual energy erupted in a dazzling display, thunderous and blinding, sending a massive shockwave that engulfed the entire plaza. Dust swirled, obscuring the scene, and no one could discern what transpired. Yet they were certain the girl had perished. He Zhongan smirked dismissively, his gaze laced with contempt. Humph! Such arrogance for such meager strength. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light darted past, leaving behind enchanting afterimages. Whoosh, an ice spike reached for He Zhongan's throat. "Senior, you have lost." Xiao Yin'er's sweet voice resonated throughout the plaza. All present were left in shock. A mere girl of 15 or 16 had bested a peak second-tier grandmaster. Though there were hints of a sneak attack, she had withstood the full force of a late-stage Ling Kong realm fighter, one utilizing a high-level mystical attack technique. The onlookers gasped, the youngest among them already in their mid-20s. Unable to match this young girl, He Zhongan swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Xiao Yin'er. With his left hand outstretched, the cold moon-long blade fell from his grasp, embedding itself deep into the ground. "I concede. I underestimated you. Thank you for the compliment," Xiao Yin'er replied with a radiant smile. He Zhongan's face twitched. He could hardly accept losing to a young girl. If word of this got out, how would he save face? Raising the long blade to his neck, he declared, "I promised I would take my own life if I lost. I will not go back on my word." Wait! At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. The crowd turned to see a handsome youth approaching, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a gentle light that drew them in. The youth was none other than Yunyi. He Zhongan ignored him, intent on ending his life. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy struck He Zhongan's arm, causing him pain, and the long blade slipped from his grasp. Yunyi shook his head slightly. Letting out a sigh, He Zhongan immediately grasped the intent behind Yunyi's intervention, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Only moments ago, he had nearly taken his own life. And now he was being thwarted, his dignity in tatters. Yunyi picked up He Zhongan's long blade and handed it back, respectfully stating, "Senior He Yin'er merely succeeded by chance. This was all due to your leniency." Upon hearing this, He Zhongan recognized Yunyi's attempt to save face and was grateful. He awkwardly accepted the long blade, saying, "Rest assured, I will honor my word. However, you have injured the head of the Yin family. How will she ever forgive you? That is not for you to concern yourself with." With that, Yunyi approached Yin Feiying, clasping his hands in apology. "I deeply regret my earlier actions. I hope for your understanding." Yin Feiying let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Yunyi retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve and said, "This is a third-grade qi recovery pill. I kindly ask you to accept it." "Esteemed senior." Yin Feiying's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "A third-grade pill?" She could hardly fathom that the youth before her casually produced a third-grade medicinal pill, and moreover, offered it to her. The value of such a pill typically ranged between 50,000 to 100,000 taels of silver, a price that the Yin family could still accept. However, in Southern State, second-grade pills were exceedingly rare, and third-grade pills were even more elusive, simply because among the countless martial cultivators in the world, few ever became alchemists. The requirements to become an alchemist were extremely stringent. Firstly, one must possess a fire attribute physique, otherwise, it was nearly impossible for someone like Yunyi to harness the natural fire element. Secondly, a valuable pill formula was required, which was as precious as a high-level magic core. Lastly, countless trials and repeated pill refining were necessary to enhance one's control over fire, a challenge that even most above-average alchemists found daunting. There were merely around 100,000 first-grade alchemists throughout the entirety of Huaxia, just 10,000 second-grade alchemists, and only 500 third-grade alchemists. Where did this third-grade qi recovery pill come from? Who exactly was this youth before her? What was his background? As Yin Feiying accepted the jade vial and opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating and refreshing her spirit. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "What a treasure! What a remarkable item!" Eagerly, she consumed the qi recovery pill, sitting cross-legged to meditate for a moment, her injuries rapidly healing and her inner energy replenished. When Yin Feiying opened her eyes, excitement gleamed within them as she declared, "In this matter, I shall grant you face. But if you cannot prove that Gong Zhantong is innocent, do not blame me for being merciless." "Thank you." Yunyi cupped his hands in gratitude. At this moment, Yunyi glanced at the crowd and noticed Lai Dongqin gazing at him with envy, clearly desiring a qi recovery pill for himself. Understanding this, Yunyi retrieved another jade vial from his hand and tossed it to Lai Dongqin. Elated, Lai Dongqin caught the vial and promptly consumed it, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy. Yunyi then turned and tossed a vial each to He Zhongan and Gong Zhantong. "Thank you." All present were left in a daze. This young man had casually produced 4 third-grade medicinal pills. What kind of identity did he possess? Such extravagant generosity. Could it be that this youth was a third-grade alchemist? Yet, among all of Huaxia, the youngest third-grade alchemist was already over 30 years of age. Naturally, these pills were not concocted by Yunyi. They were merely brought from home when he first enrolled in school. Having no dantian, he had little need for them and had forgotten them in his storage ring. Just now, he remembered that he still had 6 qi recovery pills. The second-grade pills given to Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua were exchanged for 1 qi recovery pill. Currently, Yunyi had 1 qi recovery pill remaining. Yunyi vowed to uncover the truth within 7 days, and only then did the crowd disperse, with the Yin, Lai, and He families retreating from the Gong residence. Chapter 42. The South King S Mansion today. Yunyi rose early, for he needed to infiltrate the South King S Mansion to investigate matters concerning the Gong family. According to Gong Zhantong's account, on those days, the South King, Luo Meng, had sought him for a certain task, the details of which Gong Zhantong did not disclose. It was because of this task that the Gong residence had remained closed for several days. Thus, Yunyi suspected that Luo Meng was behind it, likely bribed by sea bandits, intending to incite the 4 major families of southern state against one another. Before dawn, Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er hastily had breakfast. Due to the previous day's battle, Yunyi's clothes were too soiled to wear, and lacking any spare attire, he was forced to don the purple robe purchased by Xiao Ling'er. "Brother Yi, you look so handsome today." Xiao Yin'er blinked her eyes, gazing at him with admiration. Yunyi forced a shy smile, scratching his head as he replied, "Let's go. If we delay any longer, we may not reach the South King's mansion by nightfall." If Xiao Yin'er were to discover that her outfit matched that of Xiao Ling'er's couple attire, what would she think? "Hm." Xiao Yin'er happily jumped up. Yunyi affectionately patted her head, saying, "Silly girl. You re the silly one, Brother Yi." Xiao Yin'er playfully stuck out her tongue and then dashed away as the sun set. The two arrived at Nanhai County, reaching the entrance of the South King's mansion for a thorough observation. They found an inn, changed into their night travel attire, and scaled the tall walls of the South King's mansion. The South King's mansion was similarly resplendent as the Xiao residence. Extravagantly adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, artificial hills, and lakes, a scene of opulence. Luo Meng is a man who revels in luxury. Living in Nanhai County, he must have indulged greatly in the wealth of the people. Xiao Yin'er remarked, pursing her lips in disdain. "Let us put that aside for now. Our primary objective is to find clues," Yunyi said as he led Xiao Yin'er deeper into the South King's mansion. The vast grounds of the South King's mansion were intricate in architecture. As they navigated through the courtyards, Yunyi suddenly halted, pulling Xiao Yin'er to hide behind a rock formation. "Hush, someone is coming," he whispered. Xiao Yin'er widened her round eyes, peering outside. Two figures approached, and Yuan Yi quietly shielded Xiao Yin'er in his embrace, fixating his gaze on the two individuals. As they drew nearer, Yuan Yi's pupils constricted sharply, his expression turning frigid as he intensely stared at them. One was a middle-aged man, corpulent as a pig. It was none other than the South King Luo Ming. The other was a thin, elderly man, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, clearly possessing formidable strength. The two entered a courtyard, and Yuan Yi and Xiao Yin'er immediately followed suit. "Your Highness, the task you instructed has been completed," the elderly man reported respectfully beside the rotund Luo Ming. Luo Ming nodded slightly, a dark hatred flickering in his eyes as he said, "Who is that Zhang Shi, to have single-handedly repelled the three major families of southern state? It is said that he is an 18-year-old youth, accompanied by a girl of 16 or 17. The elderly man shook his head and continued, "Moreover, that youth seems to possess medical knowledge. He even saved Gong Fei, who was severely injured by Lai Dongcan." "Oh?" Luo Ming was immediately taken aback, astonished that an 18-year-old youth and a girl of 16 or 17 could repel the three major families while being well-versed in medical arts. However, he had never heard of any prominent sects or families in Huaxia with the surname Zhang. Could it be a hidden clan? As he pondered this, Luo Ming instinctively turned to look outside the window, only to see a shadow flitting by. He immediately hurled the teacup in his hand. The teacup shot forth like an arrow, aimed at the figure. "Run!" Yuan Yi's heart raced as he grasped Xiao Yin'er, urging her to flee. Bang! The teacup shattered against the window, which instantly cracked. "Pursue!" Luo Ming barked. The elderly man leaped into action. Xiao Yin'er anxiously clutched Yuan Yi's arm. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yuan Yi comforted her softly as they dashed into an alley, only to find it was a dead end. The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound, not even the chirping of insects or birds. The elderly man chased into the alley but found it completely empty. Little did he know, Yuan Yi had taken Xiao Yin'er into the system space. Yuan Yi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. That was terrifying. That old man was at least at the peak of the Void Realm, coupled with Luo Ming, a mid-stage Golden Body Realm expert. Had we been any slower, we would have certainly met our demise. "Brother Yi, you?" Xiao Yin'er pointed at a red scratch on Yuan Yi's face, astonished as she asked, "How did you get hurt?" Just a little scratch." Yuan Yi chuckled awkwardly. The shards of the teacup thrown by Luo Ming had narrowly grazed his cheek. Observing Xiao Yin'er's worried expression, Yuan Yi grinned and quickly changed the subject. "Let us wait a moment before we go out, MHM." Yuan Yi held Xiao Yin'er's hand, lying down on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate, effectively taking a nap. This slumber lasted for over half an hour. Upon waking, Yuan Yi had fully regained his strength. He stood up, took Xiao Yin'er's hand, and exited the system space. Now, Yuan Yi was certain that the scheme to frame the Gong family and incite the four great families of southern state against each other was indeed Luo Ming's plot. All he needed to do now was infiltrate the South King's mansion and find evidence. After the previous day's uproar, the guards at the South King's mansion had doubled. Yuan Yi decided not to let Xiao Yin'er accompany him this time, as fewer people would make it easier to act. Although Xiao Yin'er was reluctant, she mostly complied with Yuan Yi's wishes. As night fell, Yuan Yi stealthily infiltrated the South King's mansion once more. Just as he leaped into action, he spotted Luo Ming waiting for him, accompanied by no fewer than several dozen guards. Yuan Yi was taken aback, but escape was no longer an option. He landed lightly on the ground, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Seeing this, Luo Ming smirked. "Ah, you must be Zhang Shi. What now? You treacherous scoundrel, colluding with foreign races to betray your own kin. Truly disgraceful." Yuan Yi mocked Luo Ming. Upon hearing this, Luo Ming's expression darkened, furiously retorting, "You little brat. Don't think that just because you possess some abilities, you can lay the blame of colluding with foreign races at my feet." "Humph," Yuan Yi snorted coldly, uninterested in engaging in further debate. "Go, Butler Li, eliminate that brat." Luo Ming gazed upon the rebellious youth before him, who displayed not a shred of courtesy and a fit of anger. He bellowed, "Stand still," the diminutive wiry elder beside Luo Ming dutifully complied. The guards flanking Luo Ming swiftly unsheathed their blades, advancing menacingly towards Yuan Yi. These guards, primarily martial practitioners of the combat realm, were hardly a concern for Yuan Yi. A fierce determination glimmered in Yun Ye's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a flash of violet darted past, hurtling towards the guards with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. The group of guards lay sprawled upon the ground. Housekeeper Lee was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this boy possessed such prowess. With a single step, the slender figure propelled itself into the void, unleashing a terrifying force as it delivered a powerful kick to Yun Ye's chest. Bang! Yun Ye was sent flying several yards, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Ha ha! Worthless! Luo Ming laughed heartily, reveling in Yun Ye's disheveled state. His mood considerably lifted. Yun Ye clutched his chest, struggling to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He silently recited the burning fire mantra, his hands forming a seal. With a resounding explosion, a blazing white flame erupted fiercely from Yun Ye's body. Second-tier Master Realm. Half-step First-tier Master Realm. First-tier Grandmaster. In an instant, Yun Ye's aura surged, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Housekeeper Lee. Upon witnessing this, Housekeeper Lee's pupils constricted in horror. Was this a secret technique for a rapid enhancement of spiritual energy? Yet, even if he had gained a temporary boost, what of it? He was a peak practitioner of the Void Realm. Below the Void Realm, he feared no one. Boom. Housekeeper Lee's figure flickered as he evaded Yun Ye's onslaught, his fist gathering a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a colossal hand, descending upon Yun Ye. Yun Ye's body spun rapidly, delivering a sweeping kick towards the massive hand. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hand shattered, and Yun Ye's offensive momentum dissipated. Letting out a muffled grunt, Yun Ye pushed off the ground with his toes, utilizing the rebound to launch himself onto the eaves above. I did not foresee you retaining such a skill, Luo Ming observed Yun Ye, who was now hanging from the beam, with a scornful smirk. Luo Ming, I shall take my leave. Yun Ye gritted his teeth as he glared at Luo Ming. Let us see how this unfolds. Did I permit you to leave? Luo Ming roared in fury, kicking over the table before him and launching himself at Yun Ye like a cannonball. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun Ye hastily retreated. Luo Ming's speed was astonishing, and in mere moments, he had closed the distance to Yun Ye. Boom. Yun Ye was struck by Luo Ming, sent hurtling like a severed kite, crashing into a large tree outside the South King's residence, sliding down and hitting the ground, spewing forth copious amounts of blood that stained the earth. Humph! Luo Ming snorted, lightly leaping to Yun Ye's side, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. You insolent brat, do you dare to cause a ruckus at the South King's residence? You are simply courting death. At that moment, a girl clad in a crimson pleated skirt suddenly appeared before the onlookers. Stop, she cried out, her voice commanding. Luo Ming looked up, seeking the source of the challenge. No one in the entire southern prefecture had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. Upon recognizing the girl's visage, Luo Ming's expression shifted, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features, and with a thud, he knelt before her, exclaiming, Your Majesty. The young lady possessed delicate features, her skin as fair as snow, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a nose like a jade sculpture and lips like cherry blossoms, breathtakingly beautiful. Her face resembled pure, flawless jade, radiating an aura of nobility and icy elegance. With a slender figure, her waist was lithe, her curves reminiscent of a graceful water snake, each movement imbued with allure. Her gaze was as frigid as an ice mountain, and as her indifferent eyes swept over Luo Ming, he trembled uncontrollably, lowering his head, too intimidated to meet her gaze. The aura she exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. Yun Ye struggled to rise, lifting his head in disbelief. It's her. It's Luo Yi, he exclaimed, astonished to realize that she was the Empress. How could she possibly be the Empress? She was the Empress Luo Tian. Yun Ye, come here. The South King is not the mastermind behind this. I have already dispatched individuals to uncover the truth. Luo Tian's tone was frigid, devoid of the earlier warmth. As Yun Ye processed her words, his eyes widened in disbelief. The South King Luo Ming was not the mastermind. How could that be? Who then was the true puppet master? A torrent of inquiries surged through Yun Ye's mind. Yun Ye, come here. Seeing him still dazed, Luo Tian reiterated. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his chaotic energies, Yun Ye stepped forward to stand before Luo Tian. Luo, he began, But before he could finish, a chilling glare from her silenced him, compelling him to fall silent immediately. "Your Majesty, who is it?" Yunyi swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring. Luo Tian pondered for a moment before replying softly, "The Gong family." Yunyi was taken aback. "Them? How is that possible? Gong Qianfeng has such integrity." But just as he finished speaking, Luo Tian added, "It is the Gong family's grand elder, Gong Yangfeng." Yun Ye's eyes widened in shock, gasping at the revelation. "It's him? Just the previous night?" He had heard Gong Zhantong mention that Gong Yangfeng had engaged in maritime trade for the Gong family several months prior, currently still at sea. If he were colluding with foreign brigands, it would indeed make sense. He had ample opportunity to conspire with the pirates of the eastern seas, and the Gong family was complicit in mining spiritual resources in place of the South King's residence. Yun Ye's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fierce intent. That despicable wretch! At that moment, Luo Tian ignored him, turning her attention to the kneeling Luo Ming. "Uncle, I respect you as an elder. However, your unauthorized extraction of spiritual resources shall not go unpunished this time. Henceforth, the rights to mine those resources will be transferred to the court." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming's complexion shifted drastically, his heart brimming with rage. Yet he dared not voice his grievances. "Thank you, Your Majesty. For your mercy." Luo Ming suppressed his humiliation, bowing in gratitude. Luo Tian waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave, uncle." Luo Ming performed a respectful bow before turning to depart. Once Luo Ming had left, Luo Tian slowly approached Yunyi. Her gaze as frigid as ice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Your Majesty, where is Gong Yangfeng?" Yunyi asked, his voice trembling. "On Windbell Island," she replied, turning away and silently invoking a mantra, her spiritual energy coalescing into a pair of golden wings, soaring into the sky. Watching Luo Tian's retreating figure, Yunyi felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He could not comprehend why she had grown so distant, as if she were an entirely different person from the Luo Yi he had known before. Returning to the inn, he summoned Xiao Yin'er and made his way to the Gong residence, in Gong Yangfeng's chamber. They uncovered evidence of his collusion with the pirates, numerous letters detailing his every crime. The letters also implicated a traitor, the governor of Haixing County, who had permitted the pirates to run rampant without reporting to higher authorities. Yunyi resolved to venture to Haixing County for further investigation. Chapter 44. The devious governor. Haixing County, situated in the southeastern part of the southern prefecture, was a coastal city renowned for its prosperous maritime trade. The governor of Haixing County, Huang Doxin, had risen to power through flattery and manipulation. Reigning as the undisputed overlord of Haixing County, his influence unchallenged. Yunyi arrived at the gates of Haixing County, gazing up at the magnificent and opulent city with a wry smile curving his lips. What a farcical governor! He seethed inwardly, his heart aflame with resentment, for this man had disrupted his blissful journey. "Today, I shall tear you apart." As night fell over Haixing County, the governor's door was tightly secured, the curtains drawn to block out any light, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness and silence, exuding an eerie atmosphere. "Little beauty, don't run away." Suddenly, heavy breathing emanated from the bed. The bed curtains were flung open to reveal the governor clad in a white cloth, his bare body exposed to the air, tightly embracing a half-dressed young woman whose eyes sparkled with allure. The girl, around 18, boasted a curvaceous figure, skin as white as snow, her enchanting eyes glimmering as if they could spill water. Her luscious lips resembling ripe cherries, enticing beyond measure. Her cheeks flushed with crimson, she gasped for breath, her pearly teeth nibbling her ruby lips, occasionally emitting soft whimpers as her delicate form writhed in the governor's grasp. Struggling to push him away. "Little beauty, stop resisting." The governor licked his lips, greedily fixated on the captivating figure in his arms. "No, let me go," the girl pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "Humph, if you want me to let you go. Then," he leered, "you must serve me well. I guarantee you shall not come to harm. Please, no, help." The girl cried out in anguish, her voice piercing the night. Just as Yunyi stealthily infiltrated the governor's residence, he chanced upon this scandalous exchange, causing him to hastily turn around and cover Xiao Yin'er's ears. Startled, Xiao Yin'er inquired, "What's wrong, brother Yi?" She lowered her voice to a whisper, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Yunyi possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the spiritual realm, allowing him to discern even the faintest sounds from 100 meters away, while Xiao Yiner's perception was rather ordinary. She remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Observing Yunyi's flushed complexion and rapid heartbeat, she blinked her enchanting eyes in confusion. Yunyi cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, and leaned closer to whisper in Xiao Yiner's ear. Yiner, you must cover your ears and hide here. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Be quick, Xiao Yiner urged softly, promptly covering her ears and retreating into a shadowy corner. She was uncertain why Yunyi instructed her thus, yet she trusted that he had his reasons. With silent grace, Yunyi darted away, his form flitting like a specter through the inky darkness, leaving no trace as if he had never existed. Inside the governor's chamber, the governor lay on the bed, his beady, lecherous eyes roving over the girl's exquisite, delicate form. The suppressed beast within him erupted, and he eagerly discarded his garments, with each letter he perused. The fury in Yunyi's eyes intensified. Upon finishing the correspondence, Yunyi spread his palm and with a gentle flick, azure flames erupted, the blue beast fire soaring into existence. As he stepped out of the chamber, he cast the blue beast fire into the sky, its tendrils rapidly engulfing the entire governor's residence in a conflagration that blazed fiercely in mere moments. The governor's mansion transformed into a sea of flames. Standing amidst the inferno, Yunyi's gaze was frigid and somber, an aura of merciless killing intent pervading the surroundings. Governor, governor! A chorus of sharp, anguished cries echoed throughout every inch of the governor's estate. Ah, fire! Help! Ah, save me! No, save me! The mansion became a stage for tragedy, the flames surging ever more violently, and within a matter of minutes, it was reduced to ashes. The townsfolk, witnessing the blaze, erupted in cheers. At last, the avaricious governor receives his due. Humph! Wasn't he arrogant? Look at him now, burnt to a crisp. He deserves it. It's truly satisfying to see this beast perish. That is divine fire. The flames are not yellow or white, but blue, impervious to water. The flames illuminated the obsidian night, akin to daylight. Yunyi, unblinking, regarded the conflagration, for he believed this was a righteous act of delivering the people from harm. He was not a wanton killer. Yet, he forgot that this was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong, a world where humanity preyed upon itself. Brother Yi, a sweet, melodic voice called from behind, the enchanting sound rendering his legs weak. Yunyi turned to see Xiao Yiner hurrying towards him. Brother Yi, I have sent that girl home. Additionally, I provided her family with some silver to hasten their departure from Haixing County. Xiao Yiner's brows flickered, crescent-shaped and seemingly anticipating Yunyi's praise. Well done. You have performed admirably, Yunyi commended, wrapping his arm around Xiao Yiner's slender waist. She, blushing and delicate, nestled against him, allowing him to soar up to the rooftop. Yunyi gazed down at the flames, his heart swelling with emotion, recalling the verses of the white-haired lament. As pure as snow upon the mountain, as bright as the moon in the clouds. I learned of your fickle heart, thus I came to sever our ties. Today at the wine gathering, I shall bid farewell at the creek's edge. With a gentle flow, the creek meanders east and west. Sorrow upon sorrow, no need for weeping at weddings. I long for a heart that is true, to never part until we are gray. How the bamboo sways, how the fish swim. A man values loyalty. Why need a knife to sever ties? His voice resonated throughout Haixing County. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiner shyly buried her head in Yunyi's embrace. Chapter 46. The eve of Wenqim Island in the biting December air. The northern winds howled, piercing to the bone. Yunyi tightened his cloak, shielding Xiao Yiner against his chest as they flew towards the Gong family. That moment, they encountered the three families demanding an explanation. Yin, Lai, and He. The Yin, He, and Lai families had united against the Gong family, which was now on the brink of collapse. Gongzhantong. It has been 4 days. An explanation is due, cried Lai Dongcan, the head of the Lai family, standing outside the Gong residence. Indeed, He Zhongan, the head of the He family, echoed. We have come on behalf of the late CC Xiaojia, and this is only our 4th day. Gongzhantong's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. It was indeed their family's treachery that had led to the other 3 families suffering significant losses. He could only bitterly smile and concede. This is our Gong family's fault. The assembled families paused in disbelief. What? Is he admitting to colluding with the sea bandits? Confused glances fell upon Gong Jiantong. Hadn't he denied it just days prior? Now, he was confessing. It is our Gong family's negligence that allowed the beast Gong Yangfeng to thrive. He colluded with the sea bandits, Gong Jiantong lamented, his eyes reddening with evident sorrow. Gong Yangfeng, the elder of the Gong family, is indeed implicated? Is he being used as a scapegoat? Doubtful gazes swiftly shifted to skepticism and incredulity. How do we know you haven't made Gong Yangfeng your scapegoat? Indeed. How do we know that Gong Yangfeng wasn't sent by you? He Zhang'an and Lai Dongqin sang in unison, derisively eyeing Gong Jiantong, who they clearly did not believe. They were convinced that he was merely deflecting blame due to the pressure he faced. Come now, you must at least hand him over. Yin Feiying, the head of the Yin family, interjected, otherwise, we shall pay you a personal visit. Gong Jiantong was at a loss for words, unable to muster a rebuttal. He did not even know Gong Yangfeng's whereabouts to hand him over. He waved his hand, and a servant emerged from the Gong residence, bearing several letters. Everyone, this is evidence of Gong Yangfeng's collusion with foreign tribes. He conspired with the pirates for profit and even killed several of our Gong family members. I, Gong Jiantong, will not shield such a villain. Therefore, I humbly request a few days' grace. I assure you I will apprehend him and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Gong Jiantong spoke with righteous fervor. Gong Jiantong, let me tell you, do not play tricks with me. Your Gong family must hand over the perpetrator now. Otherwise, do not blame us for turning against you. Lai Dongqin threatened ominously. Lai Dongqin, now impatient, felt the pressure mounting. How could he provide accountability for his family? Although he Zhang'an agreed, he remained cold, awaiting Gong Jiantong's response. I will do my utmost. I promise I will do my best. Please rest assured. Gong Jiantong hurriedly nodded and bowed. I will capture Gong Yangfeng as swiftly as possible and apologize to you all. I don't care. Today, you must hand him over, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, boom. Just as Lai Dongqin was about to exert further pressure, a sudden loud noise startled him, as a figure cloaked in purple swept through the air. Lai Dongqin and He Zhang'an looked up to see a strikingly handsome youth in a flowing purple robe, moving gracefully as if gliding effortlessly. The young man held a girl by the hand, clad in a greenish-blue gown, her skin as smooth as jade, her beauty unparalleled, her dark eyes sparkling with brilliance. Captivating all with her enchanting smile, it was none other than Yun Yi and Xiao Yener. It's the young master of Zhengxi. He has come to rescue us. Previously, during the siege of the Gong family by the three families, it was Yun Yi who had stepped in to avert a crisis. Young Master Zhengxi, you have finally arrived, Gong Jiantong exclaimed with delight. Yun Yi nodded lightly, producing evidence stolen from the governor's mansion, handing it to Lai Dongqin. Lai Dongqin accepted the letters, swiftly scanning them before scrutinizing them closely, his expression shifting to one of shock and anger. He Zhang'an and Yin Feiying shared the same reaction, their faces darkening ominously. The onlookers were left baffled, gazing at the core figures in confusion. What could possibly have evoked such a drastic change in their demeanor? This evidence, I implore you to submit to the authorities. Yun Yi said calmly. The letter also reveals Gong Yangfeng's whereabouts. Please grant me a few more days. Young Master Zhengxi, that villain is at Winshim Island. Are you aware of Winshim Island? It is a stronghold of the Eastern Sea Bandits. There are peak-level experts stationed there, Gong Jiantong hurriedly interjected, fearing that the youth had already done too much for the Gong family, and he did not wish to incur further debts. Yun Yi's expression shifted slightly. I am aware of Winshim Island. In that case, I shall first deal with the brigands on behalf of the Gong family. Yun Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Young master, please do not act impulsively. This matter requires careful deliberation, urged Lai Dongqin. Standing by, Winshim Island is fraught with complexities, teeming with masters. Even a gold body realm expert would find it difficult to penetrate the heart of the island. Unless they are at the pinnacle of power, to go alone is sheer folly. Indeed, He Zhang'an added, those brigands are cunning and adept at scheming. Young Master Zhengxi, your solo venture is far too perilous. Young Master, if it were not for you, our four families would have fallen into another's trap. You have done enough. Yin Feiying of the Yin family, with a calculating glance, dissuaded him. Xiao Yener, hearing their concerns, gazed anxiously at Yun Yi, unwilling to see him take risks. Yunyi smiled gently at Xiao Yan'er, holding her delicate hand, the warmth of his fingertips caressing her fair skin as if to soothe her. Then, addressing the assembled gathering, he stated, "There is no need for further discussion. I have my own methods. If that is the case, we are willing to assist young master," Gong Zhantong declared. "We are also willing." The support from Gong Zhantong ignited enthusiasm among the other family members, who raised their arms in solidarity. "Thank you." Yunyi expressed his gratitude with a bow, "But I am sufficient on my own." "Young master," Gong Zhantong began to speak, but Yunyi once again bowed. "Please submit the evidence to the authorities. The matter regarding the governor Huang Doxin will be handled by you all." The troubles he had stirred must be resolved by someone of repute in Nanzhou. Though Huang Doxin deserved his fate, he was still an official of the court. "No problem," Gong Zhantong, with a boisterous slap on his chest, boldly proclaimed that Huang Doxin, relying on his power, oppresses the common folk and exploits the village. His death would be no great loss. Rest assured, young hero, that scoundrel dares to harm the Gong family, and this time, he shall meet his demise. No, I shall slay him myself. Yunyi, feeling awkward, scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah?" The crowd was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They all stared at Yunyi, their eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. Yunyi, with a sheepish smile, disregarded their gazes. "I kindly ask for your assistance in dealing with this matter." Once the crowd departed, Xiao Yan'er, wearing a worried expression, tugged at Yunyi's sleeve, saying, "Brother Yi, are you truly going to Winebell Island? Those rogues are formidable. I fear for your safety if you go alone. Could you take me with you?" "Yan'er, I never said I wouldn't take you. It is not dangerous in the slightest." Yunyi affectionately pinched her nose and smiled. "I have a pet I want to show you." "A pet?" Xiao Yan'er blinked her lashes, filled with anticipation. As Yunyi extended his right hand, the vermilion bird mark on his palm transformed into a beam of red light. Chapter 47. The Battle of Windbell Island, 1. Early update with a swoosh. A crimson light shot from Yunyi's palm, morphing into a flame that gradually took the shape of a fiery vermilion bird. "Coo, coo, coo, wow." Xiao Yanger's eyes widened as she gazed at the lifelike, spirited vermilion bird, utterly amazed. "Is this a divine beast, the vermilion bird? How beautiful!" The bird circled in the air, seemingly showcasing its superiority. "Indeed." Yunyi nodded. "Its name is Xiao Hua. The vermilion bird is one of the ancient four divine beasts, and now it possesses the strength of a fifth-tier magical beast." During this time, Yunyi had kept it confined within the training space of the vermilion bird system, and it had just advanced to fifth tier yesterday. Thus he released it to assist him, a fifth-tier magical beast? Xiao Yan'er was taken aback once more, stunned by the thought of having a fifth-tier magical beast as a battle companion. That was akin to the strength of a mid-stage golden body realm or a transformation realm expert. Moreover, this was no ordinary fifth-tier magical beast, but a vermilion bird with an ancient bloodline. Although Xiao Yan'er was not well versed in alchemy, she understood how formidable a vermilion bird with an ancient bloodline could be. "May I touch it?" Xiao Yan'er asked cautiously, her eyes brimming with desire and longing. "Of course." Yunyi nodded. "Xiao Hua, come here." The vermilion bird obediently landed beside Xiao Yan'er, affectionately nuzzling her delicate shoulder. Overjoyed, Xiao Yan'er could not resist embracing it, tenderly stroking its fiery feathers. Xiao Hua closed its eyes in contentment, relishing Xiao Yanger's warm and sweet caresses, letting out a low purr, appearing utterly blissful, so adorable. "Brother Yi, could you lend it to me for a few days?" Xiao Yanger looked up at Yunyi. Gazing at the little Hua in her arms, Xiao Yanger truly desired it, but she also understood that it was Brother Ye's battle companion, and how could she take something beloved from him? "Of course, what is mine is yours, isn't it?" Yunyi smiled softly. "Really?" Xiao Yanger's eyes widened, sparkling with brilliant light, overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, Brother Yi, silly girl." Yunyi gently ruffled Xiao Yanger's hair. "Let us go." Yunyi took Xiao Yanger's small hand. "We shall bring Xiao Hua along. Let us bloodily cleanse Windbell Island and reclaim the land for our nation," Yunyi declared with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yanger nodded. Xiao Hua broke free from Xiao Yanger's embrace and transformed into a towering giant vermilion bird, over 3 meters high, letting out a resounding roar that echoed majestically, shaking the very air. So striking. Upon witnessing Xiao Hua's transformation, Xiao Yanger was instantly captivated by its cool demeanor. With a proud tilt of its head, Xiaohua spread its wings and leaped into the air. Wow, Xiaohua, I didn't expect you could grow so large. Yunyi was equally astonished by Xiaohua's ability. Ko. Xiaohua proudly lifted its chin, its eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. Let us depart, Xiaohua. We must set forth. Ko. With mighty flaps of its enormous wings, Xiaohua soared into the distance, carrying the two onward. Xiaohua's speed was astonishingly swift, and soon they flew over the vast ocean. Xiaoyanger gazed down at the magnificent sea beneath, suddenly exclaiming, I truly hope that one day I can come to the sea and enjoy it to my heart's content. As she spoke, her tone was imbued with sadness and disappointment. Upon hearing Xiaoyanger's words, Yun Ye's brow furrowed slightly, a profound expression crossing his face. His keen observations revealed that, despite Xiaoyanger's attempts to conceal her feelings, he could still perceive her distress. Yanger, I am sorry. It is I who... Yunyi was about to explain when he was interrupted by Xiaoyanger. Brother Yi, there is no need for explanations. Xiaoyanger smiled gently. I am simply happy to be with you now, silly girl. Yunyi tenderly stroked Xiaoyanger's silky black hair, his emotions complexed. Ko. Xiaohua diligently flapped its wings, flying even faster. Brother Yi, once this matter is resolved, you must make it up to me. Xiaoyanger's eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned her small head on Yun Ye's shoulder. A whiff of fragrance wafted over, and at her words, a faint smile graced Yun Ye's lips. All right, Yunyi replied with a smile. At this moment, it was midday, the sun shining brightly in a clear blue sky, the azure sea glistening under the sunlight. Suddenly, a red shadow streaked across the deep blue heavens. Accompanied by a howling gale, hurtling toward the shore with a swoosh, the fiery figure landed steadily on the beach. We have arrived at Wind Bell Island. Yunyi stood with Xiaoyanger, gazing into the distance at the endless mountain ranges. Dark and profound. Xiaohua, from here on, I shall rely on you. Yunyi gently caressed the soft feathers on Xiaohua's back. Now, although Xiaohua had just entered the 5th-tier magical beast realm, its power was equivalent to that of a mid-stage golden body realm expert. One bird can annihilate an island. It is not a problem. Just then, a reckless group approached. Clatter. Over 100 sea bandits rode swiftly from various directions. Their target unmistakably Yunyi and Xiaoyanger. Kill, rob. The shouts of battle resonated throughout the air. The bandits waved their long knives and spears, charging fiercely toward them. Yunyi cast a cold glance at the crowd. They do not know their own mortality. With a swift motion, a long sword manifested in Yun Ye's hand. With a whoosh, he drew the sword, its blade gleaming ominously at the sea bandits. A ringing sound echoed as golden light shot into the sky. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the bandits. Thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as dozens of pirates fell to the ground. With a cough of blood, one of the pirate captains lay in a pool of crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing this, the remaining bandits were stricken with terror, halting their assault. Too terrifying. They cannot withstand it. Fear coursed through their veins, sweat pouring down their backs as they dared not move. Tightening their reins and warily watching Yunyi. Ding Dong temporary system mission issued. Annihilate the sea bandits of Wind Bell Island. Mission completion reward. Random, mission failure penalty. Lose the divine beast vermilion bird. Xiaohua, go, Xiaohua. Teach these scoundrels a lesson. Yunyi excitedly patted Xiaohua's neck, encouraging it. He had no concern about failing the mission. Ko. Xiaohua flapped its wings, its massive body diving downward, its sharp claws targeting the sea bandits. The bandits, terrified, fled in disarray, their cries of anguish filling the air. A chorus of wails echoed. A pure white flame, the southern brightly fire, erupted fiercely in the blink of an eye. The entire forest ignited. Thick smoke billowing as the flames surged. Xiaoyanger could not bear to watch. Yunyi wrapped his arms around Xiaoyanger's waist, shielding her from the choking smoke, covering her with his body to protect her from harm. As the flames raged higher, illuminating the surroundings, trees collapsed, and dust filled the air, obscuring their vision. Xiaoyanger closed her eyes and chose not to look, only hearing the agonizing cries of the pirates and their piercing screams. Ko. Xiaohua let out a skyward wail, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power cascading down like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of pirates fell victim to the powerful spiritual energy attack, their bodies scattered, limbs severed and blood saturating the ground. Xiao Yonger slowly opened her eyes, and before her lay a gruesome scene of carnage, various pirate corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Just as Yunyi thought the system's temporary mission was complete, a booming voice interrupted, "Who dares to trespass upon the Wind Bell Island of the East Sea?" 5 elders appeared, stepping through the air. 5 powerful figures of the Sky Realm descended, followed closely by over 500 Eastern Sea warriors. These Eastern warriors, clad in black, wielded long swords, their chests adorned with the emblem of the Eastern warrior faction, exuding a chilling aura. Upon hearing this, Yunyi cursed inwardly, "Damn it, the East Sea? This is our Huaxia territory." With an immediate leap, he ascended onto the back of the little fire. Chapter 48. The Battle of Wind Bell Island, 2. Early Update. Yuan Ye's toes barely grazed the ground as he soared several meters into the air. Gently landing on the back of the little fire, "Woo-woo," the little fire roared, its voice echoing through the heavens like a cannonball, propelling Yunyi forward at breakneck speed towards the 5 elderly men. "Woo-woo," the little fire, consumed by fury, was enveloped in blazing flames as it charged at the 5 elders alongside Yunyi. "You seek death," bellowed one of the central elders, who appeared to be in his 50s. "Go, Gong Yangfeng, bring this ignorant brat to his demise." "Yes, master," replied the elder on the far right, who looked even older than the central elder. That man was none other than Gong Yangfeng. "Damn it, this is too easy." Yunyi rejoiced internally, cursing aloud. Gong Yangfeng's strength surpassed that of the central elder, reaching the mid-stage of the Sky Ascension realm. Yunyi silently recited the fire-burning mantra, forming seals with his hands. Flames erupted from his body, pure white and overwhelming in their ferocity. Second-grade Master Realm, peak of second-grade Master Realm, half-step Grandmaster, first-grade Grandmaster, peak of first-grade Grandmaster, half-step Sky Ascension Realm. Yunyi was momentarily taken aback. How had he reached half-step Sky Ascension Realm by employing the Burning Fire secret technique? "Woo-woo," the little fire roared in tandem, a layer of pure white flames surging forth from its body. Yunyi felt a warm surge within. The southern brightly fire within the little fire was continuously flowing towards him. With a loud bang, Yun Ye's internal energy surged dramatically. "Excellent." He summoned his energy, coalescing it upon his fingertips, forming a fist. With a light leap, he launched himself forth with the swiftness of a striking viper, growling, destruction fist. His fist shot forth, the radiance akin to a meteor, hurtling towards Gong Yangfeng. Thunderous roars echoed as his fist, imbued with earth-shattering might, surged towards Gong Yangfeng. Gong Yangfeng's pupils constricted as he sidestepped to evade. A massive explosion erupted, reducing the area within several zhang to ruins. With a graceful landing, Yunyi smirked, arrogance dripping from his words. "Ants." As soon as those words left his lips, Yunyi struck at Gong Yangfeng once more. Bang! The sound of wind slicing through the air was barely audible. Gong Yangfeng's figure flickered, dodging Yun Ye's heavy punch, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Kid, you truly are impressive, possessing such formidable strength." However, a cunning glint flashed in Gong Yangfeng's eyes. Just then, golden energy flickered beneath Yun Ye's feet. Ghostly shadow movement. Yunyi transformed into a series of purple afterimages. Whoosh, bang. Gong Yangfeng plummeted from 10 meters above, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, Gong Yangfeng struggled to rise, spitting out blood in a swift motion. Yunyi approached, seizing Gong Yangfeng by the throat. "Tell me, today I shall cleanse the gateway for the 4 great families of Nanzhou and the common folk." Upon hearing this, Gong Yangfeng felt as if struck by lightning. His body dangled in the air, legs flailing helplessly, unable to escape Yun Ye's grip. Crack! A sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed from Gong Yangfeng's neck as his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Lifeless. Releasing his grip, Gong Yangfeng fell like a lifeless sack. "Humph! Trash!" Yunyi scoffed coldly, his murderous intent unabated. He turned away, leaping once more onto the back of the little fire. The 4 elders hovering in the air gasped in astonishment. How could this young man have slain Gong Yangfeng, a practitioner of mid-stage Sky Ascension? Who was this youth? The 4 elders exchanged glances, nodding in unison, prepared to engage together, still possessing fighting spirit. All four struck simultaneously, launching a ferocious wave of palm winds towards Yunyi. Startled, Yunyi spread his palm, the cloud sword in hand. The sword rang out with a vibrant chime as Yunyi swept the blade. The flickering sword light and explosive sound tearing through the approaching winds. At that moment, the little fire unleashed a pure white fireball from the sky, hurtling towards one of the elders. A scream pierced the air. The other three elders were taken aback, unable to fathom that this crimson avian possessed combat prowess, seemingly surpassing even that of the youth before them, potentially 100 times stronger. The hundreds of warriors from the east were already terrified, some collapsing to the ground, others so frightened that they involuntarily released their bowels. Let us call upon Elder Kuraki to handle this, agreed. Let us call upon Elder Kuraki? Otherwise, we'll surely perish. Yunyi found their words amusing. The elder whistled a strange tune. What the hell? How discordant. Regarding Eastern culture, Yunyi deemed it inferior. Their songs were not worth listening to. Suddenly, the sky transformed from clear to ominous, dark clouds gathering, thunder and lightning cracking. This novel is available for download through the open-source Xing Sun downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a proxy download, and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open source address, please immediately request a refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 20175937110. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me FQ tool. Chapter 49. The opening of Tongtian Academy. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and a massive cloud floated by, obscuring the sun. Yunyi and the little fire squinted towards the horizon. Boom! Lightning danced across the sky like silver serpents, illuminating the expanse. Crack! A thick silver dragon plummeted from the clouds. Yunyi was taken aback. Not good, little fire. Eliminate these nuisances first. With that, the little fire flapped its wings, conjuring countless colossal pure white fireballs in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh! A torrential rain of fire fell, flames reaching for the heavens, cascading down in waves. Boom, boom! The ground shook with tremendous explosions as thousands of fireballs engulfed the East's warriors. The entirety of Wind Bell Island fell into a deathly silence. My warriors! An elder's eyes widened in fury. Just as a fireball hurtled towards him, the elder panicked, hastily retreating. But as the fireball was about to collide with him, a bolt of lightning struck down, dissipating the fireball. The lightning coalesced into a figure. As the dust settled, an elder clad in a gray robe, crackling with electricity, emerged. It was Elder Kuraki, a peak practitioner of the Sky Ascension realm. To his surprise, this man possessed a rare lightning attribute physique. Yunyi furrowed his brows in contemplation. Hee, Elder Kuraki sneered, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Daring to cause trouble in my east is tantamount to seeking death. Hearing this, Yunyi retorted, What do you mean my east? Wind Bell Island belongs to Huaxia, little fire. I can't handle him. You help me kill him. With a command from Yunyi, the little fire let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a shower of sparks that blanketed the sky. This time, the little fire unleashed its true strength as a fifth-grade magical beast. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs rained down upon Elder Kuraki with ferocity. Elder Kuraki hurriedly defended, but alas, as a peak practitioner of the Sky Ascension realm, how could he possibly withstand the assault of a fifth-grade magical beast at mid-stage of the Golden Body realm? Before he could respond, four figures disintegrated into nothingness. Whoosh, little fire. You're amazing, Yunyi praised. Werwo. The little fire puffed up with pride, clearly relishing the compliment from Yunyi. Good little fire. Now, let us see how Yenner is faring. The little fire flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with Yunyi towards Xiao Yenner. Ding dong, temporary mission completed. Reward. 1 revival card and a high-level attack sword spirit technique. Sword shadow follows. Brother Yi! Xiao Yenner exclaimed with joy upon seeing Yunyi return triumphantly, nearly squealing in excitement. Yunyi landed beside Xiao Yenner, affectionately ruffling her hair. Don't worry, Yenner, I'm fine. Xiao Yenner nodded. What a pity, she said with a forlorn expression, pointing at the sea of flames. Didn't you notice? This once beautiful and spiritually rich island has turned into this wreck. Ah, only then did Yunyi realize, looking around. This was no longer the Wind Bell Island he once knew. Ruffling Xiao Yiner's little head with a smile, he said, "Close your eyes. Leave it to me." Xiao Yiner blinked her beautiful big eyes and obediently shut them. System, use revival card. Ding dong, usage successful. In an instant, all the flora within a 100-mile radius erupted with fervent vitality, sprouting tender shoots and blooming with astonishing rapidity. The branches of each tree swayed gracefully, reaching maturity in a heartbeat. The leaves glistened in a vibrant green, exuding a lustrous sheen. Blossoms of breathtaking beauty flourished in a riot of colors. Clusters of jade-like bamboo shot up from the ground, lush and verdant. Yunyi gazed deeply at Xiao Yiner, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a gentle peck, he kissed the delicate pink of her lips. Instantly, Xiao Yiner's charming face flushed a deep crimson, her large, watery eyes widening in surprise. "You rogue!" She began to feign anger, only to be captivated by the sight of the green trees and colorful butterflies around her. "I love you, Yiner," Yunyi said tenderly, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "Damim." Xiao Yiner shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I love you too, brother Yi." Her heart blossomed like wildflowers in spring, nurturing her innermost feelings. "Brother Yi, this place is so beautiful. Can you stay and play with me for a few days?" She lifted her head, her clear eyes sparkling with crystalline radiance, her innocent demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. Yunyi extended his arms, drawing her into his embrace. "Of course, I will accompany you." Xiao Yiner broke into a sweet smile, her pearly white teeth shining like the dawn, innocent and enchanting. The two held each other tightly. Their hearts laid bare. A rosy hue crept onto Xiao Yiner's cheeks as a blissful smile graced her lips. They frolicked together in the mountains, playing by the stream, for several days on end. Upon returning to Nanhai County, Yunyi briefly recounted his experience on Wind Bell Island to the others, who listened in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom his tale. They all considered the young man before them to be boasting. Yunyi, however, paid them little heed and turned to leave, for in 10 days, the Tongtian Academy would commence. "Young hero, wait!" Gong Zhantong hurried after him, presenting Yunyi with a precious gift. "This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." He produced a small jade box, a spiritual herb. Yunyi's eyes gleamed with curiosity at the treasure within. "Young hero, this is a congenital spiritual fruit. It is of considerable value, a serendipitous find from my great-grandfather." Gong Zhantong whispered, explaining, "This is a true treasure. I implore you, do not disdain it." The congenital spiritual fruit, a rarity encountered once in a millennium, had fortuitously come into Yunyi's possession on 2 occasions. Both intended for himself. What extraordinary luck! Though he verbally declined, his hands were honest, accepting the gift. "Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, Senior Gong." Yunyi clasped his fists in gratitude. Seeing the young man before him, Gong Zhantong smiled with satisfaction before turning to depart. After walking a distance, he murmured to himself, "This youth possesses extraordinary talent. He is destined for greatness." Yunyi and Xiao Yiner shared light-hearted banter as they approached the Tongtian Academy on the eve of its opening. Due to unforeseen circumstances at Liaohu's home, a spot in the inner courtyard had opened up, and given Xiao Yiner's exceptional gifts, the Academy decided to grant her the opportunity to take Liaohu's place. Of course, the upheaval at Liaohu's home stemmed from an offense against Sha Linger, who had ordered her father to send people to annihilate the Li family of Tongtian County. How could the small Li family contend with the formidable Sha Wangfu? "Brother Yi," at that moment, a young girl clad in a flowing purple gown appeared before Yunyi and Xiao Yiner. Yunyi, also dressed in a matching purple robe, felt a rush of anxiety. "Oh no, how did I end up wearing this outfit?" If Yina misunderstood, how could he explain? Panic coursed through him as he berated himself for forgetting to change. Upon noticing Yunyi's expression, Sha Linger became even more convinced of the masked girl's identity and her connection to Yunyi. Before their parting, Yunyi had mentioned going to the imperial capital to find Xiao Yiner. Despite her face being partially concealed, the slender figure, fair skin, and captivating gaze made it evident who she was. As Sha Linger sprinted towards him, calling out, "Brother Yunyi," Yunyi's heart raced. Its Sha Linger in a purple gown? Looking down at his own attire, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. "What have I done? Yiner might think the worst." Sha Linger reached Yunyi and clung to his arm, pouting playfully, "Brother Yunyi, why did you leave me behind last time?" Her demeanor was one of feigned grievance. and she had waited long for him that day. Yunyi chuckled awkwardly, wishing to shake off Xiao Linger's clinginess, but when he turned to look for Xiao Yin'er, she had already walked away. Her silhouette fading from view. His heart sank, pierced by an unseen blade. Brother Yunyi, noticing the shift in his expression, Xiao Linger felt a pang of distress. Brother Yunyi, she called again, tugging at his sleeve. In a moment of frustration, Yunyi pushed her away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. How could you treat me like this? She sobbed, covering her face. Why, dear sister? I'm sorry. Your sister-in-law misunderstood us? Yunyi exclaimed, then hurried into the crowd, chasing after Xiao Yin'er. There was no time to help Xiao Linger. His wife was fleeing. Xiao Linger sat there in shock, her heart sinking. Sister-in-law? She murmured, her face etched with disappointment. Yunyi dashed forward, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Yin'er, never pausing. When she glanced back and saw him close behind, a cold smile graced her lips as she quickened her pace. Yin'er? Yin'er? Yunyi shouted, straining to catch up. The back mountain is dangerous. Don't venture further. His heart raced with alarm, for the dense forest behind held numerous venomous creatures and fierce beasts, where a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Hearing his calls, Xiao Yin'er smirked, maintaining her speed, which only increased. Soon, they plunged into the depths of the forest. During the inner courtyard selection tournament, Yunyi had encountered third-tier magical beasts at the cave's edge. He shuddered at the thought of what horrors lurked deeper within. With a flash of golden light, Yunyi activated his technique, Phantom Shadow. In a blur, he darted past, leaving a violet afterimage as he surged to Xiao Yin'er's side. Let go, she commanded coldly, raising her hand to scratch his skin, drawing blood. Yet, Yunyi remained unfazed, gripping her wrist tighter. Yin'er, it's not what you think, he implored earnestly, his eyes filled with hope. Please don't be angry. It's too late, she retorted, yanking her hand free and striking his chest. Yunyi staggered back several paces, taken aback by her sudden aggression. Xiao Yin'er never imagined her father's words were true. Yunyi had been entangled with another woman after she left. Tears streamed down her face, and she covered her mouth, her eyes red and trembling with disbelief. How could he be such a scoundrel? She had loved him deeply, even willing to sacrifice everything for him. Yet he had betrayed her. In the forest's depths, the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects filled the air, eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, a strange noise pierced the silence, followed by a chilling gust of wind that sent shivers down Xiao Yin'er's spine. Prompting her to instinctively step back, with a swift hiss, she watched as a serpentine creature lunged from the trees above, its crimson tongue flicking menacingly, reeking of decayed. Yin'er, watch out behind you, Yunyi shouted. Racing towards her, the enormous serpent struck with lightning speed, but just then, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, and Yunyi executed his technique, a violet shadow appearing before her. Ah! Yunyi screamed in agony. Brother Yi! Xiao Yin'er cried out. Xiao Yin'er's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, striking terror into the very depths of her soul. She swiftly turned around, only to find Yunyi's left wrist viciously bitten by a snake, blood gushing forth in torrents. Without hesitation, Xiao Yin'er thrust a handkerchief into his palm. Memories of their childhood flooded back, when both were at the pinnacle of the 7th rank in martial arts. Yet, a rivalry had ignited between them. The academy forbade private duels, and she had dragged Yunyi to the woods on the back mountain. That day, he had been swiftly defeated. Suddenly, a second-tier serpentine beast lunged at Xiao Yin'er from behind, prompting Yunyi to spring up, accelerating with a technique known as ghostly shadow vanishing. He was bitten in the process, sustaining grave injuries. Witnessing his speed and reflexes, she realized he had intentionally allowed her to win. In that moment, Xiao Yin'er's heart was a tumult of emotions. Gratitude, guilt, and more. Yin'er, you must flee, Yunyi urged, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Go on. I will hold it off. Tears welled in Xiao Yin'er's eyes, spilling over as a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. At that moment, the same voice resounded in her ears once more. Yin'er, run, Yunyi insisted, his expression fierce and his gaze ablaze with intensity. Xiao Yin'er snapped back to reality, her delicate face glistening with tears. Brother Yunyi gently wiped the tear stains from her cheeks, speaking with tender affection. Be good. Go now. I'm sorry, Xiao Yin'er sobbed. Leave, quickly, Yunyi urged firmly, his tone brooking no argument. I want to leave, Xiao Yin'er declared, her eyes shining with fierce determination as she faced the colossal demonic snake. Yinner, don't be reckless. Get away. It's a 4th-tier elite beast. Its strength has already reached the pinnacle of the Skyward Realm, Yunyi implored again, but Xiao Yinner remained resolute. At that moment, the demonic snake advanced slowly. Yinner, hurry. If you don't go, I won't go either. Xiao Yinner defiantly shook her head, her expression resolute. Ice shadow steps, Xiao Yinner cried, her legs transforming into ethereal illusions, her figure becoming almost insubstantial. The sound of rushing wind accompanied her flowing skirt, and with every step, the surrounding air chilled by a margin. Yunyi was astonished by Xiao Yinner's power. She had grown even stronger than before. 10,000 miles of ice-shattering kill. The icy elements surged forth from Xiao Yinner, relentlessly assaulting the 4th-tier Crimson Blood Serpent. The serpent roared in pain, its maw opening wide to unleash a fireball towards Xiao Yinner. Bang! The serpent's tail lashed out, striking Xiao Yinner's slender waist. Yinner! Yunyi cried out in despair, attempting to rush forward, only to see Xiao Yinner's figure dissolve into a blur, vanishing from sight. Enraged, the Crimson Blood Serpent bared its fangs and lunged at her. Yunyi reacted swiftly, seizing the serpent's neck. Yinner, he bellowed, his voice filled with anguish. Ice seal. With a thunderous explosion, the serpent's head burst apart, crimson blood splattering across Yunyi's handsome visage. Yunyi released his grip and fell slowly to the ground. Xiao Yinner stood nearby, silently gazing at him lying in a pool of blood, her heart aching unbearably. Brother Yi. Xiao Yinner rushed forward, cradling him in her arms, weeping. It's my fault, Xiao Linger murmured to herself. Her delicate fists tightly clenched. Chapter 52. The Spirit Card Hunting Competition. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today marks the day when the 20 individuals who have qualified for the inner courtyard will enter. Divided into 10 pairs, traversing the inner courtyard forest to access the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard forest is devoid of 4th-tier magical beasts, and 3rd-tier beasts are also a rare sight. However, this does not imply that the inner courtyard forest is devoid of danger. Within the inner courtyard, formidable figures abound, and to swiftly grow stronger, they must acquire spirit stones or cultivate within the illusion tower, both of which require spirit cards for transactions. Spirit cards serve as the sole currency of the inner courtyard, with the majority of transactions conducted using them, although bartering is also an option in terms of obtaining spirit cards. Aside from the 7 cards distributed weekly by the Academy, one can also complete tasks issued by the Tongtian Inner Courtyard, receiving corresponding spirit cards based on the task's difficulty. Tasks are generally categorized into 5 levels: introductory, low level, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Introductory tasks usually involve hunting 2nd-tier magical beasts or patrolling, with rewards typically ranging from 2 to 3 spirit cards. Low-level tasks generally encompass gathering 1st-tier herbs or running errands for the Holy Son or Holy Daughter, with rewards between 5 and 10 spirit cards. Intermediate tasks often involve collecting 2nd-tier herbs or running errands for elders or the Weisstein, with rewards ranging from 11 to 20 spirit cards. Advanced tasks typically require hunting 3rd-tier magical beasts or gathering 3rd-tier herbs, with rewards between 50 to 100 spirit cards. Top-tier tasks generally involve hunting 4th-tier magical beasts, collecting 4th-tier herbs, or ambushing mountain bandits outside the courtyard, with rewards exceeding 100 spirit cards, often requiring teams to accomplish them. Of course, while running errands is relatively safe, it is time-consuming and less rewarding. Gathering herbs is a matter of luck, not to mention that 2nd-tier herbs are exceedingly rare, let alone 3rd or 4th-tier ones. Hunting magical beasts, in contrast, is straightforward, and the wisest approach is to act within one's capabilities. Consequently, magical beasts in the inner courtyard forest refrain from provoking trouble, fearing the consequences of being placed on the inner courtyard's task board and subsequently hunted by students. Thus, the frequency of beast hunting tasks has diminished, making spirit cards a scarce commodity. In the eyes of the senior students, the easiest time to acquire spirit cards is when new students enter the inner courtyard. Each year, on the day new students are admitted, the inner courtyard hosts a competition known as the Spirit Card Hunting Competition. This event entails senior students lying in wait throughout the inner courtyard forest, seizing spirit cards from the newcomers. In this competition, the act of seniors taking spirit cards from newcomers is not considered a violation of the courtyard rules. It is not classified as fighting or brawling. Moreover, the Academy strongly supports the seniors' participation. providing them with participation rewards. New students, being weaker than their senior counterparts, find themselves at a disadvantage, especially as the latter lurk in the shadows, ready to ambush. For newcomers, this experience is devoid of any semblance of fair play. If they refuse to surrender their spirit cards, they can only expect to be bullied. This competition serves the Academy's purpose of tempering the newcomer spirits, ensuring they do not stir up trouble in the future. Dear students, I am your elder Feng. Feng Zhikai proclaimed, draped in a gray robe, standing before the students and exclaiming, "Today is the day you enter the inner courtyard. Do not think that having passed the selection competition means you have entered the inner courtyard. Before you lies another hurdle, the inner courtyard forest. There aren't any third or fourth tier magical beasts, right? That would be too dangerous." In an instant, voices erupted in a cacophony. Silence. The inner courtyard forest has few magical beasts, and most will not attack humans unprovoked. You can rest assured. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zhikai conjured 5 spirit cards before each student, radiating a white spiritual aura. This is the spirit card. The currency of the inner courtyard. Spirit cards are divided into 4 tiers. White, purple, red, and black. 10 white cards can be exchanged for 1 purple card, 10 purple cards for 1 red card, and 10 red cards for 1 black card. All the spirit cards earned from the aforementioned tasks are white cards. Upon hearing Feng Zhikai's words, the crowd collectively let out a sigh of relief. However, he emphasized, his tone growing stern. The students, having just relaxed, immediately felt their hearts leap to their throats. The inner courtyard forest is rife with ambushing seniors who will team up to stealthily seize the spirit cards from your hands. Feng Zhikai's voice was firm and commanding, sending shivers down the spines of the students. Indeed, most seniors possess the strength of second or third tier masters, with a few being formidable half-step first-tier grandmasters. If one does not wish to be beaten, it is advisable to willingly surrender their spirit cards. The students were taken aback. They were the top talents from the outer courtyard, and how could they simply hand over their spirit cards? A true gentleman would not succumb to temptation, nor would he betray his dignity in poverty or wealth. Enough. The spirit card hunting competition begins now, Feng Zhikai declared. At his command, the crowd swiftly dispersed, dashing into the inner courtyard forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yunyi paired with Xiao Yin'er, Zhao Hai with Duan Aohua, Long Kuren with Gong Fei, and Xia Ling'er teamed up with her little follower. Initially, Xia Ling'er had intended to pair with Yunyi, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yin'er appeared out of nowhere. Her heart ablaze with fury, she sought out the seniors, eager to test her newly attained third-tier master strength after a month of rigorous training under the meticulous guidance of Sand King. Indeed, Xia Ling'er had successfully ascended to the realm of a third-tier minor master. The gentle spring breeze caressed the treetops, creating ripples upon the surface of a tranquil pond in the shade of the trees. A young couple sat on the ground, gazing up at the sky with vibrant expressions. A gentle breeze tousled the girl's hair, revealing her exquisite profile, while the boy's gaze remained transfixed on her delicate features. Captivated, the girl turned to him and asked, "Brother Yi, isn't this inappropriate? Everyone else is hurrying along, yet we are here." She hesitated, wanting to express that they were indulging in a romantic interlude, but the word romance eluded her lips. "Yin'er, worry not. The seniors are lurking in the shadows, with them hidden and us in the light. Why not let them step on a few landmines first?" Yunyi, taken aback by Xiao Yin'er's flushed cheeks, abruptly sought a reason to divert her attention, hoping to relish this picturesque moment alone with her. Yunyi harbored no malicious intent. At this moment, the exhilaration within him was beyond words. "Oh," Xiao Yin'er nodded. The two sat in silence, neither speaking, as if time had frozen in that very moment. After a long while, "Oh my, how sweet. Hand over your spirit cards, or I'll spare your life." Chapter 53. The Hunt for Seniors. "Oh my, how sweet. Hand over your spirit cards, or I'll spare your life." A voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed through the air. Xiao Yin'er lifted her head, her brows furrowed as she spotted 2 boys clad in inner courtyard attire approaching them with menacing expressions. Yunyi frowned, letting out a cold huff. "Get lost? Ha ha. Did I hear correctly? A newcomer dares to tell us to get lost." One of the boys pointed at Yunyi, mocking him. Yunyi shot them a sidelong glance. His eyes filled with murderous intent. 2 insignificant third-tier masters dared to act so brazenly? Disturbing his tender moment with Xiao Yin'er was akin to courting death. With a swift motion, Yunyi unleashed a powerful punch towards the two. Moving with lightning speed and overwhelming force, bang bang, with two resounding thuds, the boys were sent hurtling backward like cannonballs, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Their pitiful cries shattered the stillness of the night. Yunyi dusted off his clothes, nonchalantly approaching the two boys writhing on the ground, crouching down to look down upon them. Still not leaving, the boys, clutching their STO Air Hong, CZ, and 26 by, well done. Well done. Having spoken, he tucked away the spirit card and declared, "You may take your leave." The two youths, as if granted a reprieve, hastily scrambled to their feet and fled in disarray. Observing their panicked retreat, Yun Ye's lips curled into a charmingly mischievous smirk. "Come, Yenner, let us pursue the upperclassmen." Yunyi turned, casting a tender smile at Xiao Yin'er. Huh? Xiao Yin'er was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired. "Pursue the upperclassmen? Indeed." Yunyi affirmed with a nod, taking her delicate hand and leading her deeper into the forest. Among the dense thicket, two young men concealed themselves, their gaze fixed on the distance. "Lao Jiao, Lao Chi, which freshman dares to make you roll?" A strikingly handsome youth squinted, his voice laced with fury. "Indeed, fifth brother," replied one of the duo. "We two brothers are at least third-tier masters. He relies on his half-step master status. Boasting strength superior to ours, he snatched away our spirit cards. Let us go. Take me to him." The handsome youth's eyes darted with malice as a glimmer of sinister intent flickered within. Suddenly, a figure clad in moonlight appeared before them. It was Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er. Today, Yunyi donned a moon-white robe, matching Xiao Yin'er's moon-white dress. The robe's cuffs were embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns in golden thread, and a jade pendant of deep green adorned his waist, presenting him as an ethereal figure akin to a sage from a painting. At that moment, Yun Ye's gaze fell upon the group of youths before him. He raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Hand over your spirit cards. I may spare your lives. Fifth brother, third brother. It is they. They have taken our spirit cards. Kid, how arrogant today. I shall teach you a lesson, you ignorant freshman," the youth declared, a surge of blue spirit energy erupting within him. Boom! Second-tier master realm. Yunyi felt a jolt of surprise within. This individual was indeed a second-tier master. "Are you frightened now?" The youth smirked disdainfully, a murderous glint radiating from his eyes. "Hand over the spirit cards. I will be gentle if you comply." Without engaging in further discourse, Yunyi propelled himself forward with a flicker of golden light at his toes, soaring like a bolt from a bough towards the youth. The youth was momentarily stunned. The audacity of this freshman, believing himself formidable with his half-step master prowess. Today, he would not leave without a proper lesson to quell his resentment. Yunyi reached the youth in an instant, unleashing a punch that emanated a blinding golden glow. The speed was astonishing. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed ominously. The youth's eyes widened as he sidestepped, astonished by the swiftness, barely avoiding disaster. Yet, another punch came crashing in. This blow carried a fierce gale, its pressure palpable, as if it sought to rend the very heavens. The youth's pupils constricted. He swiftly raised his fists in defense. With a resounding clash, the two energies collided, instantly engulfing the surrounding area in a tempest. Boom! Yunyi staggered back a few steps, while the youth was forced to retreat several paces before regaining his footing. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You? How are you so powerful?" "Heh," Yunyi replied with a chilling smile. "Why not try receiving another blow?" With that, Yunyi charged once more, his speed unparalleled, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Delivering a sweeping kick, the youth's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily invoked a defensive spirit technique, but it was too late. Yun Ye's foot struck his chest directly, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. The other three were aghast. Fifth brother, fourth brother. Among the four youths, a slightly older man rushed forward to support the gravely injured youth, bellowing, "You scoundrel!" Clenching his fists, he lunged at Yunyi. Yunyi sneered, meeting his fist head-on. Bang. As their energies collided, both were sent reeling backward. "Kid, you dare challenge our Woolly Hall? Once in the inner courtyard, your demise is assured." "Woolly Hall?" Yunyi shook his head dismissively, coldly retorting, "Never heard of it." A garbage sect. You? The mature man was none other than Li Feilong, the third in command of Woolly Hall, while the youth Yunyi had just felled was Fei Jixin, the fifth in command. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Young Girl Kid. I will take your life, Li Feilong roared, once more charging forward with fists raised. Yunyi scoffed derisively, deftly sidestepping his attack, then countering with a punch that stirred the fallen leaves into a swirling dance. The wind howled around his fist, its force monumental. Li Feilong's pupils dilated, and he retreated, slapping his palm to gain distance. Boom! Yunyi pressed on relentlessly, denying him a moment to breathe, his fists raining down in a torrential assault. Overwhelming in its ferocity, bang, bang, bang. Each punch felt as heavy as 100 pounds, and Li Feilong could only defend passively, retreating in a state of disarray. This cannot continue, Li Feilong pondered, sidestepping and faking a punch. In that instant, Yunyi noticed Li Feilong darting towards Xiao Yin'er. Yin'er, be careful, Yunyi shouted, realizing the impending danger, and propelled himself like a meteor towards her. A cruel smile crept across Li Feilong's lips. Ha! Go to your grave! A thick layer of blue light coalesced around his fist. In the blink of an eye, a figure was sent flying. Ah! The figure cried out, hurtling backward. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed forth as the figure collapsed to the ground. Clutching their abdomen in agony, Yunyi halted, his brow furrowed slightly. Yin'er's strength was truly formidable. Gazing at the seemingly delicate girl, he could not help but sigh inwardly, what a marvel she was. The four youths, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. The masked girl before them was even more formidable than the youth they had underestimated. Previously, they had assumed her strength stemmed from Yunyi's assistance in obtaining her qualification for the inner courtyard. But now it was clear they had misjudged entirely. Hand over your spirit cards. Yunyi's voice bore a steely resolve, his eyes shimmering with an icy glint. The four, leaning on one another, were caught in a quandary. Unsure of how to proceed, if they refused to comply, their lives would be forfeit. Yet if they surrendered, how would they survive in the inner courtyard? Would the Woolly Hall leader let them off lightly? After a grueling internal struggle, Li Feihu and Fei Jixin produced a stack of spirit cards from their sleeves, 5 red ones and 1 black. Yunyi received the cards, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, it seems I now possess 1 black, 7 red, 30 purple, and 159 white. Now, you may leave. With that, Yunyi waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. Li Feilong and his companions exchanged glances, supporting one another as they fled the perilous scene. Yunyi approached Xiao Yin'er, regarding her as a faint blush colored her cheeks. She blinked her large, doe-like eyes, her petite nose delicately shaped, and her cherry lips pressed into a thin line. Her long lashes trembled like butterflies fluttering, evoking a sense of tenderness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her elegantly curved neck was alluring, complemented by her delicate collarbone and flawless snow-white skin. She lifted her gaze to meet Yunyi's, her rosy cheeks breaking into a radiant smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Brother Yi, Xiao Yin'er noticed Yunyi lost in thought and, feeling a sudden rush of warmth, lowered her head and softly inquired, where shall we go now? Huh? Yunyi snapped back to reality. Oh, let us head north. Xiao Yin'er obediently responded, following Yunyi as they ventured northward. The pair walked side by side, surrounded by flourishing flora, the melodious chirping of birds, and the invigorating scent of blossoms, all merging to create an atmosphere of serenity. Yunyi remained silent, occasionally glancing at Xiao Yin'er. This girl was too beautiful. To have met her was indeed a stroke of fortune, Yunyi mused, a warm smile gracing his handsome features. Hee. Xiao Yin'er beamed sweetly, displaying her pearly white teeth. She crouched down, exclaiming, Brother Yi, look at this beautiful flower. At her words, Yunyi turned his head, and there, amidst the verdant grass, a resplendent flower swayed in the breeze, its petals fluttering and exuding a delightful fragrance. Yunyi gazed at her in a daze before suddenly wrapping his arms around her waist. Xiao Yin'er's face flushed crimson, panic surging within her. Brother Yi, what are you doing? She struggled to break free from Yunyi's embrace, squatting down to pluck the flower. Just then, a blue figure leapt from the trees. A flash of blue light slicing through the air before Xiao Yin'er's eyes. As the blade's wind surged forth, Xiao Yinner's veil was swept away, and she hastily withdrew her hand. Blue and white spirit energy surged forth from her dantian. Looking up, she beheld a young girl perched upon a slender branch, gazing down at her. Clad in blue, the girl had her hair elegantly styled, with a few strands cascading over half of her exquisitely crafted face. Only her piercing, dark eyes glimmered with a sharp, icy light. With a haughty snort, the girl commanded, "Do not move. If you pluck it now, its value will be lost." Xiao Yinner was momentarily taken aback, but soon fell silent. She slowly lifted her gaze and fixed her attention on the young woman before her, a wave of perplexity washing over her heart. When the girl finally discerned Xiao Yinner's appearance, a jolt coursed through her, and a hint of jealousy flickered across her face. The young woman's beauty was among the finest in the inner courtyard, a veritable school flower. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Yinner, what significance did it hold? "You all should leave this place quickly. This flower is mine. You may depart." The girl snapped back to reality, her brows knitting together as she spoke with a cold, yet commanding tone. This proclamation was undeniably domineering, though not entirely discourteous. Xiao Yinner raised her head, scrutinizing the young woman intently. Yunyi stepped forward, a complex glint passing through his eyes before he regained his composure and asked softly, "Are you not here to seize the spirit card?" "Humph. I have no interest in your paltry spirit cards," the girl retorted dismissively. Yunyi was taken aback, his gaze drawn to the long blade in the girl's hand. A shiver of realization coursing through him. This blade was forged from century-old profound iron, its surface emanating an icy chill, sharp enough to sever hair and slice through iron as if it were mud. Not only was the blade a treasure, but the young woman's prowess was evidently superior to Xiao Yinner's, suggesting she was either a half-step into the Sky Realm or a full-fledged Sky Realm expert. Upon hearing the girl's words, Yunyi offered a youthful smile, turning to grasp Xiao Yinner's delicate hand. "Let us be on our way." Xiao Yinner's eyes shimmered with reluctance. She truly longed for such a beautiful flower. Yunyi, perceiving her thoughts, turned back to the young woman wielding the blade. "Might you be willing to part with this flower? I would gladly exchange something of worth for it." Yunyi was not one to act without reason. Since the flower had been discovered by her, it was hers by right, yet acquiring it was not entirely out of the question. "I will not trade." The masked girl's curt response effectively dismissed Yunyi's proposition. From his storage ring, Yunyi produced an item that made the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Chapter 55. To capture the senior students. Yunyi retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring. The girl's interest piqued. The jade vial he held was likely a precious item. "Miss, this is a third-grade recovery pill. Would you consider trading it for the flower?" Yunyi suggested with a smile. In such an academy, even second-grade pills were considered rare treasures, let alone a third-grade one. The fact that Yunyi effortlessly produced such a pill spoke volumes of the formidable influence behind him. The girl's heart leaped with joy. She immediately reached out to accept the pill, effectively granting him a favor in return for the transaction. "Thank you." Yunyi bowed respectfully. "My name is Yin Fenglu. May I ask for your name?" The girl gracefully leapt to Yunyi's side, extending her delicate hand in inquiry. "I am Yunyi," he replied, shaking her hand in camaraderie. "Ah, Yunyi, I shall remember that," Yin Fenglu declared, sheathing her long blade and turning to depart, leaving Yunyi with a striking silhouette. Xiao Yinner regarded the retreating figure, lost in thought, a trace of melancholy flickering in her eyes. "Yi Gu?" Yunyi held her small hand, offering a gentle smile. "Fear not. You shall always be my treasure." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the northwest, the sounds of a fierce skirmish reaching their ears. Yunyi and Xiao Yinner exchanged glances. Quickening their pace towards the source of the conflict. 4 men were engaged in a heated battle. Among them were Yunyi's subordinates, Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua. The other two were clad in inner courtyard attire, their spiritual energy palpable, both at the third-grade master level. One was tall and slender, wielding a spear with an unpredictable and fierce style. The other was robust and imposing, his fists clenched tightly, each strike unleashing a gale of force, echoing ominously as it sliced through the air. Most terrifying was his astonishing speed, akin to a phantom weaving through the fray, evading all attempts at defense. These individuals were seasoned veterans of the inner courtyard. Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua were utterly outmatched, retreating in disarray. Upon arriving at the scene, Yunyi was pleasantly surprised to see the progress Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua had made. Within just over a month, they had reached the half-step minor master level. Even with second-grade gathering pills, transitioning from the fourth-grade spirit realm to half-step minor master typically required a minimum of 2 months. Yunyi's feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself forward. Akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the senior students. Concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm, he formed a fist and struck out, golden light flashing from his fist like a graceful meteor aimed at the spear-wielding senior. Bang! The force of the punch caught the spear-wielding senior off guard, who quickly turned to retaliate. The spear lunged forth, a phantom green serpent coiling around it. Hissing menacingly, the wave of invisible force radiated outward, tearing through the air as both combatants were forced back several meters. Yunyi steadied himself, his gaze locking onto the spear-wielding senior with a look of intrigue. He had not anticipated that this spear-wielding youth was at the pinnacle of the second-grade master level. A formidable opponent whose weapon mastery was no less challenging than swordsmanship. The spear-wielding youth was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that a newcomer could withstand his attack. "Boss," Duan Aohua called out. "Yunyi, you finally made it," Zhao Hai chimed in. "If you hadn't shown up, we might have been done for. You may fall back now. I shall handle the rest," Yunyi gestured, taking charge of the situation. "Arrogant fool, today. I shall teach you a lesson on humility, newcomer," the spear-wielding youth exclaimed, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Yunyi, thrusting his spear with great force. Yunyi retorted with a punch. The two energies colliding, stirring up a cloud of dust. The golden light at Yunyi's feet glimmered as he stepped forward with peculiar footwork, moving with an uncanny grace that was difficult to predict. "Phantom shadow steps," Yunyi whispered, launching another punch. The dust obscured visibility, rendering the spear-wielding youth incapable of seeing Yunyi's movements. However, Yunyi's innate sensitivity to spiritual energy allowed him to perceive the enemy's position and intentions even with his eyes and ears covered. As the punch came hurtling toward him, the spear-wielding youth was taken aback. By the time he realized Yunyi's fist was upon him, it was far too late to react. All he felt was a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent sprawling backward. Crashing several meters away, blood trickled from his mouth as he stared at Yunyi in shock. "Who on earth is this boy?" "And Chong," another senior exclaimed, witnessing his comrade being flung from the dust cloud. Panic surged through him as he charged forward in anger. That youth was merely half a step into the second-grade master realm. How could he possibly contend with Chong, who was at the pinnacle of the second-grade master level and an expert in spear techniques? Just then, as the dust settled, the senior was taken aback to find a young man standing calmly in the clearing. The youth stood tall, his moon-white robe billowing gracefully, a relaxed demeanor gracing his handsome features. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare a mere half-step master injure my brother, Qiu Sijia? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Yunyi wasted no words, leaping forth to confront him. Qiu Sijia, filled with indignation, charged at Yunyi, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Yunyi scoffed, mirroring the action with a punch of his own. The fists collided, and Qiu Sijia let out a grunt, stumbling back 3 paces before he could regain his footing. He looked up at Yunyi in shock. "Are you not a half-step master? How do you possess such strength?" Yunyi remained silent, advancing once more. He had cultivated his vitality, which surpassed spiritual energy by leaps and bounds. With a flurry of strikes, Yunyi unleashed a barrage of punches, overwhelming Qiu Sijia and leaving him unable to retaliate. A powerful blow struck Qiu Sijia in the chest, causing him to spout blood as he crashed to the ground. Easily defeated, Yunyi sneered, crouching down slowly. "Now hand over the spirit card." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Both Qiu Sijia and Chong stared at Yunyi in disbelief, their eyes reflecting incredulity. A newcomer had dared to demand a spirit card from them. If word of this spread, how could they ever maintain their standing in the Tongtian inner courtyard? Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua could only watch in stunned silence, marveling at how Yunyi had bested 2 seniors at the pinnacle of the second-grade master level, one of whom was a spear expert. Xiao Yin'er had not taken her eyes off Yunyi, her heart swelling with joy as she watched him display such prowess. Qiu Sijia and Chong glared at Yunyi, their anger simmering beneath the surface, but recognizing their inability to defeat him, they could only comply, reluctantly offering the spirit card with bowed heads. "Why, Yi Gu?" Xiao Yin'er rushed to Yunyi's side, tightly embracing his arm. Yunyi gently brushed Xiao Yiner's forehead, his gaze softening. As he turned to face Zhou Sijia and Enchong, his demeanor shifted abruptly, and he coldly commanded, "Get lost. Zhao Hai, Aohua, I shall take my leave." Yunyi waved his hand, leading Xiao Yiner by the hand. "Guide me to the inner courtyard." Zhao Hai, aware of the treacherous path ahead, suggested that Yunyi take the lead, believing it would be safer. "I am off to find other seniors. Are you certain?" Yunyi called back, unwilling to let them disrupt his precious moments with Xiao Yiner. Zhao Hai was left bewildered. Find seniors? They were hardly in a position to do so. Chapter 56. The Inner Courtyard's Dragon and Tiger. Soon, 2 days passed. Yunyi had thoroughly plundered the majority of the seniors, amassing a small fortune. His notoriety echoed throughout Tongtian Academy. Yun Ye's reputation had become profoundly infamous. Yet, he remained unperturbed by the opinions of others, single-mindedly focused on completing his tasks, growing stronger, avenging his parents, and ultimately retreating to the mountains to spend his days with Xiao Yiner. The dream was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Yunyi still had no knowledge of the identity of the foes who had slain his parents, nor where to seek vengeance. With this thought, Yunyi let out a howl to the heavens. As if driven to madness, Waigu, a melodious and crisp voice drifted into Yun Ye's ears, bringing him back to his senses. He turned to the panicked Xiao Yiner and hurriedly reassured her. "Do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Xiao Yiner nodded obediently. Although she was innocent and kind-hearted, she was not foolish. From Yun Ye's demeanor and expressions, she could tell that he was undoubtedly facing some trouble. Suddenly, Yunyi patted his head and exclaimed, "Yiner, wait for my return." This was his way of diverting Xiao Yiner's attention. He did not wish for her to fret over him. With that, he leaped into the air, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Xiao Yiner watched as Yun Ye's figure receded into the distance, biting her lip in silent prayer, "Brother Yi, please be safe." After a while, the pure and radiant moonlight, along with the starry glow akin to fireflies, was gradually obscured by dark clouds, shrouding the land in a profound silence. Perched on a branch, Xiao Yiner gazed into the distance when, all of a sudden, several points of light appeared against the inky blackness. A shiver ran down her spine. What could that be? In the next moment, those lights transformed into countless fireflies, fluttering towards her. "How beautiful!" Xiao Yiner exclaimed. Waving her arms excitedly, the fireflies danced around her, resembling a multitude of shooting stars streaking through the dark sky, casting down a radiant shower that resembled a suspended Milky Way. "So lovely!" Xiao Yiner beamed with delight. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached for her waist, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Xiao Yiner shivered, her inner energy surging as she instinctively prepared to break free. "Yiner, is it not beautiful?" A warm, melodious voice resonated by her ear. Turning her head slightly, she was met with the handsome visage of Yun Wide-Eye in shock. Xiao Yiner exclaimed, "Brother Yi, is that you?" "Indeed, it is I. Did I startle you?" Yunyi asked with a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. Xiao Yiner shook her head, grinning as she replied, "I thought perhaps a villain had come to capture me." Yunyi chuckled. "Is there any other villain here besides myself?" Xiao Yiner nestled against Yun Ye's shoulder, reveling in the joy brought by the fireflies. "Is this your creation, Brother Yi? It is so beautiful, far surpassing anything I have ever seen," she praised, her delight evident in her bright expression, simply because she was beside someone she cherished. "Indeed, this is the most magnificent sight I have ever encountered," Yunyi said softly, gently caressing Xiao Yiner's silky black hair, his eyes fixated on her with unwavering affection. "Thank you for all these fireflies. Brother Yi, you must have spent a great deal of time on this," Xiao Yiner said with a sweet smile. "For you, I would gladly spend an eternity," Yunyi responded with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiner playfully stuck out her tongue, and Yunyi affectionately ruffled her delicate nose, saying, "Silly girl." She giggled shyly, relishing the feeling of being cherished by Yunyi. Just then, their tranquil and sweet moment was abruptly interrupted. "Are you Yunyi?" Suddenly, 2 burly men stood before Yunyi and Xiao Yiner, their imposing figures glaring menacingly at Yunyi. Yunyi lifted his gaze, casting a dispassionate glance at the 2 intruders. One wore white robes adorned with a dragon motif, while the other donned black attire with a tiger pattern emblazoned on his chest. "Yunyi, in the past few days, many of the senior contestants have inquired about you. Naturally, I recognize who you are," the Black Tiger and White Dragon of the Tongtian Inner Academy, both possessing the strength of half-step grandmasters. When combined, even a first-tier grandmaster would be compelled to yield. Thus, these two men rampaged through the Tongtian Inner Academy without fear. The Black Tiger snorted, "Yunyi, you've truly outdone yourself, defeating so many candidates and seizing their hard-earned spirit cards. How ruthless you are." The White Dragon menacingly echoed, "Hand over the spirit cards today, and we might spare your life." Yunyi raised an eyebrow, realizing why these fools remained stuck at the half-step grandmaster bottleneck. It was due to their lack of intelligence. "Spirit cards?" Yunyi smirked, holding Xiao Yiner's hand as he slowly stood up. This time, without her veil, Xiao Yiner's breathtaking beauty captivated both the Black Tiger and the White Dragon. The Black Tiger swallowed hard. "Yunyi, this girl is quite the catch." The White Dragon wore a lecherous grin. "What do you want?" Yunyi asked coldly, advising them to keep their inappropriate thoughts to themselves, or else, don't blame me for being impolite. "Why not let us brothers have a bit of fun with this young lady? I assure you, she will have the time of her life," the White Dragon said with a sinister smile. Seemingly ignoring Yunyi's warning, at these words, Yunyi's expression darkened, and he barked, "You beasts, I warn you. You may insult me, but if you dare to insult Yiner, you shall pay with your lives." Yunyi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Gleaming with a chilling intensity, the Black Tiger and White Dragon exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. "Yunyi, do you really think a waste like you can defeat us?" Yunyi chose not to waste further words. They had crossed the line with their insults towards Yiner. He silently recited the fire incantation, his inner energy surging, flames swirling around him. Yet, he suppressed himself, unleashing pure white flames. Second-tier Grandmaster Realm. Peak of the second-tier Grandmaster Realm. Half-step first-tier Grandmaster Realm. First-tier Grandmaster Realm. Yunyi's power surged dramatically, his spiritual energy radiating outward. The Black Tiger and White Dragon were left in shock. "Weren't you supposed to be only at the half-step Grandmaster level? What the hell? Is this the strength of a first-tier Grandmaster?" They could hardly believe that a newcomer possessed such power. In their moment of astonishment, Yunyi sprang forth like an arrow released from a bow. The two men were startled and immediately prepared to engage. As the White Dragon raised his guard against Yunyi's incoming punch, he felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him staggering back several steps. Yunyi closed in on the Black Tiger and unleashed another punch. "How fast?" The Black Tiger gasped in terror, desperately attempting to evade, but was a moment too late, receiving Yunyi's blow and being sent flying. The White Dragon and Black Tiger exchanged glances, deciding to use their combined spiritual technique. Chapter 57. Three sword shadows. The White Dragon and Black Tiger gazed at the young man before them. Clad in a moon-white robe that radiated a blinding golden light, akin to a celestial emperor gracing the mortal realm. His eyes held the power to command the heavens and the earth, as if he could move mountains and fill seas, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Exchanging glances, the Black Tiger and White Dragon revealed a flicker of fear, which quickly dissipated. "Brother!" The Black Tiger's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Let us use our combined spiritual technique." "All right." The White Dragon slowly rose, hands forming seals as white spiritual energy erupted. The Black Tiger followed suit, his hands forming seals as black spiritual energy surged forth. Suddenly, the White Dragon leaped into the air, his spiritual energy coalescing into a dragon-like form, exuding an imposing presence. The Black Tiger crouched low, muscles rippling as he resembled a fierce tiger, roaring with ferocity. The combined sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed 10 miles away, a display of overwhelming might. Yunyi was taken aback, never expecting the combined spiritual technique of the White Dragon and Black Tiger to possess such force. As he attempted to intervene, an invisible power flung him back. "Ha ha, kid, prepare to die." The White Dragon howled as he swooped down upon Yunyi. White spiritual energy tracing a graceful arc, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth, unstoppable in its descent. At that moment, the Black Tiger roared, charging at Yunyi like a ferocious beast. "Brother Yi," Xiao Yiner exclaimed. Her delicate face paling, panic etched upon her features. Yunyi closed his eyes, silently reciting his incantation, extending his right hand. The sound of a sword resonated suddenly. A sword, radiating a dazzling golden light, appeared in Yunyi's right hand. Though he wielded the chaos sacred sword, he remained still, eyes shut tight, steadfast as a mountain. Sword Shadow following. A high-tier attack spiritual technique, where the sword's intent traverses, swift as lightning, unleashing 9 sword shadows. Indomitable in their might. Upon acquiring the high-tier attack spiritual technique, Yunyi had intended to cultivate it in times of crisis, for danger often awakened one's latent potential. The White Dragon was momentarily stunned, realizing that this young man before him was indeed a sword cultivator. No wonder he was so audacious. This thought caused the White Dragon's previously overwhelming presence to diminish slightly. The Black Tiger. Brash and unrefined, cursed, kid. No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you're a sword cultivator. Haha. Even if you are a sword cultivator, what of it? Today, you will become a waste. As his words fell, Yunyi let out a cold snort. Slowly opening his eyes, icy killing intent glinting within. The White Dragon's fingers coalesced, unleashing a powerful palm strike, the wind howling as white light flickered, carrying an unmatched ferocity. The Black Tiger's fingers morphed into claws, unleashing black spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, aiming directly for Yunyi. Brother Yi. Xiao Yan'er sensed that the situation was amiss. She silently recited a mantra, releasing her spiritual energy, just as she was about to step forward. At a critical moment, Yunyi slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, an icy chill intensified, emanating an overwhelming aura of a sovereign that dominated the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his sword, 3 sword shadows manifested in the void, transforming into over 100 strands of sword energy that surged towards the Black Tiger and the White Dragon. Wherever the sword's edge reached, the air shimmered with a piercing sharpness, tearing through the skies with an unsettling ferocity as it charged at the White Dragon and Black Tiger. A thunderous roar erupted, and a massive shockwave swept through the air, propelling the 2 figures several meters away. The White Dragon and Black Tiger found themselves in a state of disarray, collapsing to the ground and spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. In contrast, Yunyi stood like a deity, radiating golden light, unblemished by even a speck of dust. The White Dragon and Black Tiger's pupils constricted, gasping in disbelief. They had never anticipated Yunyi possessed such formidable strength. Their combined technique, the spirit energy fusion, dragon coiling, tiger prowling, had been effortlessly neutralized, leaving them grievously wounded. In the face of victory, Yunyi began to speak, intending to address the spirit cards. Before he could finish, the White Dragon and Black Tiger produced a stack of spirit cards. Upon seeing them, Yunyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. There were at least 8 black cards among them. He took the spirit cards, a cold smile creeping across his face, and declared, "You may leave now." The White Dragon and Black Tiger supported one another, barely managing to stand. The White Dragon, having never endured such humiliation, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph, Yunyi, I will remember this. Just you wait. Still not leaving?" Yunyi roared once more, "Do you wish to be beaten again?" At this, the White Dragon and Black Tiger slunk away in defeat. Once they had departed, Yunyi exhaled a breath of relief. Sheathing his sword and retracting his imposing aura, collapsing onto the ground, he had exerted himself to the utmost, managing to unleash 3 sword shadows. Prior to this, he had not even mastered the first. In the face of peril, producing 3 sword shadows could be seen as a blessing in disguise. This sword shadow technique is indeed challenging to master. It seems I must intensify my training once I enter the inner academy. Yunyi mused to himself while lying on the ground. Brother Yi. Xiao Yan'er, witnessing Yunyi collapsed on the ground, felt a surge of anxiety and hurried over to assist him, asking, "Are you all right? Is everything fine?" Hearing her voice, Yunyi raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up to signify that he was unharmed. Only then did Xiao Yan'er breathe a sigh of relief, though her feelings were mixed as she scolded him. "Next time, if you cannot win, do not force yourself." "But I did win." Yunyi chuckled, reclining in Xiao Yan'er's embrace, relishing her tenderness. "What I mean is, do not risk everything just to defeat them," Xiao Yan'er admonished softly. "You still have me. I can help you. I am a man. I should not rely on a woman for protection. Besides, how could I not be enraged when my woman is insulted?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan'er's face flushed crimson. "Humph," she retorted. "Who is your woman?" With that, she pushed Yunyi away and walked towards the tent. Yunyi was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yan'er to be this angry. He quickly stood up, seeking to comfort her. Yinner, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry, all right? Not all right. Xiao Yinner entered the tent, warning, I warn you, do not come in. Otherwise, I will ignore you from now on. Yinner! Inside the tent, Xiao Yinner did not respond. Yunyi scratched his head in perplexity, ultimately sighing, unsure of how to remedy the situation. He truly could not comprehend what had upset Xiao Yinner. All right, Yinner, tomorrow, let us take on the last senior team together. Shall we? Yunyi patiently coaxed, hoping to soothe her anger. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yinner finally relented. Fine. A radiant smile broke across Yunye's face as he approached the tent's entrance, gently tapping on it. Yinner, get some rest. I will go sleep now. Good night. Chapter 58. The conclusion of the hunting competition in the past few days, Yunyi had thoroughly dealt with the senior teams, leaving no one unscathed. Except for one team, he had even seized the spirit cards from the others. Among them were two formidable opponents, both at the pinnacle of the first-rank master realm, feared throughout the Inner Academy. One, named Si Rong, was at the peak of the first-rank master realm, donned in a black robe, wielding a mixed thunder staff, possessing a rare lightning attribute physique, a genius rarely seen in a century. The other, named Wu Shui, wielded a crimson blood knife, dressed in a red robe, a long scar marring his face, giving him a sinister appearance. As a pinnacle first-rank master, he had taken countless lives. Exuding a murderous aura that rendered him a terrifying figure within the academy, even the White Dragon and Black Tiger dared not provoke him lightly. Of course, his victims were primarily those listed on the academy's task board, bandits, rogues, and the like. Additionally, they ranked prominently on the Inner Academy's strength list. Wu Shui was ranked 36th, while Si Rong was 58th. Both were among the top students of the Inner Academy, and despite the Academy's abundant resources, they participated in the spirit card hunting competition each year. They did not target the new students' spirit cards but instead focused on those of the older students, deeming the new students' spirit cards to be too meager and not worth the effort. The rules of the spirit card hunting competition did not prohibit seizing the older students' cards. It merely stated that the strong had the power to claim them. This was also the Academy's message to newly admitted students. Life in the Tongtian Inner Academy was no different from that outside, survival of the fittest, where the strong wielded authority and the weak were subject to oppression. After each successful raid on the older students' spirit cards, they would warn them not to disclose the incident, or else the next hunting competition would see no older students left to carry their spirit cards. Following their warning, they felt little concern that anyone would dare speak out, as Wu Shui's infamous blood demon reputation was well-known. To speak out would be a gamble. This was also why Yunyi managed to capture several older teams without acquiring any spirit cards. As dawn broke, accompanied by the sweet songs of birds and the fragrant blossoms, the sun rose majestically, casting its golden rays upon the earth. A gentle breeze caressed Yunye's handsome profile, the sunlight illuminating his chiseled features, exuding an aura of cold elegance. Yunyi stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Upon opening his eyes and taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated and full of energy. He had kept vigil outside the tent all night, wary of any older students attempting a sneak attack, especially since he had just defeated all but Wu Shui and Si Rong. In the eyes of the older students, he was a demon, and Wu Shui and Si Rong would undoubtedly have heard of Yunye's rising fame. Yunyi was confident that they would soon come seeking him. He retrieved a roasted chicken from his storage ring, taken from a team the previous day. Skewering the roasted chicken on a branch, Yunyi waved his right hand, summoning a blue flame from the blue beast, which erupted into life. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted chicken filled the air. Yunyi then sprinkled salt and various seasonings evenly over it, the fragrance wafting invitingly. Wow! Yunyi nodded in satisfaction. It smells divine. However, instead of devouring it immediately, he cautiously entered the tent. Approaching Xiao Yinner, who lay peacefully asleep, her delicate features adorned with a serene smile, he couldn't help but smile indulgently. Gently, he caressed Xiao Yinner's snow-white, tender face, calling softly, "Yinner, wake up! There's roasted chicken. Ugh, don't disturb me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the enticing aroma wafted over, and Xiao Yinner could not resist swallowing hard, slowly opening her drowsy eyes to find Yunyi smiling at her. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly pushed him away, exclaiming, "What are you doing in here? You pervert!" Yunyi could only smile helplessly. holding up a chicken leg he had torn off. Who's the pervert? You don't want to eat? I'll pretend to eat it. Xiao Yin'er snatched the chicken leg from him, stuffing it into her mouth as she chewed and said, "Humph, who told you to wake me up? Bad guy." As Xiao Yin'er munched and scolded him, Yunyi merely watched her with a grin. After taking a couple of bites, she glanced at him and sweetly admonished, "Next time, you mustn't casually enter a girl's room. Do you understand?" All right, my little Yin'er." Yunyi affectionately ruffled Xiao Yin'er's hair, saying, "Once you finish eating, we'll go after the last senior team." After finishing, he tore off another chicken leg and took a bite, continuing, "Yin'er, the two from that senior team are both at the pinnacle of the first rank master realm. You must be cautious. Don't worry, I am also at the pinnacle of the first rank master realm now." Xiao Yin'er pouted, muttering, "Just you wait, brother Yi. You haven't even reached the second rank master realm. Only half a step away. You need to work harder." Just as they finished packing the tent, a deafening roar echoed across the clear blue sky. "They're here." A glint of battle intent sparkled in Yunye's eyes as he clenched his fists and stood up. "Yin'er, put on your veil." Yunye's voice reached Xiao Yin'er's ears, and she nodded. "I know." Donning her veil, scarcely had the words left her lips when an overwhelming pressure surged forth. With a thunderous roar, Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er lifted their heads, spotting two figures racing towards them from afar. One brandished a mixed thunder iron staff, his muscles bulging like hills, a testament to his explosive strength. The other wielded a blood-red knife, a long scar marring his face, rendering him a fearsome sight that inspired dread. It was none other than Si Rong and Wu Shui. Yunyi. Both men halted in their tracks, fixing their gazes upon him. "Done?" Yunyi nodded, his eyes fixed resolutely ahead, unperturbed. "Wu Shui." The malice flickered in Wu Shui's eyes as he seethed. "You've pilfered an abundance of spirit cards. Isn't it time you surrendered them?" "Indeed. It is time to relinquish them," Yunyi replied coldly, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. Wu Shui and Si Rong exchanged puzzled looks, taken aback by the sudden show of bravado. "Very well. Hand over all the spirit cards in your possession, and I shall spare you a thorough beating," Wu Shui declared after a moment's contemplation. In response, Yunyi let out a derisive laugh. "You should be the one to hand them over." "What?" Si Rong's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "You've seized numerous spirit cards from upperclassmen. Shouldn't you return them?" Yunyi challenged, his gaze daringly sweeping over Si Rong and Wu Shui. At this, both men erupted with fury. "Yunyi, you seek death," Wu Shui bellowed, his anger palpable. Si Rong, consumed by rage and humiliation, swung his mixed thunder iron staff towards Yunyi with ferocity. The staff, infused with fierce winds, descended like a tiger pouncing down a mountain. Yunyi smirked, conjuring a blue fireball in his hand, which he hurled at the staff. Boom! The clash of the two techniques unleashed a torrent of energy waves, stirring up a tempest that sent surrounding foliage into a wild dance. Si Rong staggered back several steps, his hands trembling involuntarily, his eyes lowered, unable to conceal his shock. He had not anticipated that Yunyi could manifest fire. Could it be that he was an alchemist? Wu Shui also displayed a look of bewilderment, clearly astonished by Yunyi's sudden display of formidable power. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. He eagerly licked his lips, his bloodthirsty gaze locking onto Yunyi, enunciating each word. "Yunyi, you have profoundly captured my attention," Yunyi scoffed, casting a disinterested glance at Wu Shui, before springing forward to attack. Wu Shui's strength slightly surpassed that of Si Rong, thus Yunyi entrusted the task to Xiao Yin'er. Without hesitation, she unleashed her aura, a chilling presence rapidly enveloping the air. Peak of the first rank master. Si Rong and Wu Shui were once again gripped by terror, unaware that the masked maiden beside Yunyi was a formidable practitioner of the first rank master level. Though both were at the same rank, the young woman's prowess far outstripped theirs. Xiao Yin'er moved with grace, each strike executed with lethal intent. Clang! Holding an icy blade, she lunged at Si Rong, the sharp edge slicing through the air, aiming for his shoulder. Bang! A silver barrier emerged, intercepting the strike and forcing Xiao Yin'er to retreat. Without missing a beat, Xiao Yin'er shifted her stance, gathering ice-based spiritual energy at her fingertips. "Ice seal," she exclaimed, her fingers forming a palm. The blue-white light shimmering upon her hand as she struck towards Si Rong. The icy wind howled, penetrating to the bone. As though the very space around them had frozen, Thyrone hurriedly summoned his energy to resist. Meanwhile, Yunyi silently recited the fire incantation. Second rank master. Peak of the second rank master. Half step into the first rank master. First rank master. He refrained from unleashing the Nanfeng fire, for divine flames were exceedingly rare in this realm, scarcer than 9th-tier magic cores or 9th-tier beast fires. Should a discerning individual learn of it, they would undoubtedly send someone to seize it, and when confronted by a powerful emperor, could he prevail? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he advanced with remarkable speed, his movements akin to a specter, each step executed with peculiar grace. Ghostly shadow. As he neared Wu Shui, Yunyi chanted the incantation, his palm outstretched. A sword materializing from thin air. The sound of the sword echoed loudly, its blade shimmering with a brilliant golden hue. Yunyi swung the sword at Wu Shui, growling softly, sword shadow follows this time. Yunyi did not unleash his full power as he had previously. Instead, he exerted just enough energy to release a single sword shadow that transformed into a multitude of sword energies. Surging towards Wu Shui. Wu Shui was struck with horror. Yunyi was a sword cultivator, a great sword cultivator, at that. In all of Huaxia, great sword cultivators were few and far between, and even among sword cultivators, they were exceptionally rare. Furthermore, the youngest among them was over 50 years old. It was difficult to find a sword cultivator as gifted as Yunyi, who had reached such prowess at merely 18. Given his rate of progression, one could confidently surmise that in 10 years, Yunyi's understanding of swordsmanship would undoubtedly rival that of the continent's sole sword master, Zhang Juling, the head of Wudong Mountain. A powerful emperor known as the Sword Emperor, Zhang Juling had attained his insights through the teachings of the sect's founder, Master Zhang, and the Tai Chi sword. I digress. Returning to the matter at hand, Wu Shui, wielding the blood-red knife, felt the sinister energy coiling around the blade, the murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave. The two energies converged at a singular point, exploding with a resounding crash. Boom! As Wu Shui channeled his energy, he swung his knife, coalescing the spiritual energy into a blood-red crescent blade aimed at the sword energies. Bang! The two techniques collided, the resultant force unleashing a tremendous pressure that swept through the area. Causing leaves to scatter, Wu Shui stumbled backward, his body reeling several meters, his shirt torn open to reveal his bronzed, muscular skin, marked with countless small wounds. Yunyi was also sent flying. His gaze flickered as he thrust his palm backward, dissipating the energy's impact and steadying his footing. Boom! Just then, a voice rang out, cough cough. Sirong was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Wu Shui rushed over, helping him up. Brother Sirong, are you all right? I'm fine. Sirong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Be careful. Yunyi's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wu Shui. Yet, Yunyi did not initiate a surprise attack from behind. Yun Shui's people, you have been defeated. Surrender the spirit cards. Yunyi spoke coolly, his tone haughty and frigid. Sirong gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. You shan't succeed. At that moment, Wu Shui unexpectedly produced a stack of spirit cards from his sleeve, stating, you have won with that. He extended the bundle of cards towards Yunyi. Sirong gazed at Wu Shui in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? He hasn't bested us. Stop deluding yourselves. Just now, he attempted a sneak attack. I was also down. How could we possibly be victorious against him? Upon hearing this, Sirong's complexion paled as he surrendered his spirit cards to Yunyi. Ha ha! What a windfall! Yunyi laughed heartily, taking the cards and casting a triumphant glance at Sirong and Wu Shui before turning to leave. Sirong stared blankly at Yunyi's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, creaking with tension. Yunyi, I shall reclaim this debt one day. Yinner, let us go. Yunyi took Xiao Yinner's delicate hand. Tonight, I shall treat you to a feast. Xiao Yinner sweetly nodded, allowing Yunyi to guide her, her gaze drifting to his handsome profile, momentarily lost in thought, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Congratulations to all the new students. You have successfully traversed the inner academy forest. On the high platform, Gushi proclaimed loudly, furthermore, among our new students, a remarkable group has emerged. Congratulations to them. Now, new students, please follow me. Gushi's voice resonated clearly throughout the inner academy. Ding dong as the temporary task rewards were distributed. A new task was announced. Chapter 60. The Three Cohabit. Yunyi, Xiao Yin'er, and their companions followed Ding Gushi into the new student area. Unlike the outer academy dormitories, the inner academy's dormitory area consisted of small courtyards with 2 floors. The dormitory fee remained the same, at 30 taels of silver. Gushi paused, turning to the new students. Of course, a small courtyard can accommodate at least 3 people. Co-renting is also encouraged by the academy. Upon hearing this, Yunyi turned to Xiao Yin'er, who instinctively met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and their hearts seemed to skip a beat. Yin'er, how about we take the academy's suggestion and share a courtyard? Yunyi inquired tentatively. I have no objections. Xiao Yin'er replied with a sweet smile. In fact, I hope to share a courtyard with you. This way, we can see each other every day. As she spoke, a blush crept across her face, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Xiao Yin'er's long lashes fluttered, her delicate ears tinged with a soft crimson hue. Yunyi smiled, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. This scene did not escape Xiaolinger's notice, and a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes as she stepped forward, saying, Sister Yin'er, Brother Yunyi, the academy's proposal is for 3 people. Why don't we form a trio? Yunyi's brow furrowed, a hint of gloom passing over his features. All right. Xiao Yin'er nodded in agreement. Of course, that's fine. Xiao Yin'er, with her innocent romanticism, could hardly fathom that since Xiaolinger was now Yunyi's sworn sister, it was inconceivable for her to snatch Yunyi away from her. Observing Xiao Yin'er's agreement, Yunyi felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse her. After all, Xiaolinger was his sister, and as an elder brother, he ought to care for her wholeheartedly. Sighing deeply, he managed a faint smile and said, All right then, I'll go settle the payment. You all wait here. The onlookers gazed at Yunyi. Flanked by a masked maiden and the goddess Xiaolinger, their hearts ablaze with envy and admiration. Why does Yunyi have such luck, surrounded by 2 beauties? One exclaimed. What do you mean 2? Do you even know what lies beneath that veil? Another responded. Exactly. What if it's an utterly hideous face? Not at all. Just look at that figure, so curvaceous. Even if she were as ugly as Zhu Beiji beneath the veil, I would still be willing. A flurry of discussions ensued. After Yunyi completed the payment and collected 3 keys, he returned to Xiao Yin'er and Xiaolinger. Let us go. We're in courtyard number 016. As they departed, the crowd was once again engulfed in envy and resentment. Yunyi is so handsome. How I wish to be one of those girls, to be embraced by him on both sides. What a delight. Could it be that Yunyi would reside with these 2 stunning beauties? Oh, my goddess Xiaolinger. I want that too. The 016 courtyard, though merely a 2-story abode, was situated near a lake, offering picturesque views and fresh air. This was the quaint dwelling specially selected for Yunyi by the esteemed director Gushi, undoubtedly in a prime location. A talent like Yunyi deserved the finest resources, considering that Ranjing was also the 2nd young master of Beijiang. Despite the turmoil plaguing Beijiang, with Yao Wuxing's departure leading to chaos, and powerful figures like the Thunder Emperor Lei Huan also leaving, Yunyi had not heard from Lei Huan since the emergence of the chaotic sacred sword, as he was preoccupied with a crucial mission concerning Beijiang's future. The 016 courtyard spanned over 300 square meters, with the house occupying more than 100 square meters. The first floor boasted a living room, kitchen, and 3 studies, while the second floor contained 3 bedrooms and a spacious balcony. There was a patch of land suitable for growing vegetables and fruits, accompanied by a jujube tree, an apple tree, and a osmanthus tree. And let us not forget, the bathroom was located on the 2nd floor. Wicked smile. The trio drew lots, and Yunyi drew the middle bedroom. Upon returning to his room, he called out to the system and retrieved the Wan Danjing. Yunyi extended his right hand, palm open, and in an instant, a jade slip appeared, radiating a deep green hue. Ancient and elegant, shimmering with a soft glow. The Wan Danjing was a temporary reward from the system. Yunyi examined the jade slip, and with a thought, infused his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, the slip glowed, filling his mind with a wealth of information. It turned out that the Wan Danjing was an ancient compilation of alchemical techniques passed down through the ages, containing records of thousands of years of elixir crafting methods and formulas. I shall visit the inner courtyard market tomorrow to purchase some spiritual herbs and an alchemy furnace. Yunyi reflected on his recent gains from the spiritual card hunting competition. 11 black cards, 23 red cards, 130 purple cards, and 538 white cards. totaling 15,138 white-level spiritual cards. To enter the first level of the Illusion Tower required 1 white-level spiritual card. The second level 3, and the third level 8, the fourth level required 1 purple level card, the fifth 2, and the sixth 3. The seventh level demanded 5 purple level cards, the eighth 8, and the ninth 1 red level card. As for black level spiritual cards, they were merely for the convenience of the affluent. Yunyi stored the Wandanjing in his spatial ring and took out the medicinal text from his master Yao Wuxing and the Poison Immortal's Poison Manual. The medicinal text contained various precious antidote formulas and the effects and side effects of various herbs, while the Poison Immortal's Manual detailed numerous deadly toxins, poisonous beasts, and 81 poison formulas along with their antidotes. After a sleepless night, Yunyi diligently studied medicine and the art of poison. The following day, as he stepped outside to head to the inner courtyard market for herbs and an alchemy furnace, Xiao Yin'er and Xiao Linger also made their way out. This time, Xiao Yin'er was not wearing a veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face before Xiao Linger, who was taken aback. How could she be so stunning? Her features were as delicate as a painting, her contours sharp as if sculpted, her skin fair as snow, flawless and tender, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, captivating souls, her cherry lips naturally red, exuding an alluring charm. Especially with her proud bosom rising and falling gently with each breath, it was impossible to resist the imagination. Clad in a crescent white robe, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, her slender waist and graceful figure were accentuated, her soft lips slightly upturned. Xiao Linger stood transfixed, overwhelmed by her beauty. It was so enchanting that she felt tempted to commit a crime. What did her own self-proclaimed beauty amount to in comparison to Xiao Yin'er? No wonder Yunyi was reluctant to be with her. How could he desire someone like Xiao Linger when such a breathtaking beauty as Xiao Yin'er was available? Yun Gij, Chapter 61. Shopping Without Rest. Yun Gij, Xiao Yin'er called softly. Yunyi paused and turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Good morning, good morning. Xiao Linger, recovering from her astonishment, hurried to Yun Ye's side. Good morning. Are you planning to go somewhere? Xiao Yin'er inquired with her sparkling eyes and slightly parted lips. Yes, I'm going to the market today, Yunyi replied gently, his tone exceptionally tender. Xiao Linger felt a pang of jealousy. Yunyi was always so cold towards her. Even after becoming his sworn sister. Yun Gij, can you take me along? Xiao Yin'er looked at Yunyi with hopeful eyes, yearning for his approval. Yunyi hesitated. He had intended to act alone, as bringing Xiao Yin'er along might attract unwanted adversaries. Yet, the expectation in her gaze made it difficult for him to utter a refusal. All right then. Ultimately, Yunyi acquiesced. You're the best, Yun Gij, Xiao Yin'er exclaimed, overjoyed. I want to go too. Moments later, Yunyi set off toward the inner courtyard market, accompanied by the 2 beautiful maidens, with Xiao Yin'er donning her veil as usual. The inner courtyard market, located in the southeastern corner of the Tongtian inner courtyard, was bustling with activity, selling a myriad of goods, including weapons, armor, clothing, and various food items, meats, wines, and teas, truly a treasure trove. The market's perimeter was teeming with people, the cacophony almost deafening. Yun Gij, what are you here to buy? Xiao Yin'er tugged at Yun Ye's sleeve. Inquiring, well, I'm looking for spiritual herbs and magic cores, just browsing around. As Yunyi strolled down the street flanked by 2 exceptionally attractive women, he caught the attention of several students. Wow, look at that guy over there. He is incredibly handsome, exclaimed a youth clad in a green robe, his eyes fixed on Yunyi. Another boy in yellow scoffed, handsome? Please, just look at those 2. They're clearly vixens. That girl is busty and curvy. That guy probably has some issues. His jealousy colored his thoughts and words. Upon further scrutiny, the boy in yellow noted, despite Xiao Yin'er being veiled, the exposed portion of her neck and her figure clearly indicated her unparalleled beauty. Could Yunyi tolerate such insults? Absolutely not. In a flash, he moved and delivered a resounding slap to the yellow-clad youth. The yellow-clad youth was sent sprawling, crashing against a nearby tree. He spat out a tooth. Clutching his swollen cheek, glaring at Yunyi in fury, you little brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Yunyi shot a cold glance at the youth, his eyes icy like blades. You may insult me, but you shall not insult them. Do you know who I am? The yellow-clad youth began to retort, but before he could finish, Yunyi was already before him, delivering another powerful slap. The yellow-clad youth stumbled again, falling to the ground. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, "Who is this guy? How can he be so brazen? Yeah, he must be a newcomer. I don't recognize him. This kid has some guts. He even dares to hit someone from the Woolly Hall. He deserves it." Woolly Hall? Upon hearing that, Yunyi's interest peaked. It seemed he had once dealt a heavy blow to a certain second in command of the Woolly Hall. A mere lackey was no match for him. Without hesitation, Yunyi unleashed a flurry of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Regardless of the crowd's commentary, Yunyi paid them no mind. Every time Yunyi's fist struck the boy in the yellow robe, the latter would howl in pain. Yet Yunyi's speed was so swift that he could not grasp Yunyi's presence. With a series of thunderous blows, the boy's face was bruised and bloodied, appearing utterly wretched. The onlookers were horrified, and they could not help but mourn for the unfortunate boy. Suddenly, with a thud, the boy collapsed. Only then did Yunyi cease his assault. Turning around, he said to Xiao Yin'er and Sha Ling'er, "Let's go. I will treat you to a shopping spree." "All right." Xiao Yin'er and Sha Ling'er joyfully followed Yunyi into the marketplace. The three of them first indulged in food and entertainment before heading to the apothecary to purchase medicinal herbs. "Classmate, here are the herbs you requested, all according to your specifications. 10-year-old windfire grass, 6-year-old 7-star flower, 12-year-old gathering spirit flower, 25-year-old Nanchan star, as well as first and second tier water attribute magic cores." In first and second tier would attribute magic cores. The proprietress of the apothecary displayed all the necessary herbs on the counter. Yunyi nodded in acknowledgement. The proprietress continued, "Classmate, I will waive the extra charges," totaling 1 black level spirit card and 3 red cards. Yunyi retrieved his pouch and handed it to the proprietress. "Here you go." The proprietress pocketed the spirit cards, realizing she had made a substantial profit. This was indeed a generous transaction. "Thank you. Please come again." Yunyi left the apothecary with Xiao Yin'er and Sha Ling'er. Wandering through other shops, as evening approached, the trio was about to return to their residence at No. 016 when suddenly, a group of burly men charged out. "Boss, it's him." Yunyi furrowed his brows. These men were clearly hostile. "Who are you? What do you want?" He shielded Xiao Yin'er and Sha Ling'er behind him. Regarding the intimidating figures warily, "Brat, don't play dumb. You've injured 3 of my brothers." One of the muscular men shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunyi. "Are you still thinking of revenge?" Yunyi retorted, "Do you think you deserve it? Do you know who I am?" The burly man seethed. "How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I couldn't care less." Yunyi disdainfully shot a glance at the man. "I am Mengji, the leader of the Five Forces Hall. How dare you strike one of our members? This is utterly lawless." Mengji glared at Yunyi. Teeth clenched in fury. "Dado? The leader of the Five Forces Hall, is that impressive?" Yunyi provocatively smiled. "You?" Mengji was rendered speechless. "Heh, since you claim to be from the Five Forces Hall, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of everyone else. Let us ensure that your hall behaves itself from now on." Before he finished speaking, Yunyi had already leaped into the air. Chapter 62. The three dined together. Yunyi soared into the sky, gathering spiritual energy in his right leg, and aimed a powerful kick at Mengji. Seeing this, Mengji's pupils constricted, and he quickly sidestepped, channeling his entire energy to throw a punch. Yunyi's gaze shifted, and he immediately altered his course, evading Mengji's attack and landing firmly on the ground. "Good lad," Mengji thought, alarmed, his brows furrowing as he dared not underestimate his opponent, sensing the energy swirling within him. With a thud, Mengji raised his hand, his energy coalescing into a fist, striking towards Yunyi. Just as Yunyi was about to chant the fire incantation, a gray figure abruptly appeared, yanking Yunyi's arm backward. Caught off guard, Yunyi stumbled back a few steps. With a flick of his sleeve, the gray-robed elder easily dissipated Mengji's peak first-tier Grandmaster attack. This elder, with his gray hair and simple robes, appeared to be an ordinary person, yet his strength was unfathomable. Upon seeing him, Mengji immediately cupped his hands in respect. Elder Feng, the management elder of the inner courtyard marketplace, was over 70 years old. A mid-stage golden body realm powerhouse. "Humph." Elder Feng snorted coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Mengji. "As an elder, do you not know that private duels are prohibited in the inner courtyard?" Elder Feng, "I did not strike first. He attacked me first." Mengji protested, feeling wronged. for it was indeed Yunyi who initiated the conflict. Yunyi was about to speak, bowing and greeting Elder Feng. Before he could finish, Elder Feng waved his hand to interrupt. Enough! This matter ends here. If it happens again, I will not be lenient. After saying this, Elder Feng turned back to Meng Ji and admonished, Mark my words. The inner courtyard does not permit private duels, especially in the marketplace area under my jurisdiction. Otherwise, next time, you will face severe punishment. For now, you are to meditate at the wall of reflection for 3 days. With that, the gray-robed elder swept away. Yunyi touched his nose, feeling elated. Elder Feng was clearly on his side. Though Meng Ji was arrogant and domineering, he dared not act out in front of Elder Feng and could only obediently accept his punishment. Yunyi watched as Meng Ji departed with a dark expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Yunyi turned and led Xiao Yin'er and Sha Linger back to their residence at No. 016, retreating to their room to begin concocting medicinal pills. Yunyi took out the herbs, magic cores, and the alchemical furnace from his storage ring. The furnace was not large, round in shape, with 4 towering feet and a wide mouth, exuding a faint fragrance. Sitting before the furnace, Yunyi began to toss the herbs inside, channeling the flames within him. A roaring blue flame erupted beneath the furnace, filling the alchemical room with a rich medicinal aroma. Taking a deep breath, Yunyi controlled the heat, gradually intensifying the flames. Tio refined pills. One must start from the basics, and naturally, first-tier medicinal pills were the optimal choice. Although Yunyi possessed a strong spiritual perception, his skills in manipulating flames were somewhat lacking, necessitating gradual practice. Before long, Yunyi extracted the essence of the herbs and fused them together. Next, he began to purify the essence of the magic cores, which, once completed, was blended into the medicinal liquid. As the medicinal liquid merged with the essence of the magic cores, it gradually transformed into a milky white pill. With a soft chant, Yunyi extended his left hand and flicked his index finger. With a crisp sound, the pill shattered instantly, scattering into countless milky white beads. Failure. Yunyi sighed deeply. Alchemy was not as easy as one might imagine. Once more, he placed the herbs back into the furnace and meticulously repeated the pill consolidating process. After numerous attempts, he finally succeeded in forming the medicinal pill. Ha ha ha! I have finally succeeded. Yunyi joyfully held up a pill, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its scent. It was a first-tier healing pill. The fragrance of the pill was faint yet carried a soothing warmth that was invigorating. Yunyi smiled in satisfaction and continued his alchemical endeavors. The next day, as dawn broke and the eastern sky turned pale, Yunyi had successfully concocted over 100 healing pills. He smiled contentedly, secured the alchemical furnace, and exited the room. As he stepped outside, he encountered Xiao Yin'er watering the flowers in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yunyi emerge, Xiao Yin'er beamed with a radiant smile, waving at him. Good morning, Brother Yi. Yunyi approached, noticing Xiao Yin'er bent over watering, and could not resist grasping her delicate, fair hand. Xiao Yin'er froze for a moment before blushing and retracting her hand. What are you doing? Brother Yi, you're being so mischievous. Yunyi scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry. A sudden cough broke the awkwardness. Yunyi looked up to see Sha Linger peering down at him from the second floor. Feeling a flush on his face, Yunyi quickly released Xiao Yin'er's hand and walked over to Sha Linger. Sha Linger cast a glance of envy at Xiao Yin'er, then shifted her gaze to Yunyi. Forcing a smile, Brother Yi, you're awake. I was just about to call you, Yunyi replied lightly, glancing at Xiao Yin'er and then at Sha Linger. Noticing Yunyi's indifferent tone toward her, Sha Linger felt a pang of jealousy. She tried to maintain her smile. Brother Yi, let us hurry and have breakfast, Yunyi agreed, taking Xiao Yin'er's fair hand. This time, let you both taste my cooking, hee. I also want to try the dishes Brother Yi makes. Xiao Yin'er playfully winked, linking her arm through Yunyi's. Yunyi smiled and playfully pinched Xiao Yin'er's cute, blushing nose. The two walked hand in hand into the dining hall, with Sha Linger trailing behind. Feeling extremely envious. Wow, it smells amazing, Brother Yi. You're truly impressive. Upon entering the dining hall, Xiao Yin'er was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat porridge. Yunyi grinned proudly, retrieving bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, serving a bowl to each of the girls with a cheerful smile. Try it and see how it tastes. He scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and fed it to Xiao Yin'er. The grains were crystal clear and white, imbued with spiritual energy, soft and sweet upon entry, rich and delicious, it's really delicious. Xiao Yin'er nodded repeatedly, praising him. Sha Ling'er pouted and said, Brother Yunyi, I want to be fed too. Pfft. Yunyi burst out laughing, looking at Sha Ling'er in astonishment. You want me to feed you? Yes. Sha Ling'er looked at Yunyi with her beautiful, watery eyes, nodding earnestly. Yunyi swallowed hard, struggling to refuse. That wouldn't be appropriate. It's too improper. Is it not? Sha Ling'er furrowed her brow and inquired, I am your sister. I find it quite agreeable. Don't you think? Yunyi was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to glance at Xiao Yin'er, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Yin'er stifled a giggle behind her hand. Very well, Yunyi conceded with a hint of resignation, lifting a piece of fish to Sha Ling'er's lips. Giggle, giggle. Sha Ling'er beamed with bliss, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. In that moment, the dining hall was suffused with an atmosphere of joy and warmth. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 63. The ingestion of the innate spirit fruit. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded. Yunyi, open the door, a familiar, irritable voice called from outside. Yunyi set down his chopsticks and rose, exclaiming, coming. After saying this, he strode quickly to the door. Upon opening it, he found Meng Ji and his companions standing at the threshold, their eyes wide with fury, glaring at Yunyi. Yunyi, yesterday, you were merely fortunate. I am here to issue a challenge. Do you dare accept? Meng Ji bellowed, thrusting a challenge letter toward Yunyi. Yunyi cast a fleeting glance at it, remaining silent. Yunyi, are you afraid? Meng Ji taunted. Fixing his gaze on Yunyi, Yunyi scoffed, afraid? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. However, since you seek a fight, I certainly do not mind accommodating you. With that, Yunyi seized the challenge letter and, with a decisive slam, closed the door. 3 days from now, be prepared. Meng Ji, in a fit of rage, kicked the door several times, feeling the need for self-reflection against the wall for 3 days, all due to Yunyi. He stormed away, with the others trailing behind him. Brother Yunyi. He is the leader of the Five Forces Hall, Meng Ji, a peak-level master of the first rank, ranked 21st on the strength list. Sha Ling'er approached Yunyi, her expression filled with concern. Brother Yunyi, I think it would be best if you abstained from this match. What if you were to get hurt? No worries. Yunyi waved his hand dismissively, gently ruffling Sha Ling'er's hair. I will do my utmost to protect myself. Xiao Yin'er stepped up to Yunyi, having witnessed his prowess, and felt a sense of confidence in him. With a slight lift of her chin, she gazed at Yunyi proudly, saying, Brother Yi, go for it. Teach that Meng character a lesson. Hey! Sha Ling'er shot an annoyed glance at Xiao Yin'er. Yin'er, what are you saying? Brother Yunyi is merely half a step into the master realm. How could he possibly contend with a peak-level master? Who says so? My brother Yi is the strongest and will surely emerge victorious. Xiao Yin'er asserted without hesitation, rallying her support for Yunyi. As Yunyi beheld Xiao Yin'er's youthful and vivacious visage, his heart raced, and he gently patted her head. All right, let us eat. Yunyi, Xiao Yin'er, and Sha Ling'er gathered around the table to dine. After the meal, Yunyi returned to his room, completely unfazed by Meng Ji's provocation. He grasped the Chaos Saint sword, the Cloud Sword, in his right hand, enveloped in the southern brightly fire, one of the 10 divine flames. While the primordial shield protected him, he was well prepared for both offense and defense. Even against a peak-level master of the first rank, Yunyi felt he had the strength to engage in battle. Of course, Meng Ji's peak-level prowess was slightly stronger than that of an average first-rank master. Otherwise, how could he rank 21st on the strength list? On the list, aside from the top 3, who were half steps into the Void Realm, all other inner court students were peak-level masters of the first rank. Despite all being peak-level masters, the 4th-ranked Wang Zhan was a formidable opponent, far surpassing Meng Ji of the same rank. The temporary mission issued by the system 2 days ago was to become the top of the strength list, with the condition of not using the burning fire, which was utterly impossible for him. A half-step 2nd-rank master, to achieve in a short span of time. The deadline for the mission was 1 year. The reward for success was random, while failure would result in the complete loss of his cultivation. Gasping at this thought, Yunyi felt a chill run down his spine. Achieving this in a year would indeed be quite challenging now. he needed to intensify his training without a moment's relaxation. As the destined child, he bore the halo of the protagonist and decided to take full advantage of this year to delve deeper into alchemy, medicine, and poison techniques, striving to become an all-encompassing master as soon as possible. Yunyi retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and gently opened it, a waft of celestial energy greeting him, the blood-red fruit resembling agate, its surface swirling with mist, ethereal and dreamlike. Beckoning to be touched, this was the innate spirit fruit bestowed upon him by Gong Zhantong. Yunye's heart raced, and he inhaled sharply. He understood that the innate spirit fruit contained the essence of natural power, a treasure of unparalleled rarity. Yet, he wondered what attribute this particular fruit possessed and what enhancements it could bestow upon him. Currently, he possessed a dual affinity for wind and fire. If this spirit fruit bore attributes such as lightning, light, darkness, or ice, it would be absolutely marvelous. Regarding attribute types, it is worth noting that wind attributes are quite commonplace. Previously, Yunyi had inadvertently consumed an innate spirit fruit, leading to a tumultuous surge of fire attribute energy within him, nearly resulting in his demise by flames. Fortunately, he had been saved by the ice attribute Emperor-level master, Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly perished. Reflecting on this, Yunyi involuntarily shivered. He exhaled a breath of stagnant energy. Extending his right hand and gently shaking it, the spirit energy from his dantian surged forth, coalescing in his palm. Pure white flames erupted, significantly raising the surrounding temperature. Yunyi tossed the innate spirit fruit into the air, and with a flick of his hand, the southern brightly fire enveloped it. From his studies, Yunyi knew that the innate spirit fruit differed from other medicinal herbs. It could not be refined in a pill furnace, but rather needed to be processed with energy as the refining vessel. The flames grew increasingly fierce as Yunyi held his breath and concentrated, channeling his spirit power continuously for several hours until the fruit was completely refined. The fruit transformed into droplets of liquid, suspended in midair. Taking a deep breath, Yunyi formed a golden energy using his left hand and gradually drew the essence into a jade vial. Observing the vial in his hand, he noticed the enchanting fragrance wafting from its opening. Invigorating his senses, a faint smile graced Yunye's lips as he ingested the essence of the innate spirit fruit. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to cultivate. Soon, he felt a warm current flowing through every part of his body from his dantian. Gradually, this warmth merged into his meridians, meandering through the unique pathways, spreading throughout his muscles and skin. Before long, Yunye's skin became translucent and radiant, with a faint blush hinting at a lustrous glow, reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg, appearing even more supple than that of any girl. Yunye's bones and skin felt increasingly resilient and powerful, brimming with elasticity. He sensed an abundance of energy coursing through him, with the power in his dantian surging vigorously. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld his pupils gleaming with brilliant radiance, presenting an image of striking handsomeness and exceptional charm, with the essence of the innate spirit fruit absorbed. Yunye's strength had reached the second-rank master level. Of course, the spirit fruit could not be fully absorbed in such a short time. Once he completely assimilated it, his power would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the second-rank master realm. Yunyi was quite pleased with his newly acquired attributes. Chapter 64, My Woman. Are you all right? Xiao Yin'er pulled Yunyi aside. A look of concern etched on her face. Of course I'm fine. Yunyi replied, bemused yet smiling, gently stroking Xiao Yin'er's head. Silly girl, how could anything be wrong with me? I just heard some slapping sounds coming from your room, and it seemed like the house shook along with those noises. Xiao Yin'er blinked her large eyes, mumbling. Yunye's mouth twitched. Xiao Yin'er earnestly inquired, Brother Yi, that sound couldn't have been you, could it? As she spoke, she stepped into Yunye's room, and just a few steps in, whoosh, Xiao Yin'er stepped onto a puddle, and her entire body soared into the air. Puff! Xiao Yin'er was startled, letting out a panicked scream. Bang! Yunyi swiftly caught Xiao Yin'er in his arms. Brother Yi! She clung to his neck like a frightened little deer. Her voice laced with innocence. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You just slipped. Yunyi comforted her, patting her back. Xiao Yin'er leaned against Yunye's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, and her heart gradually calmed. Why is there water here? She pointed at the puddle on the floor. Yunyi stepped forward, extending his hand. With a gentle shake, A water sphere the size of a palm formed out of thin air. Look, I now possess a tri-elemental constitution of wind, fire, and water, Yunyi exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Yin'er was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she exclaimed, Wow, Brother Yi, you are amazing. This was the first time she had heard of anyone possessing 3 attributes simultaneously. It was not that Xiao Yin'er was ignorant. Rather, it was exceedingly rare to find anyone in the world today with such a combination of attributes. In the past few centuries, no one had matched Yuan Ye's fortuitousness. Brother Yi, I'm hungry. Xiao Yin'er suddenly shifted the topic, acting coy. All right. Yuan Yi gently tousled Xiao Yin'er's soft hair, speaking with a tender affection as he led her downstairs. After their meal, Yuan Yi returned to his room once more. With a water attribute physique yet devoid of any water-based spiritual techniques, how could he manage? Yuan Yi let out a deep sigh, pondering to himself, let it be. If fate wills it, it shall come to pass. System, enter the training space. Last time, he had indeed been careless, inadvertently summoning Xiao Yin'er into his bedroom while channeling spiritual energy. Ding dong, the system training space is being established. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yuan Yi inquired impatiently, silently commanding the system to cancel his entry into the training space. Yuan Yi Gij. A familiar voice echoed from outside, belonging to Sha Ling'er. Yuan Yi opened the door to find Sha Ling'er clad in a pink dress. Ling'er Mei Gij, would you accompany me to the illusion tower for some training? Sha Ling'er beamed, her cherubic face adorably flushed. Yuan Yi raised an eyebrow. To train at the illusion tower? Indeed. The illusions there are exceptionally suited for training. Shall we give it a try? Sha Ling'er tugged at Yuan Ye's arm, playfully pouting. Yuan Yi shook his head. Ling'er Mei, perhaps it's best if I refrain. He was well aware of the illusion tower. An illusion is merely a means to immerse oneself in a virtual world for training, akin to his system training space. The illusion tower even generates mirrors for students to enhance their practical combat experience, which was already present in Yuan Ye's system training space. Thus, there was truly no need for him to visit the illusion tower. Very well then, Sha Ling'er, sensing Yuan Ye's reluctance, did not press further. Gij, I'll head there first. You needn't prepare my meal tonight. Closing the door, Yuan Yi once again entered the system training space. The system space was successfully established. Upon entering the system space, he commanded, System, generate a shadow. I require a sparring partner for swordsmanship. Ding dong, the shadow has been successfully generated. A man clad in black materialized out of thin air, wielding a sharp sword that emanated a dark mist. The blade glimmering like ice, chilling to the bone. Excellent. With that, Yuan Yi spread his palm, silently reciting the incantation, and a magnificent sword appeared before him. The sword in Yuan Ye's grasp emitted a crisp ringing, its blade radiating a dazzling golden light. With a fierce swing, Yuan Yi advanced towards the black-clad man with palpable intent to kill. The black-clad man met his assault head-on, and their combat was fluid and swift. As if flowing like water, sharp and ethereal, leaving onlookers entranced. Yuan Yi employed the technique of shadow sword, yearning to manifest multiple sword shadows. Alas, he struggled to grasp its essence, lacking the most crucial element, sword intent. Sword intent embodies the will of the sword, the very soul it possesses. Bang! Yuan Yi thrust his sword directly at the black-clad man's forehead. The man remained calm and unflappable, not evading but instead raising his right hand. A flash of white light intercepted Yuan Ye's sword. With a flick of his wrist, Yuan Yi retreated, stabilizing himself by embedding his sword into a tree, his gaze searing as he fixed it upon the black-clad man. This system-generated shadow was formidable. Yuan Yi mused, dragon seizing, crane controlling. Yuan Yi extended his palm forward, letting out a low growl. To his astonishment, the sword flew back, striking the black-clad man's back, who then dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Yuan Yi exited the system space and returned to his bedroom. The night had fallen, and upon activating the spirit stone, he stepped outside. Gij, the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. Would you accompany me to admire it? Xiao Yin'er's large eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yuan Yi. Certainly, Yuan Yi acquiesced to Xiao Yin'er's request. Xiao Yin'er grasped Yuan Ye's hand and leaped onto the rooftop. Settling onto the tiles, gazing at the moonlight, Yuan Yi smiled, then turned to look at Xiao Yin'er. The faint moonlight illuminated her exquisite visage, casting a soft halo around her fair and translucent skin, as if it were about to burst forth. Yunyi was entranced. "Gidge, what are you looking at?" Xiao Yin'er blinked her large eyes, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Yunyi averted his gaze, touched his nose, and murmured a hymn, caught in the act. Straightening his posture with utmost seriousness, he declared, "Yin'er, I have feelings for you. Be my woman." Xiao Yin'er was momentarily stunned, her heart racing like a startled fawn, butterflies fluttering in her stomach. She lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yin'er remained unresponsive. Yunyi repeated earnestly, "Yin'er, I like you. Will you be my woman?" Xiao Yin'er's flushed face lifted, and she softly replied, "I cannot agree." "Ah?" Yunyi was taken aback. Pressing further, "Why not?" Xiao Yin'er offered no reply and leapt from the rooftop. Yunyi hurried after her. Chapter 65. What just happened? Yunyi pressed his lips against Xiao Yin'er's. Her eyes widened in shock, a thunderous echo resounding in her mind. She gaped at the handsome face before her, feeling as if the entire world had blurred. Her body felt warm, as if enveloped in a hot spring, completely relaxed. Yet, this comfort was overwhelming. She squirmed uncomfortably, her hands nervously clutching at his clothing, attempting to push him away, but her strength was insufficient, rendering her efforts futile. She softly murmured. Xiao Yin'er closed her eyes, striving to ignore the peculiar sensations, instead savoring a different, overlooked delight. After what felt like an eternity, Yunyi slowly released Xiao Yin'er. Shyly, she pushed him away, and Yunyi gathered Xiao Yin'er in his arms, cradling her like a princess. The dim moonlight illuminated Yunyi's handsome countenance, softening the angles of his face. Beneath his sword-like brows lay a pair of striking peach blossom eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Gidge!" Xiao Yin'er averted her gazed eye in the night. Her eyes sparkled like crystal, her lashes curling like butterfly wings. Yunyi carried Xiao Yin'er inside, gently placing her on the bed. "Gidge, you mustn't." Xiao Yin'er snapped back to reality, struggling to sit up and hurriedly climbing off the bed. "Gidge, we are still young." Her cheeks aflame, she stammered. Yunyi spoke not a word, pouncing upon Xiao Yin'er like a tiger upon its prey. "No, Linger is still next door." As Yunyi charged, Xiao Yin'er swiftly sidestepped, evading his advance. "It's fine. Linger has gone to the illusion tower for training. She probably won't be back tonight." Yunyi chuckled nonchalantly, seizing Xiao Yin'er by the shoulders and pulling her back into his embrace, holding her tightly as they drifted into slumber. Yet, turmoil stirred within Xiao Yin'er's heart. "Gidge, is this too soon?" she whispered. Without further words, Yunyi flashed a mischievous smile and leaned down to kiss Xiao Yin'er's soft lips. Xiao Yin'er closed her eyes, surrendering to Yunyi, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. At this juncture, a billion words have been omitted. If needed, please feel free to imagine the rest. Thank you for your cooperation. After an exhilarating bout of passion, the two lay entwined, nestled against one another. Just then, Xia Linger returned, and upon entering her room, she heard a series of peculiar sounds emanating from next door, causing her to shiver in surprise. She rushed to knock on Yunyi's door. "Knock, knock, knock." Yunyi, startled, felt as though he had been caught in the act. Hastily donning his trousers, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Xiao Yin'er quickly dressed, her eyes glaring daggers at Yunyi, as if blaming him. "It's all your fault." "What to do? Fear not." Yunyi reassured. "Just a moment, Gidge." Xia Linger's voice resonated from outside. Yunyi paused, taken aback. Wasn't she headed to the illusion tower? Why is she back so soon? After tidying the room and arranging his appearance, Yunyi opened the door. "What brings you here?" He feigned ignorance. Upon seeing the two emerge from the room, Xia Linger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I heard strange noises, so I came to find you." "What were you two doing? Why did it take so long to open the door?" Xiao Yin'er stamped her foot, playfully chiding. "Linger, you've misunderstood. I and your Gidge were." As she spoke, her face flushed crimson, embarrassment overtaking her. Having just reached adulthood, Xia Linger, preoccupied with her training, was oblivious to matters of romance. Yet, upon glimpsing Xiao Yin'er's flustered demeanor, a pang of jealousy struck her heart, though she too was ignorant of such matters. Yunyi was well-versed. Past experiences with mischievous classmates had led him astray. Yunyi awkwardly explained, "We were training. May I join?" Sha Linger's twinkling eyes resembled stars in the night sky. Not possible, Xiao Yan'er protested. Her cheeks aflame. This is far too embarrassing, bringing another girl along. What kind of situation is that? Next time. Next time. Yunyi offered a dismissive reply. Sha Linger let out a soft doe, turning to retreat to her own room, murmuring, I'm exhausted and need rest. You two carry on. Once the coast was clear, Yunyi finally came to terms with what he had done that day. How had he transformed into someone like this? He actually had an intimate encounter with Xiao Yan'er. It felt surreal. Yunyi lightly tapped his head, dismissing the thought, as he savored the exhilarating battle from earlier, a smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Yan'er felt her heart race, lying on her bed yet unable to fall asleep, as vivid images of the recent encounter flooded her mind. Covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, she pounded the pillow in frustration. Damn Yunyi, how could you bully me like this? How am I to face Sha Linger in the future? Meanwhile, Sha Linger returned to her room, a look of astonishment lingering on her face, which had yet to fade. Engrossed in her cultivation, the two of them were isolated in the room, a solitary male and female. What could they possibly cultivate together? Was it perhaps a dual cultivation of yin and yang? Sha Linger felt her cheeks heat up again. She had some knowledge of dual cultivation, which required intimate contact. She dared not speculate further, fearing that the more she pondered, the less controllable her thoughts would become. Thus, she lay quietly on the bed, closing her eyes. No, tomorrow, I must take the initiative. Sha Linger clenched her fist, resolute. She could not simply relinquish Yunyi to another. The following day, Yunyi secluded himself in his room, absorbing the residual essence of the innate spiritual fruit. With a sudden thud, he slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath and exhaling a heavy sigh. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, ding, negative influence detected. Thoughts are gradually becoming depraved, entering the demonic path. Nanny? Yunyi was bewildered. What was happening? How could his thoughts become depraved? He had merely engaged intimately with Xiao Yan'er last night. Was that truly depravity? Please calm down, host. The system will assist you in regaining normalcy. Yunyi endeavored to steady his emotions, calming his mind, which slightly relaxed his furrowed brow. He resumed his meditative posture, casting aside distractions and focusing his consciousness. Ding! Depraved thoughts successfully cleared. Please devote yourself to cultivation. Depraved thoughts will diminish your strength and slow your cultivation speed. Yunyi felt bewildered. Wholeheartedly cultivate. He absolutely would not allow this to happen again. 3 days passed, and Yunyi's strength had now reached the pinnacle of the second-grade master realm. He strode towards the inner courtyard's martial arena with confidence. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. Today marked the moment of Yunyi's duel with Meng Ji from the 5-Power Hall. On that clear morning, Yunyi donned a moon-white long robe, his long hair flowing elegantly, exuding an extraordinary charm as he stood at the entrance of the arena, awaiting Meng Ji's arrival. Beside him, Xiao Yan'er wore a white veil, revealing her large, glistening eyes as she clung to Yunyi's arm, while Sha Linger looked on with jealousy. Zhao Hai and Duan Aohua stood behind, gazing into the distance. As the start approached, Meng Ji arrived fashionably late. Flanked by 8 disciples from the 5-Power Hall, 2 of whom were familiar to Yunyi, Li Feilong and Fei Zhixin. A few days prior, during the spirit card hunting competition, Yunyi had injured them. They were undoubtedly seeking revenge. If their leader Meng Ji were to teach Yunyi a lesson, it would be most opportune. Yunyi narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching Meng Ji. Meng Ji regarded Yunyi with arrogance, as if he were merely an insignificant ant, utterly unworthy of mention. Yunyi, I thought you would be too afraid to show up. Now, I offer you one last chance. Kneel at my feet, kowtow a few times, and call me grandfather, and I shall let you off the hook, Meng Ji proclaimed haughtily, looking down at Yunyi with disdain. Yunyi regarded Meng Ji with derision. Meng Ji, I find you unworthy to be killed by me. With your pathetic strength, you would be obliterated in an instant. I now extend you one final opportunity. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for rendering you incapacitated today. Humph, Yunyi, spare me your nonsense. Today, I shall take your life, Meng Ji shouted angrily, advancing into the arena with his minions, declaring, today, you shall have no place to rest in death. Ha! So much drivel. Yunyi, uninterested in further banter, entered the arena alongside Xiao Yan'er. Sha Linger, Zhao Hai, and Duan Aohua. Boss, are you sure? Meng Ji is the leader of the 5 Power Hall, at the pinnacle of the first-grade Master Realm, and ranks 21st on the Inner Courtyard Strong list. Duan Aohua said anxiously. You must think this through. Yunyi smiled lightly. No need to worry. I have confidence. Duan Aohua remained concerned, for Meng Ji was indeed a well-known figure within the Inner Courtyard, possessing formidable strength. Aohua, fear not. Our Yunyi is no ordinary person. He is the dark horse of the spirit card hunting competition. The demon, a mere leader of the 5 Power Hall, is nothing, utterly insignificant. Zhao Hai flattered Yunyi while simultaneously belittling Meng Ji. Yunyi recognized Zhao Hai's flattery but found it slightly unpleasing to the ear, casting a sidelong glance at him, causing Zhao Hai to shiver. Yenner, wait for me. Let go for a moment. I must take the stage. Yunyi turned to look at Xiao Yenner, who was tightly gripping his arm, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face, reluctant to release Yunyi. Xiao Yenner pouted. All right, I'll let go. Just make it quick. Okay. Yunyi responded, stepping onto the platform. A wave of unexpected affection surged. On stage, Meng Ji looked down at Yunyi with contempt, mockingly laughing. Yunyi, you have quite the nerve to actually come up here to seek death? Yunyi remained composed, retorting, Are we still fighting? If not, then hurry up and leave. I have matters to attend to. Humph, now, I shall ensure your demise. Meng Ji bellowed, charging at Yunyi. Yunyi smiled lightly, sidestepping Meng Ji's attack. Then sweeping his right leg towards Meng Ji's kneecap, Meng Ji squinted, quickly retreating several meters to evade Yunyi's strike. Yunyi smirked, seizing the opportunity to pursue, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Meng Ji's chest. Caught off guard, Meng Ji was struck, staggering back several steps. Yunyi pressed his advantage, unleashing a left punch aimed at Meng Ji's temple. In a moment of panic, Meng Ji raised his hand to block. But for several consecutive days, no significant events transpired. Yunyi occupied himself within his bedroom, diligently concocting elixirs and honing his skills. Presently, under the refinement of the pure white flames of the Southern Ming fire, the purity of the first-grade medicinal pills could reach an astonishing perfection of 10%. With the enhancement of the Blue Beast fire, the purity could surpass 90%, a level even a third-grade alchemist would find challenging to attain. This was the culmination of hundreds, if not thousands, of attempts. Gazing at the numerous jade bottles filling the room, he pondered how to manage these pills. There were first-grade healing pills, low-grade recovery pills, second-grade spirit-gathering pills, and second-grade recovery pills, a veritable heap of elixirs that he could scarcely utilize. Brother Yi. At that moment, a melodious and sweet voice floated in from outside. It was Xiao Yenner. Yunyi opened the door. Xiao Yenner entered his bedroom, took a seat, and upon seeing the table brimming with medicinal pills, her innocent face revealed a mix of surprise and admiration. She inquired, Are these your concoctions? Incredible. You've made so many? Yes. Yunyi's face did not betray joy. Rather, it bore a frown of concern, uncertain of how to proceed. But I don't know how to handle them. Furrowing his brow, he sat down, resting his chin on his hands. Hearing this, Xiao Yenner blinked her eyes and cheerfully remarked, How about this? I've heard that at the market, medicinal pills are scarce. We could sell some and exchange them for spirit cards. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. A smile graced Yunyi's face as he concurred with Xiao Yenner's suggestion. By the way, Yenner, what brings you to me? I heard that the Inner Courtyard's auction house will be selling a high-level mystic technique, which would be perfect for you. Xiao Yenner shared the news with a beaming smile. Oh, is that so? Yunyi's interest piqued. What kind of technique? It's a combined technique. Leaning against Yunyi's shoulder, Xiao Yenner continued, I heard that this technique harnesses both water and fire attributes in a dual spirit technique. Water and fire are typically incompatible. However, unbeknownst to many, water represents yin while fire signifies yang. When yin and yang combine and complement each other, they can unleash tremendous power. But how can ordinary individuals simultaneously channel water and fire spirit energy? Presently, Yunyi possessed the ability to manipulate wind, fire, and water attributes. He could wield fire in one hand and water in the other. This combined technique seemed tailor-made for him. A dual spirit technique of water and fire? Yunyi's eyes sparkled. If I could possess such a technique, wouldn't that be quite impressive? Exactly. You can currently manipulate both water and fire attributes within you. This spirit technique would undoubtedly suit you. Xiao Yin'er took a sip of tea and continued. I also heard that many powerful factions will attend this auction. Consequently, the prices will undoubtedly be steep. Yunyi was well aware of the value of a high-level mystic technique, beginning at no less than 100,000 silver taels, and potentially soaring to 200,000. Moreover, given the rarity of spirit techniques, particularly combined ones, this high-level mystic technique could be worth around 300,000 silver taels, equivalent to half a year's income for the Huaxia Kingdom. I understand, but money is not an issue. With that, Yunyi wrapped his arm around Xiao Yin'er's slender waist, drawing her close with a mischievous smile. In the afternoon, Yunyi and Xiao Yin'er ventured to the market. Intending to find a partner to sell the medicinal pills in their possession, they entered a pill shop, where a plump and jovial clerk approached them. Dear customer, what kind of medicinal pills do you need? The clerk inquired cheerfully. No, I am here to sell medicinal pills, Yunyi replied, producing a bottle of second-grade spirit gathering pills containing 3 pills. Not buying any pills? The clerk scrutinized Yunyi, noting his ordinary attire and youthful appearance. How could one like you be an alchemist? You must be here to cause trouble. Yunyi frowned. You have quite the narrow view. Xiao Yin'er, indignant, exclaimed. How can you conduct business like this? Alas, we are a pill shop and have no need for your pills. The clerk retorted dismissively. Why you? Xiao Yin'er was about to erupt in anger when Yunyi seized her arm, whispering, No need to argue. It's of no consequence. What good does it do to bicker with a dog? Taking Xiao Yin'er's hand, Yunyi led her into another pill shop. This establishment, while slightly inferior to the previous one, often faced shortages of medicinal pills. Thus, in the inner courtyard market, the former shop was dubbed the first pill shop, and these others were labeled the second pill shop for differentiation. Greetings, esteemed customer. Upon entering, a man resembling a shopkeeper approached them with an exceedingly friendly demeanor. This was a typical, well-managed shop, modest in size yet spacious enough to accommodate over 100 patrons. Yunyi handed the shopkeeper the bottle of spirit-gathering pills, stating, Please take a look. Are these pills acceptable for sale? Of course. The shopkeeper promptly accepted the jade bottle, opened it, and was immediately greeted by a waft of fragrant medicinal aroma that invigorated his senses. Such a rich scent. What pills are these? What are they called? In truth, the aroma of second-grade pills is typically faint, yet for those rare exceptional second-grade pills, the fragrance can be quite pronounced. These are spirit-gathering pills. Spirit-gathering pills? The shopkeeper was taken aback. They are quite elusive. Yunyi nodded, affirming, Indeed, this is a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. What do you think? Can we strike a good deal? Absolutely. The shopkeeper became animated, certain that this bottle of spirit-gathering pills could fetch a high price. With proper handling, each pill could sell for 2,000 white-level spirit cards, and there are 3. That's splendid. I have more pills. Yunyi declared, producing all the medicinal pills from his storage ring. Countless jade bottles dazzled the shopkeeper's eyes. Are all these second-grade pills? He inquired, somewhat hesitantly. Yunyi smiled and shook his head. Some are first-grade healing pills, low-grade recovery pills, along with several second-grade spirit-gathering pills and second-grade recovery pills. The shopkeeper was left speechless. These pills could easily resolve his shop's inventory issues. As he examined each bottle, he discovered that the purity of the pills was exceptionally high. The lowest purity was 7%, with many at 8%, and the most at 9%. Gazing at these premium pills, the shopkeeper envisioned a future where his second pill shop could rival the first. Esteemed customer, I can offer you 165,000 white-level spirit cards for these. Excellent. With ample spirit cards and funds at his disposal, Yunyi felt content. After all, the wealth amassed by the scheming Taisho Huangdoxin, including all silver notes, gold, and antiques, now lay in Yunyi's hands. Now, he simply awaited the commencement of the auction. Chapter 68. The Celestial Auction House. A few days later, the auction commenced. Yunyi, alone, made his way to the Celestial Academy's auction house to participate in the bidding. The auction house was situated to the north of the Celestial Academy. Upon his first glimpse of the Celestial Auction House, Yunyi was taken aback. The auction house was an enormous floating pavilion, enveloped in a veil of mist. The pavilion was oval in shape, consisting of 4 levels, each evenly spaced and vast enough to accommodate nearly 10,000 individuals, complete with private VIP boxes on every floor. Wearing a mask, Yunyi entered the pavilion and found the hall already teeming with people. He scanned the crowd and proceeded to the 4th floor. Today, The fourth floor would auction the high-level mystic technique. Water hidden in fire. At the entrance of the fourth floor stood two elderly guardians, both exuding the formidable aura of golden body realm experts. A grand display, indeed. Yunyi couldn't help but marvel at the prestige of the Celestial Academy. These two must be elders of the academy. Just then, a striking young man clad in a dragon-patterned robe entered. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a ruddy complexion, exuding vigor and confidence. His sharp brows and bright eyes conveyed an air of authority that commanded respect and made others hesitant to approach. As Yunyi beheld the man's visage, he was left utterly astounded. It was his elder brother. Yun Miao. In a flurry, Yunyi turned, instinctively seeking to evade a meeting. After all, he was currently his only family. Why did he feel this way? Amidst his astonishment, Yunyi distinctly sensed the powerful aura of an emperor emanating from Yun Miao. This was strange. When they parted last year, Yun Miao was at the peak of the Sky Realm. How could he have ascended to the Emperor Realm in such a short span? Achieving such a feat within a year was unfathomable. Furrowing his brow, Yunyi quietly entered the auction house, taking a seat in a secluded corner to observe silently. No one noticed the figure cloaked in black, seated there. Soon, the auction began. Esteemed guests, first and foremost, congratulations on attending our Celestial Academy's auction. This event will be presided over by Elder Ming of the Academy. A captivating woman stepped onto the stage and bowed to the crowd below. The audience erupted into a chorus of excitement. Elder Ming of the Celestial Auction House. She is one of the most renowned figures in the Huaxia Kingdom. It is said that she is the youngest elder of the Celestial Academy, barely over 30 years old. The enchanting woman on stage was none other than Elder Ming Shuxin. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be your host for today's auction. I hope you will actively place your bids. Yunyi raised his gaze toward Elder Ming, who wore a pink flowing gown, her figure graceful and alluring, her skin fairer than snow, and her features exquisitely charming. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with a gentle smile, made her undeniably beautiful. Yunyi couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Although she may not surpass Xiao Yener, she was indeed a rare beauty. However, Ming Shuxin, with every frown and smile, captivates the heart and soul, especially with those enchanting fox-like eyes that are simply irresistible. Because of the Tongtian auction house, many young masters from powerful factions bid excessively high prices just to elicit a smile from her. Yet, Ming Shuxin has never cast a glance at anyone. Ahem. Yunyi cleared his throat and quickly composed himself. Enough of the idle chatter. The auction is about to commence, so I urge everyone to prepare themselves. Now, let the bidding begin. Ming Shuxin extended her delicate fingers to her lips and emitted a sharp whistle. Accompanied by her whistle, a cart was slowly wheeled out, covered by a heavy black cloth, concealing its contents. With her slender index finger, Ming Shuxin gently tapped the table, igniting the audience's curiosity. Next, I announced the first item, a low-grade Xiantier staff weapon. Upon hearing Ming Shuxin's introduction, the crowd erupted with excitement. A low-grade Xiantier weapon. Though it is a low-grade weapon, it belongs to the Xiantier. In the Huaxia Kingdom, only the core disciples of prominent families and aristocratic heirs possess such weapons. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Yunyi glanced at the black cloth on the cart, utterly disinterested. He was not a staff cultivator. After Ming Shuxin completed her introduction and removed the black cloth, a staff radiating a violet spiritual aura appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow! Such a rich wave of spiritual energy. This low-grade Xiantier spiritual staff starts at a base price of 80,000 taels of silver. Each bid must exceed 1,000. The crowd grew lively once more. 85,000 taels, 86,000 taels, 90,000 taels, 93,000 taels, 98,000 taels. Soon, the price soared to 100,000 taels and finally came to a halt point. 100,000 taels for a low-grade Xiantier spiritual staff. What a remarkable bargain. Upon seeing the price stop, Ming Shuxin's expression clearly showed her displeasure. This low-grade Xiantier weapon is valued between 150,000 to 200,000 taels. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice interrupted her. I bid 150,000 taels. Everyone turned to look, and an elderly man in a private booth called out, the Zuanian Gong bids 150,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Ming Shuxin let out a sigh of relief. This guarantees she would not incur a loss. Now, it was a matter of whether she could make a substantial profit. I bid 170,000 taels. Once again, the voice from that same booth called out, and this time, it was Yun Miao. Upon hearing it was from the Beijiang Yun family's booth. No one dared to raise their bid again. Thus, the low-grade Xiantir spiritual weapon was secured by the Beijiang Yun family. Congratulations to the Beijiang Yun family for acquiring the low-grade Xiantir spiritual staff. Muxin Lingun, Meng Shuxin smiled as she glanced towards Yun Miao's booth. The next auction item was a 1,000-year-old blood-fire coral. Before long, a pot filled with vibrant coral was displayed on the stage. The coral possesses immense value and is extremely beneficial for alchemists in crafting pills. The starting price is 100,000 taels. Each bid must not exceed 1,000 taels. 150,000 taels, 150,000 and 100 taels. The price continued to climb, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 200,000 taels. That gentleman bids 200,000 and 100 taels. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? 250,000 taels. Yun Yi watched the splendid coral blossom on the stage, his eyes flickering. This 1,000-year bloodfire coral could be used to refine the 4th-grade bloodfire pill, which would greatly enhance the strength of Little Hua. Thinking of this, Yun Yi immediately raised his card. 300,000 taels. What? Someone actually bids 300,000 taels? The crowd gasped, turning to look at the figure in black seated in the corner. A 1,000-year bloodfire coral is worth 300,000 taels? At most, it is valued at 280,000 taels, especially in the hands of an alchemist. Could it be that the mysterious figure in the corner is an alchemist? Major powers and sects also deemed the price of 300,000 taels excessive and thus refrained from further bidding. Very well, that gentleman bids 300,000 taels of silver. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Meng Shuxin inquired deliberately, yet no one responded. She was also keen to see if any wealthy individuals would foolishly raise their bid for a chance at a significant profit. After all, not everyone present was a fool. Despite the bloodfire coral's rarity, its valuation at 300,000 taels was indeed excessive. Seeing no one responding, Meng Shuxin raised her delicate brows, her tone exceedingly gentle and enticing as she called out, 300,000 taels once. 300,000 taels twice. 300,000 taels sold. Since no one dared to raise their bid, this bloodfire coral now belongs to that gentleman. Meng Shuxin waved her sleeve, her soft eyes gazing toward the cloaked figure in the corner. A trace of curiosity flickering across her face before it swiftly vanished. In this world, there exists an unspoken rule in auction houses. Sir, please settle your payment of 300,000 taels of silver at the back stage after the auction concludes. Thank you for your cooperation. Yun Yi nodded slightly, remaining silent. The next auction item is, the subsequent auction items are nothing particularly rare, thus their prices are not very high, generally ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand taels. With the higher-priced items reaching several tens of thousands of taels, Yun Yi scoffed at these items, showing no interest whatsoever. As Meng Shuxin continued, she produced a translucent, ice-blue stone. This stone is round, crystal clear, emanating a faint chill. Meng Shuxin introduced, this is the heart of ice. The heart of ice. Upon hearing Meng Shuxin's words, Yun Yi abruptly lifted his pitch-black eyes, staring at the ice-blue heart of ice on the stage. The heart of ice is a rare treasure that is said to contain pure ice elemental spiritual energy, capable of forcibly altering a person's physical attributes to the rare ice attribute. Naturally, for those who already possess an ice attribute physique, this heart of ice is even more beneficial, Meng Shuxin elaborated. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This would be perfect for Yenner. Yun Yi mused inwardly. The heart of ice is an innate treasure of the ice attribute. Since Xiao Yenner possesses an ice attribute physique, what might her strength reach if she absorbs it? Furthermore, while the Master Realm and the Sky Realm are closely related, many prodigious talents remain stuck at the peak of the Sky Realm for years, unable to advance. Even with a century of cultivation, reaching the Golden Body Realm is often a challenge, let alone the Transformation Realm. Even if Xiao Yenner's talent is extraordinary, it would take her at least 5 years, if not longer, to ascend to the Sky Realm. Of course, if she had the Heart of Ice, such an opportunity to break through the Sky Realm would significantly shorten that time, and her strength would surpass that of other Sky Realm experts by several folds. Yun Yi was exhilarated, but such an innate treasure would require at least 1 million taels of silver, and he had only over 300,000 taels to his name. Moreover, This silver was earned from auctioning off all the antique paintings and calligraphy he had collected from the lecherous Taisho Huang Doxin during his recent visit to the Tongtian auction house, along with a portion exchanged through spirit cards at a 10-to-1 ratio. Realizing this, Yun Yi inhaled sharply. Should he forego the high-grade spiritual technique, water concealment fire hide, which was worth at least 2 million taels? Ladies and gentlemen, I will not elaborate further on the benefits of the Heart of Ice. Now, the starting price is 300,000 taels of silver, and each bid must exceed 100,000 taels. Let the bidding commence, Meng Shuxin stated straightforwardly, striking the gavel to signal the auction's commencement. 310,000 taels. Immediately, another mysterious bidder raised their offer. 320,000 taels. 330,000 taels. 350,000 taels. A man in a gray robe, wearing a black hat, spoke slowly from one of the booths. As soon as he finished, a voice from another booth exclaimed, 600,000 taels. 620,000 taels. The gray-robed man, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, promptly raised his bid. 700,000 taels. Another man's voice came from the booth. The gray-robed man paused for a moment, gritting his teeth as he declared, 800,000 taels. Buying the Heart of Ice at such a price would be an absolute steal. Yet, no one else dared to bid. This gray-robed man was from Shushan, competing against the Xuantiangong. These two forces were not trifling matters that small powers, sects, or families could provoke. 850,000 taels. Suddenly, a bald monk from another booth shouted. Who would have thought that Shaolin also coveted this treasure? Of course, who wouldn't want this gem? In an instant, the crowd erupted in discussion. The monk bids 850,000 taels. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Meng Shuxin, seeing the crowd in a frenzy yet no one raising their bid, could not help but urge, this price is a loss, 90,000 taels. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from one of the booths. It was the Beijiang Yun family's booth. Following that, no one dared to raise their bid again. This was a bid from the Beijiang Yun family, and anyone who dared to counter it was courting death. The Beijiang king bids 90,000. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? Meng Shuxin, well aware that no one would dare to respond, still declared, 90,000 is a loss. Very well, the Heart of Ice. Suddenly, a reckless voice echoed from the corner, wait a moment. A collective gasp arose as the crowd once again turned their gaze toward the figure clad in a black robe and mask in the corner. This audacious individual, does he not value his life? 910,000 taels, Yun Yi exclaimed. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Clearly, this was a blatant challenge to the Yun family of Beijiang, in truth. It was not Yun Yi who sought trouble, but rather a lack of funds that compelled him to act. Yun Miao rose and approached the window, feeling a strange familiarity upon glimpsing the masked figure in the corner. As though he recognized him. What could this mean? Yun Miao furrowed his brow. Your Highness, should I go? An elderly man in black stepped forward, bowing respectfully, but before he could finish his words, Yun Miao interrupted him. Wait and observe. 1 million taels. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded from within the private booth. At this moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Could it be that the Yun family of Beijiang had actually raised the bid to 1 million? 1,100,000 taels. Yun Ye's voice rang out once more. A cacophony of murmurs erupted among the spectators. It was confirmed. This was indeed a case of trouble brewing. Did this fool wish to court death? How dare he play such dangerous games? This is not our concern. Let us wait outside to enjoy the spectacle. This fool will not live long. Your Highness, shall I put an end to him? The black-clad elder inquired again. Chapter 70. The auction item turns out to be a young girl. Humph! With a flick of his sleeve, Yun Miao turned away from the elder, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare anyone look down upon the Yun family of Beijiang? Let us extend some courtesy to the Tongtian Academy. Yes, the elder replied respectfully, bowing as he withdrew. He understood Yun Miao's intent. Within the confines of the Tongtian Academy, one could not resort to violence, but once outside, this fool would surely meet his demise. Very well. That gentleman bids 1,100,000 taels. Is there anyone who wishes to raise the bid? Meng Shuxin's brows knitted in concern as she stared blankly at the masked figure in the corner. Who on earth was he, to dare oppose the Yun family of Beijiang? Hearing Meng Shuxin's voice, the crowd fell silent. She glanced up at the Yun family's booth and, seeing no further bids, her face broke into a smile as she turned toward Yunyi. Since there are no further bids, this ice-cold heart shall belong to this gentleman. The crowd was astounded. Why had the Yun family refrained from bidding? Were they truly conceding without so much as a protest? Was this fellow's power truly more formidable than that of the Yun family? How terrifying! Subsequently, Meng Shuxin continued the auction, but the subsequent items failed to capture Yun Ye's attention. He currently possessed only 190,000 taels. Should another item arise, he would be unable to acquire the high-tier spirit technique. Water concealed fire that, of course, the likelihood of winning such an item now was virtually non-existent. A decade prior, a high-tier spirit technique had emerged, fetching a staggering price of 165,000 taels. In the subsequent 10 years, not a single high-tier spirit technique had been auctioned, let alone a high-tier one. Presently, with a high-tier spirit technique laid bare before them, how could the prominent figures and powerful factions refrain from competing? The price was sure to surpass that of the previous decade, potentially even doubling. Yunyi surveyed the various booths, noting the presence of Wudong, Shaolin, Qisha, and even the royal family. All major factions had evidently come well prepared. Suddenly, a large cart emerged from the side door, draped in black cloth, obscuring its contents from view. "What is this?" the crowd inquired in confusion. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a treasure of unparalleled value for men." Meng Shuxin's face flushed, clearly embarrassed by the nature of this item. She believed it challenging to articulate its worth. Upon hearing the phrase "a treasure for men," the crowd erupted in a clamor. What on earth? A treasure for men? What could this possibly be? And why is it covered in black cloth? How mysterious! This piqued Yun Ye's curiosity. Closing his eyes, he employed his spiritual perception to discern the contents of the cart, revealing it to be a living being, seemingly human. This revelation astonished Yunyi. Taking a deep breath, Meng Shuxin steadied herself and unveiled the black cloth. Before the eyes of the crowd, a massive cage was revealed, within which lay a young girl clad in scant attire, her fair skin exposed to the air, her luscious lips slightly parted, releasing a fragrance with each breath. Her frightened visage bore a faint blush, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure, stirring the desires of onlookers. The girl lay trembling upon the cart, seemingly terrified. Yun Ye's eyes widened as he stared at the girl within the cart, captivated by the scene. It was an intensely alluring image that would ensnare any man. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumultuous emotions within him. Closing his eyes once more, the men in the audience were driven to madness, clamoring, "This girl is too beautiful. I wish to hold her in my arms, to kiss her fiercely. Ha ha! What a steal, to acquire such a beauty for merely 50,000 taels." Hearing the words of these men, Yun Ye's expression morphed into one of disdain and revulsion. "Ladies and gentlemen, this girl is but 18 years of age, untouched by anyone, with the mark of purity still upon her. The starting bid is 10,000 taels of silver." With increments of 100 taels, Meng Shuxin concluded, sighing in relief. She seemed to feel a sense of injustice for the girl's predicament, yet acknowledged that power was the true currency in this world. As soon as her words fell, eager bidders sprang forth: 11,000 taels, 13,000 taels, 15,000 taels, 16,000 taels, 22,000 taels, 24,000 taels. In the blink of an eye, the price had escalated by 30,000 taels of silver. Yunyi slowly opened his eyes, surveying the crowd with a cold demeanor. 40,000 taels. His intention to rescue the girl was not born of lust. He was not that kind of man. Though the girl's beauty was exquisite, she was not worth 40,000 taels. The crowd regarded him as though he were a fool, turning their heads to glance at Yunyi, likely deeming him a naive spendthrift. Ignoring their incredulous stares, Yun Ye's gaze remained sharp and commanding, and indeed, no one dared to contest him further. 40,000 taels for a woman? How foolish! 40,000 taels could sustain one at a brothel for years. Congratulations to this gentleman. He has acquired a young girl. Though Meng Shuxin found the situation distasteful, she managed to maintain her composure as she announced, "Next item up for auction." Another cart was wheeled forward. This one smaller, seemingly containing an item wrapped in black cloth, roughly the size of a fist. It was a magical core from a 5th-tier beast. Meng Shuxin unveiled the black cloth, revealing the item. The core shimmered with a dark azure hue, emanating a potent aura of intimidation. A fifth-tier magical core. The crowd's breaths quickened. Goodness. A fifth-tier magical core. How extravagant! Excitement rippled through the audience. The fifth-tier magical core was immensely precious. Yuan Ye's pupils constricted. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. He desired it, yet lacked the funds. Alas, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wood element fifth-tier magical core. Its rarity is self-evident. The starting bid is 200,000 taels. With increments not exceeding 10,000 taels, let the bidding commence. Chapter 71. Water Concealed Fire. I bid 201,000, 202,000, 203,000. The competition for this precious magical core was fierce. 300,000 taels. A booming voice echoed from the back of the crowd. All eyes turned to the source, revealing an elder in a blue robe standing by a booth, his gaze fixed intently on the magical core. A faint smile gracing his lips. It was the Xintian sect. 400,000 taels. A low, gravelly voice emerged from the Shaolin booth. It was the monk Shukong, a robust figure with a stern visage, exuding a formidable aura that seemed to suppress the entire venue. Upon hearing the monk's bid, the crowd fell silent, for who could dare challenge such a formidable presence? The monk was one of the top 10 masters of the entire Huaxia kingdom, a powerful figure of the emperor's realm. Who could possibly oppose him? Seeing Shaolin make a move, the crowd was left speechless. Suddenly, from the Wudong booth, a clear voice rang out. 500,000. 500,000? The crowd gasped in awe at Wudong's audacity. At this moment, a chilling voice echoed from the Qixia booth. 600,000 taels. A hissing sound echoed from within the Seven Kills private room, prompting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. It was said that Seven Kills had provoked the Tongtian Academy. How could they still dare to attend the Tongtian auction? The Seven Kills sect, notorious for its cruelty, would certainly bring about heavy casualties for the Tongtian Academy if barred from entry. Their leader, after all, was the formidable Emo Sha, a peak-level emperor. Who would dare to slight him? Indeed, without the aid of other emperor-level experts, how could the Academy's director, Gu Shi, withstand Emo Sha's might? The Shaolin and Wudong sects, upon seeing Seven Kills raise their bid, decided to bide their time and observe the reaction of the Beijiangyun family. If they chose not to bid, they would then raise their own offers. Meanwhile, the royal family, under the edict of Empress Luo Tian, had issued a proclamation. Within a budget of 180,000 taels, one could acquire the high-level spell combination, Water Concealing Fire. After all, the royal treasury had been in dire straits in recent years, barely managing to sustain normal operations. After a prolonged silence, the Beijiangyun family remained unresponsive. 62,000 taels. The monk from Shaolin called out. 65,000 taels. 68,000 taels. Soon, the three factions were engaged in a fierce competition for the fifth-tier magic core, with bids soaring to nearly 80,000 taels, reaching 79,000 taels. Hiss! Such power and wealth among the major factions. Yunyi, filled with envy, thought to himself, I desire it as well. At that moment, following the last bid of 79,000 taels from the Seven Kills sect, silence fell. Then a voice emerged from the Beijiangyun family's private room. 80,000 taels. Just moments ago, they had refrained from raising their bid. Emo Sha scolded inwardly, though he dared not voice his anger. The Beijiangyun family's influence was far too daunting. Shaolin and Wudong were also taken aback. Had they acted sooner, who would have dared to compete? What a waste of unnecessary expenditure. 80,000 taels. Once. 80,000 taels. Twice. 80,000 taels. Thrice. Sold. The dust finally settled as the magic core was claimed by the Beijiangyun family. Following this, several other items were auctioned, but their prices were rather mediocre, leaving Ming Shuxin utterly disheartened. Alas, she sighed, shaking her head, what a loss! I had hoped to acquire something of high value, yet the outcome is so disappointing. She turned her gaze towards Yunyi, wishing that this wealthy fool would lend her assistance once more. However, Yunyi, seated in the corner, found himself devoid of funds. Today, this item ranks just beneath the grand finale. With that, a cart was rolled out, this time without a covering of black cloth, revealing a jade vial. Could it be a medicinal pill? Some speculated. I believe it must be something even more extraordinary than a mere pill. Meng Shuxin, extending her porcelain-like hand, grasped the jade vial and declared, inside lies not a medicinal pill, But the coveted beast fire, the moment her words fell, a tempest of excitement surged through the crowd. What? Beast fire? Isn't that the flame found within magical beasts? It was said that beast fire was born from magical creatures. Wielding tremendous power, this item was of considerable worth. It seemed my hopes of a bargain were dashed. I heard that a fourth-tier beast fire had once sold for a staggering 100,000. This is the beast fire of a fifth-tier magical beast, the fire python. Starting bid, 200,000. Each increment must not be less than 10,000, 200,000. Good heavens, how exorbitant! Indeed, this beast fire is primarily useful for fire attribute martial artists or alchemists. Yet it commands such a high price, precisely. The reason for its high cost is not merely its rarity compared to medicinal pills. Rather, the sheer terror associated with fifth-tier beast fire often deters many experts from bidding. After all, it embodies the fearsome power of a magical beast, and fifth-tier beasts possess a touch of sentience. Unless one possesses absolute strength to crush it, defeating a fifth-tier magical beast is exceedingly difficult. Even more maddening is the rarity of beast fire, which far surpasses that of magic cores. Magic cores are already considered rare materials, yet how scarce must this beast fire be? To illustrate, among 1,000 magical beasts, one might only find a single instance of beast fire. This implies that the rarity of this fifth-tier beast fire is akin to that of 10 magic cores. However, due to its limited application, its price typically ranges from 3 to 4 times that of magic cores. 500,000 taels, shouted the Seven Kills sect. They were unwilling to squander further time. Let the minor factions and individuals raise their bids, and once the price reached a certain point, they would join in, preferring a decisive approach. This is utterly intolerable. At least allow for a process. 60,000 taels, 70,000 taels, 75,000 taels. This fifth-tier beast fire was auctioned by the Shushen sect. As they knew they could not compete with the dominant Beijiangyun family in the final showdown, it was better to return home with other treasures. Congratulations to the Shushan sect leader. Next, the moment everyone awaited arrived. A cart slowly approached, this time draped in a red cloth. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Meng Shushin. Yunyi, who had been on the verge of slumber, suddenly brightened. Finally, the moment had come. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale of today's auction. The high-level spell combination, Water Concealing Fire. As Meng Shushin concluded her announcement and unveiled the red cloth, the venue fell into a hushed silence. An eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. High-level spell combination? Gasped the crowd in unison. Meng Shushin wore a confident smile, for she knew that this water-concealing fire would surely fetch an ideal price. At least not less than 2 million. As the red cloth was lifted, a scroll radiating a purple glow appeared before the audience, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, shimmering with a soft lavender light, exuding an air of mysterious allure. Upon seeing it, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. High-level spell combination. Just witnessing this is worth a lifetime. No wonder so many powerful factions had gathered today. The finale item was indeed a spell combination. A fierce battle was sure to ensue. Who would emerge victorious? I wager on the Seven Kills sect. I place my bets on the Beijiangyun family. The whispers from the audience reached Meng Shushin's ears. A faint smile graced her lips, indicating her satisfaction. I believe you are all well aware of the precious nature of the water-concealing fire. Without further ado, the starting bid is 1 million taels. Each increment must not be less than 100,000. The moment this price was announced, shock rippled through the crowd. A direct starting bid of 1 million taels, with increments of no less than 100,000, clearly indicated the auction house's intention for a swift resolution. After a prolonged silence, no one dared to raise their bid. Yunyi felt a pang of anxiety. He glanced around, confirming that no one was moving. In truth, the minor factions and sects were hesitant to bid. For them, the water-concealing fire was akin to a hot potato. Should they involve themselves, they would inevitably attract calamity, facing dire consequences. Who would dare to bid recklessly? As for Wudong, Shaolin, and Seven Kills, they were all waiting for the Beijiangyun family's offer, as there existed an unspoken rule. For each auction item, the family would only bid 3 times. Exceeding 3 bids, regardless of the amount, would forfeit their right to continue bidding. They hoped to see the Beijiangyun family bid first, wasting one of their attempts. For the sake of acquiring the high-level spell combination, They had resolved to tear apart their alliance with the Beijiang Yun family. Just as Yunyi was about to speak, a deep, raspy voice filled with potent spiritual energy reached his ears. 120,000 taels. Yunyi turned towards the source of the voice. It was a royal envoy. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The royal envoy had boldly announced a bid of 120,000 taels. Amidst the astonishment, Yunyi also shouted out, 185,000. Hiss! A wave of gasps resonated throughout the venue. Everyone turned to the figure in the corner, cloaked in a black robe and mask. Who was this individual? He was astonishingly wealthy. His first bid was a staggering 185,000. What kind of background did he possess? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and several major factions began to entertain similar thoughts. This young man had just clashed with the Beijiang Yun family, yet they had refrained from retaliating, even yielding now. He had audaciously announced a bid of 185,000. Was he perhaps from a hidden family of great renown, someone even the Beijiang Yun family would not dare to provoke? As this notion sank in, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. If that were the case, this individual was undeniably formidable, not only possessing influence but also an unfathomable depth. Many began to ponder cautiously. Who would dare to bid against him? Rumors circulated that a hidden family had once coveted an item, only for a sect to triumph in the bidding, leading to the hidden family annihilating the entire sect to claim their prize. Such terrifying power, such ruthless methods. Only those from hidden families would dare to act in such a manner. In an instant, no one dared to raise their bids. They could only await the Beijiang Yun family's response. Curious to see whether they would increase their offer. If not, it would confirm their prior suspicions. At this moment, Yumiao took a sip of tea and smiled mischievously, thinking to herself that if this young man were to secure the item and take it away from Tongtian Academy, it would save her a few million taels in expenses. For a long while, the atmosphere was thick with silence, and Meng Shuxin stared blankly at the figure in the corner, the enigmatic man in the black robe, Yunyi. Just what was his background to be so audacious? Meng Shuxin's mouth hung agape, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. Finally, she took a deep breath to compose herself and asked, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The hall fell silent again, with everyone exchanging glances, looking up and then turning to observe Yunyi. Very well, Meng Shuxin nodded in disappointment. She had hoped for a bidding war that would fetch a price in the millions. Congratulations, sir, for winning the high-level spirit technique, water concealing fire, at a bid of 180,000 taels of silver. Meng Shuxin adjusted her demeanor and continued. This concludes today's auction. We hope to see you all again at the next event. As her words echoed, a wave of applause erupted throughout the hall. Yumiao waved his sleeve and turned to leave the private box, leaving Yunyi momentarily stunned. Had he heard correctly? The auction was over? He had actually won? The aura of the protagonist was indeed formidable. Ha ha, a child of destiny. Yunyi felt as though he had just tasted honey, overflowing with joy. He hurried backstage to settle the payment, collect his item, and retrieve the person. Congratulations, sir. Meng Shuxin slightly bowed, a sweet smile adorning her face as she took the item from her subordinate and handed it to Yunyi. Yunyi accepted it, placing it into his spatial ring and then, with a calm demeanor, asked, "And what of that young lady?" Meng Shuxin was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Please follow me." She then led Yunyi to a room at the back of the auction house. Yunyi beheld a young woman before him, confined in a cage, clad in scant clothing, curled up in a corner, trembling. The wave of sympathy washed over him. He took the key, unlocked the chains, approached her gently, and said, "My dear, do not be afraid, I shall take you home." Upon hearing his words, the young woman abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with fear. "No, please, let me go." Seeing the terror in her gaze, Yunyi furrowed his brow. It seemed she had been imprisoned. "Do not worry, come with me, and I will ensure your safe return home." Yunyi comforted her softly. With that, he retrieved a jacket from his spatial ring and draped it over her shoulders. Instantly, warmth surged through the young woman, her eyes glistening with tears as she stammered, "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks. Let us depart." Yunyi grasped her delicate, fair wrist and led her toward the exit. The young woman hesitated, asking, "Are you truly taking me home?" Yunyi nodded, affirming, "Yes, rest assured, I shall not harm you." Aware that many awaited him at the Tongtian auction house, He guided the young woman to a secluded area. Chapter 73. The Peculiar Young Woman System. Enter the cultivation space. Yunyi silently commanded, "Ding." The system cultivation space is being generated. Ding. Entering the system cultivation space. In a daze, Yunyi and the young woman found themselves on an island. The island was suffused with spiritual energy, lush with trees, and filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. A veritable paradise untouched by the mundane world, akin to a celestial realm. Yet, the young woman had no inclination to admire the beauty around her. She appeared anxious, her gaze tense and wary. "Where is this?" The young woman was taken aback. Although the place resembled a fairyland, she was still reeling from her fear and had no time to appreciate the magnificent scenery. Noticing her guarded demeanor, Yunye's heart quivered slightly, and he sighed inwardly. "Rest assured, I will not harm you." Upon hearing his words, the young woman relaxed a fraction but remained on high alert, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Why?" The young woman pondered but found herself at a loss for questions, likely still unsettled. Fearing that this sudden young man might have ulterior motives, "My name is Yunyi. You need not worry." "I am not like those others." Yunyi reached out to comfort her, his tone gentle as he spoke, employing the same method he had used to soothe Xiao Yin'er when she was upset. However, the young woman was too preoccupied with her apprehension to notice his kindness, instinctively stepping back to distance herself from him. Yunyi retracted his hand, managing an awkward smile as he produced a green pleated skirt from his spatial ring and offered it to her, saying, "You are dressed too lightly. It may expose you to the cold. Please, change into this." The young woman accepted the garment, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Yunye's earnest expression. Could he genuinely have no intention of harming her? Regardless of his motives, he surely wouldn't take her life, right? The young woman clenched her teeth, deciding to trust him for the time being. If she remained overly cautious, it might provoke him and endanger her further. Having come to this conclusion, the young woman swiftly removed her clothing. Yunyi was taken aback, hastily turning away. "You? I?" Yunyi spun around, wiping the sweat from his brow while attempting to explain. The young woman, equally stunned, queried, "What is it? Is there a problem?" "Everything is a problem. I am a man. You should change elsewhere." Yunyi was momentarily dumbfounded. Did this young girl not understand the distinction between genders? "What?" The young woman appeared perplexed. Continuing to inquire, "What do you mean?" Coughing awkwardly, Yunyi cleared his throat and explained, "I am male, and you are female. When changing clothes, you cannot do so in front of a man." The young woman blinked in confusion, seemingly grasping the concept, and finally nodded. "Then I shall change elsewhere." Go ahead." Thus, the young woman took the clothing and departed. Yunyi gazed at her graceful silhouette, his breath hitched, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Goodness, have girls become so bold these days? When the young woman returned, clad in the fresh attire, she showcased a figure that could only be described as a perfect embodiment of proportion, her skin radiant, delicate and seemingly flawless. Her long, slender legs were captivatingly smooth, leaving Yunyi momentarily speechless. "What is your name?" Yunyi inhaled deeply, inquiring, "Where is your home?" "I shall escort you back in a month. I do not know." Yunyi was left bewildered. What was he to do? Keep her by his side? Absolutely not. He could barely manage one Xiaolinger. How could he handle another troublemaker without inciting Xiao Yin'er's ire? After a fierce internal struggle, Yunyi asked, "Very well. What shall I call you?" The young woman paused, bemused by his question. Did I not just say I do not know? Of course, she only thought this to herself and refrained from voicing it. "I do not know my name." "Ah?" Yunye's eyes widened in disbelief as sympathy surged within him once more. "No name? How tragic. Then how should I address you?" Yunyi placed his hand on his chin. "Deep in thought, I shall call you Chingy. It seems I recall someone calling me that. Seems like..." The young woman was perplexed by his response, leaving Yunyi momentarily dumbfounded. Yunye's gaze swept over her, and he grasped her wrist to take her pulse. "So that is the case," he finally realized. "You have lost your memory?" "I cannot recall many things from before." The young woman was astonished. He was remarkably skilled. While taking her pulse, Yunyi sensed an immense energy within her, far surpassing his own, coursing through her being. The terrifying power was enough to instill fear even in him. Such strength was incongruous for a mere 16-year-old girl. Here, Yunyi produced a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and handed it to her, saying, "Qingyi, this pill should aid you." The pill in Yunye's hand was a remedy for amnesia, dream recovery pill. One ingested, it would allow a person to relive their past and restore their memories. Yunyi had learned this from medical texts, though the pill lacked an essential ingredient, dreamgrass, which diminished its potency significantly. The young woman took the pill and swallowed it, but aside from a faint herbal aroma, she felt no other sensation. Yunyi understood that without the dreamgrass, the pill's efficacy would be greatly reduced. Perhaps not even reaching 1%. He then retrieved silver needles from his spatial ring and said, "This pill is incomplete, but I also have some acupuncture knowledge. In half a month, you should regain some memories." The young woman sat cross-legged on the ground as Yunyi held the needle, gently puncturing her acupoints. The temples, Baihui, Sishinkong, Shuriguksu, and Tu-Wei. Yunyi observed the silver needles as they began to shimmer with a faint glow. Akin to fireflies dancing in the night, he nodded in satisfaction. His first attempt at acupuncture was going rather smoothly. Approximately half an hour later, Yunyi slowly withdrew the needles, smiling as he said, "Every day at this time, I shall perform acupuncture for you. In half a month, you will surely recover your memories." The young girl raised her elegant brows, her large, shimmering eyes gazing at Yunyi. As she exclaimed, "Thank you, now, I remember my name." Chapter 74, Dragon Island outside the Tongtian auction house. Why hasn't that guy emerged yet? How much time has passed? A handsome young man seethed with rage, his eyes aflame. This individual was none other than Yun Miao. My subordinates are unaware, however. The Tongtian auction house has long been besieged, so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Even if that man in black possesses extraordinary abilities, he would find it impossible to escape. Not a drop of water could pass through? Impossible to escape? Yun Miao scoffed coldly. It's been half a day, and night is nearly upon us. Logically, that man in black should have made his exit by now, yet there isn't even a shadow of him. My lord, please rest assured. I shall enter the auction house and investigate. Go quickly! Yun Miao's eyes brimmed with fury and resentment as he impatiently shouted, "I do not wish to wait even a moment longer." Yun Miao could hardly fathom that the man in black was currently hiding in a place he would never find. Before arriving at the auction house, Yunyi had already resolved to conceal himself in the System S training space for a month before emerging. After all, the allure of the advanced spirit technique, water concealing fire, was simply too enticing. Even if he succeeded in the auction, he would be unaware of how many pairs of eyes were fixated upon him once he stepped out of the auction house. Hiding for a month was the safest option. Naturally, he had mentioned this to Xiao Yener but had refrained from telling Xia Linger. During the day spent in the system's training space, besides alchemy, cultivating his techniques and practicing swordsmanship, Yunyi also endeavored to master the advanced spirit technique, water concealing fire. With a flick of his right hand, a ball of blue flame erupted, and with a twist of his left hand, a water sphere appeared out of thin air. Water is gentle, while fire is fierce. Water embodies yin, and fire represents yang. The fusion of water and fire amplifies their power. At present, his control over fire had reached an exceptional level. While his mastery over water, though similar in principle, required a different approach, as water is inherently soft and yielding, whereas fire is robust and domineering. Both needed to be mastered through distinct methods, necessitating Yunyi to practice dual focus. Water concealing fire, this advanced spirit technique, is divided into three realms. The first realm, the realm of fire; the second realm, the realm of water; the third realm, the confluence of water and fire. Giving rise to mysterious powers, Yunyi effortlessly grasped the first realm in less than half a day. Yet the second realm, the realm of water, proved elusive, taking him over 10 days without notable progress. This situation caused a frown to settle on Yunye's brow, filled with confusion. According to his talent and intellect, this should not be the case. Could it be that this advanced spirit technique harbored some peculiarities? Pondering this, Yunyi focused his attention on the second realm, the realm of water. What indeed is the path of water? Deep in thought, he struggled to comprehend its essence. Forget it, forget it. Finally, he shook his head with a sigh. Conceding defeat, if he could not fathom it, he would have to choose to abandon it for the time being. At that moment, the young girl bounced over to Yunyi, exclaiming, "Yunyi Gij, Thank you. I remembered. My home is on Dragon Island, and I am a descendant of the dragon. Dragon Island? Yunyi inhaled sharply, realizing how he had overlooked this fact. Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi. How many prominent families share the surname Gu? There is but one, the hidden aristocratic family that has long secluded itself on an island in the Western Sea. This explained the powerful energy within Gu Qingyi. Qingyi. I had no idea your background was so formidable. Congratulations. In a few days, once it is safe outside, I will escort you home. Yunyi Gij. I actually do not want to return home. Gu Qingyi pouted, playfully wrapping her arms around Yunyez. I want you to accompany me. She had escaped from Dragon Island without recalling the reason behind it. However, with so few people on the island, aside from her family, all that surrounded her were the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, which she found exceedingly dull. I don't want to go. Gu Qingyi shook Yunyez's arm, pleading, please agree to accompany me. Yunyi, recalling his previous experience with Xiaolinger, suddenly froze. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? No, no, no. His smile vanished, replaced by a stoic expression as he stated, I need to cultivate. I cannot play with you. Yunyi Gij, I will tell you everything I know. Please don't send me away. Gu Qingyi persisted, her tone unwavering. Do you think I need your techniques? Who do you think I am? I possess a system. Yunyi mused inwardly, absolutely not. In a few days, I must send you away. Seeing Yunyez's resolute demeanor, Gu Qingyi let out a bitter laugh. Humph. I don't need your help. In a few days, I will leave on my own. With a flick of her sleeve, Gu Qingyi dashed away, tears welling in her eyes. She had thought Yunyi to be a good person, yet he turned out to be so heartless. As Gu Qingyi ran off, Yunyi did not pursue her. Chasing after her might lead to an entanglement he wished to avoid. In the following days, Gu Qingyi hardly initiated a conversation with him. After dinner, Yunyi lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, her sweet visage lingering in his mind, filled with regret. Had he hurt Gu Qingyi too deeply? After much contemplation, Yunyi rose, managing a wry smile as he approached Gu Qingyi, who sat by the campfire. Qingyi, are you feeling quite bored on the island? Is that why you don't wish to return? Upon seeing Yunyi approach, Gu Qingyi feigned nonchalance, refusing to speak. I have urgent matters to attend to these days and cannot play with you. But rest assured, when I have time, I will definitely visit the island to see you and spend time together. Yunyi intended to deceive her into returning home first, and in time, she would naturally forget him. A man's words are but a deceitful charm. Gu Qingyi shot him a sidelong glance, her tone icy. Yunyi was taken aback. Just days ago, she had been naive about matters of the heart. What had changed? A man's words are but a deceitful charm. She knew this well. The girl was certainly not simple. Thus, Yunyi revealed his trump card. How about this? He opened his palm, revealing the vermilion bird mark, which transformed into a radiant red light, coalescing into the form of the divine beast, vermilion bird. This is my pet, Little Fire. If you are bored on the island, let it keep you company. Gu Qingyi raised her brows slightly, astonished as Little Fire landed in her arms, her mouth agape in wonder. Where did you get this? That's a secret. Little Fire is a 5th-tier magical beast, the divine vermilion bird. Yunyi scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Little Fire has already reached the peak form of a 5th-tier magical beast, and I am currently searching for a transformation pill. However, the transformation pill is a 6th-grade elixir, requiring a 1,000-year blood fire coral, spirit transformation grass, and a 6th-tier fire attribute magic core. Once I gather them, I will come to find you. How does that sound? Good. Gu Qingyi gently caressed Little Fire's crimson feathers, her expression transforming into a charming smile that illuminated her face. Chapter 75. Misunderstanding in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and Yunyi and Gu Qingyi emerged from the system space. Indeed, everyone had already departed, as they exited the Tongtian auction house. Gu Qingyi felt a pang of reluctance, but, seeing Yunyez's resolute expression, decided to return to the island and await his arrival. Yunyi Gij, we have a 6th-tier fire attribute magic core on our island. So, as long as you gather the 1,000-year blood fire coral and spirit transformation grass, you will be fine. With that, just before departing, Gu Qingyi stood on her toes and gently pressed her lips against Yunyez's cheek before turning and running away. Yunyi stood there, dumbfounded, watching Gu Qingyi leave, a look of regret crossing his face. It seems I have erred once more. Perhaps it would have been better to have her resent me instead. Upon returning to Courtyard 016, Yunyi found Xiao Yin'er standing at the entrance. As a familiar figure slowly approached, her heart raced with excitement and anticipation. She rushed forward, her sweet, delicate voice ringing out. Yunyi Gij, you have finally returned. Did you miss me? I think of you every day. Upon hearing her words, Yunyi felt warmth envelop his heart. Xiao Yin'er's voice was like feathers brushing against his soul, while her sweet smile was akin to a spring breeze that instantly brightened his demeanor. Yin'er, I missed you as well, Yunyi exclaimed, producing a wooden box from his storage ring. The Ice Heart? This will surely assist you in breaking through to the Ling Kong realm. Thank you, Yunyi Gij. Xiao Yin'er eagerly accepted the box, opening it with anticipation as a pure, spirit-filled aura wafted towards her. I am truly grateful, Yunyi Gij. You have treated me so well. I must reward you. Reward? Yunyi perked up at this, excitement coursing through him. How will you reward me? He asked with a mischievous grin. His gaze fixated on her. Xiao Yin'er bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered, Yunyi Gij, close your eyes. Close my eyes? Why? Yunyi was momentarily bewildered. Are you going to kiss me? Then I shall close my eyes too. No, not that, Xiao Yin'er exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, her face turning crimson. Just close your eyes. Oh. Although Yunyi was unsure of what Xiao Yin'er intended, he complied and closed his eyes. Hee. Xiao Yin'er flashed an evil smile as she retrieved a bundle of ropes from her spatial ring, swiftly binding Yunyi. Upon opening his eyes, Yunyi realized that he was entirely ensnared, resembling a zongzi, with the ropes tightly secured around him. He struggled in vain, discovering that escape was impossible. Yin'er, what are you doing? Yunyi asked, startled. Humph. Xiao Yin'er let out a cold snort, her previous gentleness evaporating, replaced by an icy demeanor. Who was that girl? Her words trailed off, as embarrassment washed over her. She hadn't anticipated that Yunyi would behave in such a manner. Embracing another woman, laughing and sharing intimate moments, even kissing. What do you mean by kissing? Yunyi began to inquire, only to recall the moment when Gu Qingyi had kissed him, realizing that Xiao Yin'er had witnessed it. He felt as if he were an Oscar contender for Best Actor in a farce. Yin'er, it's not what you think. I saved her. She kissed me to express her gratitude. Yunyi's excuses faltered. She kissed you, hoping to offer herself in return. Xiao Yin'er raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold laugh. Oh, Yunyi, you are quite the charmer. In just a few days, you've managed to ensnare her heart? The more Xiao Yin'er contemplated, the more irate she became. Without hesitation, she struck out at Yunyi. Yunyi, you scoundrel! Yunyi, tightly bound and unable to evade, took the full force of her slap, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he spoke gently. Yin'er, it's truly not as you perceive it. Xiao Yin'er refused to hear any further explanations from him and dashed away into the distance. Yin'er! Yunyi called out, desperately. Tears streamed down Xiao Yin'er's cheeks. Her demeanor pitiful. She paid no heed to the so-called scoundrel, Yunyi. Suddenly, a pure white flame erupted around Yunyi, and with a surge of determination, he broke free from his bonds and sprinted after her. Yin'er, I truly didn't touch her. As he ran, he shouted to Xiao Yin'er, but she remained oblivious, continuing her frantic flight. Yin'er! Yunyi pressed on, but the distance between them was too great. Suddenly, Xiao Yin'er halted, turning back to glare fiercely at Yunyi. Yunyi, I despise you. You despise me? Yin'er, why would you say such a thing? What have I done to upset you? Please, tell me, and I'll change. Yin'er, don't do this, I beg you. Yunyi felt himself spiraling into madness. What was he to do? Yunyi, I truly regret ever knowing you. I hate you. Please, don't say that. I genuinely love you. Love me? Go to hell. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Yin'er transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. Yunyi collapsed onto the ground. He knew that he could not clarify things with Xiao Yin'er now, but he could explain later when her anger had subsided. Ding dong. A system notification echoed. Temporary mission issued. Conquer the 9th level of the Illusion Tower. Mission success reward. A clever method to reconcile with Xiao Yin'er. Mission failure penalty? None. Upon hearing this, Yunyi cursed vehemently. Damn system. However, he had no choice but to heed its directives. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin'er hid in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 blades. That scoundrel, Yunyi, had embraced another woman and kissed her. He claimed he hadn't. He touched her, insisting it was her initiative. Sobbing, Xiao Yin'er felt utterly devastated. Yunyi, you scoundrel, she cried, wishing fervently that Yunyi could hear her, come to her side, comfort her, and offer some explanation. Even if it were a lie. Time passed, and he did not appear. Yunyi steadied his emotions and rose to his feet. At this moment, Xiao Yin'er would not hear his explanation, so he could only follow the system's arrangement and challenge the 9th level of the illusion tower. Hoping for a glimmer of hope, wandering aimlessly, Yunyi felt like a lost soul, akin to a lifeless body. He was genuinely afraid that Xiao Yin'er might do something reckless. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out. Ding dong. Rest assured, host. Xiao Yin'er will be fine. Please complete the mission promptly. Even if something were to happen, this system can foresee it and will inform you in advance. Upon hearing this, Yunyi felt invigorated, springing to his feet and heading towards the illusion tower. Since Xiao Yin'er was unharmed, he realized he must complete the tower's task swiftly to reconcile with her. Chapter 76. Yunyi in the midst of slaughter. The illusion tower, one of the 4 renowned towers of the realm, comprised 9 levels and served as the premier training ground for the Tongtian Academy. The illusion tower had existed long before the establishment of Tongtian Academy. Boasting a history of several millennia, it was said to have been crafted by several formidable experts who spent nearly a decade searching for rare treasures, meticulously sculpting and investing vast resources, endowing it with mysterious and boundless power. The tower was an octagonal ancient structure, each corner supported by robust stone pillars. At its apex rested a luminous pearl, radiating a dazzling azure glow. Towering 1,000 feet high, it pierced the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring, reminiscent of a celestial palace that inspired reverence. The tower's pinnacle appeared and vanished intermittently, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Nestled amidst lush greenery, the tower's base revealed a misty haze, as if enveloped in ethereal fog, creating an atmosphere of auspiciousness. From a distance, the illusion tower resembled a deity standing in the world, overlooking all, evoking feelings of solemn respect among onlookers. As Yunyi approached the tower's entrance, he observed several hundred students on the 1st level. At that moment, 3 students approached. The leader, a man in his late 20s, donned in resplendent silver attire, exuding an air of nobility, chewing on a blade of grass. He cast a sidelong glance at Yunyi and remarked nonchalantly, Well, what a coincidence. Is that not Yunyi? Upon hearing this, many students turned their curious gazes toward him. Yunyi, the notorious figure of the academy? He certainly bears a resemblance. Indeed, it is he. Just a few days ago, he defeated Meng Ji, the head of the 5 Force Hall. Before the young man could finish, he caught sight of the 3 students' faces and was taken aback. The leader was none other than Meng Ji, the defeated head of the 5 Force Hall, accompanied by the 2 underlings, Fei Jixin and Li Failong. Mere trash. Yunyi cast a cold glance at Meng Ji, the vanquished foe, and turned away, striding directly towards the illusion tower. Hey, kid, don't get cocky. It's easy for the 3 of us to wipe you out, Meng Ji threatened angrily. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, finding the notion absurd. 3 seasoned students taking down a newcomer? However, given the notorious reputation of the 5 Force Hall, no one dared provoke them, suppressing their mirth to avoid attracting trouble. And you 3? What makes you think that 3 mere apprentices can rival a master strategist like Zhuge Liang? Yunyi halted, turning back to question coldly. The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Meng Ji glared at them, and the laughter abruptly ceased. Yunyi, your time is up, Meng Ji spat, turning to Li Failong. Go. Bring the rest of the brothers. Understood, boss. Li Failong was about to leave when suddenly, a figure clad in moon-white flashed by, leaving behind trails of afterimages. A powerful punch was unleashed, the force of the wind striking like a tempest. Li Failong's pupils dilated in shock, attempting to evade. But it was too late. He could only raise his arm to block. A resounding thud echoed as a terrifying force erupted from Meng Ji's right fist, sweeping toward Li Failong with the ferocity of a tidal wave. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing pierced the air, followed by a crimson stain trickling from Li Failong's mouth. With a thud, Li Failong was sent flying, crashing violently against the rocky wall behind him. But that was not the end. Slap, slap, slap. A series of rapid-fire strikes rang out as Yunyi relentlessly pummeled Li Feilong's face, rendering him unconscious in mere moments. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, their hearts racing in terror, drenched in sweat. Such terrifying speed and power. Li Feilong stood no chance. Yunyi is extraordinarily strong. Is this guy a monster? After a brief silence, astonished murmurs filled the air. Yunyi slowly retracted his fists, casting a dispassionate glance over the crowd before striding into the tower. Meng Ji stood there, dumbfounded. This kid was even stronger than before. Humph. Yunyi, this isn't over. Meng Ji spat venomously before attempting to flee with his lackeys. Fei Zhixin trailing behind. Yunyi, however, would not grant them an escape. Li Feilong was beyond saving now. With a cold glare, Yunyi fixed his gaze on Meng Ji and Fei Zhixin, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he vanished in a blur. Boom, boom, boom.